Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Rebirth. Something's wrong, this world is wrong. In 2009, at the Sunflower Children's Welfare Institute, 8-year-old Kamihara Hajime stared at the orphanage shrouded in darkness. The once familiar place now felt disturbingly alien. Everyone, children and adults alike, had vanished. Under the eerie gloom, the buildings themselves seemed warped, subtly distorted like a nightmare painted over reality. Hajime reflected on the strange twists his life had taken. In a previous life, he'd been an ordinary boy on Earth, terminally ill and long since resigned to a premature death. But when he opened his eyes again, he was a child in a foreign land. There were no memories of his parents, only the orphanage. He had been here as far back as he could remember. It was a second chance. And though his previous life felt distant, like a vivid dream, it was impossible to forget. More than that, Hajime had come to a chilling realization: this wasn't just another version of Earth. It was a completely different world. Some things were familiar, yes, but others weren't. Could this be a parallel universe? The clearest evidence was the power inside him. Hajime had discovered that he possessed something strange. He later understood it to be some kind of power. It wasn't some named superpower, but an innate force he could draw upon. With it, he could enhance his strength, speed, and reflexes beyond normal limits, performing feats no child should be capable of. Still, he rarely used it. He worried that excessive use might damage his still developing body. No one had explained the mechanics to him. He was alone with this power and figured it out by instinct and caution. Life at the orphanage had been mostly peaceful, with no reason to use it. But even light usage made Hajime a living legend among the other kids, untouchable, unbeatable. The energy that surrounded him was a pale blue. On rare occasions, he could move so fast it felt like time itself slowed down. At first, it had excited him, reminded him of fictional heroes. But every time he used it, something felt off. The air grew heavy, static, like reality resisting. And then, there were the ghosts. Over the years, Hajime had encountered 5, maybe 6, of these creatures. But they weren't like the ghosts from movies. No Sadakos. No Kayakos. These were grotesque, malformed things. Sometimes insectoid. Sometimes human-like. Always disturbing. One time, he saw a mosquito-shaped thing hovering near a couple visiting to adopt. It had palm-sized wings and a needle-sharp proboscis. No one else noticed it, not the kids, not the adults. That was when he truly understood: these beings existed outside normal perception. Were there others like him who could see them? Who had powers? Now, standing in the darkness of a warped orphanage, Hajime realized something stronger had appeared. This wasn't just a haunting, this was a domain. A real one. The environment itself had shifted. The air was thick with spiritual pressure. Fear, frustration, and anger welled up inside him. Why now? When I'm still weak? When I haven't grown yet? But he wasn't going to give up. Not now. Not after being given a second chance at life. He pushed energy through his body, amplifying every muscle, every nerve. Speed. Strength. Durability. For a child, he was terrifyingly powerful. He braced himself and pushed forward, eyes sharp for danger. Got it. Don't forget the agreed-upon reward. This is confirmed as a grade 1, maybe special grade cursed womb. I'll notify you if anything happens, Gojo. That's all. A pale blue-haired woman with a sharp gaze and graceful figure stood a short distance from the orphanage. Her eyes shimmered as she stared at the dense aura cloaking the building. There was no fear on her face. Only fascination. Born from darkness, the darkest of darkness. Filth and defilement, all be purged. As she chanted, a black-gray curtain bloomed from thin air, covering the entire orphanage like a shroud. Without hesitation, she stepped inside and vanished. This is bad. Hajime looked down at the creature's dissolving remains, a grotesque fusion of child and dog. It had attacked him 5 minutes ago, crying like a baby. He'd hesitated at first, startled, but once he struck it with his energy, the effect was immediate. A few blows and it crumpled. He tried to escape the orphanage, but no matter how far he walked, he always ended up back where he started. Like something was looping time and space. So he went deeper. He encountered more of them, childlike monsters, each more grotesque than the last. All of them shared fragments of a child's form, twisted limbs, oversized heads, tiny fingers. Was it the collective resentment of children that birthed them? Movies had shown spirits that died with regret often twisted into curses. Maybe this world worked the same way. But after beating several of them, Hajime's fear lessened. They were manageable. His power worked. And knowing that made all the difference. A faint sob echoed through the staff dormitory corridor. Hajime instantly tensed. He followed the sound and stopped in front of a cabinet. The crying was real. Too consistent for a monster. He pulled it open. Aha. 2 children, trembling, scared, huddled together. Hey. Quiet down. You wanna attract ghosts. They recognized his voice and calmed. Genaki. And Kumiko. The girl had a birthmark on her cheek, he remembered now. She was the one who almost got adopted last time. But the parents rejected her because of that mark. The kids knew him too. Everyone in the orphanage knew Hajime. He didn't join cliques or play nice. He was the strongest, and everyone respected, or feared, him. Despite his appearance and intelligence, Hajime had never accepted adoption. He didn't want a new family he couldn't trust. The director had once considered adopting him herself, or having her relatives do it. But he'd refused. He comforted the children and asked what they knew. But they were too scared to give useful answers. They'd hidden in the cabinet after seeing monsters from afar. Then, suddenly, a sound. Wet. Heavy. Something was coming. Hajime's face darkened. Hide again. Now. The cabinet had kept them safe before, it was the best option. As they climbed back in, Hajime turned and sprinted down the hallway, his footsteps loud and clear. From behind, he heard multiple cries and the scraping of limbs. They were chasing him now. A lot of them. He needed open space. Fast. Chapter 2, Cursed Energy. Kamihara Hajime stumbled into a wide-open hall, the kind the orphanage once used for events. But this wasn't where the hall should have been. Whatever domain he was trapped in had twisted the layout of the orphanage, warping reality around him. He quickly scanned the room for exits, alert to any strange movement. Before long, he heard the sound, wet, crawling, scraping. The large door creaked open. A swarm of grotesque things poured in. They were the same malformed spirits from earlier, curses with childlike features, as if made from twisted memories. But now, there were more of them. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. They hissed and wailed in incomprehensible voices, their jagged limbs pulling them forward across the floor at unnatural speeds. Hajime's scalp tingled, and his hands clenched reflexively. He could amplify his body with the energy, sure, but he was still a child. His stamina was limited, and there were too many of them. I'll clear out as many as I can first. There's no exit anyway. If I get too tired, I'll have to hide. He dived in, fists wreathed in pale blue energy. Blow after blow crushed the weak curses, their forms dissipating with each strike. After downing more than a dozen, Hajime retreated strategically, weaving past their writhing bodies like a phantom. By the time the remaining curses recovered and turned toward him, he was already gone. Left confused and directionless, the horde resumed their meaningless wandering. Crunch. Hajime froze mid-step. He thought he heard something. He paused, listened. Silence. Then, a deep rumble shook the air. A sound like stone collapsing under tremendous weight. That was close. His brow furrowed. Should I check it out? It was risky. But with no idea how to escape, he had to take chances. Besides, he could always run. He moved toward the source, carefully. What he saw next made his stomach twist. A colossal curse crawled across the distorted landscape. Its bloated, infant-like body was 3 stories tall. Empty black pits for eyes. A mouth sewn shut with thick, blood-colored thread, and yet, it whimpered as it moved. It was approaching a small building. A figure inside thrashed in panic. Someone's in there. Hajime's eyes narrowed. The curse tore through the building like paper. Debris flew, and from within its hand emerged a terrified woman. She screamed as the curse slowly raised her toward a gaping, vertical mouth embedded in its stomach. Haruna. He recognized her. Her name was Haruna, a kind woman who worked at the orphanage. She had always been warm, fair, and deeply loved by the children. Damn it. Put her down. He grabbed a stone and hurled it with all his might. It struck the curse's side but did nothing. Helpless, he watched as Haruna disappeared into the monster's maw. Rage surged through him like wildfire. He clenched his fists. If only he were stronger. If only he could do more than punch. No matter how fast he was, what could fists do against something so massive? But as his emotions spiraled, grief, guilt, fury, something shifted inside him. His energy surged violently, as if responding to his heart. And then, an idea struck him. Until now, he'd only used it to reinforce his body. Projecting it, actually attacking with it, had always felt out of reach. But maybe, just maybe. He planted his feet, focused his mind. The massive curse was now focused on him, lumbering forward, each step shaking the ground. He gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. Using his left, he steadied it at the wrist. The energy inside him churned. Die. With a furious cry, Hajime released it. A blinding blue beam of cursed energy tore through the air. It struck the curse mid-body. The giant froze, then shattered. More than half of its body was obliterated in an instant. Even the building behind it was pierced cleanly, like something had tunneled through both at the speed of light. From the destroyed curse fell a limp figure, Haruna. She looked intact, though unconscious. Her condition was uncertain. Hajime staggered, knees almost buckling. His right arm throbbed with pain. But the surge of energy inside him hadn't faded, in fact, it was regenerating unnaturally fast. He looked up. The curse was still moving, barely. Missing limbs, writhing weakly. But alive. Hajime began walking toward it. His heart pounded. His rage hadn't cooled, it had become focused. Controlled. He could feel his emotions like fire, but from the outside, observing them with a strange, lucid calm. Like a conductor watching a storm of music from above. He clenched his right fist, energy coiling around it like a flame. It blazed so intensely, the blue shifted to black. The curse was already crumbling, but he wasn't done. He didn't just want to defeat it. He wanted to destroy it, erase the hatred that gave it form. As he walked, time seemed to slow again. He could feel every strand of energy running through his arm, every muscle fiber syncing perfectly with the cursed flow. It's like breathing. For the first time, his body and his energy were in complete harmony. He raised his fist, small, but burning with terrifying power, and brought it down. When it struck the curse's head, the black flame annihilated everything it touched. The ground beneath it cracked and caved, and the monster disintegrated into dust. Silence. As the energy faded, Hajime collapsed to the ground. His right arm throbbed like fire, and he gritted his teeth through the pain. Then, footsteps. Tap. Tap. He looked up, exhausted but alert. A figure emerged from the darkness, a tall woman with long pale blue hair tied in a ponytail. Her black Jiu-Jitsu tech uniform hugged her graceful frame. Her presence was calm, yet commanding. She's not a curse. He exhaled in relief. Something about her seemed familiar. She approached slowly, her expression mixed with confusion and disbelief. You can call me Mei Mei, she said softly. Her voice was smooth, confident, like she was both impressed and curious. She looked at the bruised, wary boy before her and asked, "Why are you here, little one? Did you see anyone else?" Chapter 3, Gojo Satoru. Mei Mei stood silently, eyes scanning the small boy sitting on the ground. Despite his fatigue and the lingering trace of powerful cursed energy still radiating faintly from his body, she could tell, he was the one who exorcised that cursed spirit. Still, she asked to confirm. After all, it was nearly impossible for a child to defeat a grade 1 curse, let alone one bordering on special grade. And the energy burst that had drawn her here earlier, it was monstrous. The boy didn't speak. He simply stared at her with guarded eyes. Mei Mei sighed quietly, rubbing her temple. She had never been good with children, especially ones this small and wary. She composed herself and crouched slightly, offering a kind smile. Don't be afraid. I'm a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. Think of me like the police, but for monsters. Can you tell me what happened here, little one? Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. Something clicked in Hajime's mind. That term, it meant something. His thoughts raced, memories flooding back. Jujutsu Kaisen. He knew this world. Cursed spirits, Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, techniques, and cursed energy, all stemming from negative human emotions. Those born with the ability to manipulate that energy were the ones who stood against the darkness. The images came faster now. He hadn't watched much of the anime in his previous life, just a few episodes here and there. But enough. The name, Mei Mei. The blue hair. The elegant confidence. This is real. I've reincarnated into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. And that meant, his so-called telekinesis was cursed energy. Was he gifted? Mei Mei's smile was beginning to strain when the boy finally spoke. My name is Kamihara Hajime. A monster ate her, so I killed it. He pointed to where Haruna, one of the orphanage staff, lay unconscious. Mei Mei followed his gaze, knelt beside the woman, and examined her. She's okay, just unconscious. The curse didn't corrupt her too deeply. She'll recover with rest. Returning to Hajime, she picked him up with practiced ease. All right. I'll believe you for now. The big one's down, and I've cleaned up the rest. Let's go. Did you see anyone else survive? Hajime nodded and mentioned 2 other children who were hiding. With one hand carrying him and the other holding Haruna, Mei stepped back through the shimmering veil of the curtain. The barrier flickered as she passed through, the distorted world dissolving behind her. She laid the 2 in the back seat of a black car. Moments later, she returned with the 2 children, frightened but unharmed. Once things calmed, Mei pulled Hajime aside. He had rested a bit and looked more alert. Help is on the way, she said gently. But can you tell me what happened? All of it. Hajime paused, thinking. Now that he was sure this was the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, a new purpose crystallized in his mind. Join Tokyo Jujutsu High. He had no family. He couldn't train alone forever. If he wanted to grow, to survive, he needed proper guidance, from the best. From Gojo Satoru. Hajime decided to share a version of the truth. Enough to be impressive. Enough to make them notice. As he recounted what had happened, Mei listened intently. Her eyes flickered with subtle emotion, curiosity, maybe even admiration. When he finished, she gave his head a gentle pat. There are some snacks in the car. Police and medical teams will be here soon, so just wait a bit. Hajime climbed into the car and quietly shared the snacks with one of the rescued kids, Kumiko, who was nibbling on crackers with tired eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Mei step a few paces away and pull out her phone. Satoru, Mei said with a faint smirk, you're not going to believe this. She glanced at the boy in the car. In the middle of that curse's semi-formed innate domain, a child exorcised it. She listened to the voice on the other end, then continued, yes, he's awakened a technique. And his cursed energy is immense, almost terrifying for his age. He's even figured out how to use it on his own. Come as soon as you can. Screeching sirens broke the calm. Police and ambulances rolled in. Haruna and the 2 children were escorted away. Officers exchanged words with Mei and began clearing the scene. Then, another presence. Hajime turned his gaze to the figure approaching the car. White hair. Tall frame. Bandaged eyes. Black uniform. He knew instantly. Gojo Satoru. The strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. The man at the center of this world's power struggle. Hajime's heart pounded, part awe, part anticipation. Mei stepped out to meet him, motioning for Hajime to follow. Gojo bent slightly, studying Hajime's face with a smirk. The bandages didn't hide anything, those 6 eyes could see everything. His name's Kamihara Hajime, right? Gojo asked. Impressive cursed energy. Good control for his age. Self-taught. That's rare. He straightened and said casually, can I see your technique? Hajime blinked, tilting his head. Technique? You mean, my ability? Gojo snapped his fingers. Exactly. Show me what that little spark inside you can do. Then he slowly removed his bandages. The 6 eyes. Ethereal blue, radiant, unnervingly sharp. Under that gaze, Hajime inhaled deeply, focused, and activated his technique. The world slowed again. Time distorted. Energy surged through him with smooth familiarity. He moved deliberately, watching for Gojo's reaction. The sorcerer followed every motion. He could see him, clearly. Mei, however, looked startled. I could barely follow that. Satoru, was that speed enhancement? Gojo folded his arms, thoughtful. Not exactly. It's more than just acceleration. I'm not entirely sure yet, but it's interesting. Mei raised an eyebrow. For Gojo to be this intrigued meant something. Maybe, just maybe, another special grade was beginning to take shape. Gojo crouched, his smile bright and infectious. Kamihara Hajime, he said, voice light but serious beneath the playfulness, you've awakened a technique. You're no longer ordinary. You, me, and this lovely big sister here, we're the same. There's a school for people like us. Jujutsu High. It's fun, trust me. We'll teach you how to use your power properly. Wanna come with us? Mei sighed. Satoru, stop sounding like a sketchy child abductor. Also, he's a little young. Jujutsu High doesn't accept kids this small. Gojo tilted his head. He's awakened already. He's a walking beacon for curses. Leaving him untrained is worse. If someone targets him. He glanced back at Hajime, who was clearly following the conversation. Hajime spoke up, pretending to be hesitant. So, what should I do? Gojo laughed. Relax. I'll handle it. I'll arrange adoption, move you out of the orphanage, heck, the Gojo clan can raise 1 kid, no problem. He rewrapped his bandages, eyes twinkling behind them. This place isn't safe for you anymore. Let's go somewhere better. Seeing Hajime nod, Gojo grinned and suddenly leaned in with exaggerated menace. Actually, we're bad guys. We're here to kidnap you. Hajime stared at him blankly. Gojo waited, clearly expecting a dramatic reaction. Instead, he got a deadpan look of mild annoyance. Tough crowd. He burst out laughing. Mei just smiled faintly. Still a child at heart, she muttered. Then Gojo placed his hand on the back of Hajime's neck and lifted him effortlessly. All right, he said cheerfully. We're off. Don't forget my reward, Mei called after him as they vanished. The world shifted in an instant, and Hajime found himself somewhere entirely new. Chapter 4, Meeting Megumi. Gojo Satoru set the boy down and said with a wide grin, "Welcome to Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. You'll be studying here someday." Kamihara Hajime looked around. Lining both sides of the stone-paved path were tall, evenly spaced trees and stone lanterns. In the distance, traditional-style buildings with sloped eaves and layered rooftops blended into the surrounding mountain forest. Gojo walked leisurely beside him. This place is hidden by a barrier. Normal people can't see it, and curse users won't find it easily either. You'll be safe here for now. I've got a few things to take care of, but I'll sort everything out for you soon. After passing several buildings, Gojo finally stopped in front of a tall, muscular man. He had short, neatly trimmed black hair, a beard along his chin, and stern eyes, like a walking poster for tough but dependable. Satoru, the man asked, raising an eyebrow. What's with the kid? This is my old homeroom teacher, and the next principal of Jujutsu High, Yaga Masamichi, Gojo explained. Teacher Yaga, I'll leave him with you for now. Be right back. Gojo vanished as quickly as he'd arrived, leaving Hajime and Yaga standing awkwardly across from each other. The boy barely reached the man's waist, and the silence between them dragged on uncomfortably. Ahem. Yaga broke the silence first, folding his arms. He wasn't exactly great with kids, but he gave it a shot. Ah, do you like toys? I've got some that move on their own. Want to see? Hajime's eyes lit up. He remembered Panda, Yaga's most well-known creation. That meant this man was skilled in creating cursed corpses, constructs infused with cursed energy that could act independently. That piqued Hajime's interest, and he nodded. Yaga led him into a room packed with various puppets and animal-themed constructs. Tools and materials were stacked on shelves around them. He picked up a round, fluffy, white orb with cartoonish eyes and a stitched-on mouth, no limbs. He handed it over. Gojo said you have cursed energy. Just hold this, focus on making it move, then throw it at the ground. Hajime gripped it with both hands. It was smaller than a basketball and soft to the touch. Following Yaga's instructions, he infused it with cursed energy. The eyes on the plush sphere lit up. It started to tremble violently. Then, Hajime hurled it to the floor. The ball shot off like a bullet, bouncing against the walls and ceiling, leaving faint cracks wherever it struck. Its speed was incredible, far more than Yaga expected. His eyes widened. That thing's just a prototype. No power, just speed, and it's never bounced like that before. Just as he stepped forward to intervene, Hajime calmly reached out, his hands a blur, and snatched the ball mid-bounce. He held it tightly, grinning. Despite being mature beyond his age, there was still some childlike joy in him. He played with it again, tossing, dodging, catching. It was like a souped-up version of a bouncy ball, and it genuinely amused him. Yaga said nothing. He just watched the boy have fun. Eventually, he brought out a few other harmless cursed corpses for Hajime to test. When Gojo returned, he found Yaga sitting cross-legged, watching Hajime throw the white ball. A husky-like cursed corpse chased it enthusiastically, skidding and tumbling on the wooden floor before proudly bringing it back. Gojo raised an eyebrow. Ah. What am I looking at? Yaga stood up and greeted him. You're back. I leave for a bit, and you're running a puppy daycare. Yaga waved it off. The kid was bored. I gave him a few cursed corpses to play with. That husky. It's one of my failed attempts at giving autonomous consciousness. Not very bright, but loyal. Gojo stroked his chin. Where'd you get that thing again? Made it. Like I said, failed experiment. Yaga turned serious. This kid has talent. Raw, instinctive talent. Where'd you find him? What's the plan? Gojo gave a vague grin. Didn't I tell you already? Yaga frowned. No. After Gojo explained the situation in more detail, Yaga exhaled. That's a lot. Gojo casually watched Hajime playing with the husky. I've already handled the orphanage paperwork. Next, I'll find him a place to live. Or a nanny. He can live on his own, right? Yaga gave him a look. He's 7. Precocious or not, he's still a kid. Weren't you already raising another one? Gojo blinked, then lit up. Right. I'll have him live with Megumi and the others. They're about the same age, perfect. Yaga just sighed. You're impossible. He turned and waved. Hey, Hajime. Come here. The boy walked over, holding the white fluffy ball and hugging the husky. Gojo grinned. Good news. You're officially out of the orphanage, and I've found you a new home. Thank you, Hajime said politely. He offered the white ball back to Yaga, but the man shook his head. Keep it. That one's harmless, and the dog might actually be useful someday. I call him White Wolf. Hajime looked at the dog wagging its tail and bowed slightly. Thank you. Despite his intimidating exterior, Yaga was surprisingly kind. Hajime could feel it. All right, let's get moving. Gojo, completely ignoring Hajime's preference, scooped him up again. White Wolf and the fluffy ball were bundled into his arms. In an instant, they vanished. They reappeared on a quiet residential street. Gojo pointed to a nearby house. This'll be your place from now on. I'll arrange a nanny later, but first, let's visit your new neighbors. You'll be living next to some of my students. He knocked on the door next door, calling out in a sing-song tone, Megumi Tsumaki, it's me, Gojo Satoru. The door clicked open. A polite girl with long hair stood at the entrance. Where's Megumi? I brought a new friend. He's in his room, she replied, eyeing Hajime curiously. Gojo strode up the stairs, hands in his pockets, ready to burst in. Before he could knock, the door opened. A young Megumi Fushiguro stepped out, hair spiky like a sea urchin, wearing an annoyed expression. Gojo-sensei, maybe knock next time. I did, Gojo lied easily. Just, not this door. Megumi sighed. Whatever. Gojo tousled the boy's hair. It sprang back into place immediately. Tada. Meet your new companion, Kamihara Hajime. He's a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer like you. Already awakened a technique. You two might even end up in the same class. Hajime studied Megumi. He looked just like he remembered, stoic, blunt, and young, but still carrying that same quiet intensity. He had the face of a kid, but the eyes of someone older. A bit punchable, Hajime thought. But I'm a good kid. I don't hit people. Meanwhile, Megumi gave him a side glance. I don't want to be a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, he muttered flatly. Gojo pretended not to hear. Anyway. You'll be seeing each other a lot. And unless something crazy happens, you'll start elementary school together too. Then, with a wave, he disappeared. Leaving the three kids behind. Chapter 5, Time Wheel. The three children looked at one another, a touch of awkwardness still lingering in the air. Tsumaki glanced at the large white dog calmly sitting by Kamihara Hajime's feet. When it wasn't being silly, she had to admit, it looked quite cool. Breaking the silence, she smiled warmly and said, Hi, I'm Fushiguro Tsumaki. This is my younger brother, Megumi. Is that your dog? Hajime nodded. Yeah. My name's Kamihara Hajime. He was given to me by someone. His name's White Wolf. Tsumaki tilted her head with curiosity. Megumi has 2 dogs too, though I can't see them. He says one's black and one's white. But I can see your dog. Hajime didn't bother explaining that White Wolf was a cursed corpse, not a real dog. On the surface, there wasn't much difference anyway. White Wolf panted with its tongue out, tail wagging enthusiastically, as if it understood what was being said. Despite Megumi's usual aloof expression, he remained calm and polite beside his sister. Thanks to White Wolf acting as an icebreaker, the three gradually started warming up to one another. At Tsumaki's request, Megumi even reluctantly summoned his white divine dog. Hajime watched with interest as Megumi formed a dog-shaped hand sign like a shadow puppet. His shadow rippled, and a large white dog emerged soundlessly. Interestingly, White Wolf and Megumi's divine dog got along well. Perhaps it was the mutual cursed energy, or maybe just canine instinct. Tsumaki's gentle nature made her easy to talk to, and it was obvious Megumi softened considerably around her. Her presence seemed to temper his usual standoffish behavior. The afternoon passed quickly as the three played together. Hajime had intended to leave, but Tsumaki insisted he stay for dinner. He hesitated, he could cook for himself, though reaching the stove might be tricky, but Megumi's glare of mild discontent tipped the scale. Hajime grinned and agreed. Dinner was a simple home-cooked meal made by Tsumaki. Nothing fancy, just eggs, rice, and some grilled meat, but Hajime ate with surprising enthusiasm, almost matching Megumi bite for bite. Megumi watched him with a twitching eyebrow. Why is this guy acting so familiar? He's just staying here now. Worst of all, he's getting along way too well with my sister. Remembering Gojo's words about them going to school together, Megumi stabbed his rice harder. Megumi, Sumiki scolded gently. Eat properly. Don't play with your food. Megumi sank deeper into silence. After bidding the Fushiguro siblings goodbye, Hajime returned to his new home. The house was bigger than he expected. Alone in the quiet space, it felt especially spacious. Still, he didn't feel unsettled. Instead, he sighed to himself. Yaga-sensei was right, Gojo really is kind of unreliable. White Wolf darted through the halls, sniffing around and getting a feel for the space. Hajime explored too, eventually picking a sunlit room on the second floor as his bedroom. The whole place was spotless. Electricity and water were running fine. Someone had clearly cleaned it up in advance. Maybe Gojo isn't completely useless after all, Hajime thought. That night, in the unfamiliar but comfortable room, Hajime drifted off. The next morning, he made himself a simple breakfast, fried eggs, toast, and milk, using ingredients from the fridge. Just as he finished eating, a knock came at the door. He opened it to find none other than Gojo Satoru, grinning as always. Yo. Ready to go. I'm taking you to test your technique, and give you a crash course in the Jiu-Jitsu world. Hajime didn't argue. He turned, grabbed White Wolf, and let Gojo teleport them once again. They reappeared at Jujutsu High, but this time in a desolate training field far from the main campus buildings. Yaga Masamichi was already waiting. Seeing them arrive, Yaga's brow furrowed. Gojo, he's still just a kid. Why the rush? Gojo waved him off. Don't worry. He's got real talent, and his technique is, well, unusual. We need to start figuring it out. Gojo clapped his hands. All right, Hajime, Yaga-sensei here is going to give you a crash course on the basics of the Jiu-Jitsu world. He's the best teacher for this stuff. Yaga ignored White Wolf bouncing toward him and took on a serious tone. I'll keep it simple, he began. Negative human emotions generate cursed energy. That cursed energy gives birth to cursed spirits. In Japan alone, over 10,000 people die or go missing each year due to curses. Some people are born with an innate ability to perceive and manipulate cursed energy. Those people can train and become Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. The goal: exorcise curses and protect people. Techniques, Yaga continued, are specific supernatural abilities tied to your innate talent. Think of them like superpowers. A proper Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer needs mastery in 3 areas: cursed energy control, hand-to-hand combat, and their personal technique. For example, Gojo here has the limitless technique. It slows anything approaching him to the point where it never makes contact. Sounds simple, but the real power is in how it manipulates space. Yaga glanced at Gojo. He also inherited the 6 eyes, an ocular ability that lets him see cursed energy in precise detail. As for your technique, well, we'll have to figure it out through testing. Gojo stepped in, clapping his hands. All right, Hajime. Show us what you've got. Hajime nodded. Sometimes, I enter a strange state where everything else seems to freeze, and I move, incredibly fast. As he spoke, he triggered the feeling inside him, cursed energy stirring, technique activating. The world around him slowed dramatically. In truth, he was speeding up, his personal time accelerating while the world moved at a crawl. Gojo seemed to keep up, but Yaga lagged slightly behind. After several seconds, Hajime stopped. Yaga's face had grown serious. Gojo had even removed his blindfold. Blue light flickered at his fingertips. Try focusing your cursed energy like this, Gojo instructed, showing him a concentrated ball of cursed energy floating above his hand. Hajime followed suit, replicating it with moderate ease. A glowing sphere formed at his fingertip. Now, Gojo said, try applying your technique to it. Let's see what happens. Hajime nodded, channeling the same sensation. His technique flared, and in an instant, the cursed energy vanished from his hand. A fraction of a second later, a sonic whip cut through the air. Yaga stared. He hadn't seen the orb move, just its afterimage and the light trail it carved into the sky. If that had been aimed at me, he realized, I wouldn't have had time to dodge. Only defend. The raw power wasn't overwhelming, yet. But the speed. Terrifying. Hajime panted lightly. That had taken more out of him than expected. He hadn't used brute force, but the strain of accelerating his own time was intense. Gojo observed him, his icy blue eyes narrowing slightly. That's not just speed, he muttered. That's time. Yaga turned. Wait. Time. Gojo nodded. Kamihara Hajime's technique manipulates time, literally. He's not just enhancing his body with cursed energy. He's accelerating his own time, or the time of whatever he's touching. That's why his movements and attacks appear instant. From our perspective, he's faster than fast, because his clock is ticking faster than ours. Yaga's eyes widened. A technique directly manipulating time. That's unheard of. There've been powerful techniques before, Gojo continued. Tengen's immortality. My own limitless. But I've never seen a technique so directly tied to time. And there's more, his cursed energy generation rate is absurdly high. I think it's related to his technique. If he keeps training, he might reach a point where his output exceeds his consumption. That's borderline infinite cursed energy. Hajime looked down at his hands, stunned. Time. My technique is time. For a moment, his mind raced, flashes of past memories, fragments of another life. The concept settled in his heart, strange and powerful. Before he could dwell on it, Gojo pulled him close with a grin. Pretty amazing, right? First technique of its kind. You want to name it? Hajime paused, then nodded. Let's call it Time Wheel. If you don't want the name of his technique to be Time Wheel, suggestions are allowed. But once I draft too many chapters, one won't be able to change it anymore to avoid inconsistency with the name. Chapter 6, Jujutsu High. Nothing for now, but... Hajime, try not to overuse your technique on yourself. Accelerating your own time seems to have side effects on your body. Kamihara Hajime frowned, considering the implications. Wait. I won't suddenly age or grow up too fast, will I? Gojo Satoru burst into laughter at the mental image of a teenager with middle-aged features. When he finally stopped chuckling, he grinned and said, well, maybe it's not all bad, haha. But seriously, learn reverse curse technique and technique reversal as soon as you can. That might offset it. Yaga Masamichi, seeing Hajime deep in thought, added in a stern voice, those skills are extremely difficult to master. Take things one step at a time. Don't rush. Exactly. Gojo agreed, ruffling Hajime's hair. Then, turning to Yaga, he said, let's officially classify his technique as object acceleration. We'll tell others that. Yaga nodded, immediately understanding Gojo's intent. When he enrolls, we'll register it that way. His immense cursed energy should be enough to draw attention away from the real nature of his technique. Gojo stroked his chin, thinking briefly of Megumi Fushiguro. His 10 Shadows technique was easily mistaken for standard Shikigami summoning by those unfamiliar with the Zenin legacy. And even if it were leaked, he had both the Zenin and Gojo families behind him. Hajime, though, he had no such backing. If they could keep his technique secret for now, it would be safer. Back at home, Gojo had somehow acquired a mix of old and new books, most from the Gojo clan's private archives, containing knowledge on the Jiu-Jitsu world and its history. I know everything already, but teaching is such a pain. You're smart, Hajime, I'm sure you'll pick it up yourself. Haha. Hajime glared after him. Does he not realize I'm just 7? I can barely read half of this yet. Then, Gojo reappeared at the door as if on cue. Oh. By the way, your and Megumi's school registration should be complete by tomorrow. Play nice, all right. And with that, he was gone. Hajime stared after him, exasperated. What school? What's the name? Where is it? How do I get there? Naturally, Gojo Satoru, embodiment of reliable and unreliable, was already long gone. Hajime sighed. He'd figure it out. If worse came to worst, he could always ask Tsumeki. He looked at the stack of books again. After failing to understand half the terms, he shelved them for future study. Elementary years. Life at elementary school was dull. The curriculum was simple for Hajime, and most of the other kids were immature. He didn't make many friends. Determined to understand those complex jujitsu texts, Hajime studied hard, aced his classes, and quickly became a teacher's favorite. The long elementary years also deepened his bond with the Fushiguro siblings, mostly with Tsumeki. Whether Megumi ever considered him a friend, that was debatable. Ironically, their relationship improved because of a fight. Though, calling it a fight was generous. What kind of real brawl could two kids even have? Hajime hadn't taken it seriously. With his cursed energy control, it would have been bullying otherwise. Still, something about Megumi's cold, sea-urchin hair and constantly brooding attitude just made Hajime want to poke fun at him. Weren't their lives both tragic? At least Megumi had a sister. Despite awakening his technique, Megumi often muttered that he didn't want to become a jujitsu sorcerer. But Hajime remembered clearly, he would become one. Something must have changed in the future to push him toward that path. Gojo had told him bits and pieces about Megumi during their training, if you could call it that. Back to that first fight, Hajime decisively beat Megumi, but Tsumeki broke it up quickly. Though only slightly older, she had the calm maturity of an adult. She didn't yell. She calmly patched up their scrapes and bruises, gently lecturing them on behaving better. Under her soft scolding, the boys' tension eased. Later, a group of older kids tried to harass Tsumaki. Hajime walked straight into their classroom and beat the whole lot of them in front of everyone. No cursed techniques, just fists. Then he warned each one individually. No one dared touch her again. Surprisingly, the school went easy on him. Maybe Gojo pulled some strings. Or maybe it was because Hajime had perfect grades. All he got was a token lecture and a forced apology letter. Which Megumi wrote for him, by the way. Although reluctant, Megumi gave in under Hajime's shameless logic and Tsumaki's soft gaze. He didn't stand a chance. Middle school. The three remained classmates through middle school. They'd matured a bit. Megumi still wore that constant scowl but rarely argued with Hajime anymore. He had his own delinquent problems now, mostly because of the girls confessing to him. Apparently, brooding good looks attracted attention. Megumi responded by beating up the delinquents who got jealous. He even got a ridiculous nickname. Hajime couldn't remember it, but it sounded like something straight out of a Chinibu phase. As for Hajime, he handled things differently. From day one, he acted like an arrogant, rich pretty boy. Predictably, a local gang targeted him. He beat them into the pavement in one night. Word spread. From then on, even the roughest students gave him a wide berth. All the while, Gojo trained Hajime, well, tormented was more accurate. But Hajime grew fast, both in combat and technique control. You can take anything under special grade now, Gojo had said. But don't let your guard down. It was thanks to those harsh lessons that Hajime stood where he was now. Tokyo Jujutsu High awaits. Now, in his second year of middle school, Hajime got the news, he was being admitted to Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. Huh. I thought I had to graduate middle school first. That was sudden. What about Megumi and Tsumaki? Lounging on the sofa with a can of cold soda, Hajime squinted at Gojo. His slightly long hair was tied back, now dyed white. He dyed it after cosplaying Kakashi at a recent convention. The color had stuck. He used to try every color imaginable. With these good looks, it'd be a waste not to cosplay every cool character I like, he'd say. Now 16, he stood over 180 centimeters tall. The once adorable boy had grown into someone who couldn't open his locker without finding love letters stuffed inside. Gojo waved him off. You're too smart for your current school anyway. Megumi and Tsumaki can stay for now. Megumi needs to make that decision himself. Hajime rolled his eyes. Gojo just didn't want him around to ask too many questions. No doubt he'd pawn off Hajime's responsibilities on Yaga or disappear entirely. Guess I'll just go hang with Panda, Hajime said. He's starting this year too, right? Gojo nodded. Panda was a cursed corpse Yaga created that had developed full self-awareness and communication skills. Despite his giant panda appearance, he was a reliable friend, and strong, too. Hajime had met him a few times and liked him instantly. Just then, Gojo returned, holding a long wooden box. Tada. Enrollment gift. A special grade curse tool, just for you. Hajime opened the box and saw a lacquered red longbow. It had a smooth, elegant finish, no bowstring or arrows, but he could feel its cursed energy. It's called extermination. You generate the bowstring and arrows from your own cursed energy. With your reserves, it's perfect for you. Hajime was excited to test it, but not indoors. He'd wait. Before leaving, he wanted to say goodbye to the Fushiguro siblings. He knocked on their door. Megumi answered. I'm heading to Jujutsu High tomorrow. Just came to say goodbye, Hajime said, walking past him. Could have just left. Why the drama? Megumi muttered. Wrong. I'm here to say goodbye to your sister. Don't flatter yourself. TCH, whatever. Tsumaki, of course, was supportive. She even cooked him a special meal that night. I'll come back when I can. Hajime called as he left. Ahead of him was the path he'd been waiting for, the Jiu-Jitsu world, finally opening to him. Chapter 7, Team. Panda. Not far away, a tall, bipedal panda waved enthusiastically. Despite his size, he looked downright huggable. Haim, he called. Kamihara Hajime dropped his luggage and ran to hug the fluffy creature, barely reaching Panda's chest. After catching up a bit, Panda slung a bag over his shoulder and patted Hajime's. Gojo-sensei was supposed to pick you up, but you know how he is. I'll show you to the dorms first, then you can meet your first-year classmates. They're super interesting. Hajime picked up the rest of his bags and followed alongside. Really? Sounds fun. Got anything new to play? All the latest stuff. I can't wait. Their voices faded as they walked through the school. Once Hajime settled into his room, Panda brought him to a classroom and pushed the sliding door open. Yo. Maki, Inamaki, the new guy's here. Inside, two students in Jujutsu High uniforms looked up. One was a girl with dark green hair tied into a sharp ponytail, her features half obscured by old-fashioned glasses. The other was a boy with short silver hair, his lower face hidden behind a high collar. Maki Zenin and Inamaki Toge turned toward the door, studying the white-haired boy beside Panda. He wore dark, stylish sunglasses and carried himself with a gentle smile, but there was something oddly familiar about him. This is Hajime, Panda introduced. You've probably heard of him already. They had, mostly because of his connection to Gojo-sensei. Maki narrowed her eyes. Adopted. Definitely adopted, she thought to herself. That smug face really is a smaller version of that idiotic white-haired guy. But, slightly more tolerable, she admitted, watching Hajime remove his sunglasses and greet them politely. Kelp, Inamaki responded with a polite nod. Panda went on, Maki here doesn't like being called by her last name. She's insanely good at close combat. Inamaki uses the cursed speech technique, so he mostly speaks in rice ball ingredients. Among them, Panda was Hajime's longtime friend. Inamaki was quiet but easy to get along with. Maki's cool, aloof demeanor quickly gave way to an unexpectedly kind personality. While they were chatting, the door slid open again. Gojo Satoru strolled in, white hair falling over his eyes, hands buried in his pockets. Everyone getting along? He asked cheerfully. Panda and Inamaki waved. Maki, on the other hand, had a familiar black line forming on her forehead. Her impression of Gojo-sensei had already shattered and been rebuilt countless times. As for Hajime, he didn't even flinch. He'd long grown used to Gojo's nonsense. The man had two modes, utterly eccentric and, somehow still the strongest. Alright, quick intros, Maki's from the Zenin clan, Panda's Yaga-sensei's pride and joy, Inamaki's got his inherited technique, and Hajime's been training since forever. So, no need to go over the basics. Instead, I've got a welcome gift for you all, 2 fun little missions. Huh. Maki's expression darkened. Are you serious? Gojo raised a finger like a game show host. Maki and Hajime will team up. Panda and Inamaki, you're the second pair. Get to know each other more these next few days. Salmon. Why am I not with Hajime? Panda grumbled. Because both you and Maki are close-range fighters, Gojo said. Team balance, you know. It's like party comp in a video game. This isn't a game. Panda protested. Hajime didn't complain. If anything, he was looking forward to real combat. All the training and sparring was fine, but nothing beat the real thing. Great. Let's get to training. Your favorite teacher is free today and graciously offering his guidance. Training grounds. The 4 warmed up. Maki stood opposite Hajime, twirling her staff with casual ease. He held a wooden sword in return. So, I heard you're not great at martial arts? Maki asked. Kind of, Hajime replied, spinning the sword in his hands. My technique is acceleration. I'm decent at reinforcing my body, but I haven't learned many moves. It's hard to learn anything when your sparring partner's always Gojo-sensei, he's too damn strong. Let's test that, then, she said, cracking her neck. Looking forward to it. Hajime grinned. The sparring match began. After only a few exchanges, Maki was already frowning. Not good at martial arts, huh, she thought. Then what the hell is this power and speed? Though neither of them fought seriously, Hajime's defense and pressure handling stood out. He wasn't flashy, but he was sharp and reactive. Maki was a powerhouse, but Hajime's technique wasn't bad either. He lacked form, but not instinct. When the match ended, Hajime politely asked her for pointers. Maki, impressed by his attitude, softened toward him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Panda and Inamaki just fooled around. Sparring wasn't really possible with Inamaki's technique. Still, they got along quickly, even if most of their conversation was in rice ball code. Then came Gojo's guidance. In reality, he was just using them all as entertainment. He let them attack him in turns, dodging lazily and occasionally countering with just enough force to knock them around, without doing any real harm. Panda tried to slack off, but Gojo's attention quickly set him straight. Inamaki, wisely, didn't even try to use cursed speech. It'd just hurt him more than it'd hurt Gojo. Hajime, now wielding the special-grade curse tool Extermination, a lacquer red bow gifted by Gojo, provided long-range support during the chaos. Whenever he infused it with cursed energy, a shimmering bowstring would form, and with further effort, a dark blue arrow. His shots exploded on contact, each one powerful, though thankfully controllable. After a few near misses, he carefully adjusted the power output to avoid friendly fire. Eventually, Maki and the others tapped out, leaving Hajime to face Gojo in close range. It was instructive. After thoroughly beating his students, Gojo stretched with a satisfied smile and waved. Today's guidance was enlightening. Teachers out. You all can train however you like. As soon as he disappeared. Finally. Salmon. Panda and Inamaki collapsed on the ground. Maki, on the other hand, was already calculating combat formations. Their duo, Maki up front, Hajime in support, made sense. Hajime could snipe from a distance, adapt on the fly, and step into melee when needed. If any cursed spirit tried to get close to him, they'd be in for a nasty surprise. You look like you're planning something, Hajime said, eyeing her expression warily. I'm getting drinks. Want anything? Coke. The colder, the better. Bonito flakes. Panda translated, that's water. Room temp. Gotta protect his throat. Maki nodded. Green tea. Anything's fine. Hajime nodded and jogged off. He returned a few minutes later with cold drinks from his mini fridge. They sprawled in the shade, sipping and chatting, more relaxed now after their shared beatdown. Panda was already conspiring with Hajime for future pranks. Inamaki, while quiet, clearly enjoyed the mischief too. Maki didn't join in, but she didn't mind watching them cause chaos, as long as she wasn't the target. And behind her cool exterior, she was already thinking. This team might actually work. Chapter 8, Week. Is this the mission location? Kamihara Hajime stood beside Maki in front of a desolate, eerie hospital. Both carried long cloth-wrapped weapons on their backs. Maki adjusted her glasses. Confirmed. The window reported a second-grade curse inside. It was discovered late, and it's already spawned some low-level cursed spirits. A window is a non-sorcerer who can see cursed spirits and helps monitor areas for Jiu-Jitsu tech. After evacuating the hospital, they called us in. Seriously, that bandaged idiot really trusts us. Throwing us at a second grade right off the bat. Cursed spirits and Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers are classified from 4th grade, lowest, to 1st grade, and above that, special grade. Normally, sorcerers can exorcise curses of the same grade or lower, so Maki's irritation made sense. Sure, she was confident, but this was sudden. I'll set up the curtain. Hajime formed a hand seal and chanted, born from darkness, darker than darkness. All defilements and impurities, be purged. A shadowy veil fell around the hospital, concealing the area from civilians and nullifying outside interference. This curtain would also suppress the birth of new curses from negative emotions triggered by witnessing supernatural events. As they entered, several low-level curses emerged, grotesque creatures with bladed limbs and needle-like features. Maki ripped open her weapon bag and pulled out her naginata with ease. Heh. The weaker they are, the more they group up like cowards, she sneered. With a stomp, Maki launched forward like an arrow, her naginata spinning as she carved arcs through the air. The cursed spirits screeched, crying things like pain and don't want to die before Maki's assault silenced them. Their bodies froze in place, then exploded with gurgling sounds, spraying purple-black ichor as they collapsed into twitching heaps. Behind her, Hajime clapped seriously, cradling his bow under one arm. That was beautiful. Clean slashes. All vital points. I mean, textbook. Maki whipped her head around, face flat. Shut up. Keep moving. She hadn't thought much of it, just cleaning up small fry. But Hajime's genuine praise made her squirm in place. The fact that he was being earnest made it worse. To Hajime, though, her movement was cool, using centrifugal force from a spinning body to cleanly execute a group kill with precision. Absolutely awesome. I'll sweep from the roof, Hajime offered, waving casually. Without waiting for a reply, he scaled the hospital's exterior and reached the rooftop in seconds. From there, he saw Maki vanish into the dark interior. He turned, entered the rooftop access door, and began his search. The low-level cursed spirits he encountered were trivial. Hajime barely had to push himself, extermination, his cursed tool bow, made short work of them. With proper control over his output, he avoided destroying the hospital corridors entirely. After reducing one bedsheet-like curse to ash, Hajime paused. That one hadn't been terrifying, if anything, it looked like a demonic Teru Bozu doll. Kinda cute, actually. Just then, he felt a spike of cursed energy. He turned toward the annex next door. Waves of negative energy surged, and muffled crashing echoed from that direction. Maki was in trouble. Without hesitation, Hajime blurred through the corridor, but even faster was the blue flash streaking ahead of him, an arrow, already breaking through the far window. Moments later, Hajime dove through the shattered frame, soaring nearly 10 meters. While midair, he conjured an arrow and shattered a window in the neighboring building. He landed with fluid grace. The source of the chaos was below him, second floor, judging from the tremors and energy. Stairs would be too slow. Hajime apologized silently to the building and drew the bowstring of extermination. A glowing blue arrow aimed downward, infused with dense cursed energy. He focused. Maki's energy signature was faint, barely above that of a normal human. So the enormous presence below could only be the second-grade cursed spirit. He fired. The arrow pierced through stone and steel with surgical precision, carving a path through the floor. The rooftop trembled under the pressure. Meanwhile, Maki was in the thick of it. Despite appearing reckless, she moved with strategic awareness. Her glasses, the ones imbued with cursed energy, allowed her to see the otherwise invisible spirits. Unlike most sorcerers, Maki had no innate technique, and her own cursed energy was insufficient to exorcise curses. Instead, she traded those talents for enhanced physical abilities, thanks to a condition known as heavenly restriction. Heavenly restrictions are rare. They forcibly take something from a sorcerer at birth, like their ability to use cursed energy, and in return, grant them absurd physical strength. Whether it was a curse or a blessing depended on the person, but it was undeniably powerful. Maki tore through low-level curses on the second floor, mowing them down with her naginata. She spun, ducked, struck. Ragged monsters scattered like broken mannequins in her wake. Just as she advanced to finish off the stragglers, she sensed danger. Her instinct screamed. She pivoted, and just in time. The left wall exploded. Tentacle-like rags burst through the debris. Maki raised her naginata in defense, but the sheer force sent her flying through the opposite wall. She landed hard inside a patient room. Cough. Not seriously hurt, she scrambled up, only to dodge again as more attacks tore through the floor. She leapt into the hallway and finally got a good look at the monster. It was massive, composed of tattered black rags swirling around a core of smoky flesh. No clear limbs or face, just a writhing, shapeless form with disturbing gaps in its layers. Possibly mouths. It filled the corridor. Tentacles of cloth slammed into walls and floor, carving deep craters. Maki narrowed her eyes and smirked. A smart one, huh? Knows how to ambush. Makes this interesting. She dashed in, rolling under a strike, then vaulted up and slashed through a tentacle. The severed rag hissed and crumbled like ash. In a blur, she danced through its attacks. Blades whirled. Rags fell. But when she landed a direct hit across its core, nothing. No damage. The wounds healed instantly. Why isn't it reacting? That was a clean hit. Its body, bound in cursed rags, regenerated as if the attack had never happened. The weak points, eyes, limbs, heart, weren't there. She adjusted her stance. All right. No conventional weak spots. Which means I've got to find where it's hiding its core. Using tight corridors and patient rooms for cover, Maki probed the curse's defenses. Most of its attacks were manageable, save for a few heavy blows. But the regeneration, that was the real issue. She suspected it would try to immobilize her and drag her into the black smoke below it, probably where the actual body resided. Then she heard it, a thunderous cracking sound from above. Her eyes darted up. A flash of blue light. Boom. The ceiling exploded. A cursed energy arrow drilled through the curse's shoulder, followed by two more in rapid succession. They hit in perfect precision, 3 evenly spaced, symmetrical holes. Before the curse could react, another figure dropped from the ceiling like a meteor. Woohoo! Hajime's fist, wreathed in twisted black cursed energy, slammed into the spirit's mass. A shockwave erupted, flattening nearby debris. The monster screamed as half its form was blasted into dust. Now exposed beneath the tattered cloth was a writhing, grotesque mass of flesh, coiled tendrils, and dozens of mismatched eyes blinking at once. There it is, Hajime said, smiling coldly. Another strike. His left hand snapped forward, and the cursed core exploded in a black flash. The spirit didn't even get the chance to scream again, it just unraveled, piece by piece. Ah. That's it. I didn't even hit it that hard. Chapter 9, Black Flash. Black Flash is a phenomenon triggered when a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer lands a physical hit within 0.000001 seconds of their cursed energy impact. Normally, there's a slight lag between a sorcerer's body movement and the cursed energy flow, because it has to be consciously directed. For most sorcerers, that delay is imperceptible. But for top-tier fighters, the cursed energy and the physical blow can sync up so closely that they essentially become one seamless strike. And that's when it happens, Black Flash. Externally, the phenomenon distorts space. The cursed energy turns jet black, and the resulting strike hits with a force 2.5 times greater than a normal one. The The sensation it gives the user is said to be like entering a zone or no-self state, where everything flows effortlessly, and their control over cursed energy becomes instinctual. But even elite sorcerers can't land Black Flash on command. It's often more luck than skill. That's true, for most people. Kamihara Hajime was an exception. His technique, Time Wheel, allowed him to finally manipulate and perceive time. That elusive 0.000001 second window. He could find it. Adjust for it. Exploit it. As long as Hajime activated his technique just before impact, his mind would enter a state where the world seemed almost frozen. His body, honed to perfection, would release the strike, and his cursed energy would align like clockwork. It sounded easy, but in truth, it required incredible precision. Hajime's hypersensitive perception of time was the only reason it was even possible. That's why, this time, when he landed a black flash on his first punch against the cursed spirit, Hajime was elated. After experiencing it once, he'd started practicing intentionally. It wasn't perfect yet, but one thing was certain. And that was only going to improve. After obliterating the second-grade curse with 2 well-placed punches, Hajime stood there, breathing calmly. He could still feel the rhythm in his fists, like momentum he hadn't yet released. His instincts told him the next punch could have been another black flash, but the target was already gone. Maybe he should have held back a bit. Nearby, Maki watched Hajime with a twitch of her lips. That had been a black flash, right? No wonder the curse didn't stand a chance. It had high durability against standard attacks, but once Hajime unleashed cursed energy across its whole body, it couldn't regenerate in time. Even a first-grade curse wouldn't walk away from 2 black flashes. If you're done showing off, Maki said, resting her naginata on her shoulder, let's finish off the remaining small fry. They split up to sweep the building. Some of the lingering cursed spirits were so weak, their presence barely registered. Ironically, it took longer to find and clean them up than it had to kill the second grade. Eventually, they emerged from the hospital, their mission complete. A dark-colored car idled by the roadside. A man in a formal suit stood beside it, his outfit and plain glasses making him look older than he was. Mr. Ejichi. Hajime waved. Ejichi Kiyotaka, assistant supervisor at Tokyo Jujutsu High and Gojo Satoru's junior by 2 years, was known more for his reliability than raw power. He gave them a small bow. Good work, both of you. Hajime scratched his head and grinned. Ah, Uncle Ejichi, you're too formal. So, are we done for the day? Or did Gojo leave us more surprises? Ejichi pushed up his glasses. That was the only assignment. No further missions for now. Hajime's face lit up. Then let's grab dinner before heading back. I'm craving sukiyaki. Maki gave a small shrug, she had no objections. With Hajime offering to pay, why not? The three loaded their weapons into the car and headed to a nearby restaurant with great reviews. The meal was satisfying, and by the time they returned to campus, Panda and Inamaki Toge were already back. Hajime. Took you long enough. Panda called out, flexing dramatically. Panda and Toge already exorcised our target. Salmon, Toge added. Before Hajime could respond, Maki cut in, voice calm, he finished the curse in 2 hits. We just stopped to eat sukiyaki. Panda's jaw dropped. Wait, 2 hits. And you went for sukiyaki without inviting Panda. Mustard. Toge looked equally betrayed. Panda launched himself at Hajime in mock outrage. Traitor. You call this teamwork? I didn't know you were done already. Hajime cried, dodging Panda's tackle. Besides, can you even eat in public without causing a scene? Despite the scuffle, he gave in quickly. Fine, fine. I'll treat you both next time. Maki watched their antics with an amused smile behind her glasses as she walked off. The days that followed passed in relative peace, training, studying, and the occasional mission. Their preliminary sorcerer ranks were posted. Kamihara Hajime and Inamaki Toge were 2nd grade, Panda was semi-2nd grade, and Maki was 4th grade. No one was happy about it. Least of all Maki, but she didn't show it. She looked like she'd expected it. Later, Gojo explained that the Zenin clan had interfered with her evaluation. After that, Hajime and Panda's already low opinion of the Zenin family plummeted. They complained loudly, Hajime's sarcasm sharp as ever, though never crass. Maki eventually had to calm them down. It's fine, she said simply. I'll take back everything they denied me. On my own terms. You're the best, Maki. Tuna mayo. Panda and Hajime gave her a thumbs up on either side, Toge echoing the sentiment with a rice ball phrase. Maki nearly facepalmed. You idiots. But then, a glint appeared behind her glasses. This afternoon, she said sweetly. Curse tool sparring. And physical training. The boys froze. No cursed energy. No techniques. Just raw combat. And in that domain, Maki reigned supreme. Mustard. Toj patted Panda as if in mourning. Panda gave him a hug. Toj, you're too kind. Hajime, watching this, smirked. You guys realize Maki barely hits Toj. It's always us who get wrecked. Toj gave a thumbs up. Salmon row. What are you laughing at, Hajime? Panda growled. You're going down too. With mock threats and banter, the group headed to the training ground. The path to becoming stronger starts now. Panda declared. Whack. A wooden stick slammed into his face and sent him tumbling. Hajime sighed. That idiot never learns. He raised his wooden sword and faced Maki, who was already in a stance. She made full use of her weapon's range, deflecting and countering with ease. Hajime, though strong, struggled to keep up without relying on cursed energy or his technique. Your weapon is an extension of your body, Maki said, her strikes blurring. Your fists, palms, blades, they all follow the same principles. Understand the flow, the rhythm. Hajime was listening, and that cost him. She disarmed him in a flash and drove her staff into his shoulder, numbing the entire limb. You're already dead, she declared, resting the staff on the ground with a smirk. If I'd aimed a bit higher, that would have hit your heart. Can you go easy once in a while? Hajime winced, rubbing his shoulder. Nope. Pain helps you learn faster. Still, Maki was secretly impressed. Hajime was improving quickly. Once he mastered the basics, only real combat would sharpen him further. I can't afford to fall behind, he muttered, gripping the training sword again. Oh. Maki twirled her staff with a smile. Good. Come, then. The next round began. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Win-win. Chapter 10, Yuta. In addition to physical training, Hajime also had to train his curse technique daily. Over the years, he had gained considerable insight into the standard applications of his technique, and under Gojo Satoru's tutelage, he had also begun to understand the principles behind technique reversal. If time wheel spin accelerates the flow of time in an object, then its inverse, time wheel, reverse, is its logical opposite, time reversal. A Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer's cursed energy is born from negative emotions, and it's generally only suitable for combat. However, when that energy is multiplied by itself, like two negatives making a positive, it produces positive energy. This refined energy can be used to heal the human body, but very few can generate it consistently. Among current sorcerers, the most proficient in reverse cursed technique is Dr. Yeri Shoko, Tokyo Jujutsu High's resident physician. By infusing this positive energy into their inherited techniques, sorcerers can achieve technique reversal, an evolved application of their original ability. Gojo Satoru naturally possesses this skill, though he mainly uses it for self-healing. Hajime, on the other hand, was intrigued by it for a different reason. As a lifelong gamer, he understood the value of healing skills all too well. After intense effort, Hajime successfully extracted positive energy, though his control was still unstable and short-lived. He couldn't yet regenerate lost limbs or organs, but it was enough to begin applying time wheel, reverse. Though only for short bursts, this allowed him to temporarily reverse time's effects within his technique. While he hadn't mastered it entirely, Hajime had reached a level where he could moderately balance acceleration and reversal. This meant when he used time wheel spin to push his body to its limits, he could now avoid severe side effects by applying time wheel, reverse in tandem. That state, where time moved so unnaturally fast it became meaningless, was what Gojo jokingly dubbed the time null state. Hajime had originally proposed a ridiculously long name, only for Gojo to shoot it down immediately. In that state, Hajime, through practice sessions with Gojo, found he could land an overwhelming barrage of strikes in a blink, or condense it into one decisive blow. A divine speed technique, virtually impossible to react to. As for why he didn't use it during the hospital mission. Simple. That curse was too weak. It didn't even survive 2 punches. Not worth burning a trump card. Currently, Hajime's combat style still relied on ranged attacks, using his technique to accelerate cursed energy projectiles. But thanks to Maki's training, he was considering adopting a sword-type curse tool for close combat. Imagine this, an enemy breaks through his barrage, only to be met with a lightning-quick slash. And if the blade breaks? Well, there's always a good old black flash to finish the job. Hajime was cackling to himself at the thought when Maki walked up and gave him a thwack. What are you laughing at? Behind them, Panda leaned in with a grin. Hey, I heard a new first year's transferring in. Hajime's eyes lit up. Since Panda was technically Principal Yaga's son, his intel was usually solid. If it was true, that meant their class would finally reach 5 students. This was confirmed the next day when Gojo Satoru popped in, practically skipping with excitement. Everyone. Get ready to welcome your new classmate. Maki pointed at Gojo, deadpan. Why is he more excited than we are? Hajime, leaning back in his chair, hair bouncing slightly with the motion, waved her off. A few days ago, he dyed his slightly curly hair a silvery gray. Maki had mocked it instantly, which led to a short chase around the school. Ah. Haven't you gotten used to him by now? He's always like this, Hajime said lazily. The next morning, the four of them walked toward their classroom. I heard the new guy stuffed 4 kids into lockers before transferring, Panda whispered like it was top secret. Maki raised an eyebrow. Did he kill them? Tuna mayonnaise? Inamaki added curiously. Panda shook his head. Nah, just hospitalized them. Maki shrugged. If he acts cocky, we'll put him in his place. Maki is scary, Panda mimicked Hajime in a fake high-pitched voice. Yeah, super scary. Maki twitched, veins popping, but said nothing as they arrived. They were barely seated when Gojo burst in dramatically. Time for the big reveal. Here comes your new classmate, get hyped. Crickets. Gojo froze in place, mumbling, tough crowd. Maki was sitting sideways at her desk, leaning on her naginata. I heard he's hard to get along with. Why should we cheer? Salmon, Inamaki agreed. Panda just looked bored. Hajime, meanwhile, was barely keeping his eyes open. He'd stayed up watching anime and playing games again. But something nagged at him. Had there been someone else originally in their batch? A name. It sounded familiar. Then the door opened. A black-haired boy in white stepped in, visibly nervous. But the moment Hajime laid eyes on him, the sleep vanished from his face. What a suffocating curse aura. Even Maki's indifferent face shifted. Inamaki and Panda tensed. It was as if each step the new student took weighed on their chests. Behind him, the darkness seemed to shimmer with an unnatural pressure. A presence. Something horrifying. Maki reached for her weapon. Inamaki pulled down his collar. Panda clenched his fists. Then the boy stepped up to the lectern and began, "My name is Yudo Katsu." Clang. A blade flew past his face and embedded itself into the blackboard behind him. Maki stood with narrowed eyes. You're cursed. Why are you here? What is this? Before Yuta could respond, a ripple spread across the blackboard behind him, inky black and fluid-like. Then, 2 grotesque, oversized arms emerged from the distortion. Don't. Yuta's face showed panic, not fear of the entity, but worry for everyone else. Rika, don't. But the voice that answered was distorted and childlike, filled with rage. Hurt Yuta. One of the arms immediately lashed out. The pressure was unbearable. Maki could barely move. Hajime, go. But when she turned, he was gone. Kamihara Hajime was already by the door, smiling with obvious glee. He had bolted the second those arms appeared. That thing wasn't just powerful. It was on another level entirely. Even Gojo wouldn't let them get killed, but still, Hajime wasn't about to risk it. In the end, Rika didn't go full force. She knocked them all around a bit, but stopped short of doing real harm, likely because Yuta had managed to rein her in. Gojo finally stepped in and explained everything. Yuta's childhood friend, Rika, had died in a car accident, and transformed into an overcursed vengeful spirit that clung to him. That's right. Gojo declared dramatically. Yudo Katsu, cursed by the girl who loved him. Everyone groaned. You could have told us this before the beatdown, Maki complained. Gojo ignored her and started introductions. Zenin Maki, cursed tool user. Inamaki Toge, cursed speech user. Kamihara Hajime. Gojo paused, glanced at Hajime, then moved on. And this is Panda. Yo, Panda said casually. I'm a panda. Yuta blinked. Wait, no one's going to explain that. Gojo clapped once. Perfect. 5 first years now. For today's jujitsu practice, we'll pair off. Toge with Panda, Maki with Yuta. Hajime raised a hand. Sensei. What about me? Gojo smiled with pure mischief. You get a solo mission. Become a patron to get access to 50+ chapters in advance. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 11, Chapter 11, Trap. Tokyo Jujutsu High isn't the kind of place you can just drift through. Maki's harsh words echoed through the hallway, aimed squarely at Yuta Okatsu. Judging by his downcast expression, they hit home, hard. Standing nearby, Panda winced. Maki, that's enough, he said, his voice gentler than usual. Even Inamaki Toge chimed in, Salmon, trying to get her to back off. Maki sighed and slung her weapon case over her back. You're all so noisy. With that, she turned on her heel and walked off. Panda turned to Yuta, attempting to soften the blow. Don't take it too hard. She means well, even if she doesn't always sound like it. Yuta lowered his gaze. It's fine. She's not wrong. Kamihara Hajime stepped forward, giving Yuta a firm pat on the shoulder. Don't let it get to you. Maki's actually pretty loyal once you get to know her. Hajime. Maki's voice rang out like a whip crack from down the hall. And that's my cue, Hajime muttered, flashing a grin before bolting. I'm off to find Gojo-sensei. Later. Later, Gojo Satoru sat comfortably, arms crossed, looking amused. This mission's a bit unique. It might involve curse spirits, but more likely you'll be facing a curse user. Grade 2, maybe grade 1. Either way, this is a solo mission. Hajime nodded. And if I pull it off, it'll qualify me for semi-grade 1 promotion. Exactly, Gojo said, smirking. And your technique is great for dealing with curse users. You up for it? Of course. But I'll need a cursed tool for close combat. Do we have anything good? There's a sword in the school's repository. I'll sign it out for you. After a short visit to the armory, Hajime was equipped with a sleek, cursed blade. Technically school property, but he'd treat it as his own for now. He was then introduced to his mission support, Nita Akari, a youthful-looking woman with golden blonde hair, sharp eyes, and a professional air. Her cheerful demeanor did little to hide her competence. The mission was in a small town plagued by a disturbing pattern. 5 women, all young and attractive, had vanished. Initial police investigation stalled, until one of the victims was caught on a rare piece of surveillance footage. The scene was unsettling enough for the authorities to call in Jujutsu High. According to the window, Akari explained, there are lingering traces of a curse in town. But the victims were all attacked in a pattern that suggests human involvement too, so it might be a curse user. Hajime mulled it over. So we're dealing with a fallen sorcerer. Curse users, sorcerers who turned their powers toward personal gain or cruelty, were dangerous. Hajime couldn't help but think of Suguru Geto, once Gojo-sensei's classmate, now one of the most notorious curse users alive. But back to the case, all 5 victims were women between 20 and 25. All were taken late at night. Their bodies, when found, were mutilated but not sexually violated, nor was anything taken. The damage was brutal, deliberate. If this is a human doing it, they're disturbed, Hajime muttered. And if it's a curse, the pattern doesn't match. The attacks weren't triggered by the usual cursed energy hotspots. Let's start by checking for traces, he said. The afternoon passed in frustration. Hajime and Akari found some residual cursed energy, but nothing solid. The locations were scattered, with no clear link. Think the culprit's hiding? Akari asked. No. Most curse users are slaves to their negative emotions. They're unstable. The kind who keep killing even when the heat's on. Yeah. Give 'em power over life and death, and it's a short trip to madness. Hajime fell silent for a moment. Then, I've got a plan. Akari perked up. I'm listening. You fit the target profile, young, attractive, and not emitting enough cursed energy to scare anyone off. If you act drunk and walk alone late at night, we might bait the culprit out. Akari didn't hesitate. I'll do it. The sooner we catch them, the better. I'll stay nearby. Once the target shows up, you only need to distract them for a second. That's all I need. Night fell. The town was quiet, cloaked in a still darkness. Akari, dressed to draw attention, walked slowly through a dimly lit street. Her balance was deliberately off, just enough to look like she was tipsy from a night of drinking. Hajime watched silently from the shadows, cursed energy suppressed. Before long, a man emerged from an alley and began following her. Madam, you all right? You need help, he asked, voice greasy. Akari kept her cover, slurring, I'm fine. Back off or I'll call the cops. The men trailed her for a bit longer but eventually peeled off, wary of causing a scene. Not our guy, Akari thought. He didn't use any curse power. Just a creep. But minutes later, she heard footsteps again. Same men. Persistent, she thought. But just then, Salvation appeared, a taxi idling ahead, the last customer just getting out. Akari rushed toward it, hoping the driver would help scare off her tail. The taxi didn't pull away. The driver, seeing her approach, opened the back door. She leaned down, a little disoriented. I need a ride. The driver smiled, a little too wide. Get in, beautiful. Without realizing how, Akari found herself inside the cab. Her limbs were heavy, her mind cloudy. A curse technique, mental manipulation. Shit. He's the one. The car pulled away from the curb. Akari, nearly paralyzed, watched the interior shift, inky black tendrils moving within the old seat cushions. She couldn't speak. Couldn't call Hajime. All she could do was hope he noticed something was off. From the shadows, Hajime narrowed his eyes. Akari had entered a taxi. Voluntarily. That didn't line up with their plan at all. She wouldn't get in a cab unless. His eyes sharpened. That cab's the trap. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Chapter 12, Stopping Time. Kamihara Hajime emerged from the shadows, sprinting toward the moving taxi. The driver noticed him. Instantly, the car picked up speed. Hajime raised his hand, condensing cursed energy into a small projectile. He aimed at the taxi's rear tires and fired. But then, the car distorted with an eerie aura. The presence of a cursed spirit, partially fused with the vehicle, revealed itself. Strange patterns flickered across the taxi's surface, absorbing the attack and preventing any damage to the tires. The taxi was accelerating rapidly, and Hajime couldn't risk using extermination. Nita Akari was still inside. But he didn't panic. Instead, he smiled. As expected, arrogant to the end. Let's save Miss Nita first. Time wheel, spin. The speeding taxi halted instantly, like a moth frozen in midair beneath a street lamp, trapped in invisible amber. Hajime dashed forward, shattered the window with a punch, and opened the locked door. The shards of glass hung suspended, moving slightly only when brushed by his body. He pulled the immobilized Nita Akari from the back seat, hoisting her onto his shoulder. With his free hand, Hajime drew the blade at his waist and drove it cleanly into the neck of the driver, a man with a crazed grin. The killer they were hunting. With the mission halfway done, Hajime retreated as the time null state dissolved. The world resumed motion, the moths resumed fluttering, and the halted taxi lurched back to life. A split second later, a thunderous crash followed. The vehicle veered out of control, flipping over violently. Metal twisted and glass exploded as it rolled down the road, finally coming to a mangled stop several meters away. Nita Akari gasped like someone just pulled from drowning, instinctively clinging to Hajime. As awareness returned, she quickly said, "That curse user, he has some sort of mind control technique. It's unclear how it works." Hajime gently set her down and shook the blood from his blade. He glanced at the overturned wreck and said calmly, "It doesn't matter. He's just flailing before the end." Akari frowned in confusion. Just then, the broken car emitted a creak. A door swung open with a loud clang, and a blood-soaked figure stumbled out. "It's him," she shouted. Though battered and barely recognizable, it was clearly the same curse user, now crawling out while clutching his neck. Blood poured through his fingers. His once smug expression had twisted into something equal parts fear and fury. As he moved, strange energies manifested. The broken vehicle exuded a sinister aura that began to concentrate in the air. In mere moments, a grotesque figure emerged, a warped mist with dozens of twitching mouths and eyes shifting across its surface. Its presence was stronger than the second-grade curse they'd fought with Maki. If it had a technique, it would qualify as a quasi-first-grade curse, likely this man's Shikigami. The curse user slumped, and the grotesque spirit floated toward him. Then, it twisted like smoke and sank into his body. Black, swamp-like fluid bubbled from his wounded neck, cloaking the area in a dark sheen. The bleeding stopped. His condition stabilized, and he forced himself upright. But his expression was worse than ever. His prey, the blonde woman, and the young man who had ruined everything stood before him. Rage consumed him, barely hiding the terror underneath. Hajime's blade had struck true, slicing through both artery and trachea. It wasn't a wound someone could survive. The Shikigami had only delayed the inevitable. Its technique didn't heal. It simply manipulated the body, faking functionality. He'd used it to lure young women before, now he used it on himself. But it was all temporary. So this is what dying feels like. Panic twisted into obsession. No. I can't die yet. There are still women who need to be punished. His eyes locked on Hajime. Madness overcame him. He ignored the power gap, driven only by the urge to kill. Break his limbs. Torture the girl. Then die. Hajime watched with detached calm. The man had turned into a snarling animal, oblivious to the inevitable. Akari tensed beside him. If they didn't handle this quickly, and discreetly, it could cause a scene. They hadn't had time to set a veil. "I'll handle it," Hajime said, nodding. He stepped forward. Gojo Satoru's words echoed in his mind. "Kamihara. Your technique is a nightmare for curse users and sorcerers alike. Most sorcerers don't know reverse curse technique. A clean hit to a vital point. Instant death. Your speed goes beyond the human limit. Unless they activate their technique with a trigger, they won't even have time to react." Hajime had grinned at the time. Then I'm crazy strong, right? Gojo had laughed. Not quite. If someone gets a domain expansion off, you're screwed. And top-grade cursed spirits recover fast. Vital points barely matter to them. Don't get cocky. He couldn't help but agree. Against spirits, battles were uncertain. But curse users like this. Too easy. They weren't even worth naming. If only he mastered reversal, maybe even combined forward and reverse flow like Gojo-sensei. Yes. He'd surpass Gojo one day. Make that smug bastard eat his words. As Hajime mused, a spike of cursed energy jolted him back to reality. The curse user had raised his hand, something black and sharp launched toward him. But Hajime only smiled and raised 2 fingers. Time wheel, reverse. The projectile disappeared mid-flight, vanishing like it was never there. The curse user froze. What the hell? What did you do? His voice cracked with panic. The black substance on his neck was now crawling toward his jaw. His thoughts were unraveling, fueled by fear and rage. Again, he tried to attack. Hajime sighed. Time to end this. He entered time null once more. In an instant, he was in front of the curse user. He didn't bother with his blade, it'd be a pain to clean up. Instead, he slammed a cursed energy-infused punch into the man's chest, followed by another to the gut. He exited the technique as the man collapsed. Puffed. Hajime stepped aside, avoiding the blood and organ fragments spraying from the curse user's mouth. He knelt, unable to speak. His Shikigami was damaged and fading. Even in his final moments, hatred filled the man's eyes. Release, kill, everything. The last command triggered the Shikigami. Purple-black flesh burst from his body. In seconds, the man was gone, replaced by a grotesque tumor-like cursed spirit. The curse user was dead. Only the spirit remained. Hajime transferred the blade to his dominant hand and activated his technique. Akari watched in stunned silence. One moment, a hulking monster stood. The next, it was gone. Torn apart like a stack of blocks. Hajime stood there, completely unscathed. Is this his technique? That speed. Before she could say more, Hajime waved her over. They had to clean up the scene. The crash earlier had been loud, but with the situation under control, it could be passed off as an accident. They still had time to call in support. Become a patron to get access to 40+ chapters in advance. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 13, Beautiful Nightmare. Mission accomplished. After handing things over to the police and the cleanup crew, Kamihara Hajime had nothing else to do at the scene. He hadn't been out much lately, constantly training at Tokyo Jujutsu High or getting sent out on missions, so he decided to stroll around for a bit and pick up some souvenirs before heading back. By the time he returned, both Maki and Panda had also completed their missions. Maki had a slight mishap and sustained a minor injury, but fortunately, it wasn't serious. Word was that Yuto Katsu's girlfriend, Rika, had fully manifested during a mission, completely annihilating the curse they were up against. Even more shocking, according to Maki, was that Yuto Katsu had been rated as special grade. To put that into perspective, only 3 special grade sorcerers were currently known: Gojo Satoru, the strongest, Yuki Tsukumo, who operated mainly overseas, and Suguru Geto, now classified as a curse user. So, was Yuta the 4th? Given the overwhelming power radiating from Rika when she manifested, it didn't seem impossible. And no, not at all, Yuta stammered, clearly uncomfortable under everyone's stares. Panda was bursting with excitement nearby, and Inamaki Toge chimed in with a cheerful salmon. Maki stood off to the side with arms crossed, pouting. To her, this bean sprout didn't look like a special grade at all. Without that curse, he was basically a featherweight. But still, he had saved her and those 2 kids back then. He was weak, sure, but his determination to grow stronger was undeniable. Let's go. Training starts now. Maki turned and led the way to the training ground. Panda slapped Yuta on the back. Come on. Let's grow stronger together. Yuta nodded with a smile, and the group followed after her. Warm sunlight filtered through the windows, casting a golden glow over their retreating figures. Ha. Yuta leaned on his wooden training sword, chest heaving. His limbs were so numb they didn't even feel like his own. Across from him, Maki still looked fired up. Hurry up. 5 minutes is more than enough rest, she barked. On the nearby lawn, Panda stretched lazily. Yuta's holding up pretty well. Maki and Hajime are taking turns sparring with him. What is this, round 7? Salmon, Inamaki agreed. After Yuta volunteered to strengthen himself quickly, Maki devised a brutal training plan. She and Hajime would alternate as his sparring partners, each pushing him to his limit. Though exhausting, the results showed. Yuta was progressing fast, both physically and mentally. As for injuries, with Yeri Shoko around and her reverse curse technique, there was no real problem. Yuta slowly rose and took his stance again. Maki smirked, ready to face the storm. Hajime, who had just finished his sparring session, was about to watch from the sidelines when he noticed Principal Yaga approaching, accompanied by someone else. The next moment, that someone bolted toward him with uncontainable joy. White Wolf. The dog launched itself at Hajime, tackling him to the ground and frantically licking his face. After wrestling the energetic pup into submission and giving it a well-earned head rub, White Wolf finally calmed down and crouched by his side. Hajime took a better look at his old companion. White Wolf had definitely grown. Now, even sitting down, its back reached his waist. Its strength had increased too. That tackle had caught Hajime off guard. More black fur had spread across its coat, and the cursed energy within it was now significantly denser. In terms of combat power, White Wolf was probably close to an average second-grade curse. Of course, that was in combat mode. Unlike Panda, White Wolf wasn't a unique mutation. It was still one of Principal Yaga's finest cursed corpses, but not a miracle like Panda. Still, it was impressive. White Wolf could function autonomously, consuming very little energy. But for combat, Hajime still had to actively supply it with cursed energy. Back when Hajime first arrived at Jujutsu High, Yaga had taken White Wolf 4 upgrades. Apparently, he'd made great strides with his technique and wanted to enhance White Wolf's capabilities. Hajime turned to greet him. Principal Yaga, what kind of upgrades did you make? Yaga smiled with restrained pride. Overall, its performance improved. If supplied with enough cursed energy, it could exorcise weaker second-grade curses alone. He paused, then added, and I improved its tracking. Now it can detect and follow cursed energy trails more accurately over longer distances. Hajime nodded in gratitude. By now, the others had noticed the excitement and wandered over. Even Maki, who usually kept her distance, couldn't resist giving White Wolf a few pats after it playfully nudged her. Good boy, Yuta said softly, admiration in his eyes. To demonstrate, Hajime had White Wolf shift into combat mode. Cursed energy surged from its body, muscles swelling, fangs sharpening, one paw nearly the size of Hajime's face. It looked fierce, until 2 seconds later, when it sat down wagging its tail, asking for belly rubs. Still, in real combat, it was a force to be reckoned with. With that tracking ability, they might have caught their last target much faster if White Wolf had been there. Soon, Maki dragged Yuta back to training. Yaga left not long after. He had a principal's workload to handle. The following days settled into routine, training, missions, and classes. Yuta had a lot of catching up to do, especially when it came to the Jiu-Jitsu world. As for Hajime and Inamaki, being second-grade sorcerers, they often took on missions alone. Inamaki's cursed speech was especially effective against lower-grade curses, while Hajime focused on improving his synergy with White Wolf. Time passed quickly. Yuta improved fast, especially in martial arts and swordsmanship. He was already starting to keep up with Maki and Hajime. After one morning session, Hajime was working on his technique when he heard Panda calling. Hajime. The Kyoto Sister School Exchange event is coming up. He blinked. Oh right, the inter-school competition. He'd almost forgotten about it. Panda walked over. It's usually for second and third years, but most of them aren't around. Since we've got Yuta now, and the goal is to train first years, they're letting us compete alongside Kyoto's first years. Hajime joined him at the vending machine. With us and Yuta, we'll win easily, right? Panda handed him a cold drink. Not a sure thing. Rika can't show up during the event, it's just an exchange, not a war. But Yuta's strong even without her. And we can use techniques and cursed energy, so we've still got the upper hand. What kind of events are there? Group battle, individual battle, we'll find out the details soon. When they arrived at the field, Inamaki was running laps with White Wolf happily trailing behind. Maki was sparring with Yuta again. Not long after Hajime and Panda showed up, Maki claimed victory. In pure physical combat, she still held the advantage. We've only got about a week, Maki said, wiping sweat from her brow. Let's kick our training into overdrive. Inamaki and White Wolf trotted over in agreement. Panda threw up a fist. That's the spirit. Let's go all in. Hi. My adorable students, seeing you all so fired up brings tears to my eyes. They turned. Gojo Satoru, in casual clothes and his signature shades, had appeared out of nowhere. Everyone greeted him. Maki narrowed her eyes. Why is the blindfolded slacker here? Gojo grinned, hands behind his head. Is that any way to talk to your beloved teacher? I came to see how my cute underclassmen are doing. And now that I'm here, I've decided, special training starts now. Maki and Panda didn't react too strongly. But Hajime's expression darkened. Gojo's special training was true hell, designed to push students not just to their perceived limits, but their actual limits. Hajime had experienced it once before. It was a beautiful nightmare. He took a long drink and muttered, "Hell is coming." Panda blinked. Ah. What was that, Hajime? Degree. Send power stones. Chapter 14, Six Eyes. Let me think, how about this? You all come at me one by one and show me your full strength. And I mean full strength. On the training ground, Gojo Satoru rolled up his sleeves and casually addressed the 5 students standing before him. His usual lazy tone somehow still managed to sound smug. Maki stepped forward, her gaze sharp. I'll go first. Gojo shifted his stance, hands in his pockets. Maki tightened her grip on her wooden staff, cleared her mind, and shot forward. She reached Gojo in an instant, pivoting as her staff sliced through the air toward his upper body with a sharp whistle. But the blur of her strike halted abruptly, her weapon caught effortlessly by a single well-defined hand. Gojo smirked. Maki, did you use up all your strength during the last round? I said full strength. He pushed his sunglasses down slightly, his gaze now serious. Sure, this is to prep for the exchange event, but more importantly, I want you to learn something that'll keep you alive out there. His usual grin returned. So, treat me like a real enemy. Because I'm not holding back. After all. He raised a finger. I'm invincible. Maki charged again. But the moment her staff swept in, Gojo bent backward with impossible speed, narrowly dodging the strike. He dropped to the ground, swept her feet with a leg kick, and fluidly rose back up, countering with a flurry of open palm strikes and jabs. Maki was instantly pushed on the defensive. It felt like she was fighting 3 people at once. But her frustration only pushed her further. She fought with raw instinct, expertly wielding her staff, but Gojo's movements were like flickers of light. She could see his starting point and where he ended up, but not how he got there. Even if he stood still and let her hit him, his limitless technique would have nullified the blow anyway. He dismantled her offense, casually pointing out her openings mid-fight like a coach giving notes. Every lazy-looking counterattack carried weight. This wasn't training, it was a lesson. Still, Maki didn't relent. Training injuries were normal. She welcomed them. After dozens of exchanges, Gojo tapped her forehead with a clean palm strike, sending her sprawling. Next, he called. Off to the side, Hajime sighed. He's actually using his technique, how are we supposed to keep up? Panda stretched, clapped his paws together. Sounds perfect. I'm up. Panda charged in and immediately activated gorilla mode. But a few seconds later, Hajime watched him go flying, crashing upside down into the grass. Gojo hadn't even moved much, just casually warming up. As a unique cursed corpse, Panda had 3 cores, his balanced self, his power-focused gorilla form, and a speed-based, older sister personality rarely seen. His vibration palm was especially dangerous, designed to bypass armor and defenses. None of it worked. All right, next student. Gojo smiled cheerfully, eyes now fixed on Hajime. Sighing, Hajime picked up a wooden sword and stepped forward. Gojo-sensei, isn't this just a one-sided beatdown? I can't bypass limitless yet. Gojo waved him on. Don't say that, Hajime. I want to see how far you've come. Bang. A sudden gust of wind cracked the air. Hajime's figure blurred forward, stopping just short of Gojo, but he was already flying backward, his sword shattered into splinters. In midair, Hajime vanished again, reappearing on the path he'd been struck. He rubbed his wrist and grumbled, "You're seriously going all out?" Gojo tilted his head, intrigued. That was your reverse technique, right? You've refined it this far already. Hajime chuckled. How about a deal, sensei? Let's go hand to hand. I won't use my technique to accelerate, and you don't use yours to push me away. Gojo gave him a look. Then smirked. No way, would the invincible Gojo-sensei back out of a fair fight? With a laugh, he agreed. All right. Hajime's expression turned calm. He walked forward with measured steps, blade in hand. Even without his technique enhancing his speed, his cursed energy control alone made him fast. Maki, Panda, Yuta, and Inamaki watched intently. Hajime's earlier blitz had been so fast they couldn't even follow it. Now, he exchanged blows with Gojo using pure martial skill. Hajime focused, adjusting his rhythm. He was trying to feel the black flash again. Without his speed-enhancing technique, every move had to count. He dodged, blocked, and countered awkwardly, but every strike was filled with intent. Gojo played along, not using his full speed, allowing Hajime to press forward. Hajime, Gojo teased, You've got something up your sleeve. Don't tell me you'll go down before pulling it off. Hajime smirked, parrying Gojo's strike and throwing a heavy punch. This feeling, it's coming. Black flash. Maki gasped. That's the same black flash he used during that mission. Yuta blinked. What's a black flash? That black glow, it looked intense. As Maki explained it, Hajime's black flash collided with Gojo's palm, its energy completely absorbed. Then Gojo countered with a clean punch to Hajime's gut. Careful when you're airborne. Gojo called out, chasing after Hajime like a blur. As Hajime flew back, he smiled. Perfect. This is it. If I tried to use my technique directly on Gojo-sensei, I'd have to overcome Limitless, Six Eyes, his cursed energy output, it'd fail. But this is the real plan. Hajime activated his technique midair. Technique reversal, time wheel, reverse. The world rewound for an instant. Instead of Gojo rushing toward him, Hajime was now standing in his original position. In front of him, Gojo's back was wide open. Now. He turned and struck. Another black flash erupted, this one more precise, perfectly anchored. Hajime had reversed time to land it right at the critical moment. Pseudo black flash double strike. But just before impact, Gojo turned with a smile. He caught the strike in his hand. Then punched Hajime in the stomach again, this time dropping him completely. Ugh, NGH. Hajime slumped to the ground, gasping. He looked up. Gojo-sensei, how? Gojo whistled. Hajime's technique, time wheel. Pretty useful. But didn't you just show me how your reversal works? And have you forgotten? He pulled down his sunglasses, revealing glowing blue eyes. My six eyes don't have blind spots. Hajime groaned, pounding the grass. Cheater. You've got map hacks. 40+ chapters on Patreon BTW. patreon.com/zphyr_. Change it to A. Chapter 15, Kyoto High. Yuta, it's your turn. Gojo Satoru gestured casually toward Yuta Okatsu. Nearby, Panda, who had just dragged Kamihara Hajime back, raised his voice with encouragement. Yuta, go for it. Take down Gojo-sensei. Yuta clutched his wooden sword a bit nervously. Hearing Panda's cheer, he offered a sheepish smile. He had watched the previous matches and was still learning to fully control Rika. Compared to the dazzling performance from earlier, he wasn't confident. But still, doing his best should be enough. Drawing in a deep breath, Yuta calmed himself. Training scenes flashed through his mind. Slowly, his cursed energy surged before stabilizing under his control. Gojo raised an eyebrow. The amount of cursed energy Yuta had was extraordinary. Perhaps, it hadn't been Rika that cursed him, but rather he had unintentionally cursed Rika. With his resolve set, Yuta exhaled and dashed forward, leaving a blur behind him as his wooden sword swept toward Gojo's face. And in the next moment, Gojo vanished. There it is. Gojo-sensei's teleportation, Panda muttered. Yuta reacted quickly, spinning on instinct to counter. Just as expected, Gojo had reappeared behind him, and dodged the follow-up swing with ease. You're improving, Gojo said, his voice light. Much more spirited than before. Truly my dear student. With a smooth motion, he dodged again and stuck out his leg, tripping Yuta, who rolled to recover and rose into a crouch. Without hesitation, Yuta slashed again, but Gojo caught the wooden sword mid-swing with both hands. I told you to treat me as a real enemy. You're still hesitating. Your force isn't enough, keep this up, and you'll get hurt. Stunned, Yuta couldn't react fast enough to Gojo's follow-up kick that launched him through the air. He landed hard, bones aching, but quickly stood up again. Gojo smiled and beckoned. Again. The entire afternoon became a blur of training. Gojo seemed tireless, running one-on-one drills, team matches, and everything in between. Eventually, it turned into a full endurance trial. Physical limits were broken. Cursed energy pushed to the edge. Even Yeri Shoko, who came by to check on them, ended up treating minor injuries again and again. You're going to break them before they graduate, she grumbled at Gojo. The situation's getting worse, Gojo explained flatly. More reports of curses showing up, grade 2s, grade 1s, and even some hints of special grades. He wasn't worried about handling them, but what worried him was that it might just be the calm before a major storm. Shoko's expression darkened. Gojo clapped his hands, calling over the group. So, the burden on the new generation is heavier than ever. They've got us watching their backs, but they need to grow, fast. And with that, Gojo's next round of training through love resumed. Hajime used the time to refine his technique with Gojo's direct feedback from the Six Eyes, which offered unmatched insight. He discovered something: when using technique reversal on himself, his cursed energy and body state would return to a designated moment, almost like hitting a reset button. Reloading, huh? But not everything refreshed. His consciousness remained intact. The mental fatigue, dizziness, and disorientation from repeated use didn't reset with the rest of him. Hajime dubbed this strain mental load. After multiple uses, he'd be left barely standing, and only Shoko's healing could recover him. He had hoped to use his technique like a cheat code, refreshing endlessly to keep fighting, replenishing stamina and cursed energy. But that was impossible. At best, it became a limited recovery tool with a cooldown. Reverse curse technique seemed like the better long-term solution. What if I combine both? Use reversal for recovery, then layer reverse curse technique for healing, maybe then the side effects can be minimized. It was a tempting thought, but one for later. Gojo's special training didn't last long. The very next day, he had to leave early to handle business elsewhere. Before leaving, he wiped away a fake tear. "I know you'll all miss me terribly," he joked. "Don't worry. When I return, I'll bring even better training." No. He ignored their cries and left with a grin. Despite his overwhelming power and knowledge, Gojo had one flaw: he wasn't exactly the best at teaching. "It's simple," he'd say, while his students remained totally lost. Still, Hajime had Gojo to thank for understanding his own technique. Even if it came at the cost of constant beatings. Time flew by. During the following days, Hajime encountered two seniors who had temporarily returned to school. From their demeanor, they seemed more like a couple than upperclassmen. The male, Kinji Hikari, was tall and rough-looking, with a combed-back hairdo that made him look like broccoli. His stubbled jaw, cut eyebrows, and tough attitude made him feel more like a bouncer than a student. The female was Karara Hoshi, stylishly dressed with straight bangs and medium hair. Studs adorned her lip and chin. Her top revealed a toned waist, and the star-shaped pupils in her eyes sparkled behind sharp eyeliner and face markings. They didn't talk much. Hikari seemed cold and indifferent about the exchange event. After a few gruff words, he left. The day before the exchange event, Kyoto Jujutsu High arrived. The venue was Tokyo Jujutsu High, since they had won last year. Everyone from both schools, students, faculty, and principals, gathered in a large conference room. The Kyoto principal, Yoshinobu Gakuganji, was a traditional man, white-robed with long eyebrows and beard, both hanging down to his chest. Hajime had never seen such exaggerated facial hair in real life. Gojo led Tokyo's team. Kyoto's group was led by a stern woman in a shrine maiden outfit, Yutahime Iori, Gojo's upperclassman. They were clearly familiar, though she didn't seem to appreciate his enthusiasm. As Gojo teased her, Hajime's attention drifted to a black-haired girl among the Kyoto students. Her bob cut was different, but her face looked exactly like Maki. That girl seemed to be looking at Maki too, with an unreadable expression. "Panda," Hajime whispered, "is it just me, or does that girl look just like Maki?" "Yup," Panda replied flatly. Maki glanced over and saw them whispering. A vein popped on her forehead. "She's my twin sister. Zenin Mai. Stop gawking already." "Oh." Both Hajime and Panda murmured, half in awe, half in fear of being punched. Yuta leaned over and muttered, "Guys, maybe we should be more worried about that robot. And that scary-looking dude's been staring us down since we walked in." Hajime turned to observe. 6 Kyoto students stood there, 3 girls, 2 guys, and a robot. The robot, Mekamaru, wasn't some sci-fi humanoid. It resembled a Jiu-Jitsu-enhanced puppet in a school uniform. The boys included a handsome, soft-spoken guy who kept his eyes almost closed, Kamo Noritoshi. The other was a muscular giant with a scar running down the left side of his face, Aoi Tadu, who looked like a wrestler wrapped in a school blazer. Of the girls, Mai wore a smug smile. Another girl, with long blue hair and a friendly face, waved at Hajime, Miwa Kasumi. The third was small and cute, with blonde pigtails, large ear studs, and a broom beside her, Momo Nishimiya. Yaga Masamichi stood and addressed the room. "Principal Gakuganji and I have finalized the exchange event format. It will follow the structure from previous years. Now, take a moment to introduce yourselves. Remember, someday, you'll all be comrades on the same battlefield." Miwa was the first to step up. "Hello, everyone. I'm Miwa Kasumi, a first year at Kyoto Jujutsu High. Please take care of me." "Momo Nishimiya, second year," said the blonde girl. "Mekamaru, first year," came the mechanical voice. "Zenin Mai, first year." "What? Maki didn't mention me." "TSK, how cold of her." She smiled teasingly. "Kamo Noritoshi, second year. I look forward to fighting alongside you." Hajime raised an eyebrow. "Kamo. One of the big 3 clans. Then Tokyo introduced their team, Yuta, Maki, Panda, and Inamaki Toge, who spoke in rice ball terms as always. The Kyoto girls looked particularly intrigued by Panda. Hajime stepped forward next. He hadn't had time to style his hair lately, so he tied it back, which gave him a rugged, untamed look. Kamihara Hajime. First year. Miwa's face twitched slightly as she tried to stay composed. Another good-looking guy. But Gojo-sensei still wins. I have to get a photo with him. Finally, the towering figure stepped up. Aoi to do, second year. He paused, scanning them. I say. Are you all first years? Huh? Are you underestimating us? Enjoyed the chapters? Good. Now, cough up those power stones. Chapter 16, Special Grade. Because this was just a student introduction, the teachers weren't present, which made the atmosphere a bit stiff. Maki and Kamihara Hajime didn't seem to care at all. Inamaki Toge couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. Panda just gave a look that said, I'm a panda. I don't get involved. Yuta Okatsu stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Explaining that their upperclassmen were busy with other matters might just sound like an excuse. The Kyoto students remained silent as well, perhaps they shared Aoi to do sentiment. Then Kamo Noritoshi spoke up calmly, Aoi to do, maybe they really do have other priorities. Aoi leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. His presence was imposing. Doesn't matter. As long as we get a good fight out of it, that's all I care about. Maki was just about to respond when Hajime stepped up with a grin. Hey, big guy, is strength really based on grade? I thought we had a ranking system for Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. Just so you know, kind guy that I am, I'll warn you in advance, you're going to lose. Without waiting for a reply, Hajime pulled Yuta forward. Because our big brother Yuta Okatsu here is a special grade. Oh. Do you have a special grade over there too? To-do, who had been seconds away from blowing up, suddenly turned serious. Special grade. That was the pinnacle of strength. His own mentor, Yuki Tsukumo, held that rank. Was this guy really the same? Yuta blinked, caught off guard by Hajime's sudden move. Panda stepped up and added, that's right. Big brother Yuta is super strong. Maki caught on quickly and played along, smirking. Better not chicken out before it even starts. Salmon. Inamaki echoed supportively. Yuta nearly turned to stone. Maki-senpai, even you. He wanted to explain. Sure, he was technically a special grade, but mostly because of Rika. Haha. After a beat of silence, Aoi to do burst into genuine laughter. No tension, no panic. Just excitement. He looked Yuta straight in the eye. I look forward to it. This will be one hell of a fight. Then, with grave seriousness, To-do asked, Yuta Okatsu. What kind of women do you like? Yuta froze, utterly confused. Hajime, of course, knew what this was about. It wasn't some deep psychological trick. To-do just used it to judge whether someone was worthy of being his friend, an odd influence from his mentor, Yuki Tsukumo. It reminded Hajime of how he once read that To-do instantly bonded with Yuji Itadori because of their shared taste in tall women with big butts. Hajime patted Yuta's shoulder. Yuta already has a girlfriend. I suggest you back off, unless you want to die a very ugly death. Yuta chuckled nervously, knowing exactly who Hajime meant. Rick is probably my height now too. Tomorrow then. To-do declared. Let me see the power of a special grade. With that, he turned and walked away. By now, most of the teachers had arrived. Hajime spotted Yeri Shoko and Meimei chatting with Yuta Haimayori. Gojo Satoru, meanwhile, had wandered off toward Principal Gakuganji. Whatever he said made the old man's face darken like thunderclouds. Yaga Masamichi stepped forward to explain the rules of the exchange event. As usual, this will be a team battle. A second-grade curse and multiple third-grade curses have been released into the forest arena. The team that exorcises the second-grade curse first wins. If no clear winner emerges before sunset, the team with the higher number of exorcisms wins. Obstructing the other team is allowed. He paused, then added, but remember, this is not a battle to the death. Don't cause permanent damage. The purpose of this event is for you to learn about your comrades and yourselves. The students nodded. Before heading back to rest, Hajime went over to greet Meimei and the others. Yutaheim had a much better opinion of him than she did of Gojo, who never treated her with proper seniority. Hajime didn't bother asking Yeri Shoko any more questions about reverse cursed technique, he had already gotten all he could from her. Compared to Gojo, she wasn't much better at explaining the finer points anyway. That night, they rested. The next day. After a short speech from Yaga, the two teams headed to their respective starting points. Hajime and his group stood in the dense forest. Maki, gripping her long naginata, addressed the team. Remember the plan. Inamaki and I will deal with the low-grade curses while tracking the Kyoto team. His first use of cursed speech could take some of them out right away. Yuta and Panda, take White Wolf and search the central area for the second-grade curse. Hajime, you'll operate solo. Target that curse as well, and if you run into anyone, reduce their numbers. White Wolf was allowed to participate since they only had 5 first years. Yuta's strength, while classified as special grade, still partially relied on Rika, and the higher-ups on both sides were aware of that. In reality, White Wolf's role was mostly support, tracking and backup, not direct combat. Got it, everyone replied. They dispersed. Though the second-grade curse had been dropped near the center of the map, it could have moved by now. Hajime hadn't brought his bow, extermination, with him this time. The forest terrain made it impractical. With poor visibility and no six eyes like Gojo, close-quarters combat was more viable. So, he carried only a sword. Meanwhile, Maki and Inamaki moved quietly through the woods. They encountered a third-grade curse, a mix between a toad and a lizard. To finish quickly, Inamaki pulled down his collar. Stop. Cursed speech activated. The curse froze in place, paralyzed under the overwhelming force of Inamaki's command. Maki dashed forward and took it out in one clean slash. Back at the control center, Gakuganji and other instructors watched everything through several screens. The footage came from Crow's under Mei Mei's Blackbird manipulation, giving them real-time views of the battlefield. Hiring Mei Mei, of course, wasn't cheap. Though she worked closely with Jujutsu High, she was still a freelance sorcerer, and Gojo Satoru never missed a payment. Their history as classmates didn't hurt either. Suddenly, one of the talismans on the wall burst into red flames. These talismans were tied to each curse, their cursed energy pre-recorded and tagged. If someone from Tokyo exorcised a curse, the talisman burned red. Kyoto's would burn blue. For unregistered participants like Maki, any untagged result was counted as red. We're up 1. Gojo cheered, clapping. Yutaheim, sitting nearby, scoffed. You're a grown man. Act like it. Moments later, another talisman lit up, this time blue. Yutaheim, who had just started to smile, slowly lowered her hand and cleared her throat. Ahem, composure is key. Small wins are nothing. Then, she glanced sideways and saw Gojo suddenly seated beside her, grinning smugly. Come on, Yutaheim. You were obviously happy. Don't bottle up your emotions, you'll age faster. Want to end up looking like Principal Gakuganji. You jerk. Yutaheim exploded. Show some respect for your seniors. Gojo leaned back, laughing. As usual, she couldn't hit him, his technique would block it, and arguing was even more pointless. Frustrating as ever. All right, ignore him, Yeri said with a wry smile, patting Yutaheim's shoulder. Yutaheim sniffled and leaned into Yeri's arms. At least I have you, Shoko. Meanwhile, Gojo just kept watching the screens with an amused grin. Flashback, the Kyoto team's strategy meeting. The night before, the Kyoto students were deep in planning. I heard from Principal Gakuganji and Yutaheim-sensei that one of the Tokyo first years is officially a special grade, Kamo Noritoshi said. But there's likely some backstory to that. Either way, here's the plan. Nishimiya will handle aerial surveillance. Mai, Mekamaru, and Kasumi will exorcise the curses and try to sabotage the enemy. First priority, take out that dog. No eyes, no info. He turned to Tadu. Aoi Tadu crossed his arms. I don't care about your strategy. I'm going to find that special grade first year. That's the only fight I care about. Kamo nodded. Fine. That's Tadu's role. And I'll find the second grade curse and exorcise it as fast as possible, Kamo continued. Regardless of how or why someone's classified as special grade, never take them lightly. Avoid their strengths and use what advantages we have. Mai frowned. Doesn't that feel like we're playing it too safe? Kamo replied seriously, no, special grades are monsters. Underestimating them is a mistake we can't afford. 50+ chapters are on Patreon, become a member. p@treon.com/zphyr. Change it to A, Chapter 17, Godspeed. As Inamaki Toge swiftly dealt with the cursed spirit using his cursed speech in conjunction with Maki, 3 figures hid nearby in the dense forest, Mai Zenin, Mekamaru, and Miwa Kasumi from Kyoto. Clearly, they had witnessed the entire encounter. Mai whispered, looks like we were right to use a cursed spirit to probe their abilities. That white-haired boy with short hair, his technique is cursed speech. In short, his words have binding effects. Good thing we didn't engage directly, Miwa muttered with a visible shudder. We'd have been taken out before even realizing it. Mekamaru's mechanical voice cut in coldly. As long as we know his technique, it's manageable. We'll pressure him from range, force him to use his technique, and drain his cursed energy. Miwa hesitated. But I don't have any ranged attacks. Mai smirked. That's why you're our backup plan. Let's move. Track them and be ready to strike. Up above, Momo Nishimiya soared on her broom, observing the battlefield from above. Her phone relayed real-time updates to the team on the ground. Meanwhile, Hajime had climbed into a tall tree, using the dense canopy for cover while tracking Momo through the sky. Oh, right. She can fly, Hajime muttered. She's probably not that strong, though. Even without extermination, I might be able to shoot her down. Knock out their eyes first. He raised his fingers and began gathering cursed energy into a single concentrated point. Though raw cursed energy blasts lacked the efficiency of techniques or reinforced melee strikes, they were useful for probing or targeting weaker foes. Hajime didn't intend to seriously injure her. If he used too much power, the attack might spread and cause trouble. She was riding a broom, taking that out was enough. He aimed. Bang, Hajime muttered playfully. Time wheel, spin. Momo, flying above, felt a sudden disturbance of cursed energy. A sneak attack, she thought as she turned, trying to locate the source. Then. Snap. Part of her broom broke midair, sending her tumbling downward in a chaotic spiral. What, just hit me? Shaken, Momo barely managed to land atop a tree. Looking at her damaged broom and the fading trail of cursed energy in the air, her face went pale. I didn't even see it. Was it that fast? Scrambling to recover, she reached for her phone to report the enemy's capabilities. But just as she leapt to another branch, Hajime appeared. She landed awkwardly, twisting her ankle and leaning against the tree. Hajime whistled as he approached, amused. Didn't expect that to work, honestly. Guess I should just finish it here. You. Before Momo could finish, a light strike to the back of her neck knocked her unconscious. Hajime caught her phone midair and gently draped her unconscious body over a low tree branch. Sure enough, within moments, staff monitoring the match dispatched help to recover her. Watching the monitor, Mei chuckled. Fast, isn't he? Shot her down before she could say a word, then knocked her out before she landed. Gojo Satoru, arms behind his head and feet propped up, grinned. Naturally. He's my student, after all. Hajime's a beast. Give him a few more missions, and he'll be ready to apply for grade 1. Mei's eyes gleamed with interest. She was tiring from prolonged use of her black bird manipulation technique, but Gojo's words caught her attention. If you need help, you know where to find me. Especially since you're so generous. Gojo gave a thumbs up. You know it. Then he turned back to the screens, now showing Maki and Inamaki under fire. Back in the forest, Maki and Inamaki continued pressing forward. Maki suddenly stopped and raised her hand in warning. Mustard leaves? Inamaki asked. There's danger up ahead, Maki said, scanning the dense trees. Before she could finish her thought, the snapping of branches broke the silence. Maki whipped her head toward the noise and yanked Inamaki aside just as a torrent of flame scorched the area they'd been standing. Multiple fire streams bombarded the surrounding terrain, cutting off escape routes. Extinguish! Inamaki shouted. His technique activated, compressing the fire midair until it fizzled out. At the same time, Maki's naginata spun, deflecting a bullet that had zipped toward them. She muttered. Toj, don't let them spread out, Maki ordered. They know about your technique now. Stay close. She vanished into the trees toward the origin of the attack. Inamaki followed. The forest, while a hindrance to line of sight, gave Maki and Inamaki cover and reduced their opponent's chances of a successful strike. Elsewhere, Mai, Mekamaru, and Miwa were clearly agitated. They hadn't seen Momo in a while, and now they couldn't reach her either. Had she been taken out? Mai scowled. Without her aerial recon, we can't track Maki's movements. Her cursed energy is too low to detect properly. Their only chance was to neutralize Inamaki before he could lock them down with his technique. As they crossed a small stream, a fist-sized rock whistled through the air at breakneck speed. Mekamaru reacted first, raising his arm and smashing the projectile midair. But before they could regroup, Maki appeared ahead, smiling with her naginata resting on her shoulder. Starting trouble and running away. Not very classy. Mekamaru's arms transformed, his left becoming a cannon and his right revealing gleaming blades. Kasumi, take out the cursed speech user. Even if it's a one-for-one trade, he has to go. I'll keep Maki busy. If we fail, break away and regroup. Maki noted their movements but stopped short as a distant explosion shook the forest. What the hell was that? Mekamaru asked, stunned. That figure, that energy. Something like that is allowed in an exchange event. Maki, narrowing her eyes behind her glasses, spotted the monstrous figure rising above the trees. Dust and splintered wood swirled around it. Earlier, after subduing Momo, Hajime had begun heading toward the central area. With cursed energy reinforcement, he sprinted through the forest like a blur. Suddenly, he twisted backward mid-leap, avoiding a blood-red blade that sliced through the branches above. Fast reflexes, Kamo Noritoshi remarked, stepping from the trees, blood blade spinning in hand. Hajime smiled. Of course. You're too slow. He sidestepped just in time for the blade to miss again. Kamo summoned a longbow and readied 4 cursed energy-infused arrows. His blood ring hovered beside him, poised to strike. Ah, Hajime thought, so he's an archer too, but a more traditional one. His arrows are enhanced with cursed energy, whereas mine are pure CE constructs. Less efficient, maybe, but faster and more portable. The blood blade and arrows launched at once. Hajime's right hand moved. Time wheel, Godspeed slash. A brilliant arc of light cleaved through the air. Kamo's breath caught. His blade shattered. The arrows were sliced midair. What just happened? My technique was broken when. Abandoning ranged combat, Kamo activated his crimson scale burst. Veins bulged across his skin as his vitals spiked, increasing his physical stats dramatically. He produced 2 blood packs, forming them into protective restraints that hovered around him like a net. Crimson restraint, defense. Now, even if Hajime attacked at high speed, the blood net might buy him enough time to react and counter with piercing blood. But then. Another rumble. The colossal figure reappeared in the distance, shattering trees with every step. Kamo tensed, confused, but Hajime immediately understood. Rika is out of control. Something had happened to Yuta Okatsu. No time to waste. I'm pressed for time, Hajime said, lifting his sword. Kamo barely blinked before Hajime vanished. Pain struck his abdomen. His defense shattered. Kamo hit the ground, incapacitated but alive. You'll be fine, Hajime said, patting his shoulder. I avoided vital points. Just wait for rescue. As he disappeared into the forest, Kamo stared at the sky, sighing in defeat. Kamo Noritoshi, eliminated. More Power Stones equals bonus chapters. Win-win. Chapter 18, Hollow Purple. Gojo Satoru. That must be the special grade Vengeful Curse Spirit. I told you the curse recipient shouldn't participate in the exchange event, it's your stubbornness that led to this situation. Gakuganji snapped, glaring at the screen while Gojo Satoru remained infuriatingly cheerful. Everyone in the monitoring room wore a tense expression. Even through the screen, Rika's overwhelming presence as a special grade Vengeful Curse Spirit pressed against their nerves. Still unfazed, Gojo stretched with a smile. Relax. Rika might look out of control, but she hasn't attacked anything around her. They looked again. Despite the chaos, it was true, Rika wasn't lashing out at random. Under Mei Mei's steady control, the crows overhead continued to relay footage. Several students could be seen nearby, visibly shaken but unharmed. I'll go check it out, Gojo said with a grin. It's probably nothing serious. I'll come too, Yeri Shoko added, adjusting her coat. Just in case someone's injured. The two disappeared from the room in an instant. In the sky, the monstrous form of Rika floated, her lower half dissipating into smoke. Her body was grotesque, jagged ribs protruded from her chest, her clawed hands twitched, and her eyeless face held a gaping maw filled with razor fangs. Tubular growths protruded from behind her skull, twitching like feelers. From a safe distance, Gojo and Shoko observed her with intrigue. Quite the looker, Shoko muttered. How are you handling this one? Gojo removed his sunglasses, blue eyes glowing faintly. Yuta's done well with her so far. This isn't a total loss of control, it's something else. He snapped his fingers. I'll weaken her just enough so Yuta can reel her back in. Shoko raised an eyebrow. Try not to level the area. The students are still nearby. I'll go easy. With a playful grin, Gojo vanished from sight, reappearing in the sky across from Rika. She turned, sensing him, claws twitching. She hesitated, bound by Yuta's lingering control. Gojo observed the scene, Yuta Okatsu below, pale and sweating, nearby were Panda, Aoi to-do, and White Wolf, injured but alive. Let's wrap this up. Curse Technique Lapse, blue. Curse Technique Reversal, red. The clash of these forces birthed imaginary mass, hollow technique, purple. A spark of purple shimmered at Gojo's fingertip, distorting the air around it. He flicked it forward. A perfectly straight trajectory ripped through the sky. It passed clean through Rika, bored a massive crater in the earth behind her, and kept going. Rika shrieked, body splitting open. Moments later, she began healing, but her aura had diminished. As she lunged in retaliation, Gojo gave her a cheeky wave. Bye-bye. He vanished once more, reappearing on the ground. Kamihara Hajime arrived at the scene, his technique bringing him just in time to see Yuta Okatsu panicking while Panda and Tadu nursed injuries. White Wolf whimpered, clearly shaken. Hajime. Where's Gojo? I can't hold Rika back anymore. Yuta cried. Hajime glanced up. Rika thrashed in the air, screeching distorted versions of Yuta's name. The damage to Panda and Tadu looked severe, but likely not fatal. Hajime pieced things together. Tadu must have endangered Yuta, triggering Rika's protective instinct. The curse had manifested to defend him, breaking through Yuta's control. Hajime stepped forward. Hold still. He activated reverse cursed technique, channeling cursed energy through his hands. Wounds began to close, slowly but surely. It wasn't on Yeri Shoko's level, but enough to stabilize them. TCH, Hajime clicked his tongue. You'll be fine until Shoko gets here. Yuta looked surprised. Wait, was that your technique? I swear, did Gojo not tell you anything? Hajime said, irritated. That's reverse cursed technique. You can learn it too. I'll teach you later. At that moment, Gojo reappeared in the air and unleashed another purple. The sky cracked. Rika was struck again, her shriek echoing like thunder. Rika. Yuta called out in panic. Hajime placed a firm hand on his shoulder. She'll heal. A curse with her energy pool recovers fast, especially one bonded to a powerhouse like you. Indeed, Rika's mangled form slowly began regenerating, though visibly weakened. Gojo touched down in front of them. Yo. Everyone alive? Yuta nodded quickly. But I still can't control her. You did well, Gojo reassured. Thanks to you, we avoided a real disaster. Leave the rest to Hajime. Wait, what? Hajime frowned. You just said. You're my student, right? You should share my burdens. Gojo gestured at the recovering group. I'll take them to Shoko. You and Yuta finish up here. I believe in you. And with that, he was gone. Rika surged forward again, despite her injuries. Yuta turned to Hajime nervously. Don't worry, Hajime sighed. I'll go calm your girlfriend down. After that, she's your problem. Rika, now screeching Yuta's name mindlessly, lunged. Stop here. Hajime vanished. A beat later, a concussive wave rippled across the area. Rika was thrown back, crashing through trees. Hajime examined his fists. The cursed sword wasn't suitable, its grade too low to contain the raw energy. So he relied on pure physical reinforcement. Rika rebounded, her massive form rushing back. Her claws shimmered with energy, but Hajime saw everything clearly. His reflexes, enhanced by his technique, let him read even high-speed attacks like slow motion. Time will spin. Appearing at her side, Hajime unleashed a barrage, his cursed energy output maxed. First punch. Second. Third. Then he disengaged, canceling his technique. Everything detonated at once. A burst of raw power exploded outward, clearing the area. The forest floor cracked, a pit forming where Rika had stood. She flew like a rag doll, crashing through trees in the distance. Breathing out, Hajime activated reversal to restore his stamina. The effort had been immense. He'd even triggered a black flash during his assault. Still. Rika wasn't down. But her regeneration had slowed. One more. Hajime pointed his fingers, gathering raw cursed energy into a blinding mass. The air distorted, leaves scattered. When the orb grew to the size of a human head, he vanished it using his technique. Then, impact. A straight trench tore through the forest, all the way to where Rika lay. The devastation was staggering. Rika's body twitched. She groaned, her form flickering and unstable. Hajime approached and glanced back at Yuta. She'll be fine, he said. Give her a day or two, she'll be bouncing around again. Yuta blinked. That sounded weird. Rika whimpered and drifted toward Yuta, shrinking down and merging with the sword he carried. Originally, the link had been the engagement ring they exchanged as children. But with Gojo's advice, Yuta had been working to embed her into a more stable medium, the sword. Yuta knelt, gripping the blade. Thank you, Hajime, and Gojo too. I almost hurt everyone again. Hajime walked over and helped him up. Don't beat yourself up. You held her back long enough for Gojo to intervene. You did great. Everyone's fine. Yuta tried to say more, but Hajime cut him off. Come on, let's get you checked out. You can ask Shoko about reverse cursed technique while we're at it. She's the expert, after all. Become a patron to get access to 40+ chapters in advance. patreon.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Gaming. The team battle ended in a hurry. The second grade curse hadn't even been exorcised. The final score stood at 10-4, Tokyo Jujutsu High emerged victorious. Some of those 10 points had come from Rika's sudden rampage, where she tore through several cursed spirits with frightening ease. From Kyoto's side, Momo Nishimiya, Kamo Noritoshi, and Aoi To-do were eliminated midway. On Tokyo's side, Panda and Yuto Katsu were also knocked out. Thankfully, it seemed Gojo Satoru had contained the situation. Rika's outburst left no lasting consequences. After Panda returned from Principal Yaga's workshop, his body had been almost fully repaired. With Yeri Shoko tending to the rest, everyone made a swift recovery and soon regained their energy. Aoi To-do, unfazed by his earlier encounter with Rika, was as fired up as ever. He approached Yuta with his signature enthusiasm. Our last fight was cut short, Yuto Katsu. I look forward to a proper rematch. You're stronger than I expected. Yuta inwardly groaned. I could really do without that kind of acknowledgement. Then To-do turned his attention to Kamihara Hajime. Though Hajime hadn't participated in the team battle's final stages, To-do had clearly heard what had happened. I thought this exchange event would be boring, To-do said, cracking his knuckles. But I met Yuta, and now you. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow's one-on-one matches. He paused, then looked up dramatically. Hajime, what kind of women do you like? Hajime had only come over to deliver 2 ice cream bars to Yuta. But now, with To-do's sudden, familiar question, he could only sigh. He thought briefly of Yuta, and of Itadori's future ordeal. Taking the wooden stick from his finished ice cream, he answered with a straight face, white-haired, beast-eared girls. At least for now. To-do blinked in stunned silence. Then his face twisted into something unreadable. Ah, what a shame. But I respect your tastes. Still, I hope I get to witness your strength tomorrow. At that moment, Maki entered. From her sharp stare, it was clear she'd overheard the entire conversation. Principal Yaga is calling everyone over to finalize tomorrow's match order. You. Her eyes flicked toward Hajime with clear disdain. Forget it. She turned and left without another word. Hajime scratched his head. What's up with Maki? Never mind. Let's go, Yuta. He walked off with Yuta toward the assembly point. To-do returned to Kyoto's side. By the time Hajime's group arrived, students and teachers from both schools were already gathered. Principal Yaga stood at the center. Regarding tomorrow's individual battles, Yaga began, 2 formats have been proposed. We'd like your opinions. The first option is a direct elimination format. Each side sends out a fighter, and the winner advances. One person can theoretically fight all the way to the end. The second is a series of one-on-one battles. Each team chooses who fights whom. Each win earns a point, and the total score determines the victor. Maki raised her hand. We only have 5 people. What happens with uneven matchups? Yaga nodded. If we go with the second format, Tokyo will have 1 fighter compete twice. Kyoto will choose matchups first. If the score ends 3-3, the team battle result will be the tiebreaker. Tokyo wins overall. Kamo Noritoshi then asked, if we win the individual battles, and each team ends with 1 overall victory, how is the final winner determined? Before Yaga could reply, Gojo Satoru chimed in with glee, in that case, we'll have a final decisive showdown. A strange silence followed. No one commented, but everyone silently agreed that letting Gojo handle anything decisive was asking for trouble. They collectively ignored him. Both schools formed discussion groups. Panda, rubbing his chin in mock thought, said, honestly, the first format favors us. Hajime alone could probably wipe their whole team. Maki adjusted her glasses. The second format is like that story, horse racing. If Hajime fights twice, we're almost guaranteed at least 1 win, maybe even 2. On Kyoto's side, the mood was more serious. Having already fought most of Tokyo, they had a clearer understanding of the enemy's strength. Miwa Kasumi rested her chin in her palm. If they go with the second option, they'll definitely make Hajime fight twice. How do we deal with that? Kamo answered, he's easily their strongest. He overwhelmed me in seconds. His speed's abnormal, likely his technique at work. We have 2 strategies. First, we let our weakest 2 fight him and waste his battle slots. But Tokyo probably won't let that happen. Second, we match our middle-tier fighter against him first and try to win every other match. But that's extremely difficult. Aoi To-do crossed his arms, unmoved. Don't overthink it. Those first years are monsters, but so what? They won't play safe. They'll go full power, king versus king, general versus general. Mai stared at him blankly. She was sure Tadu had overheard their strategy, yet all she heard were his dramatic mutterings. Why do you think that? She asked. Tadu beamed. It's a spiritual connection. Right. Everyone quietly skipped over him and resumed discussing tactics. Tadu didn't mind, if anything, their lack of friendship potential was expected. All I want is to fight Yuta Okatsu or Hajime. As long as my opponent excites me, that's enough. Meanwhile, Tokyo decided on the second format. Because the team battle had ended so quickly, most hadn't gotten a proper fight, except Hajime, who had eliminated 2 opponents instantly. Maki, eyes gleaming, said, "First year. Low grade. Doesn't matter, I'm going to knock them flat." Panda nodded with equal enthusiasm. Even Toge gave a confident salmon. All eyes turned to Hajime, who yawned. He'd stayed up late gaming, and it was catching up with him. Wouldn't the first format be a guaranteed win, he muttered. But sure, if everyone agrees, I'll go twice. Maki crossed her arms. Our advantage is solid. They'll definitely try to sacrifice their weakest to burn one of your matches. We just need to pick the right order. Both sides finalized their choices. Tomorrow's individual battles would begin at 10 a.m. in the school dojo. Yaga announced, Kyoto will select first. Kamo stepped forward. Miwa Kasumi challenges Kamihara Hajime. Miwa looked nervous but determined. No one was surprised. Tokyo's turn. Yuta Okatsu said, I choose Kamo Noritoshi. Back to Kyoto. Tadu grinned. I'll fight Kamihara Hajime. Some Kyoto students frowned. They would have preferred someone else take Hajime while Tadu faced Yuta, or even Toge. But there was no changing Tadu's mind. Hajime didn't mind either. Fighting someone like Tadu promised a more interesting match. Panda then declared on Toge's behalf, Inamaki Toge vs Mekamaru. Tuna mayonnaise, Toge confirmed. Kyoto's next choice was Momo Nishimiya vs Maki. Lastly, Panda would face Mai. With the lineup complete, Yaga dismissed the meeting. Hajime threw an arm over Panda's shoulder. Let's hit my place. PUBG time. We'll dominate. Maki sighed. Don't stay up all night again. You've got real battles tomorrow. Hajime chuckled. Late nights mean nothing to me. Panda added, I'm just a panda. Sleep is optional. Maki groaned. Ugh, whatever. She glanced back at Yuta and warned, don't end up like those two. It's a bad influence. Yuta blinked. Okay. Toge muttered, Bonito flakes, in passing, which Yuta assumed was encouragement. Hajime and Panda were already walking off, now dragging Toge with them. Hajime's voice echoed down the hallway, I still haven't touched Breath of the Wild since I bought it, but I'm telling you, Zelda is heaven. Then, around the corner, Panda's head poked back out. Yuta, you coming? But. Panda zipped over and slung an arm around his shoulders. Come on. Real strength is built day to day. But on the night before battle. Mindset matters. Let's unwind. Yuta didn't resist as he was pulled into the chaos. Together, the four vanished down the hallway, laughter trailing behind them. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 20, Chapter 20, Simple Domain. The next morning, the individual battles officially began. The venue was the largest dojo at the school. Teachers from both sides were seated along the perimeter, leaving a wide open area in the center. Once both teams had assembled, Yoshinobu Gakuganji and Yaga Masamichi gave a brief rundown of the rules before announcing the start of the first match. First match, Kamihara Hajime vs Miwa Kasumi. Despite staying up late gaming, Hajime looked energized as he stepped into the arena. Miwa Kasumi took a deep breath to steady her nerves and joined him. They bowed, and the match began. Both wielded cursed swords. Miwa looked slightly nervous, while Hajime refrained from using his technique immediately. Instead, he assumed a stance and silently invited her to attack. Miwa charged with her blade. Hajime parried easily, observing her form. His blade techniques, developed from training with Maki and honed in actual combat, were fluid and versatile. In contrast, Miwa's style was more rigid, part of a structured school of swordsmanship known as the New Shadow style, taught by Atsuya Kusakabe, a skilled second-year teacher at Tokyo Jujutsu High. It was said that Ashiya Sadakata, a powerful jujitsu sorcerer from the Heian era, had created the simple domain to protect his disciples. The style had been passed down for centuries, encompassing not only swordsmanship but also ways to enhance cursed tools and energy efficiency. Hajime exchanged over a dozen blows with Miwa, controlling the pace effortlessly. He quickly noticed her shortcomings. Her cursed energy output was too low, her physical strength insufficient, and despite her passable technique, she wouldn't last against a real threat. But compared to the average sorcerer, she wasn't bad. Hajime understood that Kusakabe had reached grade 1 without a technique. If Miwa kept training, she could eventually reach a respectable level. Still, she wasn't there yet. After exploiting a gap in her form, Hajime swept her legs, knocking her to the ground. As she got up, he bluntly commented, "Your sword's too slow. No power. No conviction." Miwa blinked in confusion. In simple terms, you lack the will to cut your enemy down. Even if it's a wooden sword and your opponent can't die, once you draw your blade, you need to understand it's a weapon. A lethal one. That mindset changes everything. "Why are you even in the Jiu-Jitsu world?" he asked. Catching her breath, Miwa hesitated before answering truthfully, "I'm poor. I have 2 younger brothers. I became a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer to support them." Hajime nodded. It made sense. Curses were born from negative emotions. While the Jiu-Jitsu world was hidden from the public to prevent mass panic, government officials knew it existed. Sorcerers were constantly in short supply, and though the job was dangerous, the compensation was high. Higher-ranked sorcerers earned more. Naturally, some people joined for the money. Hajime didn't judge her, but her motivation had a flaw. "You don't have a reason to get stronger," Hajime said, raising his blade. "You're thinking about income, not survival. What if you run into a curse beyond your strength? You'll just die." Miwa remained silent, stunned. "You do have a reason to grow stronger. Whether it's to stay alive or to earn more, either way, that's your fuel. If you want to live, you need the will to kill." She gazed at her reflection in his blade, momentarily speechless. "One move," Hajime said. "Show me what you've got." Miwa took a deep breath, calming her nerves. She slowly sheathed her sword and assumed a drawing stance. Cursed energy gathered in the scabbard, and her senses expanded outward. Anything that entered her range would trigger a deadly strike. New shadow style, simple domain. New shadow style, Iajutsu. Hajime observed curiously. So that's the simple domain. And the Iajutsu, covering the blade in cursed energy, compressing it, then unleashing it for a rapid draw. Impressive. He sheathed his own sword, mirroring her stance. He couldn't mimic the simple domain, but he admired how practical it was. No wonder Gojo-sensei's 6 eyes were so valued. Just by observing, he could probably replicate these things instantly. "Let's test this out, without using a technique," Hajime muttered. The cursed energy around his sword began to burn like a blue flame. The pressure built. Clang. Metal rang as Hajime vanished. In that same moment, Miwa's blade struck automatically, triggered by Hajime entering her domain. The 2 slashes collided. Miwa's strike was strong, filled with genuine killing intent. For once, it impressed Hajime. But instead of clashing, Hajime adjusted mid-motion, slightly deflecting his blade. Their swords grazed past each other. With a sudden flick, Hajime twisted his cursed tool, throwing off Miwa's balance. Her blade flew from her hand, only for Hajime to catch it in midair and offer it back. Miwa stared at her empty hand, then bowed deeply. "Thank you." Yaga Masamichi announced, "First match, Kamihara Hajime wins. Tokyo Jujutsu High gains 1 point." Back at his team's side, Hajime ignored the formal kneeling posture and sat cross-legged. Maki watched Miwa return to the Kyoto side and muttered, "So there are normal people over there." Yaga continued, "Second match, Panda vs. Mai. Mai's technique was no mystery, especially with Maki around. It was called construction, which allowed her to materialize objects from nothing. The downside? She could only manage 1 bullet a day due to the strain. She typically hid that cursed energy bullet among the 6 in her revolver to surprise opponents. But Panda gave her the surprise. Despite his cuddly look, he was a close-quarters powerhouse. And while the dojo gave Mai some range advantages, it also limited her escape options. Bullets bounced off Panda's reinforced frame. Though they weren't live rounds, Mai couldn't keep him at bay. Once he closed the distance, she was overwhelmed. Her reversal came when she managed to land her cursed energy bullet directly on Panda's core, a weak point she'd identified through prior observation. But Panda wasn't just Panda, he had 3 cores. Entering his guerrilla mode, the fight was as good as over. Second match, Panda wins. Tokyo Jujutsu High, 2 points. Panda, Saiku. Tuna Mayo. Panda chuckled as his team cheered, while Kyoto's side looked increasingly tense. Momo and Miwa consoled Mai. Kamo spoke quietly, "Just do your best next time. Don't beat yourselves up over it." Third match, Inamaki Toge vs. Mekamaru. Mekamaru stepped forward, voice robotic. "I'm up." Toge entered and greeted him with a polite kelp. At the start signal, Mekamaru fired dozens of small orbs into the ground. Smoke erupted as they shattered, concealing his form. "Blow away," Toge said, triggering a gust of wind to disperse the smoke. A flash of red followed, an intense pillar of fire erupting from the haze. Toge barely dodged. Mechamaru launched a barrage of ranged attacks from various angles, trying to wear Toge down while staying hidden. Toge preserved his throat, waiting. Eventually, Mechamaru exhausted his tools. With his location exposed, Toge zeroed in. Knowing he couldn't endure more, Mechamaru surrendered. The puppet was too valuable to risk destruction. If the battlefield had been different, maybe, he thought, retreating. Toge returned to his seat, where Hajime promptly handed him throat medicine. Tokyo had 3 points now, the worst they could do was draw. One more win would secure the overall victory. Maki stood. "Guess it's my turn." As expected, Yaga announced, 4th match, Zenin Maki vs Momo Nishimiya. The result was inevitable. Momo attacked from the air, conjuring wind blades with her broom. Maki, with beast-like reflexes, deflected them all. Then Maki used the room's walls and pillars to launch herself upward, slamming Momo to the ground. The scene quickly devolved into what could only be described as a grown woman bullying a child. Zenin Maki wins. Tokyo Jujutsu High gains another point. Woohoo! Hajime and Panda were ready to cheer but went silent under Maki's glare. Next match, Yuta Okatsu vs Kamo Noritoshi. Drop a Power Stone. Unlock bonus chapters. Chapter 21, Best Friends. Yuta Okatsu stepped into the arena, his expression focused. The ground was already marred with battle scars. Kamo Noritoshi entered from the opposite side, standing a short distance away. Kamihara Hajime turned to glance at Gojo Satoru. He didn't speak, but his eyes asked the question, "Is Yuta really okay?" Gojo responded with a thumbs up. Despite Hajime's doubts about Gojo's certainty that Rika wouldn't go berserk again, Gojo's confidence was reassuring. After the customary bow, the match began. The two opponents circled each other, exchanging probing attacks. Kamo's hand-to-hand skills were solid, and his blood manipulation technique gave him the versatility to switch between ranged and close-quarter combat. His solidified blood weapons packed serious power, especially his signature move, Karihari, which shaped blood into razor-sharp spinning wheels. But Yuta's weapon was a cursed tool, and he reinforced it with cursed energy. He wasn't at a disadvantage. Yuta's growth had been exceptional. Unlike the others, Maki from the Zenin clan, Panda raised by Yaga, Toge born into a legacy of cursed speech, Megumi and Hajime trained under Gojo, Yuta had started with nothing. Yet his progress was remarkable. His massive cursed energy reserves had even surprised Gojo. Maybe only someone like Yuta could have inadvertently created a being like Rika. As the match escalated, Yuta cut down 2 of Kamo's Karihari blades. Realizing that ranged tactics weren't working, Kamo switched to close combat, activating Crimson Binding to boost his physical abilities. Now on equal footing, he clashed with Yuta blow for blow. Dodging a thrust, Kamo redirected his blood to form a net, Crimson Restraint, aiming to trap Yuta. Watching from the sidelines, Hajime narrowed his eyes. That technique was dangerous. Physical strength alone wasn't enough to break it, especially with its self-repairing properties. Caught off guard, Yuta instinctively struck at the net, slicing through several cords, but they quickly regenerated. Crimson Restraint tightened, momentarily binding him. Kamo seized the opportunity. His hands formed a seal as blood pooled between his fingers, compressing into a single deadly point. The technique I couldn't use on Hajime. You'll see it now, Kamo said. And with medics around, we don't need to hold back. Art of blood manipulation, piercing blood. The compressed blood launched like a bullet, moving too fast for the eye to track. Yuta barely broke free in time. A sense of danger overwhelmed him, Rika stirred anxiously inside him, ready to respond, but Yuta forced her back. Not yet. He had to handle this himself. Then something strange happened. Time seemed to slow. The deadly blood arrow drifted in his vision like it was suspended in air. In that moment of hyperfocus, Yuta thought, cut it down. His body moved on instinct. He didn't guide his cursed energy or force his swing, it was as natural as breathing. The blade slashed down in a flash of light. The impact split the blood arrow mid-flight. Dust settled. Yuta remained standing, panting, his blade lowered. At his feet was a small pool of blood. A deep gash in the ground trailed before him. From the sidelines, Hajime muttered, "Sword chi." What everyone else saw was simple, the moment Kamo released piercing blood, Yuta had just escaped his bindings. Yet with a single slash, powered by instinct and raw cursed energy, he neutralized the attack and closed the distance. His blade now rested against Kamo's throat. Victory, decisive and clean. Yuta returned to his team, but his expression was more troubled than triumphant. He forced a smile at their praise. Hajime, sitting beside him, knew why. Kamo's attack had been powerful. Yuta's blade, despite being cursed and reinforced, had taken significant damage in the exchange. Fine cracks lined the surface. The sword had been given to him by Gojo, not just for combat, but as a tool to learn control over cursed energy. He was probably worried, how do I explain breaking this thing? Noticing that no one else had picked up on it, Hajime wordlessly gestured for the sword. Yuta hesitated but passed it to him. Hajime placed his hand over the cracks, and in the next second, the damage was gone. Kamihara, Yuta whispered in awe. Hajime put a finger to his lips. He had used a small-scale reverse curse technique, repairing the blade. Compared to healing a human body, mending a weapon was simple. Even for cursed tools, reversing wear was easy enough with precision. The victory was secured. But one match remained. Kamihara Hajime versus Aoi to do. Amid cheers, Hajime entered the ring, empty-handed. Aoi to do followed, also unarmed. As Principal Yaga began his formal announcement, to do cut him off, already fired up. I didn't get to fight Yuta, but you'll do just fine. You're the one who finished that special grade, right? Even if I lose, it'll be a glorious defeat. To do tore off his shirt, revealing a sculpted body, and grinned. No need for formalities. Let's make this a proper brawl. Hajime rolled up his sleeves. He didn't share Todu's obsession with passion or battle, but the anticipation of unleashing his full strength, it was tempting. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers were capable of superhuman feats when enhancing their bodies with cursed energy. But there were few chances to test that power fairly. Maki and the others trained with him physically, but never with full cursed energy output. Real combat like this was rare. This might be the perfect chance. Both of them launched forward at the same moment, fists raised, cursed energy surging. Their punches collided mid-air, both caught in a deadlock, grinning. Hajime broke the stalemate first. He drove a knee into Todu's gut, but Todu laughed, absorbed the hit, and flipped Hajime into the air. Hajime landed, rolled, and sprang up, only to be met with a crushing sidekick that launched him across the arena. Damn. Todu's physical strength is no joke, Hajime thought, landing in a crouch. Without cursed energy, I'd be out cold. Across from him, Todu stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles. You feel it too, don't you? That distance between you and the core of cursed energy. You've used Black Flash, haven't you? He grinned. When you begin to understand cursed energy, the world shifts. Tell me, Hajime, what is cursed energy to you? Caught off guard, Hajime paused. Limbs, maybe. Todu's expression darkened with mock disappointment. TCH. What a shame. We were so close to becoming best friends. Hajime internally shuddered. He appreciated Todu's fighting spirit, even his taste in women, but being forced into best friend status. No thanks. While Todu was lost in thought, Hajime launched a double kick, sending him stumbling back. Todu laughed heartily. That's more like it. Arms spread wide, he charged again, and the real fight began. Wanna read in ahead of everyone else? Join my Patreon to get access to 60+ chapters in advance. patreon.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 22, Invincible How Lonely. Ha 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 ha. Aoi Todu let out a hearty laugh, trading powerful blows with a nimble opponent. Each punch and kick sliced through the air with whistling force. He looked absolutely thrilled, if he could ignore the swelling bruises and his bloodied face. Of course, Kamihara Hajime didn't look much better. His ribs still throbbed, and there was dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Realizing that tricks and feints didn't work on Hajime, Aoi had opted for pure, head-on brawling. In a blur of motion, Hajime landed a clean uppercut to Todu's chin, snapping his head back. Todu recovered quickly, blocking an elbow strike and retaliating with a punch to the chest that pushed them apart. Gasping for breath, Todu's eyes burned with joy. Kamihara Hajime, to show my respect, I'm going all out. No technique, just fists. This is what it means to fight with passion. Hajime briefly considered just activating his technique to end it. But hearing Todu's declaration, he raised an eyebrow and replied, there's one thing you're forgetting. Everyone's limits with cursed energy are different. Let's finish this. A wild grin spread across Todu's face as cursed energy surged around him. Hajime's figure blurred and reappeared in front of him, right leg raised high. With a thunderous crash, Hajime's downward kick shattered the ground, sending a wave of dust into the air. Todu dodged, eyes locked on the swirling dust. If he moves, the dust will shift. I'll see where he is. And then he did, the flow changed, rushing toward his position. Clash. Todu clenched his fist and launched himself into the dust cloud. His punch tore through the haze, only to be intercepted. Hajime grabbed his arm, clamped down on the joint, then spun his torso, drawing strength from the ground and twisting Tadu's massive frame through the air. Tadu hit the ground hard, crack spidering outward from the impact. Hajime followed up, foot aimed straight down in a crushing stomp. Tadu rolled out of the way, recovered mid-spin, and swept himself back onto his feet. Without hesitation, Tadu kicked a cluster of rocks toward Hajime and charged like a cannonball. Hajime raised an arm to shield his face, letting the stones bounce off harmlessly. Tadu exhaled, and his fist surged with cursed energy, black lightning flared. "This just got interesting," Hajime murmured, matching him with a punch of his own. Cursed energy flowed instinctively through his body. A black spark ignited on Hajime's fist. Two black flashes collided. The entire arena trembled. Dust exploded outward. Everyone watching froze. The result was immediate. Tadu flew backward, landing in a heap. Hajime stood steady, panting, but victorious. Despite his condition, Tadu smiled. No regrets. No regrets. The match was over. Hajime casually walked over, grabbed Tadu by the pant leg, and dragged him toward the rest area to get healed. Principal Yaga's voice rang out, "Kamihara Hajime wins. Final score, 6-0. Tokyo Jujutsu High takes the victory." Nice. Back in the rest area, Hajime's injuries were swiftly healed by Yeri Shoko. Greeted by his classmates, he smirked, brushing his forehead and saying, "It's nothing. I wasn't even going all out." Panda squatted beside him making exaggerated poses. Inamaki Toge gave him 2 thumbs up. Salmon. Yuta Okatsu nodded quietly in congratulations. Maki, who had been smiling, immediately frowned at the goofy scene. Ugh. I hope you two didn't catch that idiot Gojo's personality disorder. The Kyoto Sister School Exchange event came to a close with Tokyo Jujutsu High securing another win. That meant the next event would also be hosted in Tokyo. To celebrate, Gojo Satoru took his 5 first years out for a break in Shinjuku. Naturally, the expenses were covered by the ever-generous Gojo-sensei. They hit a high-end restaurant and enjoyed premium Wagyu beef and other gourmet dishes. The place was privately booked, partly because Panda would have drawn too much attention. He had no disguise, just a zipper stitched onto his front to make it look like a mascot costume. Weird. Sure. But convincing enough to pass. Afterward, Gojo treated them to his favorite dessert shop, bought an absurd amount of sweets, and then casually handed Hajime a credit card before disappearing on important business. Use it freely, Gojo had said with a wink. Being the head of the Gojo clan and a special-grade Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, money clearly wasn't a problem. Hajime didn't hesitate. The group roamed Shinjuku's vibrant streets. Compared to some of the more eccentric fashion trends in the area, Panda actually blended in pretty well. Some girls even asked for photos. Panda posed happily at first, but after the 5th request, he flat-out refused. None of them were really into shopping. Maki didn't care for fashion. So Hajime decided to take them clothes shopping anyway, just in case they ever needed casual wear. He picked up a few game cartridges too, even though he probably wouldn't have time to play them. As night fell, they stopped for snacks along the way. Despite the earlier feast, nothing beat hot street food on a cool evening. At a massive electronics store, Yuta and Maki tried out some VR gear while Hajime played an old arcade machine for nostalgia. Then, familiar footsteps. Looking up, Hajime saw the Kyoto Jujutsu High students walking in. Oh! What a coincidence. They were in casual clothes, clearly out to have fun. Kamo Noritoshi approached first. We saw you and came to say hi. Looks like everyone's here. Mai gave Maki a smug look, though she secretly wanted to try the VR setup herself. Bored of solo arcade play, Hajime invited them over. As expected, Aoi Tadu was first to jump in. Takada-chan's handshake event isn't for a while. Let's play. He was swiftly crushed. Despite Tadu's strength, Hajime's gamer reflexes and coordination were on a whole different level. Next were Miwa and Kamo, both lost just as quickly. Invincible how lonely, Hajime teased. Yuta and Maki, having finished with VR, challenged him next, and were also beaten. Again and again. Eventually, everyone gave up, leaving Hajime basking in victory. Weak. Weak, he laughed, though it was all in good fun. After bidding farewell to the Kyoto students, the Tokyo group strolled a little more, grabbed a few last-minute snacks, and wrapped up their day trip. In the days following the event, life returned to normal. Missions became more frequent. Hajime started getting solo assignments. After completing several back-to-back, he deliberately slowed his pace. He wasn't a machine. Even a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer needed time to breathe. So he made a habit of relaxing after each mission, eating, gaming, sleeping. Then one day, during a rare break, Gojo Satoru reappeared. Hajime, I've got a mission for you. Kamihara Hajime raised an eyebrow. Gojo rarely delivered orders personally. Also, you might be getting a new classmate. More chapters. You know the drill. Power stones equals fuel for extra heat. Chapter 23, Cursed Tool. Osaka. Kamihara Hajime stepped out of the airport with his luggage in one hand and White Wolf by his side. Fortunately, the flight allowed pets. While White Wolf was large, its husky appearance and calm, intelligent eyes gave off no sense of aggression, just an unusually sharp presence. The mission itself wasn't difficult, just a bit unusual. Hajime wasn't here only to deal with a case involving a curse user, it was also because someone from a certain family had awakened a technique. Technically, this should have been Kyoto Jujutsu High's jurisdiction, but the family in question had an old lineage connected to the Jiu-Jitsu world. While they produced no sorcerers in recent generations, their ancestors once had strong ties to it. According to Gojo Satoru, it seemed a technique had resurfaced in a current generation descendant, likely the result of a generational skip. Lacking any formal training or knowledge, the individual had mistaken their awakening as some kind of superpower. Hajime couldn't help but think, what a familiar story. It wasn't until a recent incident that the family realized something unusual was happening. The girl's grandfather, who was well versed in their ancestral texts, eventually contacted the Gojo family for help. The incident turned out to be an attack by curse users, which prompted Gojo to send Hajime, partly to resolve the threat, and partly to see if a new student could be scouted for Tokyo Jujutsu High. Hajime hadn't even left the terminal when he noticed someone holding a placard with his name. Gojo hadn't given him any detailed address, just a phone number and a vague comment that someone would handle the logistics. The woman waiting was dressed in a sharp black suit. Her appearance was average, but well put together, standing around 170 centimeters with a composed aura. As Hajime approached, pushing down his sunglasses slightly to get a better look, he guessed, Minamoto family, right? I'm Kamihara Hajime. She gave a formal bow. Kamihara-kun, I'm Sujihara Riko. The vehicle is waiting outside. Please follow me. Outside was an imposing, elongated luxury car. Hajime didn't recognize the brand, but the logo was some sort of triangular crest. Sujihara opened the rear door, momentarily stunned as White Wolf leapt in on his own. Hajime followed. Inside, the back seat was unexpectedly spacious, with only 2 large chairs. Opposite him sat a girl, young and beautiful, with a soft oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and long, slender legs crossed neatly under a short skirt. She looked like the type who'd get scouted by talent agents walking down the street. She eyed both Hajime and White Wolf with curiosity, but seemed more intrigued than alarmed. Hajime removed his sunglasses. You with the Minamoto family? The girl extended her hand. Name. Hajime shook her hand briefly. Kamihara Hajime. You're the one who awakened the technique, right? Her eyes sparkled. How did you know? Are you a sorcerer too? Of course, he didn't know, he guessed. Her cursed energy was well contained, likely tied to her technique. And given that she was in the car instead of acting as staff, combined with her curiosity, she was obviously the newly awakened one. As the car pulled off, Hajime noted the partition separating the front and back seats. Sujihara Riko sat silently in the front. Instead of answering Nain's question, Hajime leaned back into the comfortable leather and asked, You've been filled in a bit about the Jiu-Jitsu world by now, haven't you? She nodded rapidly, visibly excited. For a long time, she'd wondered if others also had strange powers like hers. Now, thanks to her grandfather and the dusty old family archives, the door to a whole new world had opened. She recalled when curse users had targeted their family, and how, thanks to her ability, she'd managed to repel the attacker. So, do you have a technique too? What is it? And this dog, is it normal? It seems different. Hajime let her ramble until she finally paused. Then he replied, while some techniques are public knowledge, it's considered rude to ask someone directly. That said, mine is speed-based. He nodded at the dog. His name is White Wolf. Looks like a dog, but he's actually a cursed corpse, made by our principal. That only made her more curious, but Hajime humored her. While she had some foundational understanding, she clearly had a lot of knowledge gaps. He answered the important questions and ignored the fluff. Eventually, the car came to a smooth stop. Nain perked up. We're here. White Wolf leapt out first, then Hajime stepped onto the driveway of a vast estate. A few more cars were parked along the road, likely security. Looking around, Hajime noted the landscape, sprawling greenery, very few homes nearby. Isolated and peaceful. 3 people came to greet them at the gate, Nain's parents and her grandfather. The middle-aged man with a refined air stepped forward, smiling. I'm Minamoto Takashi. This is my wife, Minamoto Miko, and this is my father, Minamoto Haruki. And of course, my daughter Nain. I trust you've already met. Please, come in. We've prepared refreshments. Hajime nodded with a brief bow, nowhere near 90 degrees. Too much hassle. Probably a bad habit he picked up from Gojo. They passed through several classic courtyards, patrolled discreetly by security. The atmosphere was calm, but under watch. They finally reached a tea room. Sugihara Riko shut the door behind them, leaving only the family and Hajime. Takashi began, "Thank you for coming. Let me explain our situation." Hajime drank his tea in one go, then waved his hand lazily. "No need for formalities. Just call me Hajime." Takashi nodded. "Our family is a distant offshoot of the Setsu source lineage. Only in recent generations did we start building wealth. As our status rose, we began to hear rumors, and some of our older family records confirmed things we'd long dismissed as superstition. I never imagined my daughter would actually inherit this talent. I failed her somewhat by not preparing." He continued, expression darkening. "Nain visited her grandfather a few days ago and encountered something unnatural. It was injured by her technique. We soon realized it wasn't a coincidence, and after some investigation, I contacted the Gojo family. Minamoto Haruki spoke up. They were after a relic passed down through our line, a sword, Dojikiri Yasutsuna." Hajime raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that kept in a museum?" The old man smiled. "That's the replica. We have the real one, Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Legend says it was used by our ancestor to slay the demon Shutendoji." Nain added, "I used it to injure the monster. It looked like a giant, mutated fish." Her mother shot her a worried look, but her grandfather just chuckled. A cursed tool, Hajime thought. No wonder a curse user was involved. But something else tugged at his mind, Shutendoji. An imaginary vengeful spirit. Such legends, when manifested through human fear, produce terrifying curses. "I'll look into the curse user, but I have another job here too," Hajime said. "Nain, you've got raw talent, but being a sorcerer isn't something you can walk into blindly. You need training, proper instruction. That's where Tokyo Jujutsu High comes in." He briefly explained the school's existence, its purpose, and how Nain might fit in, casually mentioning Gojo as the top instructor. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. A school that taught real sorcery. She couldn't have dreamed of a better opportunity. "I'll give you time to think it over," Hajime said. "But for now, can someone show me the site of the attack? I'd like to check for clues." Takashi nodded. "Father, could you and Nain take Hajime-kun to the ancestral hall? Miko and I will handle preparations." The elder led them to a traditional wooden hall. He dismissed the bodyguards and allowed only Sugihara Riko to follow. Inside, shelves filled with ancient texts and armor lined the walls. A long table in the center displayed a single-sheath sword. Hajime and White Wolf scanned the room. Some shelves were toppled, and though books had been gathered, signs of damage remained. One window was still broken, a perfect recreation of the scene. Residual cursed energy lingered. Hajime had White Wolf memorize both energy signatures, Nain's and the unknown intruder's. Nain watched curiously. "Find anything?" "Some. The intruder's not that strong, grade 2 at best. It was a Shikigami, remotely controlled. Ran as soon as you hit it. Seems like it wanted to stay hidden." He looked at the sword. "This blade." Haruki walked up, lifting the weapon. "This is the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Nain used it that day." "It's a cursed tool," Hajime murmured. Nain added, "It looked like an ugly monster fish." Hajime locked away the detail in his memory. Now he had a target, a weapon, and a potential new student. Things were about to get interesting. "Don't be stingy, send power stones." Chapter 24, Lord Geto. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, rumored to be the masterpiece of the Heian-era master swordsmith Yasutsuna, was the blade that had once beheaded and annihilated Shutendoji, the demon king of Mt. Oe, in the hands of Minamoto no Yorimitsu. Because of that legacy, it earned its legendary name. The blade before Kamihara Hajime was slightly over a meter long. Its hilt was wrapped in black, with a circular, intricately designed tsuba, engraved with delicate patterns. The scabbard was made of rosewood, giving it a distinguished, almost sacred feel. But when Hajime touched it, he immediately sensed cursed energy radiating from within. So, it was indeed a cursed tool. Gripping the hilt, Hajime slowly drew the sword. A chilling gleam flashed across the room, accompanied by a surge of oppressive cursed energy. Clearly, the scabbard had been used to suppress its aura. Judging by its relatively new appearance, the scabbard wasn't ancient, it had likely been added by the Minamoto family in recent generations to hide the cursed blade's true nature. The blade shimmered coldly, emitting a menacing presence. Jagged, faint blackish-brown curse marks spread across its surface, looking ominous and unnatural. A solid cursed tool, Hajime muttered. Are we certain this is what they're after? Nain recalled the events. That day, Grandpa brought me here to find some books. I just wanted something fun to read. Then I saw this fish-like monster crawling toward the blade. I don't think it expected me to be here. My own attacks weren't very effective, so I panicked and drew this sword, and it actually cut the thing. It ran off after that. Hajime frowned slightly. That didn't add up. If the sword had been kept in its scabbard, its aura would have been mostly concealed, especially in a room so well protected and off-limits to outsiders. That meant whoever broke in had prior knowledge. This wasn't a random curse stumbling in. Someone came here specifically to take it. The enemy was prepared, Hajime said. My advice. Don't leave this sword lying around here. Either let Nain carry it or let us take it to Jujutsu High for safekeeping. To you, it's an ancestral heirloom. To curse users, it's a treasure they'll do anything to get. Haruki nodded. Although reluctant to part with the family relic, he understood the risk. The room was filled with heirlooms, but nothing else like Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Kamihara-kun, you can handle the curse user who's hiding, can't you? Haruki asked. Hajime's voice was calm. If he shows himself, I can end it on the spot. Curse users like him usually don't get second chances. Nain's eyes widened. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers kill people. Hajime glanced at her and explained, we're meant to exorcise cursed spirits. But most curse users eventually lose their humanity. Some start off as sorcerers or even regular people, but their obsession with power corrupts them. One I encountered before used his strength to torture and murder innocent women. For people like that, death is mercy. What we do, it's closer to being the police of the Jiu-Jitsu world. Nain nodded with a new sense of conviction. Then we're on the side of justice. Haruki looked at his granddaughter with warmth, though a trace of worry lingered in his eyes. Hajime said nothing. The life of a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer wasn't something to romanticize. He was strong enough to survive nearly any curse, but most weren't as lucky. Low-rank sorcerers died often, usually horribly. Even still, awakening a technique meant you could no longer live like a normal person. Even if you tried, the world would pull you back. Curses didn't discriminate, sorcerer or civilian, you were still a target if you had cursed energy. On the brighter side, some sorcerers did live relatively safer lives, teaching at Jujutsu High, working in support roles, or even climbing the ranks of the higher-ups. That last one was half a joke. Haruki then turned to Hajime. Could you keep the sword temporarily until we deal with the curse user? I can, Hajime said. And I won't use the scabbard. If he's still after it, this sword's aura might lure him out. But I won't stay here. If he senses tight security, he won't show. Haruki nodded. Understood. I'll arrange another residence for you. If you have any requests, just let me know. Nain's parents are busy, but Sujihara Riko will be available if needed. Hajime placed the sword into an ordinary scabbard. The cursed aura intensified. Even Nain, standing nearby, looked uncomfortable after a while. I'll scout the nearby area, see if anything's out of place. Nain immediately said, I want to come too. Haruki sighed but relented. He instructed Sujihara Riko to accompany them. The three of them, plus White Wolf, left the estate on foot. They didn't take a car. Hajime had insisted on walking, to see what he could sense. Riko followed quietly at a distance, her presence so faint she was easy to forget. After a few minutes, Nain piped up, aren't you curious about my technique? Hajime, keeping an eye out for traces of cursed energy, responded, some techniques get stronger when their mechanics are revealed, it's called a binding vow. Others rely on secrecy. That's why I usually don't ask unless necessary. Nain thought for a moment. Then mine must be the first kind. I call it spirit body. I can leave my body, like ghosts in horror movies. Hajime paused. A technique related to the soul. Extremely rare. He'd only ever heard of one curse that used something similar. How well do you understand it? Barely at all, Nain admitted. I always thought it was a weird superpower. I never told anyone. That's fine. If you enroll, someone will teach you properly, Hajime said. Nain brightened and asked him questions about Tokyo Jujutsu High. Is Panda real? He just looks like a panda. He's taller than me, walks on two legs, and talks. Definitely not your typical zoo animal. Nain looked stunned. That's kind of amazing. They continued walking. White Wolf hadn't picked up anything strange. Eventually, they reached a small river. The breeze was cool and refreshing. Nain asked suddenly, if something weird is happening, like supernatural stuff, is it always caused by curses? Hajime, mid-text to Gojo Satoru online, glanced over. Why do you ask? Have you seen anything? Not me. A friend of mine at school, Ayako. She's been acting weird lately. Really anxious and kind of paranoid. That could be it, Hajime said. Urban legends and school rumors sometimes give birth to curses. Has there been a strange death at your school? Nain thought for a moment. Not that I know of. But there's a guy in my school who keeps track of all that stuff. You care a lot about this friend. Yeah, Nain said, looking at the flowing water. She doesn't have many friends. Maybe I'm the only one. If I don't care, who will? Hajime finished his message to Gojo and said, then let's check out your school. If there's a curse, we'll exorcise it. Nain's face lit up. Thanks, Kamihara-kun. We're both companions of justice now. Hajime gave her a sidelong glance. Oh great, he thought, she's a Chinibu. Please don't start talking about magical girl transformations. Still, he had another motive for going. If a curse had manifested at the school, it might help flush out the curse user. And if not, he could at least test Tatsuka no Tsurugi in the field. You do realize you still have school, right? Huh. Of course I took leave. The principal and my dad are close. Plus, I'm a top student. A few days off won't matter. Their voices faded into the breeze. But long after they left, the river remained quiet, until ripples suddenly disturbed the surface. A shadow rose from the water. The figure watched the direction Hajime had gone, face tense. Damn it, a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer's involved now. And the girl still has the blade. His eyes narrowed. I'll test that brat. If it comes to it, I'll kill them both. Lord Geto's mission can't be left incomplete. The figure vanished beneath the water. The river, once again, was still. Want to read ahead of everyone else? Chapter 25, A Legend. It said that if you walk the school's main staircase at midnight, a mysterious 13th step appears. Anyone who steps on it vanishes, crossing over from the human world to hell. The three occult club members shuddered as Keisuke spoke, clearly hooked on the eerie legend. Nain, unbothered, asked bluntly, everyone's heard that one. But has anything real ever happened? Keisuke dropped his spooky act and replied, actually, yeah. It happened 4 years ago. A security guard went missing during his night patrol. The police never found him, and the security cameras didn't catch him leaving. The school was searched top to bottom, nothing. After that, rumors exploded. Some said he was dragged into the underworld by a vengeful spirit. Others claimed his corpse was hidden beneath the sports field. Either way, the school issued a gag order, and the story became an urban legend. He leaned forward. The guards here rotate often now. People say it's because of what happened back then. Then, looking at Nain, he hesitated. Nain, you're not thinking of testing that legend, are you? I know you've got guts, but that one's different. It gives people bad vibes. Risa and her group from Class 3 made a girl test it out at midnight recently. She hasn't been the same since. Nain frowned. Was it Ayako? Small, quiet girl in my class. Keisuke nodded slowly. Probably. Risa and her group always target the weak. She's your friend. Yes, Nain muttered, clearly upset. I noticed something was off with her. I didn't expect it to be this. She stood abruptly. I'm going to find Ayako. Thanks, Keisuke. Hey. Don't do anything stupid. Keisuke called after them as Nain left with Kamihara Hajime following silently behind. In the classroom, Ayako sat alone. Her posture was hunched, eyes downcast. She tensed as she noticed Hajime outside the door and stepped behind Nain instinctively. Nain, who's that? A friend, Nain reassured, quietly introducing Hajime as they walked. Hajime observed everything without comment. So far, he sensed no strong cursed energy, nothing that suggested a dangerous curse was actively present. The fact that nothing had happened since that incident years ago suggested a dormant curse or one with a very specific trigger condition. They settled in a secluded pavilion overgrown with vines. Nain hesitated before asking, Ayako, did Risa's group force you to test the 13th step legend? Ayako trembled. Her fingers gripped her skirt tightly as she whispered, Nain, don't get involved. Nain stood abruptly. They're going too far. I should report this. Ayako grabbed her wrist suddenly. No, because. That's because it really happened, Hajime interrupted. Ayako stared at him, silent. You don't have to be afraid, Nain added gently. Hajime's a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. He handles things like this. Ayako hesitated, but eventually said, I didn't see anything, but something was there. After I stepped on the 13th step, it felt like something surrounded me. We heard crying. The others ran, but my legs wouldn't move. I was sure I was going to die. But nothing touched me. She was clearly on the edge of breaking down, so Hajime nodded at Nain, signaling her to comfort Ayako. After arranging a leave of absence for her, Nain returned. "So what now?" she asked. "Are you really coming with me?" Hajime replied. Nain nodded without hesitation. Hajime raised a hand to stop her from speaking further. "Good. The operation's at night. I'll teach you how to control your cursed energy so you can protect yourself." Back at the Minamoto residence, Hajime cleared a courtyard and began instructing Nain. Despite being new to Jiu-Jitsu techniques, she quickly picked up basic cursed energy reinforcement, enough to enhance strength and physical endurance. Meanwhile, Hajime contacted Gojo Satoru for clearance to isolate the campus. By evening, all staff and students had been moved, leaving the main building deserted. As night fell, Hajime and Nain stood beneath the staircase in question. It loomed in the moonlight, empty and still. Hajime extended 2 fingers and murmured, "Born from darkness, return to darkness. All filth and residue, be sealed." A curtain descended, blocking off the building from the outside world. Nain watched in amazement. They entered the building, White Wolf trailing behind. Nain counted aloud as they climbed. 1, 2, 3, 12. Still no 13th step. "Not yet," Hajime replied. They reached the roof, then descended to wait on the first floor. As midnight struck, Hajime's expression changed. White Wolf growled. "It's here." A step shimmered into view, an extra one, emerging impossibly out of thin air. "The 13th step." Nain gasped. Hajime released a ball of cursed energy, striking it. The stone shattered, then reformed from black mist as if regenerating. "Not the source," Hajime muttered. He tried again with a stronger blast. The step detached from the staircase, floating in midair, untouched by gravity. Unnatural. He activated a technique. Time wheel, reverse. The staircase reset. "It's time," Hajime said. "Step on it together. We'll likely be drawn into an innate domain." He handed Tatsuka no Tsurugi to Nain. "If we're separated, keep this safe." Nain gripped the sword nervously. The two stepped onto the 13th stair. The world stretched and distorted. The building peeled away. In moments, they were inside a shadowy corridor lined with closed doors on both sides. White Wolf growled. A doorknob ahead turned slowly. Hajime held out his hand, and Nain returned the blade. A pale hand pushed the door open. A student emerged, wearing an unfamiliar uniform. Vacant eyes stared blankly ahead. "Is that a curse?" Nain asked. Hajime vanished. Reappeared behind the figure. The student collapsed, legs severed cleanly. No blood, only thick, dark fluid oozing from the wound. Hajime crushed the head with the sword. The thing turned to ash. He stared at the blade. It had sliced through like nothing. Maybe it was just weak, or maybe Tatsuka no Tsurugi was reacting strangely to this domain. Then came more movement. Doors rattled. Over a dozen opened. More figures emerged, bodies twitching, some already mutating grotesquely. Hajime handed the sword back to Nain. "These are yours. I've got your back." Wait, "You'll be fine," he said. "These aren't the main curse. They're just fragments. Imbue cursed energy like I showed you. You have studied swordsmanship, right?" Nain gulped. "A little, but swing hard. You'll do great." As the deformed figures closed in, Nain's eyes sharpened. "Then I'll give it a try. Don't be shy, unleash those power stones." Chapter 26, Extermination complete. Nain stood among the remains of countless shattered cursed spirits, gripping Tatsuka no Tsurugi so tightly her knuckles were white. She had never witnessed anything like this before. Growing up, the most she'd ever seen were low-grade spirits no bigger than insects. The incident triggered by this curse master was already the most dangerous experience of her life. The cursed spirits she had fought weren't strong individually, but they were many, and she'd had to cut each one down with her own hands. Unlike her previous encounter, where injuring one was enough to drive them away, this time, she'd seen limbs flying, flesh torn apart. The impact on her psyche was heavy. Nearby, Kamihara Hajime barely lifted a finger. After clearing the area of spirits, the corridor's doors ceased their erratic opening. He tried walking toward the shadowy depths of the hallway, but no matter how far he moved, the dense blackness ahead remained unchanged, neither approaching nor retreating. It wasn't until Nain vanished from sight behind him that Hajime paused, then continued forward. Soon enough, two familiar figures emerged from the darkness, Nain, still holding Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and White Wolf at her side. Hearing footsteps behind her, Nain turned in confusion. Hajime-kun, weren't you ahead of me? How did you end up behind? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, Hajime activated his technique, moving like a ghost drifting through space. He traversed the corridor in every direction, only to find himself looping back to the same spot, Nain always in front of him. Deactivating his technique, Hajime returned to where he started. Nain blinked. For a second, she thought he had appeared in a different position than before. Before she could ask, Hajime spoke up. This innate domain is circular. No matter where we go, we always end up back at the beginning. Nain glanced at the doors lining either side of the corridor. What about those? If this place loops, where do they lead? Hajime approached one of them. Let's find out. He turned the knob and braced for a curse to attack. But instead of danger, he was met with something stranger, his own back, standing in another hallway. Hajime spun around and opened the door behind him. The same result, another reflection of his back. But these weren't illusionary projections made by a curse, they didn't mirror his movements. It was like staring into a mirror that reflected his image, but never from the front. Nain peeked around him, her eyes wide. What is this? To test the space, Hajime had her stand still between the two doors. Then, facing her, he walked backward through one of the portals. On the other side, his mirrored self did the same, retreating until they both reached Nain. At the moment of contact, Hajime felt something brush his back. It's like a spatial fold, he muttered. These two doors are actually linked. Crossing through one places you at the other. What we're seeing are visual illusions of that link. Then, a thought struck him. If I keep the doors open, what happens? He pushed the door open again. The image repeated, Nain's back on the other side. As he opened door after door, Nain watched as more and more Hajimes passed by her, like an endless hallway of doppelgangers. The dog, seeing copies of himself, tilted his head and spun in a circle, prompting all his reflections to mimic the movement. The effect was bizarre and surreal. This is too slow, Hajime said. Let's stress test it. Time will spin. A hum filled the air as Hajime blurred, streaking through space like a passing breeze. In an instant, the reflections stretched far beyond the eye could follow. Then, a sound like glass shattering. A portion of the visual corridor blinked out of existence. 1364 iterations. Hajime murmured, watching the broken segment slowly reconstruct itself. So that's the limit. I was hoping for true infinity. He turned to Nain. Get ready. I'm going to break us out. Ah. Before she could fully brace herself, her vision blurred. The corridor twisted around her, like standing on a damp cloth being wrung dry. In seconds, the ceiling rotated to her side. As gravity shifted, she began falling, toward a wall that had become the floor. A hand caught her mid-fall. With one arm holding Nain and the other grabbing White Wolf, Hajime leapt into the air, activated his technique mid-flight, and freed both hands. In a single, fluid motion, he summoned extermination, drew the bowstring, and created a gleaming arrow of cursed energy. He fired. The arrow screamed through the warped space, bursting open a hole in the twisting corridor. Then, holding his companions close, Hajime leapt through the breach. The world around them snapped back to normal. They landed in the real school corridor. Before he could even catch his breath, Hajime sensed a tremor behind him. He turned. A massive slab of broken wall crashed down toward them. Boom. He punched through it, breaking it into fragments the size of eggshells. Cursed energy guided the debris harmlessly away. From the splintered wall, a fleshy mass squirmed into view. Looks like the curse's main body, Hajime muttered. It burst free, demolishing the surrounding staircase and walls. Its form was grotesque, 6 frog-like limbs, a gaping mouth with rings of jagged teeth, and a tail like a giant lizard's. Good thing I put up a curtain, Hajime muttered. Cleanup would have been a nightmare. The curse screeched, and Nain instinctively clutched White Wolf. She handed Hajime back Tatsuka no Tsurugi and jumped out the corridor window, escaping with the wolf. The creature roared and lunged, but Hajime wasn't fazed. These curses get uglier every time, he sighed, then dashed in, blade drawn. Outside, Nain exhaled in relief, until a series of rapid explosions echoed behind her. She turned in time to see glass shattering from 3 floors of the teaching building. From the dust, a hulking monster came crashing through, and behind it, Hajime burst out, bloodied. His body was stained with purplish-black ichor. The curse's body was torn, 2 limbs severed, its chest split open, raw and pulsing. White Wolf barked, then flinched as a shadow streaked past. Nain barely had time to raise her hands before something coiled around her. Pain bloomed in her stomach. A rope-like fish shikigami bound her torso, and a giant toad subdued by Akko. A man stepped forward from the shadows, face grim. Drop the sword or the girl dies. Hajime landed, calm despite the threat. He glanced back at the cursed spirit charging him from behind. He smirked. You want this? He raised the sword. Come get it. The curse master relaxed slightly, just before the pain hit. Why does it hurt so much? My hands, my feet. He collapsed, staring blankly as blood gushed from the severed limbs of his Shikigami. Hajime reappeared behind him, blade dripping. To prevent him from dying too soon, Hajime used reverse curse technique to lightly heal his wounds. There were still questions to ask, after all. It had been a simple trick. Hajime imbued the sword with his technique, threw it, and when the curse master reached for it, the trap was sprung. Hajime reappeared, retrieved the blade, and ended the fight in one clean motion. I'm a man of my word, Hajime muttered. You wanted the sword, I gave it to you. With a sigh, he turned toward the monster. You're an eyesore. If you were special grade, you might have been worth keeping alive. He formed a seal with one hand, activated his technique, and leapt onto the beast's back. Tatsuka no Tsurugi gleamed under the moonlight. He slashed downward in one clean arc. A red line split the creature's skull, and its body convulsed violently. One more slash, and the head rolled off. Extermination complete. Tired of waiting? Unlock 60+ chapters and read ahead of everyone, Omega. Chapter 27, Special Grade Cursed Spirit, Rika. I won't say anything harsh. Just tell me honestly why you came to steal this sword, and who sent you. If your reason is good enough, I might even let you go. In the shattered remains of the school's teaching building, Kamihara Hajime stood calmly, facing the mutilated curse user lying on the ground, limbless and defeated. Out of consideration for Nain's tolerance, Hajime had dragged the intruder inside beforehand, leaving only one person and one dog outside. As the curse user glared at him with disbelief and resentment, Hajime let out a sigh. Ever heard the saying, refuse a toast, and you'll be forced to drink a forfeit? The curse user stared blankly. What the hell was this kid talking about? Hajime shrugged. Fine. Maybe this'll make more sense. I gave you a chance, but you don't want it. He raised the Tatsuka no Tsurugi and brought it down with chilling finality. As the blade hovered, the curse user screamed. Hajime took out his phone and pointed the camera at the grotesque wound. His head almost opened up like a melon. Faced with the grotesque sight of his own injuries on screen, the curse user trembled, losing the ability to speak coherently. Hajime adjusted the angle for a better view and spoke softly, his voice like a devil's whisper in the man's ear. You guys never thought a day like this would come, did you? I told you to cooperate. Sure, you know I wasn't going to let you go, but there are worse things than death. Then, with calculated control, he activated reverse cursed technique, healing only the man's head. Slap. Slap. Hajime gave the curse user 2 light smacks, showing him his now intact head on the screen. The men stared in disbelief. Slowly, a realization dawned in his broken mind. Reverse curse technique. This boy could have restored his limbs, and that meant he could take them apart again. Over and over. The curse user's resistance cracked. I'll talk. Go on, Hajime said flatly. It was Lord Sugurageto. He sent me to retrieve this sword. Hajime paused. Sugurageto. That name echoed in both his memories and the records of the Jiu-Jitsu world. Once close to Jujutsu High, Geto had turned rogue, forming his own twisted ideology and organization. And now, he'd sent someone to steal a cursed tool. If it's so important, why didn't Geto come himself? The curse user hesitated under the cold steel resting against his forehead. He's busy with other matters. I was given the mission by one of his followers. With his spirit crushed, the man spilled everything. Initially, he had used a Shikigami to infiltrate the Minamoto family's ancestral home to steal the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Nain discovered him and, by a strange twist of fate, wounded his Shikigami with that very sword. Terrified, he retreated. When his Shikigami later perished, he grew hesitant, but Geto's orders left no room for abandonment. Then Kamihara Hajime appeared, and things only got worse. He waited until Hajime and Nain were dragged into a cursed domain, hoping to grab Nain and use her to bargain for the sword. It all failed. Even if he killed her, Hajime could save her in an instant and crush him just as fast. Hajime examined the sword in his hand. Tatsuka no Tsurugi. It cut through everything, earth, walls, cursed spirits, with 0 resistance. Clean. Easy. The curse user's pitiful voice interrupted his thoughts. My lord. I told you everything. Please, let me go. Hajime raised the blade to finish it, but paused. It would be more useful to leave the rest to Gojo-sensei. A professional interrogation might reveal even more. He smiled, deceptively warm. Of course. But first, you'll need to meet someone. Who? Gojo Satoru. The curse user, dragged outside by Hajime, soon saw him, tall, white-haired, bandaged eyes, dark uniform. Gojo Satoru. The strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer of the modern age. For a curse user, he wasn't just a threat, he was a walking calamity. Gojo tilted his head and smirked. Hajime, your tastes are getting weird. Couldn't you have just finished him off? He took a hostage. I needed answers, Hajime said, handing him the sword. Gojo removed his bandage, revealing the brilliant six eyes, and studied the blade. This isn't just a cursed tool. It has the traits of a cursed object. It might actually recreate the resurrection of Shutendoji. The legend says the Minamoto ancestors used it to kill Shutendoji. That bloodline connection might explain why the sword responded to Nain. The cleanup crew soon arrived, and the curse user was taken away. Hajime's earlier barrier ensured no civilians noticed, but the damage from the cursed spirit was serious. Temporary school closure was likely. Hajime explained everything to Gojo. Then, the three of them got into Yeri's car to return to Jujutsu High. But, I haven't told my family. Nain protested. Gojo turned with a relaxed smile. Too late. I'll send someone. And given your connection to this sword, you're a target now. You'll be safer with us. What about my parents and grandfather? They'll be protected too. Curse users might slip past normal defenses, but not trained sorcerers. She looked relieved, and soon they returned to Jujutsu High. Gojo found her a place to stay in the dorms. Later, only Gojo and Hajime remained. This sword cuts through ordinary cursed energy defenses like paper. But can it really resurrect Shutendoji? Gojo replied, hands in his pockets. Maybe. Maybe it needs a vessel. Maybe it is the vessel. Doesn't matter. What matters is his goal. You think Geto wants to resurrect Shutendoji just to control him? Hajime asked. Likely, Gojo said, staring at the sky. And from the looks of it, he's after more than just this. He clapped Hajime's shoulder. Don't worry. You caught the clues before this all blew up. We'll stop whatever he's planning. Right. I'll head back. If you get anything out of that guy, let me know. Oh, and the sword. You keep it. That girl can't carry it, she's a walking target. Hajime groaned. And I'm not. Gojo laughed. Think of it as fishing. If I held it, no one would bite. Back in the dorm, Hajime skipped gaming and went straight to bed, only to be woken by Panda's voice. Hey, Hajime, is that girl our new classmate? Gojo-sensei said she's training with us. Still half asleep, Hajime got dressed, sword in hand, and stepped out. He chatted briefly with Panda, scanning his phone for updates from Gojo. A recent message revealed more. Geto's real target wasn't just Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Other cursed artifacts were also on his list, specifically two infamous swords. Hijikiri and Hizameru, also known as Onakiri and Spider Cutter, both tied to the same legendary demon-slaying lineage. If those swords really can resurrect yokai-level vengeful spirits, then this is way bigger. Still thinking, Hajime arrived at the training grounds. Yuta Okatsu and Inamaki Toge were already there, warming up. Maki was teaching Nain basic hand-to-hand techniques. Yo, Hajime. Seaweed. After a brief exchange, Yuta explained that they had just completed a mission, unexpectedly encountering a semi-grade 1 cursed spirit. Fortunately, they'd managed to exorcise it. Hajime frowned. So the intel was off. Probably, Yuta replied. But we handled it. Gojo-sensei's investigating. Hajime nodded, setting it aside for now. Watching the sparring pair, he muttered, she probably won't be in our class. Too old. She'll likely join the year after, probably with Megumi Fushigiro's group. The others laughed. So we're finally getting juniors. Maki called out for them to join the training. They walked over. Hey, Hajime, Yuta said, eyeing the sword. That cursed tool, it feels dangerous. Hajime sighed. It's from the last mission. Complicated stuff, but I've got it handled. Yuta trusted him, and let it go. Far away, in a palace-like hall, a black-haired man in ceremonial robes stared at two ancient swords before him. They're just ordinary cursed tools. What about Tatsuka no Tsurugi? Has Hisao returned? A pink-haired woman replied, no contact. Word is, the Minamoto family is heavily guarded now. A sorcerer with an atavistic inheritance has appeared there. I think. Hisao's been caught. Suguru Geto, once a special grade sorcerer, now a wanted curse user, muttered to himself. So Tatsuka no Tsurugi is in Jujutsu High's hands. No matter. These were just steps. His gaze sharpened. Our true objective has always been that special grade cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto. Soon, Gojo, we'll meet again. And I'll make my ideal a reality. Drop a power stone. Unlock bonus chapters. Chapter 28, Grade 1 Sorcerer. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. The weather grew colder, and scarves became a common sight. Kamihara Hajime occasionally went on missions, but he hadn't encountered any more attacks from curse users. The Tatsuka no Tsurugi had proven incredibly useful. No defense could stand against it, walls, cursed spirits, even reinforced cursed energy barriers fell like paper. Honestly, Hajime was curious whether it could cut through a special grade cursed spirit. But while they were more common than before, they weren't exactly roaming the streets. Meanwhile, Nain had gradually unlocked part of her cursed technique through consistent training. They'd tentatively named it Soul Spellcraft. Its most basic application resembled what she once described as an out-of-body experience. Most Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers didn't truly understand the soul, after all, it was intangible and invisible. Few could even sense their own. But cursed energy acted as a medium. Even if unaware, some sorcerers managed to protect their souls unconsciously when wrapping themselves in cursed energy. Nain demonstrated her technique publicly. To everyone's surprise, she could project the soul into a visible form, though it didn't look anything like the transparent, ghostly human figures people imagined. Panda had screamed, "There's a ghost," only to be smacked by Maki. To be fair, anyone would be freaked out by a smoky humanoid floating in the air. But according to Nain, the soul didn't really have a shape. Her descriptions were metaphorical at best. For example, Gojo-sensei looks like a snow-capped mountain peak with sunlight gleaming off it. What about me? Panda asked eagerly. Like a triple scoop of ice cream. And Maki? A tree. Definitely a tree. Nain struggled to explain others, like Inamaki or Yuta, and could only offer vague impressions. But when she described Hajime, her tone became more uncertain. He's like a lake, perfectly still, without a ripple. Beautiful, but a little unsettling. The truly valuable part of her technique lay in its combat application. When she further activated her cursed energy, it gained a soul-affecting property. During a mission led by Nanami Kento, she used it to exorcise a cursed spirit by directly damaging its soul, something even grade 1 sorcerers struggled to achieve. Nanami was impressed. It reminded Hajime of a particular cursed spirit from vague memories, Mjito. His technique also targeted the soul, and he was notoriously hard to kill. Even if Hajime cut him to pieces, it likely wouldn't be enough to finish him off. As he pondered this, he was pulling a box of ice cream from a vending machine. "You're eating ice cream in this weather?" Gojo Satoru's voice drifted from behind. Hajime grabbed another box and handed it to him. "Cold weather ice cream hits different, sensei." Gojo accepted with a chuckle and opened his box. But behind him stood a man Hajime didn't recognize. "Who's that?" Hajime asked. Gojo glanced over. "Someone from HQ. He's here for the Tatsuka no Tsurugi." The men stepped forward and bowed. "I am Iwai-sabu. I've come on behalf of headquarters to retrieve the Tatsuka no Tsurugi for safekeeping. It's a special grade cursed object that poses a risk of reviving the vengeful spirit, Shutendoji. For everyone's safety, it must be sealed." Hajime looked to Gojo, who gave a nonchalant shrug. "But this sword originally belonged to the Minamoto family." Hajime argued. "The family head has already agreed," Iwai-sabu replied with a practiced smile. "As of now, this blade is property of Jujutsu headquarters." Seeing no point in arguing, Hajime tossed the sword to him. Iwai-sabu caught it carefully, wrapped it in sealing talismans, bowed, and departed. "It was a good sword," Hajime muttered. Gojo flicked his empty ice cream box into a nearby trash bin and walked ahead. "You'll be able to request it again after purification. The curse is tied to the blade, but it can be removed. I actually came to give you a mission," he added. "It's a little complicated. You'll be going with Nanami." That got Hajime's attention. Gojo explained, "A criminal group somehow spawned a cursed spirit. The situation's messy. We can't just storm in and take everyone out, they're civilians, technically. So we're cooperating with the police. We handle the curse, they handle the rest. So I have to sneak in, deal with the curse, and not draw too much attention," Hajime sighed. "Figures you'd come to me." Also, Gojo added, "Intelligence suggests the cursed spirit is tied to another special grade cursed object. That's why Nanami's coming too." "All right, I'll do it." Hajime grinned. "But what about my grade 1 promotion?" "This mission is it," Gojo replied with a smirk. "Do well, and it's yours." Nanami Kento looked Hajime over with a brief nod. He appreciated the student's respectful bow, not quite what he expected from someone trained by Gojo. Although that red hair's new, Nanami noted. Hajime caught the glance. Cosplayed Himura Kenshin during a break. Nanami didn't respond, motioning him toward the car where Yeri was waiting to drive them. As they rode, Hajime reviewed the mission details aloud. Nanami listened, then said, "If you handle things cleanly, this could be enough to qualify you for grade 1. I'll stay back unless necessary. Be careful." Their destination was a heavily guarded compound in the suburbs. Tall fences lined with barbed wire surrounded the place like a cage. Waiting nearby in the woods were police officers with live ammo. Nanami stepped out to speak with a man who introduced himself as Kobashi Nobuhide. "Once the curse is neutralized, notify us through this radio. We'll handle the rest. Try not to kill anyone unless absolutely necessary." After accepting the radio, Hajime followed Nanami toward the gate. "Do all of them know about Jujutsu?" "No," Nanami replied. "Only Kobashi. He's one of the rare civilians who can see curses, but he lacks the energy to exorcise them. He serves as a liaison for special cases." They approached the front gate, an aging, rusted iron slab bristling with hidden security cameras. "So we're just walking in?" Hajime asked. Nanami raised a hand, sword wrapped in talismans already drawn. "These guys run a fake religion, scammers using fear to control people. Infiltration isn't likely to work." He nodded toward a hidden blinking camera. "We've already been seen." "I'll handle it," Hajime said, unsheathing his blade. In a flash of light, the gate dropped with a metallic crash. Inside, over a dozen men in suits burst from the front building, brandishing pistols. Hajime rolled his eyes. "Guns? Really?" He vanished. By the time the attackers even blinked, their weapons were gone, and they collapsed unconscious. Nanami sighed as he stepped past their limp bodies. "Kids these days." Hajime moved quickly through the compound. Most of the guards were jokes, thugs with no cursed energy, easily knocked out. But as he descended into a grim basement, he found rows of people crouched by computers, their expressions blank. Chat windows with names like Believer XXX confirmed it, this was fraud disguised as faith. On the upper floors, luxury replaced filth. Crystal lights, marble tiles, and high-end decor filled a massive lounge where men in suits nervously watched surveillance footage. A red-haired youth waved playfully at the camera. A cigar-smoking man slammed his fist on the table. "Who the hell is this brat? Where's security? Why isn't anyone stopping him?" Panic spread, but one man at the table, their leader, remained calm. "The High God hasn't acted yet," he said coldly. "No matter who this brat is, the High God will kill him." He turned to a tattooed subordinate. "Prepare 5 sacrifices. Offer them now." Hajime, having reached the heart of the compound, stopped cold. There, inside cages meant for animals, were young women, many underage. Their bodies were scarred. Their eyes were hollow. His grip tightened around his blade. But now wasn't the time to free them. The enemy, the real threat, was still nearby. Suddenly, high-pitched screams rang out. They came from nearby, same floor. Without hesitation, Hajime dashed toward the source. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Change it to A, Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Cursed Spirit. Kamihara Hajime kicked open the wooden door, splinters scattering around him as he strode down the corridor. The terrified screams ahead aligned with the curse's aura, which had spiked to its peak. He broke through another door and entered a gruesome scene. A tattooed man knelt before 2 fresh corpses, clutching a bloodied knife, his expression a twisted mix of ecstasy and dread. At the center of the room loomed a grotesque curse. It resembled a massive block of flesh with a single, vertical eye, black and red, like an insect trapped in amber, staring directly at Hajime. No limbs, just 2 oversized human-like arms supporting its squarish mass. A gaping, toothless maw stretched across its underside, and its 6 grotesque faces were riddled with twitching eyes, resembling a monstrous die. It was devouring half a corpse, blood suspended in the air mid-spray, frozen in a nightmarish tableau. Without hesitation, Hajime released his current technique and infused it with energy from his reverse curse technique. Time wheel, reversal. His focus, the victims. Channeling his cursed energy, Hajime cast technique reversal on the recently slain civilians. Resistance struck him like a wall, the curse's presence, likely special grade, blocked his reversal. His cursed energy drained rapidly, and pain throbbed in his skull. A sudden trickle of warmth slid down his lip, blood. The technique cut off, forcibly interrupted. The 4 civilians blinked, stunned and still etched with fear. They looked around in confusion, only to collapse in terror once they saw the tattooed man still clutching his knife. What happened? The man's memory remained fixed on the offering he had just performed. But now 4 sacrifices were alive. Trembling, he turned to Hajime. It was you. You ruined the offering to the high god. You'll be the next sacrifice. He charged, knife raised. But Hajime, eyes still locked on the curse, barely acknowledged him. When the man reached for Hajime's neck, a kick sent him flying into the wall with bone-crunching force. He coughed a spray of blood midair before crumpling to the ground, alive, but barely. Hajime. Nanami Kento appeared in the doorway, eyes narrowing as he sensed the curse's overwhelming presence. He instinctively reached for his weapon. Nanami-senpai, Hajime said without turning, please get those 4 out of here. Nanami nodded, pulling a trembling woman to her feet. Move, all of you. Now. Time will spin. Godspeed / Blades of cursed energy cleaved through the curse's bloated form. Black blood sprayed across Hajime's uniform. In his hand, the cursed tool shattered, the strain of infused energy and rapid strikes proving too much. With a shriek, the curse responded. Its main eye gleamed ominously, firing a beam of black-gray light. The attack scorched the air but missed Hajime. The curse's other eyes swiveled, another threat had appeared behind it. A raised fist glowed with cursed energy. One punch. Then another. Black flash. Then, technique reversal. Hajime froze time in his mind and hit again. Pseudo-black flash, double. The black, chaotic energy cracked through the curse's main eye, rupturing it. But Hajime wasn't done. His fist surged again with roaring black light. Pseudo-black flash, triple. He punched straight into the ruined eye socket. The cursed spirit howled as its form shattered and flung through the back wall, punching a gory exit from the building. Behind Hajime, the tattooed man stirred, dazed. That was the high god. I saw him. A shadow loomed. Hajime, soaked in blood, lifted him effortlessly. The man's joy turned to horror as Hajime carried him toward the demolished wall. The cursed spirit had already begun regenerating. Its twisted body knit itself back together, the smashed eye regrowing rapidly. Hajime muttered. Its recovery just sped up. Nanami stepped beside him. It's fear. Hajime glanced down at the tattooed man, no longer terrified, but eerily calm. His gaze toward the curse was full of awe, not dread. You're saying the curse feeds on fear? Nanami nodded. The more fear it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Understanding dawned. If this special grade curse thrived on fear, it could snowball in power, fear leading to growth, which would fuel even more fear. Perhaps that's how it grew so strong in this hellhole. Endless fear, generation after generation, feeding it. Without hesitation, Hajime hooked the tattooed man with his foot and hurled him at the curse. As expected, it didn't hesitate, it crushed him into a pulp. Nanami loosened his tie, watching silently. Killing civilians was forbidden, but if the curse had done it, there was no breach of the code. As he readied to attack, Hajime stopped him. Nanami-senpai, let me handle this. Their leader's still on the rooftop. The rest of the victims are inside. Please manage the situation here. If this thing stays, it'll keep growing stronger. The cursed building echoed with fresh sounds of terror. Victims, unaware of the battle but haunted by past horrors, unknowingly fed the curse. In an instant, its regeneration accelerated. More eyes glowed, then beams of black energy shot forth again. The blasts carved deep craters through the building behind them. There wasn't time. Hajime activated his technique and vanished, taking the cursed spirit with him. The building shook, only a gaping hole left behind where they once stood. Don't be shy, send those power stones. Chapter 30, Time Arrow. After leading the cursed spirit away from the fear-infested building, Kamihara Hajime found himself outside the barrier. The veil erected here was primarily to contain civilians, it offered little resistance to Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. Unfortunately, this meant the cursed spirit had broken through part of it during their exit. It wouldn't be long before the entire barrier collapsed. The good news? Hajime had lured the curse into an isolated area, surrounded by forest, devoid of roads or signs of life. No civilians would witness what was about to unfold. Feeding on fear, huh? Too bad there's nothing to terrify people out here. If you absorbed anger, maybe we'd have a different situation, but no matter. You're dead today. Not even God can save you. Hajime raised his right hand, fingers curling as if grasping something. A stream of pale blue cursed energy erupted from his palm, coalescing into a twisting mass. In a flash, it condensed into a short spear, swirling with unstable power. Its light shifted gradually from azure to white. At a glance, it looked like mist or a bundle of clouds caught in his hand, constantly in motion. This was a prototype, an experiment with his technique. Hajime had been theorizing, if simply accelerating his cursed technique only made attacks harder to counter, then the core of its destructive power still relied on the amount of cursed energy he could output. But what if he launched his technique like a projectile, imbuing it with temporal acceleration? Not by applying the time effect to his target, which would only risk side effects, but by accelerating the damage itself. He had already learned that using his technique on enemies directly caused unpredictable results. Accelerating someone else could even eat away at their lifespan, but the side effects were too dangerous for controlled combat. Only when applied to himself, thanks to technique reversal, could Hajime neutralize those risks. That was why he hadn't aged prematurely like others might. Instead, Hajime devised a new approach: merge his attack with his technique, causing damage and accelerating its spread within the enemy. Rather than accelerating the target, he'd accelerate the injury. Gojo-sensei had helped him brainstorm the method. With the aid of the 6 eyes, the concept was refined, though Hajime's control was still shaky. The technique remained unstable, its form inconsistent, but it showed promise. Now, he took a throwing stance, spear poised in hand. And as he launched forward, it was as though time warped with him. The spear shimmered through the air, crossing boundaries like it pierced reality itself. The curse stumbled. Chunks of its grotesque flesh burst apart, dry and decayed even before hitting the ground. The attack had done more than Hajime expected. The cursed spirit's body was destabilizing at a core level. Logically, the curse had recently absorbed fresh fear, it should have had enough energy to regenerate. But it didn't. The nearly meter-long gash across its form pulsed weakly, flesh squirming but failing to heal. It wasn't a matter of surface wounds. Something deeper had been undone. An alien cursed energy had seeped into the wound, corrupting it from within. Like removing a load-bearing brick from the base of a tower, the collapse wasn't gradual, it was immediate. Systems meant to regulate its recovery were bypassed, and the body began to fail before it could react. Still thrashing, the curse began to swell and rupture. From its cracking skin, clusters of eyeballs peeked through, and fired. Black beams of cursed light screamed toward Hajime. He raised a hand to deflect the first one, but it drained a significant portion of his energy. With a flash, he vanished into the smoke, cloaking himself. Then, quietly, he condensed his energy again. He merged his technique into the next attack, watching as it struck true once more. Time arrow. That's what he would call it. Not a spear, not really. The form didn't matter much. It could be shaped like an arrow, maybe even blades someday. What mattered was the concept, a projectile imbued with accelerated destructive force, affecting only his enemies. He knocked 3 ethereal arrows into the air with a bow-like gesture. His right arm drew back. His left hand extended. 3 shimmering white projectiles launched, embedding themselves into the curse's rotting flesh. They hadn't even detonated before the next 2 strikes followed instantly. The curse's attempts to retaliate scattered erratically. Its accuracy was gone. It flailed, firing beams in all directions, but none struck Hajime. Wave after wave of time arrows tore through its body. And here, it could no longer draw power from fear. Each time it attempted to flee, it failed. Hajime's cursed energy continued to surge, but his mind was exhausted. Blood streaked his face, his own or the curse's, he couldn't tell anymore. It's time to end this. The curse had lost 3 of its limbs. Hajime spun the time wheel one last time. A flurry of punches followed, each blow infused with devastating energy. He struck the exposed cluster of eyes, feeling them collapse under his fists like grapes crushed in a barrel. With each black flash, cursed fluid exploded from the wounds. The monster's scream slowed, weakening until they faded completely. Its deformed body finally crumbled into dust. Only once Hajime confirmed the curse's complete exorcism did he allow himself to exhale. The battle had been short. His worst injury had come from overexerting himself while trying to reverse the effects on the swallowed victims earlier. His body was fine, his spirit, exhausted. He looked back. The barrier around the original site had mostly dissipated. With a quick boost of cursed energy, he returned to the building using his technique. Inside, the rescued victims had gathered. Their faces were a blur of shock, relief, and disbelief. Hajime didn't linger. He headed for the top floor, and found Nanami Kento, surrounded by 12 bound men and a single bound woman. As Hajime released his technique and appeared in the room, several people gasped. Nanami spun around, blade drawn, only to lower it upon recognizing him. "You're back already?" Nanami asked. "I was just about to head your way." "The curse has been exorcised," Hajime said calmly. "Speed is my specialty." "Thank you for the concern, senpai." Nanami smiled faintly behind his tinted lenses. "Excellent work. You'll be up for first grade soon, no doubt." Hajime showed no expression of pride. He instead nodded at the captured criminals. "What's going to happen to them?" Nanami's eyes darkened as he thought back to what he'd seen. He loosened his tie. The police will handle it. Evidence should surface during the investigation. Some might face execution. The rest, the courts will decide. Hajime's cold gaze hadn't softened. His face, smeared with drying blood, gave him a grim, spectral look. Nanami's tone grew serious. Someone else will judge them, Hajime. You can't do it yourself. He didn't need to say more. If Hajime killed them, the higher-ups would investigate. A trace of his cursed energy on their bodies would make him a target for discipline, or worse. Gojo's students were already under scrutiny. I know, Hajime said simply. Let's bring them out. The rest isn't our concern. He walked forward, gathered the ropes binding the group, and hauled them toward the stairs. Their bodies bounced helplessly, heads striking the steps as they were dragged. No concern in Hajime's eyes. He didn't care. The lobby was full of survivors, those Nanami had saved earlier. They had tried to escape but were blocked by the residual veil, which had since weakened. They returned here, confused and frightened. Now, they stared as Hajime entered, trailing the criminals behind him. Gasps and murmurs broke out. He dropped the ropes at the center of the lobby, stretched, and turned to Nanami. It's filthy in here. Let's wait outside. Our mission's complete. No need to stay, right? Nanami gave one last sweeping glance at the crowd. Their fear and disbelief had shifted into anger, and the tide was turning. Right. It's quitting time, he agreed. I've called the police. They'll be here in 3 minutes. Together, they left the building. Behind them, the captured criminals screamed for help. Hajime casually closed the door on their voices. Nanami adjusted his collar. This might stir up trouble, you know. Let Gojo-sensei handle it, Hajime replied with a shrug. Anyway, I'm starving, want to grab a bite. Want to read ahead of everyone else. Chapter 31, Suguru Ghetto. Most of those people died on the spot, and a few who made it to the hospital are probably permanently disabled. Even though you weren't directly responsible, Jujutsu High has accused you of deliberately causing their deaths. They're also suspecting you of murder, based on the survivors' testimonies. Kamihara Hajime looked at Gojo Satoru, who appeared indifferent, and scratched his head, feigning innocence. How could that be? I clearly saved them and handed them over to the police. I didn't expect them to turn on each other. I couldn't control that. Gojo leaned back on the sofa, brushing past the subject. Hajime, you know I've always had issues with Jujutsu High, right? Those old men are stubborn, and honestly, lacking a conscience. They're targeting you to get at me. Once they catch a whiff of weakness, they'll circle like flies around garbage. Hajime went quiet for a moment before asking, Sensei, aren't you going to ask me why I did it? Gojo's lips curled into a small smile behind his sunglasses. I know what kind of person you are. I've watched you grow. Maybe you're not the kind to die for some noble ideal, but you've never been able to stand by when something ugly happens. I've already handled the fallout with Jujutsu High. Technically, you only dragged those people down the stairs and caused some injuries. But your grade evaluation might be postponed for a bit. He paused at the door. Oh, and Hajime. Gojo stopped and looked over his shoulder. What do you think defines strength and weakness? I mean between jujutsu sorcerers and regular people. Hajime blinked, taken off guard, then thought for a moment. In terms of raw power, jujutsu sorcerers are obviously the strong. But that's just like regular society, there are always gaps, status differences, and barriers. The divide between a civilian and a jujutsu sorcerer is just wider. In other ways, we're the same. Not all descendants of sorcerers inherit techniques. Sometimes, sorcerers are born to normal families. You can't just use strength to define people. Otherwise, Sensei, what separates most sorcerers from ordinary people in your eyes? He snapped his fingers. There's a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. But I prefer, with great authority comes great responsibility. Jujutsu High holds authority, so they're in charge of protecting Japan from cursed spirits. Me. I'm just a regular sorcerer on payroll. I complete missions. And then there's special grades like you, or Yuki Tsukumo-senpai, who often stays overseas. She never asked for that authority, so she doesn't carry its burdens. Gojo didn't respond. He turned his gaze to the sky, his voice low. Enough. Something's happened. We've got intruders at Jujutsu High. Hajime's expression sharpened. He stepped outside and saw a shadow in the sky, bird-like, approaching rapidly. Gojo vanished, his voice trailing, head to the main gate. Without hesitation, Hajime activated his technique and rushed there. As he arrived, he heard a black-haired man in a kasaya speaking to Yudo Katsu. Maki, Panda, and Inamaki Toge were also nearby. On the opposite side of the path stood a massive, four-winged pelican and several other individuals. The black-haired man's voice was clear. Kill all non-sorcerers and create a world only for Jujutsu sorcerers. A madman, Hajime thought grimly. Then Gojo appeared ahead of him, stepping between the men and the students. Don't poison my students with your delusions, Suguru Geto. So that's him. Special grade curse user, Suguru Geto. Geto smiled at Gojo. It's been a while. I hear this batch of students is promising. And you're leading them. Suguru Geto, Gojo said flatly, stay away from them. Behind him, Yaga Masamichi and other sorcerers arrived. Geto barely acknowledged them and instead turned to Hajime. You must be Kamihara Hajime. I've heard about you. So, what do you say? Have you seen the ugliness of those monkeys? Join us. Help build a new world. Hajime smiled. Sorry, uncle, but I'm not into cults. Neither are my friends. Kindly take your madness elsewhere. Huh. How dare you speak to Hajime-sama like that, one of Geto's followers snapped. Ignoring them, Hajime glanced at Gojo and asked, Sensei, they're all curse users, right? Should we subdue or eliminate them? Geto's smile wavered slightly. Gojo shook his head. He's prepared. If you attack him or his team, he'll unleash all the cursed spirits he's got. Some of them could be real trouble. Hajime stayed silent. He'd spoken because Geto was trying to manipulate their classmates. But it seemed this wasn't going to turn into a fight yet. When Geto turned his hostility toward Maki, toward those he deemed beneath him, Yuta stepped forward, firm in his rejection. Gojo quickly inserted himself between them. What are you really here for, Suguru? Geto gazed at the gathered students and sorcerers, then raised his voice. Listen well. I'm here to issue a challenge. On December 24th, the Hyaki Yagyo will begin at sunset. He grinned. The stage will be Shinjuku and Kyoto. We'll release thousands of cursed spirits across both cities. Their orders? Kill everything. His expression twisted. If you want to stop hell from breaking loose, then fight. Let's all curse each other to death. Suddenly, one of the girls behind him interrupted, Lord Suguru Geto, the shop's closing. Geto straightened, his tone returning to casual. Sorry, Gojo. They're craving crepes. We'll take our leave. He gestured at the students. Don't do anything reckless. Your students are still within my attack range. I've grown too, Gojo. With that, several terrifying cursed spirits appeared, some radiating special grade auras. Goodbye, everyone. Geto climbed onto the pelican's talons and flew off. The cursed spirits followed, vanishing with him. You all okay? Hajime asked, walking over to Yuta and the others. Yuta nodded with a smile. Hajime patted his shoulder. Ignore that guy. He's completely lost it. In Hajime's mind, Geto's dream was madness. Killing all non-sorcerers to create some twisted paradise. That would never work. Most sorcerers had family among the ordinary. What if a sorcerer had a child without powers? Would they kill their own child? And beyond that, sorcerers were too few in number. Wipe out humanity, and you'd face extinction before curses ever posed a threat. It wasn't a simple equation. Human nature wasn't that predictable. Later. Suguru Geto. Special grade curse user. His technique allows him to absorb naturally occurring cursed spirits without master-servant contracts, cursed spirit manipulation. He uses a religious organization to gather them, Yeri Shoko reported, face serious. Yaga added, even if his claim of over 2,000 spirits is true, most are grade 2 or lower. His curse users likely don't number more than 50. That's enough to cause chaos, Gojo murmured, but not enough to level 2 cities. Which means, he has something else. Damn it. Yaga growled. He stood up. Notify our graduates. Reach out to the big 3 families and request backup from the Ainu Jiu-Jitsu Alliance. This is all-out war. This time, we exorcise Suguru Geto for good. Elsewhere. Suguru Geto stood before a group of curse users, smiling. Ready. Your job is to hold off Gojo Satoru. He still believes the lies I told back in school. Once I kill Yuto Katsu and take that special grade curse spirit, the battle shifts in our favor. He glanced at a table, where a sword, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, rested, seemingly out of place. Miguel, dressed in white, spoke up. You found a way to revive that thing. Why not just absorb it? Isn't it a legendary curse in your country? Geto shook his head, his gaze fixed. This one is different. Curses with intense self-awareness are volatile. Too many variables. Too much risk. He handed over the weapons. You'll bring them to the battlefield. It should make your job easier. These two blades were originally one. Miguel raised a brow. So you're using her blood to revive it? That whole enemy descendant requirement, it's almost poetic. Geto spread his arms. Everyone, onward, to the new world. A/N, some scenes in this fanfiction wasn't exactly in the canon. Chapter 32, Shutendoji. Share it was far too easy for a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer who commanded thousands of cursed spirits to spark chaos. Even if most of those spirits weren't high-grade, they were still lethal in densely populated areas like Shinjuku. Suguru Geto's declaration had rattled nerves across every faction. Even before the Hyakki Yagyo officially began, both Tokyo and Kyoto had started preparations. Security had visibly tightened. Many curse users had criminal records, and some had been on the wanted list for years. To stop any premature attacks, authorities resorted to clumsy but necessary methods. And once the assault began, managing the panic would be its own nightmare. Shinjuku and Kyoto weren't small, isolated villages that could be sealed off easily. Deploying a barrier was the only effective way, but that came with its own complications for Jujutsu High and the authorities. Kamihara Hajime didn't care about any of that. Even though tension blanketed every group, most Jujutsu sorcerers weren't worried about the outcome. Regardless of internal politics, no one doubted the strength of Gojo Satoru. He was still the strongest. It was unfortunate, and perhaps a blessing, that there was only one of him. Those within Jujutsu High who felt suffocated by his presence probably thought even one Gojo was too many. The real concerns lay elsewhere, how to minimize casualties, and what unknown trump card Suguru Geto might be hiding. If he hadn't once belonged to Tokyo Jujutsu High, he likely wouldn't have survived long enough to pose this threat. Gojo hadn't exorcised him back then. Yuki Tsukumo was rarely present. And while Gojo's strength was exceptional, Suguru Geto was never considered unstoppable by the traditional clans or the higher-ups. If they had deemed it worth the effort, they could have eliminated him years ago. But they didn't. Geto's cult-like organization had always seemed more nuisance than threat, until now. His past sins paled compared to those of past curse user groups. That was the reason no concerted campaign had been launched to wipe him out. And now, he had the audacity to issue a formal challenge, complete with date and location. It was practically an invitation. On the night of December 24th, Shinjuku, normally teeming with life, was silent. The only movement came from Jujutsu sorcerers lining the streets. Nearly all combat-ready personnel from Jujutsu High were present, with the exceptions of Yuta Okatsu and Maki Zenin. Yuta was sidelined because of Rika. If she lost control during a sneak attack, she would indiscriminately destroy everything, enemy or ally. Maki was held back due to battlefield complexity. She relied on glasses to see cursed spirits, and if her weapon was broken in the chaos, she'd be helpless. It was too risky. So both remained at the school. Even Mei had gone to Kyoto. Shoko Yeri had been moved to the rear, and surprisingly, even sorcerers like Uehibara's successor, Nain, had been dispatched, an indication of how seriously they were taking the situation. Gojo Satoru brought grim news: the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, once confiscated, had been stolen. All signs pointed to Geto's faction. Don't tell me he's really planning to revive Shutendoji, Hajime muttered. We've got no solid intel on that curse. Could be a disaster. Gojo shrugged casually, hands behind his head. Then I'll deal with it when the time comes. What's wrong, Hajime? Trying to slack off. Didn't you wipe out a special grade curse last time? Hajime gave a dry laugh. What can I say? The capable get overworked. You didn't say that last time, Gojo replied. Just stay alert. He's definitely planning something. Before he could finish, Gojo snapped his gaze to the sky. They're here. Dark shadows spread across the skyline. From the air and ground, cursed spirits surged like a black tide. Just watching the mass approach made sorcerer's skin crawl. It wasn't just the number. Among them were a few entities so terrifying that even other cursed spirits steered clear. Gojo's eyes narrowed. That poser didn't come to the battlefield. High atop a distant building, Miguel stood with two others, watching Gojo. We need to keep him busy, Miguel said. Suguru better be fast. Is the Shutendoji release ready? The men beside him, armed with 3 blades, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Onakiri, and Spider Cutter, scanned the sorcerers below and nodded. Yes. I'll act soon. You lot draw their attention with the cursed spirits. I'll strike when they're distracted. If Shutendoji is revived, we might even crush them here. Miguel drew a whip made of twisted hair-like ropes and leapt down. Let's begin. Hajime moved to a higher vantage point, where he could observe the battlefield. Many unfamiliar faces were mixed in among the Jujutsu High sorcerers. Some had been dispatched to Kyoto, like Mei, while others like Nanami Kento remained in Shinjuku. Cursed spirits crashed into them in waves. As Principal Yaga predicted, most were under grade 2, trash. Still, even a low-grade spirit could kill a careless sorcerer. From above, Hajime supported the front lines with precise long-range attacks. Each arrow downed a lesser spirit, and he carefully rationed his cursed energy for prolonged combat. Injuring a spirit for someone else to finish off was often enough. Suddenly, Yeri rushed to Gojo. "Sensei, I've got the results of the investigation you asked for." Gojo listened, then immediately called out, "Panda, Inamaki, Hajime." They looked up. "What's going on?" Gojo pulled them close, sketching a seal on the ground. "Sugiru's not here, he's at Jujutsu High. I'm sending you back." A thunderous crash shook the street. A towering cursed spirit made of stone had erupted from the pavement, forcing nearby sorcerers to retreat. A blade sliced its head clean off from above. Gojo caught sight of Hajime dropping from his perch, vanishing instantly, likely rushing toward the disturbance. A foreign man, dark-skinned and white-robed, stepped into view, clearly hostile. Gojo didn't hesitate. "You two go protect Yuta and Maki. I'll handle this clown and catch up." He clapped his hands, and the rune activated. Panda and Inamaki vanished, leaving behind only a crater. Moments earlier, Hajime had noticed the sudden explosion and realized Nanami was at the center. While Nanami dealt with the stone spirit, Hajime picked off 2 more threatening enemies on the fringes. Then, he heard Nanami scream. A curse user had stabbed Nain through the chest. The cursed blade pulsed with black patterns that began writhing and seeping into her body. Tatsuka no Tsurugi. That was her final thought. As her vision blurred, she heard distant laughter, unhinged, gleeful. Her fading eyes caught a glimpse of Nanami charging toward her. Hajime's blood ran cold. The wound wasn't fatal, not yet. She could survive if they got her to Shoko in time. But something felt deeply wrong. His instinct screamed at him. That aura. Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Shutendoji. A descendant of the Minamoto clan. Everything clicked at once. Too late. No, maybe not yet. He bolted toward her. But by the time he arrived, it had already begun. Nain's eyes, half-lidded, glowed with crimson light. Her body radiated an unnatural, oppressive energy. It wasn't her anymore. Time wheel, reversal. Hajime activated his technique to rewind her condition. But the entity inside resisted. Their presences had merged. The reversal didn't work. This aura was far beyond that of the special grade dice spirit he'd fought before. Then it hit him, her soul. Nain's technique allowed her to project her soul from her body. If he reversed only her soul, and exorcised the curse that had taken her vessel, there was still hope. He focused, redirecting his technique toward her soul alone. A figure slowly appeared beside him, her true self, confused but intact. She looked down at her own possessed body with a mix of horror and disbelief. That thing wearing her skin raised its head. Red markings bloomed across her face. Her black hair turned deep crimson. She inhaled deeply, eyes wild with ecstasy. 5 crimson eyes opened across her forehead, each with triple pupils. Her body grew, cracking and reshaping until she stood over 2 meters tall. 5 horns curled from her skull. "I'm back in the human world," she said, her voice like thunder and silk. How marvelous. Her presence expanded violently, smothering everything around her. "I am the king of 100 ghosts, Shutendoji. Offer me everything you have. Send power stones." Chapter 33, Domain Expansion. At 7:37 p.m. on the 24th, the legendary king of 100 ghosts, Shutendoji, appeared in Shinjuku, Tokyo, reincarnated in physical form. Nain, or rather, Shutendoji, after making her declaration, finally noticed the blade piercing her chest. The flesh beside her ribs squirmed, then split open, extending 2 additional arms. Twisting unnaturally behind her, they gripped the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi. As if unaffected, she drew the blade out. Shutendoji held the very sword that had once killed her and examined it closely. The wound across her chest and abdomen closed at an unnatural pace. She wiped the blood from the blade with her finger and licked it. Her 5 twisted eyes shimmered with nostalgia. Descendants of the Minamoto clan. Her gaze abruptly shifted to the curse masters who had summoned her. "Human, as a reward for awakening me, speak your desire." The curse masters tensed. Her stare was not one of gratitude, it was the look of a predator savoring its next meal. Bracing himself, one spoke. "I have no desires. We've brought back the Hyaki Yagyo. Please, enjoy yourself." As Shutendoji's wild laughter began to rise, the curse masters offered her the remaining 2 cursed swords. "I have to ask," Kamihara Hajime said with a calm smile, stepping forward toward them, "have you decided how you want to die?" Shutendoji's many eyes twitched in different directions, then without her volition, crimson flames burst violently from her body. It was the signal. As the flames surged, the scenery warped around her. One of the offered swords had vanished. The curse master who had held it remained kneeling, but his head was now missing. Her smile vanished. Her eyes darted rapidly, locking onto the young man holding the onigiri. Just speed. No, it's a technique. I didn't even register it before my defenses reacted. Shutendoji gripped the blade tightly, her other hands forming a seal. You Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, always so troublesome. Hayaki Yagyo. Hajime, holding the stolen onigiri, recalled what had happened. When he had tested an attack using his technique, the blood flames had automatically erupted from Shutendoji's body to repel him. Though it looked like fire, it was more than that, a specialized blend of offense and defense, lethal to both cursed energy and flesh. Realizing his direct damage was limited, Hajime changed targets. He seized a sword and used onigiri to eliminate the curse masters. When Shutendoji used her unknown technique, Hajime turned to the nearby Jujutsu sorcerers and shouted, "Get back, now." A surge of black cursed aura erupted from Shutendoji. Recognizing the threat, the sorcerers immediately retreated. Haha. Come, all of you, offer yourselves to me. The Oi Mountain Oni domain shall rise once more. Then came a chilling sight. The surrounding cursed spirits stopped attacking the sorcerers and surged toward Shutendoji. Before they even reached her, their bodies twisted and disintegrated into smoke, flowing into her embrace. From the churning black aura, several figures emerged. One stood out, a beautiful woman, half her face hidden behind her sleeve. Yet the longer one looked, the more her smile seemed wrong. A thick, jagged spear suddenly pierced through the cursed aura and embedded in the ground. More black-gray spears followed, rising to form a thorny cage. Then a monstrous figure emerged, its enormous, grotesque face pushed aside the cursed aura. Fangs bared. 8 eyes. A massive, spider-like cursed spirit. Nanami Kento loosened his tie and wrapped it around his hand, his expression cold as steel. Hajime called out, "Nanami-senpai, Nane's still alive temporarily because of her technique. I'll handle her. Please take the big one." Nanami's tense expression eased slightly. He glanced at the incoming spirits and muttered, "We have to end this fast. She's absorbing them and evolving." "Yeah. Let's do it." Before he finished, Hajime appeared in front of Shutendoji in a flash. Her blood flames had been torn open in several places. Hajime's right hand, gripping the sword, was scorched black, pain twitching through his muscles. Breaking through her defenses had caused serious backlash. He activated technique reversal and his hand rapidly healed. Shutendoji's eyes narrowed as she examined the slashes across her body. That brat had wounded the Oni King's body. And that sword, onigiri, wasn't it designed to destroy flesh? And that healing, was that reverse curse technique? No, something else. These sorcerers were annoying before. Now, they're even more troublesome. And that distant impact just now. She turned her attention briefly to the other side of the battlefield, where a massive cursed spirit had been vaporized in one strike. The shockwave shattered glass from every nearby building. That sorcerer must have been Gojo. Both Shutendoji and Hajime reached the same conclusion: they had to end this quickly. Gojo-sensei wouldn't act without reason. Hajime remembered their rushed contact, sending him and Panda away. There could only be one explanation: something had gone wrong at Jujutsu High. Was Suguru Geto after Rika? Was his technique misunderstood? Perhaps Geto had a hidden trump card, one that absorbed cursed spirits under binding vows. Shutendoji, too, seemed to wield a similar power. She not only transformed absorbed spirits into new curses, but enhanced herself with them. She glared at Hajime, a twisted smile spreading across her face. Her hand pointed to a nearby car, and blood-colored cursed energy spilled from her body, engulfing the vehicle. Its metal frame melted, plastic and rubber disintegrating instantly. From it, molten iron rose, shaped into a weapon's handle under her control. She grasped it, the heat warping the air around her, but leaving her unscathed. With a tug, she pulled a monstrous club from the wreckage, its cylindrical body covered in jagged spikes, each like a mouth ready to bite. Now, she held a sword in one hand, a spiked club in the other. Her remaining hands poised to tear Hajime apart. Let's start with an area attack. She smashed the club into the ground, the impact powerful enough to shatter steel. Hajime entered time null state, hoping to get close and either injure her again or reclaim Tatsuka no Tsurugi. With its armor-piercing potential, it could be a game-changer. But as he neared, he realized, her earlier attack was a cursed energy field. If he got close, the blood flames would be triggered again. Even if time null protected him momentarily, once he exited it, the cursed energy would ignite. He shifted his focus. Nanami Kento was locked in combat with two targets, the distorted woman and the spider. The woman's charm had faded. Her left arm was now revealed, greenish-black and monstrous. Her right hand fell away from her face, revealing twisted features beneath. Her lower face was a grotesque mask of fangs. The female demon and the spider fought in tandem, overwhelming Nanami. Hajime struck first, beheading her with Onigiri. He swiftly dismembered her body and drove the blade through her heart. Nanami saw the spirit's head drop in shock. Its limbs disconnected, spraying blood from its chest. He shifted, cleaved the flying head midair, and charged the spider. 10 lines technique. The spider's legs split into 10 segments in Nanami's eyes. His technique struck precisely at the critical 7-3 point of each limb, and when paired with black flash. His glowing strike cleaved through a leg like bamboo. Seizing the imbalance, Nanami struck again, 2 more black flash-enhanced blows severed the legs. Black flash, triple combo. He stomped the collapsing body, launched into the air, and locked onto its head, 10 segments again. A thunderous overhead strike crashed down like a black dragon, cleaving it in perfect symmetry. Black flash, quadruple combo. Nanami turned toward Hajime. Shutendoji was still engulfed in blood flames, while Hajime flickered around her like a broken frame in a video. Each reappearance triggered eruptions of cursed fire. Shutendoji gritted her teeth and swung her club wildly. Sometimes, she alternated Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter to fire off blinding sword strikes, though they mostly missed, just distractions to limit Hajime's movements. This kid's recovery is insane, she thought. Every time Hajime healed, his cursed energy surged again, nullifying her Oni flames. Her energy was draining fast. And Gojo could attack at any moment. She had no time left. Shutendoji slammed her club into the earth. A tidal wave of flame burst outward. Hajime and Nanami were pushed back. Cursed spirits hurled themselves into the fire like moths to a flame, rippling through it. She raised both cursed swords. Her other 2 hands formed a complex hand sign, thumbs and pinkies touching, and a torrent of cursed energy erupted. Domain expansion, Oyama Hayaki Yagyo. Think of this fanfiction as an AU. Though it'd eventually follow canon. Send Power Stones amigos Wilted Flower. Chapter 34, Enlightenment. Everything around him began to change. Towering skyscrapers transformed into desolate mountains, and paved roads turned into dirt paths overrun with weeds. Every few steps, white bones jutted out from the soil. The streetlights had withered into gnarled trees, from which dark silhouettes hung in eerie silence. Grotesque shapes roamed the area, barely visible, yet clearly not human. And yet, in the far distance, the city skyline remained untouched. Domain expansion. Kamihara Hajime recalled what Gojo Satoru had once told him: domain expansion wasn't something one could master simply through study. It was the result of a sorcerer's enlightenment, a moment of awakening that couldn't be forced. It fused barrier techniques with the user's own innate ability, amplifying their technique and granting it a guaranteed hit within the domain. Few sorcerers could use it. Some never would. But there was something different about this one. Gojo had mentioned that most domains were closed spaces, sealed barriers. Yet this one, it wasn't. It sprawled outward into the world, reshaping it without fully containing it. From afar, Gojo Satoru also noticed the abnormality. That wasn't a standard domain expansion. His gaze narrowed. Hajime might not be able to handle that alone. I need to finish this fast, Gojo muttered. And this cursed rope, it's almost done. Across from him, Miguel was already exhausted, having resigned himself to the worst. His cursed tool had been worn down to a stub, and his strongest cursed spirits were gone, sacrificed just to stay alive against Gojo this long. Sugirigeto, if I die here, I'll haunt you, I swear, Miguel muttered while dodging yet another lightning-fast strike. As Shutendoji activated her domain expansion, Hajime triggered his technique and immediately felt the intense burn of the cursed flames. Without hesitation, he grabbed Nanami Kento and pulled him out of the domain. He quickly healed him using reverse curse technique. Thankfully, Nanami's injuries weren't too deep. While retreating, Hajime noticed something: the farther he moved from Shutendoji, the less the flames affected him. So the domain's expanded range had come at a cost, reduced intensity further from its core. He could have stayed away and waited for Gojo to finish up, but he couldn't. Not with Nain's body still within the domain. And not with Shutendoji's growing strength. He'd seen her absorb cursed spirits, summon others, and grow stronger in real time. If she escaped, there was no telling what she'd become. He had to exorcise her now. Nain's soul couldn't fully manifest on this chaotic battlefield, and Nanami lacked a reverse cursed technique. Hajime would have to face her alone. Inside this domain, I'll be under constant attack. That cursed flame absorbs both cursed energy and flesh. The closer I get, the more I'll suffer. I'll have to keep using technique reversal just to stay alive, but that'll drain me fast. He gritted his teeth. No choice. I'll just have to kill her before I hit my limit. Time will spin. Gripping Onigiri, Hajime re-entered the domain. Instantly, his body began draining, cursed energy, stamina, everything. His technique only accelerated himself, not the environment. The cursed flames surrounding him continued to burn through his defenses. Every step closer to Shutendoji brought more pain. He ignored the other cursed spirits. There was no time. Focusing his technique at full power, he charged straight at her and slashed at her sword-wielding arm. But she was ready. She had fortified her body and protected the Tatsuka no Tsurugi with layered defenses. Hajime's full power slash barely cut through her skin. And during the brief delay when he had to activate technique reversal, she struck back. His body, already mangled by the cursed flames, was falling apart. In some places, his skin had cracked like dry leather, revealing raw flesh beneath. Every use of technique reversal only barely kept him together. And every time he healed, Shutendoji's own wounds vanished too, her regeneration fueled by the energy she stole from him. She began to understand him. His movements, his energy, even the nature of his technique. He's accelerating himself. That explains the speed. The recovery. Not true regeneration. Reverse curse technique. But his skill is crude. He's young. Still unrefined, Shutendoji thought. Excitement gleamed in her monstrous eyes. I'll drag this out. My domain guarantees hits. I'll wear him down with wide area attacks. He'll run dry before he gets close enough to do real damage. Onigiri was effective against her flesh, but not enough. And as long as she still held the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, her victory was certain. Her mind drifted to a distant memory, another time, another wielder of that sword. Minamoto no Yorimitsu. The men who once slayed her with these same cursed tools. The name echoed like a curse itself. She remembered how it took a Minamoto bloodline sorcerer to bind her to this world again. She grinned grotesquely. Another human who thinks he's special. Then she lost sight of Hajime again. In the blink of an eye, blood exploded from her body. One of her arms was gone, and another barely clung to her shoulder. Worse, Spider Cutter had been taken. But she didn't panic. Her domain healed her, and she had already bound Tatsuka no Tsurugi to her own body, embedding it like a cursed chain. That one. Spider Cutter. Poison type. Slows cursed energy flow. Useless against someone that fast. But if he gets Tatsuka no Tsurugi, that can't happen. The three swords, Onigiri, Spider Cutter, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, were once given to Minamoto no Yorimitsu to slay her. Each had a unique ability. Onigiri tore through flesh, Spider Cutter spread venom through cursed energy, and Tatsuka no Tsurugi pierced any defense derived from cursed energy. If all three were wielded together, they unlocked a technique that had once annihilated her body entirely. She couldn't allow him to gather all three. So, without hesitation, she drove Tatsuka no Tsurugi into her chest, binding it deeper with her cursed flesh. Hajime wasn't surprised. Of course she'd tried to prevent him from taking the blade. He still remembered the legends. This sword had once ended her reign. Shutendoji, now standing 3 meters tall, glared down at Hajime. Her grotesque body was battered, but still strong. Defensive. Alert. She waited like a predator. She knew Hajime was nearing his limit. His reverse curse technique was crude, inefficient. He used it to survive, not thrive. And right now, his technique was beginning to fail. She struck. Her demonic hand slashed forward. Hajime barely managed to evade, but the burn of the cursed flames seared him again. This time, his body refused to heal. Cracks spread across his skin. His vision blurred. His limbs faltered. I'm sorry, Nain, he thought. I can't save your body. I've failed. Nanami was right, being weak means facing death every moment. That's what it means to be a sorcerer. You have to accept the fear of powerlessness. As he stared at her grotesque form, once Nain, his rage surged, not like an explosion, but like magma. Silent. Building. Boiling. He closed his eyes. His body barely stood. But inside, his cursed energy stirred. Reverse curse technique could not be taught, only grasped. He'd known the basics, refined the energy once, but had never mastered it. Not like Gojo. Not like Yeri. Still, now, on the brink of death, his mind cleared. His thoughts stretched, expanded, aligned. For the first time, he understood. Maybe all sorcerers really were madmen. Shutendoji's claws closed in on him. Victory was seconds away. But then, he vanished. Her hand grasped empty air. He stood again, fully healed. A cold shock coursed through her. Round 2 begins, Kamihara Hajime said. He raised Onigiri in one hand, spider cutter in the other. Read up to 50+ chapters by becoming a patron. Chapter 35, Reverse Curse Technique. Kamihara Hajime had never felt so good. When he closed his eyes, his mind seemed to break free from the confines of time itself. All external distractions faded as he began to explore the profound meaning of the reverse curse technique. He saw it, a sudden rush of clarity, like a river breaking through a dam, with trickles of understanding converging into a powerful current. I'm starting to understand it all. Reverse curse technique. The mental strain he'd been under vanished. The conversion and fusion of cursed energy became seamless. Without even activating technique reversal, the scorched parts of his body began to regenerate rapidly, returning to normal in just a few breaths. Shutendoji's triumphant expression turned to shock and fury. This feeling, the seemingly endless flow of cursed energy, how was this possible? She snarled, wrenching the iron wolf-tooth club from the ground. Blood-red flames flared around it, reflecting her burning rage. She swung with devastating force, compressing the air around her weapon, yet the attack never landed. In the blink of an eye, the weapon was still embedded in the ground. Shutendoji looked down in disbelief. The cursed energy she had just expended had been nullified. Hajime had completely mastered the reverse curse technique. Her eyes narrowed, her anger settling into eerie calm. She slowly pulled the Tatsuka no Tsurugi from her demonic body. Black and crimson flames licked up her arm, engulfing the entire blade in unholy fire. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, remember this well. I am Shutendoji, king of the 100 ghosts of Oyama. Her body withered before Hajime's eyes, the flames consuming her from within. But the sword in her hand radiated an immense aura despite the transformation. Meanwhile, Hajime infused cursed energy into the onigiri and spider cutter in his hands until both cursed tools were at full capacity. Despite that, his energy reserves remained unchanged. He had achieved a balance, no longer overtaxing his brain by misusing his technique. Now, he could fine-tune it. Reverse cursed energy flowed through his body with precise control. He could even expend all of his cursed energy at once and then fully restore it using technique reversal. This meant the cost of technique reversal was virtually non-existent. He could have let Shutendoji's blow land, let her reduce him to pulp, only to restore himself in the next instant. But just imagining the pain gave him pause, so instead, he chose to reverse her state. It was difficult, but for Hajime, difficulty no longer mattered. Her resistance now looked meaningless to him. He considered his options. Maybe he'd try to reverse her completely and see if Tatsuka no Tsurugi could decapitate her. Shutendoji struck again, and to her horror, her own body healed. The flames on her sword flickered and died. The demonic blade now gleamed like autumn water. Time will spin. A dual blade spinning slash. As the first black flash appeared, Hajime smiled. It was beginning. One black flash. Reverse. Then another. Over and over again, black light flashing faster and faster until 5 hit black flash. 5 black sword trails tore through reality. Shutendoji stared at her severed arms on the ground. Her last remaining hand reached for her exposed innards, blood just beginning to trickle. Tatsuka no Tsurugi now rested in Hajime's hand. He gazed at it thoughtfully. Information flowed directly into his mind. The 3 swords he had gathered, onigiri, spider cutter, and Tatsuka no Tsurugi, were meant to be used together. Only when all 3 inflicted damage at once could their full power be unleashed. The technique marked the target. The greater the damage, the stronger the final attack when the mark detonated. True damage. Not just physical, but to the soul. That's right. I was once beheaded by a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer as strong as you, Shutendoji spoke suddenly, catching him off guard. The wound itself wasn't fatal. But the beheading, it shattered my soul. She was no longer resisting. Hajime had planned to cripple her and let Nain try to sever her soul. Failing that, he would have called on Gojo Satoru. He could manipulate Nain's soul because of her unique technique. But Shutendoji. He needed a different solution. The body posed no issue, Shutendoji couldn't destroy it. Not anymore. Still, she raised her wolf-tooth club again, roaring defiance. Her demonic form loomed tall, 5 red eyes glowing in the dark. I am the king of 100 ghosts. I don't believe in fate. Hajime frowned said coolly. You talk too much. Activating his technique, he vanished and reappeared before her. Tatsuka no Tsurugi slashed through her. Onigiri tore muscle from bone. Hajime let go of the hilt, excluding the blade from the technique's effect. It floated in the air. He drew spider cutter and struck the open wound. Again and again, he switched blades, dancing between them like a master of death. When the technique ended, Shutendoji's mind was overwhelmed. Her grotesque body was ravaged, arms gone, horns broken, deep cuts splitting her demonic eyes. Hajime felt the mark ignite. With a thought, he triggered the detonation. A spectral figure rose from her body, clad in ancient armor, wielding a shattered blade, face hidden behind a demonic mask. It struck. Shutendoji's body lit up with spectral slashes. The light faded from her eyes. As the domain of the 100 Ghost collapsed, the twisted cityscape returned to its normal form under the night sky. Shutendoji had been exorcised. Hajime stepped forward and used the reverse curse technique to heal the body, now returning to human form. Fortunately, the worst injuries were manageable. Shutendoji, exorcised. But countless cursed spirits still roamed the area. Mindless, they howled in fury. In a flash, Hajime dealt with them all. One clean slash per spirit. The streets were littered with split corpses. Nanami Kento, waiting just outside the domain, saw the distortion vanish. All the cursed spirits collapsed instantly. Hajime appeared before him, carrying Nane's body. I'll check on the others. Take her to Yarishoko. Nanami accepted her and nodded. Understood. You. Before he could finish, Hajime vanished. He reappeared beside Gojo Satoru. The foreign sorcerers had vanished. Gojo turned the moment Hajime arrived. Hajime. I saw the domain expansion disappear. Did you finish it? Hajime nodded. Good. We'll talk later. We need to get back to Jujutsu High, Yuto Katsu might be in danger. Without another word, Gojo grabbed Hajime's shoulder, and they disappeared. They reappeared above Jujutsu High. Below, the battlefield still smoldered. Hajime thought, maybe my technique looks like this to others, just the result, with no visible process. Gojo glanced around and vanished again, heading toward unfinished business. Below, Hajime found Panda, Maki, and Inamaki Toge unconscious. He checked them, wounded, but stable. It looked like Yuta had already used the reverse curse technique. Maki woke up and grabbed his arm. Where's Yuta? That curse master, Suguru Geto. Her glasses were gone. Her hair, usually tied, hung loose over her shoulders. Hajime calmed her. Don't worry. Gojo and I returned together. He's taking care of it. And he pointed at the devastated battlefield. It looks like Yuta beat the enemy before we even got here. Inamaki stared at the destruction. Panda made a low sound of awe. Hajime stood. Let's go find him. As usual, send power stones. Chapter 36, Grade 1 Sorcerer. Yuta Okatsu lay motionless in the middle of a battlefield littered with debris and torn earth. For a moment, everyone who saw him feared the worst. But upon closer inspection, it was clear, he wasn't injured, just deeply exhausted. When he finally opened his eyes, blinking through the haze, he saw several familiar faces hovering above him. His first words were for them. Everyone, are you okay? And Hajime, you're back too. Kamihara Hajime helped him sit up. We're all fine. Gojo and I returned together. We were just held up dealing with a few things. Panda grinned beside him. Yuta, you were amazing. You fought off that special grade curse master all on your own. Yuta looked down at Panda's arm, half of it missing, fluffy cotton sticking out from the severed edge. Panda, your arm. Panda casually waved his cotton-stuffed limb. His chest bore similar damage, but he smiled calmly. Don't worry about me. I'm built differently from everyone else. This can be fixed. Thank you for saving us. Salmon, Inamaki Toge added, nodding firmly. The sincerity of their gratitude nearly overwhelmed Yuta. Maki, her hair loose and slightly tousled, looked softer than usual. She gave him a rare smile. Congratulations, Yuta. Looks like your wish is starting to come true. Yuta smiled from deep within his heart, surrounded by his friends. But a voice called out from behind them, halting the moment. He turned and saw her, Rika. Her form had changed. The grotesque mouth full of fangs was gone, replaced by a calm figure with a single vertical eye. Though serene, her aura was even more powerful than before. Yuta stood slowly, eyes wide. He took a few steps toward her, then hesitated. I asked her to lend me her strength. In return, Rika and I agreed to leave this world together. What? Are you trying to die, you idiot? Maki, regaining some of her usual fire, snapped at him. Yuta shrank under her glare, fumbling for words. But Hajime waved his hand, and with a subtle signal, the others fell silent. The twisted form of Rika began to disperse, the monstrous energy fading into black mist. In its place stood a small, delicate girl. Rika. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed across the field. Gojo Satoru, unmasked and walking toward them, smiled. The group turned, puzzled. "Who are you?" they asked in unison. Gojo blinked, expression stiffening. "Hey. I'm Gojo Satoru. Your incredibly handsome teacher." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Earlier, Yuta said something interesting. So I had someone look into your backgrounds. Rika's came back normal. But Yuta's took a bit longer." He paused for effect, grinning childishly. "Turns out you're a descendant of Sugawara no Michizane. That means you're technically my relative." Yuta blinked. "Who's Suga?" Maki and Panda quickly filled him in. Sugawara no Michizane was one of the 3 great vengeful spirits and a legendary Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. An ancestor of the Gojo family. Gojo nodded. "So, it was never Rika who cursed you. You cursed her." Yuta's mind replayed that memory, blood on the road. Rika's twisted, dying body, his desperate, broken voice. "Don't die." Gojo looked at Rika, now just a calm little girl. When the one who cast the curse willingly lifts it, and the one who was cursed has no resentment, the curse dissolves. Just look at her now. Yuta fell to his knees, overcome with emotion. Tears streamed down his face, landing on the dirt. "It was all my fault. Rika became that because of me. Everyone got hurt. Suguru Geto came after us because of me. They almost died, because of me." His voice cracked as guilt poured out. Even his closest friends, Maki, Panda, Inamaki, had nearly died. But most of all, he felt sorry for Rika. To be trapped beside him in that form, it must have been agony. "Yuta, thank you." Small hands rested gently on his head. Rika, in her young girl form, leaned forward and wrapped her arms around him. "Thank you for letting me stay by your side. These 6 years. I was happier than I ever was when I was alive." Yuta's eyes widened. Then, more tears fell, though no longer from guilt alone. Rika let him go and stepped back, smiling sweetly. Her form shimmered with soft light. She touched his cheek, brushing away a tear. "Take care of yourself, Yuta. Don't come looking for me too soon. Goodbye." Her body became light, sparkling, weightless particles rising into the sky. Everyone watched in silence as her form dissolved into a gentle rainbow. Yuta stood quietly, tear-streaked but smiling, his truest smile yet. Beside him, Kamihara Hajime turned to Gojo. "Sensei, is love really a curse?" Yuta accidentally cursed Rika because of love. But in the end, it was love that freed her. Does that mean love itself must be understood differently? Then he paused, tone shifting. "Oh, right. You wouldn't understand. You don't have a girlfriend." Gojo's smile froze. "Huh. You little brat." The war had ended, but the aftermath was far from over. In Shinjuku, Kyoto, and even Jujutsu High, reconstruction had already begun. Though damage was extensive, human casualties were low. Suguru Geto had been eliminated. His followers had retreated. Most of the losses were cursed spirits. After the exorcism of Shutendoji, Nane's body was recovered by Jujutsu High. Though healed and physically restored, she hadn't yet returned to it. Logically, it shouldn't have been difficult. She had left and re-entered her body before. But now, something had changed. According to her, in her soul state, the body felt different. Resistant. This caught Yeri Shoko's attention. She and Gojo Satoru arranged further research. Various cursed tools and barriers were used to stabilize Nane's soul. Whether they were effective or not was unclear, but it was necessary. Her return seemed like a matter of time. Shoko would handle it. Meanwhile, Maki and the others recovered quickly thanks to Yuta's healing. Panda went to Principal Yaga for repairs. When word spread that Kamihara Hajime had exorcised a special-grade cursed spirit, Shutendoji, within a domain expansion, jaws dropped. Meanwhile, Yuta had single-handedly driven back Suguru Geto. The pressure on their classmates intensified. "We can't let them leave us behind," Maki declared. "Panda, Toj, come train." She dragged the two off without waiting for an answer. Hajime, watching her go, turned to Gojo after he finished speaking with Yuta. Gojo handed Yuta his lost student ID. "I didn't pick it up. My best friend did. My only best friend." His expression, partially hidden by fresh bandages, was unreadable. Yuta didn't grasp the full meaning. But Hajime did. He understood Gojo's pain. But he also knew, Gojo Satoru didn't need comforting. Some grief is private, meant to be endured alone. People say that pain can be shared. But that's rarely true. Even if you've experienced the same thing, the depth is different. Most empathy is shallow. And what time cannot erase, will simply be buried. As long as no wind uncovers the wound again. By the way, Gojo added, Hajime, your grade 1 approval has gone through. You're officially a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Hajime showed no reaction. Also, sensei. Have those old men interfered with Shoko's care of Nain? Gojo's tone cooled. No. I sent people personally. Nanami's there too. His gaze followed Hajime's to the 3 swords at his waist, Onakiri, Spider Cutter, and Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Now freed of their curses, they shone like autumn water. Ancient and pure. They lost the blade, so it's mine now, Hajime said flatly. He remembered their failure. Their negligence had cost them dearly. It had let Tatsuka no Tsurugi fall into Shutendoji's hands. It had endangered Nain. Gojo said nothing. He agreed. The rest could wait until Nain awoke. But the higher-ups had much to answer for. And there was still Hikari's group to consider. It looked like it was time to repair the elders. Chapter 37, Spar between time versus space. White snow fell gently over the ruins, covering the shattered houses and scorched earth in a soft, silken embrace. The battlefield that had once echoed with chaos was now wrapped in a quiet, delicate peace. Not long after the battle, Kamihara Hajime was officially granted the rank of special grade Jujutsu sorcerer, along with a significant financial reward for his role in the Hyakki Yagyo. But to Hajime, who neither lacked shelter nor indulged in extravagance, it was nothing more than a number. He treated Panda and the others to a feast, and planned to invest the rest in acquiring a cursed tool or shikigami capable of storing or carrying weapons. His 3 swords were simply too large and cumbersome. Even in a cello case, they stood nearly half a man tall. But cursed tools like that were rare, and no leads had surfaced yet. Elsewhere, Yudo Katsu, having released Rika from her curse, had his rating drop from special grade to grade 4. Still, no one doubted he would climb the ranks again, it was only a matter of time. Everyone had faith in him. During this time, Hajime approached Gojo Satoru with a question that had lingered in his mind. So, sensei. What's the actual criteria for becoming special grade? Gojo shrugged. There aren't any formal guidelines. But the one thing they all have in common is overwhelming power. Then what about me? Can I be considered a special grade now? Gojo smirked. Actually, the higher-ups have thought about it. But they haven't seen your strength firsthand, and Shutendoji's true level as a cursed spirit remains unclear. In other words, Hajime said flatly, it's politics. They're wary of me being under your influence. Bingo, Gojo grinned. With Yuta temporarily downgraded, giving you special grade would mean I've got 3 special grades aligned with me. That makes them twitchy. But if you reveal your technique, they won't have a choice. Gojo's expression brightened with curiosity. By the way, you figured out reverse curse technique during that fight, didn't you? Hajime smirked. Yup. Right when things were looking bleak, it just clicked. Once I got the hang of it, I could even ignore the damage from a domain. I'm so strong now, I'm scaring myself, ha. Gojo chuckled, raising a brow. You're full of yourself. Alright, let's test it. Come spar with your sensei. Gladly, Hajime grinned. He slung all 3 cursed swords onto his back. It's okay, right? Even if I injure you, you've got reverse cursed technique. Gojo rolled his shoulders and headed outside. That's the spirit. Just try not to embarrass yourself too badly. They bantered all the way to Jujutsu High's largest training ground. With Maki and Panda away on missions, the only spectators were Principal Yaga and Bayakuro. Yaga was summoned specifically to maintain the barrier technique surrounding the field. Without it, the place would likely be demolished in minutes. Yaga raised a brow when he heard Gojo was going to spar with Kamihara Hajime. He showed up almost instantly. Hajime removed his jacket, revealing a white fitted top and dark trousers. His long hair was tied back neatly. In his left and right hands, he held Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onakiri, while Spider Cutter hung sheathed at his side. Gojo stood opposite him, blindfold removed, revealing the brilliance of his 6 eyes. He stretched casually, limbering up. Ready, Hajime began, but didn't finish. A thunderous burst of wind erupted behind Gojo. A deep slash had carved a clean scar into the earth behind him. Gojo turned, eyes gleaming. You didn't even use your technique just now, did you? Hajime's speed had caught even Yaga off guard. All the principal had seen was a blur. But with 6 eyes, Gojo had followed the movement and blocked it. Tatsuka no Tsurugi's sharpness is something else, Gojo noted. Against any normal cursed spirit, that hit would have ended it instantly. And that was without my technique, Hajime added with a cocky smirk. Gojo cracked his knuckles. Your reverse curse technique can heal fatal wounds, right? Hajime narrowed his eyes, understanding what Gojo was about to do. He gripped his swords tighter, eyes blazing. Come on then, sensei. I'm not holding back either. The moment the words left his lips, Gojo vanished. A gust of wind swept behind Hajime, so fast it nearly tore through the fabric of his shirt. Teleportation using curse technique. But Hajime reacted. His perception expanded, the world around him slowing to a crawl. In this suspended state, he caught Gojo mid-attack, aimed precisely at his left rib. If that had landed, I'd be short a kidney. With a grunt, Hajime crossed his blades, exhaling deeply. His breath roared like a river, and then, light. Sword slashes filled the space like lightning cleaving through clouds, wind rippling through water, thunder echoing across a stormy sky. Gojo was submerged in intersecting streaks of cursed sword light. Hajime reversed and re-reversed his cursed energy, attacking relentlessly until he neared his limit. Then he deactivated his technique, and the storm exploded. The suspended sword slashes roared to life, fracturing the space like shattering glass. The ground buckled under invisible pressure, collapsing in a perfect circle around them. And yet, a searing pain bloomed in Hajime's gut. He glanced down. A fist-sized hole had been punched clean through his left abdomen. No time for reverse curse technique, it was too slow. Instead, Hajime activated his time will spin, using technique reversal to jump back to a prior uninjured state. The wound vanished. Even his torn clothes were restored. But Gojo was already moving again. A second punch slammed into him. The sheer force of it pulverized his right chest and shoulder. Yet again, Hajime reappeared behind Gojo, activating his technique just in time. He stabbed his blades into the ground, clenched his fist, and gathered cursed energy. No more swordplay. This was raw power now. A translucent thread stretched between him and Gojo, locking the two in a deadly, turn-based rhythm. Hajime would attack, then deactivate his technique, and Gojo would counter. Gojo cycled through blue, red, and even purple. But Hajime evaded it all using his time-bending technique. He couldn't break Gojo's defense, but Gojo couldn't harm him either. How do I break your technique? Gojo mused. Maybe with domain expansion, Hajime answered, frustrated. I thought so. You've been trying to develop one. I tried after the Shutendoji fight. Nothing worked. I even studied barrier techniques. Still no progress. Gojo gave a knowing smile. Don't force it. Domain expansion sometimes comes through experience. Want to feel what it's like inside mine? What? Before Hajime could object, Principal Yaga shouted, Satoru, don't you dare. Relax, Gojo grinned, raising his hand. I'll keep it under a second. He snapped his fingers. Domain expansion, infinite void. Even with full awareness, Hajime didn't resist. He wanted to see it. He entered the domain, and was immediately overwhelmed. Information flooded his mind. His senses were paralyzed. He could perceive everything and yet move nothing. The disconnect between body and mind was terrifying. He couldn't even blink. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours. And then it ended. Breathing hard, Hajime looked up. Gojo was smiling. Yaga looked furious. I barely kept it active for a second, Gojo said, laughing as he dodged Yaga's furious swing. Hajime didn't speak. He was processing it, comparing the experience to Shutendoji's domain. That was violent and direct. This was something else. It wasn't just power. It was control. Domain expansion counters domain expansion, Gojo said. Hajime, still thinking, didn't respond. Gojo casually threw an arm around him. Don't overthink it. You'll get there. In the meantime, I've got a job for you. Hajime sighed. Let me guess, something sketchy. Nope. This is about Megumi. He's ready to start formal training. We haven't confirmed the incoming class, but I want you to visit and help him prepare. Hajime scoffed. I send them things all the time. I talk to Tsumiki regularly. Yeah, but Megumi treats video calls like surveillance footage. This time, go in person. Shake him up a little. A rare grin spread across Hajime's face. He, let's see how long that poker face lasts. Gojo tilted his head. You're smiling like a villain. You just don't get memes, sensei. Thanks to everyone who sent Power Stones, I really appreciate the support. But we're not quite there yet. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. 300 Power Stones equals 5 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, consider supporting it with Power Stones. Chapter 38, Yaga Shrine. Ding dong. Kamihara Hajime stood outside the Fushiguro residence, his hand lowering from the doorbell. White Wolf sat at his side, tail twitching, seemingly as curious as his master. Hajime had already imagined how surprised they would be when the door opened. But after pressing the bell 3 times, there was still no response. Frowning, Hajime pulled out his phone. It was the weekend, he was certain they would be home. Had they gone out for the day? He called Megumi. It rang twice before connecting. Megumi, where are you? I'm at your place, but no one's answering. A pause. Then Megumi's voice came through, calm as always. We're at the hospital. Hajime's expression shifted. Tsumaki. What happened? Send me the address. She just felt a little unwell. Megumi hesitated, but before he could downplay it further, Hajime cut him off. Send it. Once the message arrived, Hajime stored the gifts he'd brought in his apartment, left White Wolf behind, and vanished. He moved through the streets like a whisper of wind, the application of his technique shortening the trip to mere minutes. Arriving at the hospital, Hajime slipped through an unmonitored side corridor, heading straight for the room Megumi had mentioned. Inside, the soft murmur of voices halted as the door opened. Tsumaki sat up in bed, speaking gently to the boy beside her. The moment she saw Hajime, her face lit up. Hajime-san, you came so fast. Hajime stepped in, relief washing over him when he saw that she looked stable. He gave a polite nod and then turned to Megumi. You could have mentioned it earlier. Megumi raised a brow. It's only been a few hours. Ignoring him, Hajime walked over and took the apple from Tsumaki's hands. With practiced ease, he peeled it in seconds, slicing it neatly before setting the plate beside her bed. What happened? Hajime asked, eyes flicking back to Megumi. Why did she faint? She said she'd been feeling off for a few days. I thought it was just fatigue or maybe a cold. But then she collapsed at home, so I brought her in. Hajime's brows furrowed. As far as he remembered, Tsumaki had never had health issues serious enough to cause this. Tsumaki, nibbling on an apple slice, smiled gently. It's nothing serious. The doctors already said they couldn't find anything wrong. Even so, Hajime said, kneeling beside her. Let me see for myself. Give me your hand. Tsumaki extended her arm without hesitation. Hajime placed 2 fingers on her wrist and activated his reverse curse technique, allowing a warm flow of energy to course into her body. It wasn't a wound, so he couldn't reverse it outright, but even so, the surge of vitality seemed to wash away her fatigue. Tsumaki exhaled softly. That feels amazing, like sunlight. What kind of technique is that? Trade secret, Hajime said, his grin smug. Megumi rolled his eyes. As they chatted, Hajime regaled Tsumaki with amusing stories from his time at Tokyo Jujutsu High. She giggled, her laughter light and melodic. Megumi pretended not to care, though he hung on every word. Eventually, Hajime turned the topic toward Megumi's future. I heard you're enrolling soon. That true? Megumi's eyes narrowed. I haven't decided. Tsumaki gave him a pointed look. Megumi. With a sigh, he fell silent and went back to peeling another apple. Later, when the test results came in, the doctors confirmed there was nothing physically wrong with Tsumaki, just possible stress or exhaustion. Given how much better she was feeling, they were cleared to leave. Back at home, Hajime even prepared pork rib soup, impressively cooked from scratch. Tsumaki praised him generously, while Megumi offered backhanded compliments that made Hajime dramatically ladle a double portion into his bowl just to spite him. Wait, you're bringing me on the mission? Megumi asked, pausing with his chopsticks halfway to his mouth. Hajime nodded casually. Gojo-sensei wants you to prepare for Jujutsu High. Experience in the field's the fastest way. Megumi's eyes narrowed. What about Tsumaki? I've made arrangements. Someone's coming to watch over her. Should be here any moment. Right on cue, a woman from a high-end caregiver service arrived. The company was top-tier, safe, discreet, and typically reserved for the ultra-wealthy. But Hajime didn't even blink at the cost. Come on, he said, slinging the instrument case carrying his 3 cursed swords over his shoulder and calling White Wolf to his side. The sooner we deal with this, the sooner we're back. Megumi eyed the darkening sky. We're going now. It's close. If everything goes well, we'll be back by tomorrow. A short taxi ride and a generous tip later, they arrived at the edge of a forested mountain range. Hey, you two, the taxi driver called out before pulling away, I hope you're not thinking of exploring too deep. Some folks said they saw ghosts up here not long ago. Scared the hell out of them. Thanks, Hajime said as the car pulled away. Megumi glanced at the forest. Is this a suicide hotspot? Kind of. It only got that reputation in the past couple of years. Hajime pulled up a video on his phone. But recently, someone came exploring and accidentally caught a cursed spirit on camera. Video was deleted quickly, but it got flagged by one of the windows. Gojo-sensei assigned me to check it out. The footage showed frantic, shaky movement through dense trees, with distorted whispers echoing in the background. Even through the screen, the fear was palpable. Hajime removed the cursed swords from the case and handed Onigiri to Megumi. Keep this on you, just in case. The deeper they moved into the woods, the more unnatural the air felt. Silence weighed on them like a blanket. White Wolf suddenly stopped, ears alert, staring ahead. Hajime narrowed his eyes and gripped the hilt of Tatsuka no Tsurugi. No cursed energy, he muttered. Not a spirit. So who's wandering around here at this hour? He motioned to White Wolf to move quietly and took a wide angle to flank from the side. Soon, a flickering flashlight beam came into view. You guys. He called out. A scream followed from the other side, sharp and panicked. Megumi frowned behind him. Wait, Megumi said. They're human. The flashlight swept toward them, revealing a group of 7. A woman with short hair snapped, shouldn't we be asking you that? You scared us half to death. Before tension could rise, a tall, composed young man raised a hand. Sorry about that. We're just here for an adventure. My friends were startled. One of the girls hissed, Shujun, they've got swords. Even the group's leader, Shujun, seemed shaken as he took a second look, especially at White Wolf, whose calm gaze made him hesitate. Hajime ignored the stares, checking the navigation on his phone. The black-haired woman in their group stepped forward, curiosity piqued. You're not heading to Yaga Shrine, are you? Hajime paused mid-step. That was the destination. According to reports, several thrill-seekers had vanished near the shrine. It was the shrine caretakers who'd notified the police. Hajime had hoped to encounter the target before reaching it, but now they'd run into a civilian group first. Seeing that the 2 boys didn't deny it, the woman continued, it's dangerous to go alone. Why don't we go together? The others exchanged wary glances but eventually nodded. Despite their gear, Hajime and Megumi still looked like teenagers, harmless compared to the urban legends surrounding the area. Besides, the girl swore White Wolf was just a husky, one of those friendly, dopey breeds trending online. Hajime considered it. More people might attract the cursed spirit quicker. And so, with a faint nod, he accepted. 9 people, and 1 very capable dog, ventured deeper into the forest, heading toward Yaga Shrine together. Don't miss out. Chapter 39, live streaming. They arrived safely at Yaga Shrine. The shrine was a small, family-run place, passed down for 2 generations. It was modest in size, enshrining a local deity unnamed in legends. Today, the shrine served mostly as a quiet retreat for nature lovers, its pristine surroundings drawing visitors. Occasionally, it offered lodging to travelers passing through. Kamihara Hajime walked alongside the 7 men and women toward the shrine's torii gate. Under the gentle moonlight, the weathered torii stood mid-path. Its vermilion paint had peeled away in places, revealing cracks from years of standing firm. It bore silent witness, reminding all who passed that the domain beyond belonged to the divine, and respect was owed to those who guarded it. Among the 7, many believed in this tradition, bowing and offering prayers before the gate. From their conversation en route, Hajime learned they worked together at a small internet company. The man named Shujun was their boss. Their original plan had been to visit the scenic spot to escape the usual dull team-building dinners in the city. However, an unexpected delay had forced their arrival to nightfall. They had not anticipated meeting Hajime and Megumi on the road. But seeing 2 young, well-dressed men rather than burly strangers eased their fears. They assumed the pair were just fellow thrill-seekers, like those who had vanished in the area before, those disappearances ironically drawing even more visitors. To them, Hajime and Megumi appeared harmless explorers. After passing beneath the torii, they soon spotted lights in the distance. It's so late. Will they still let us stay? One woman asked. Temples and shrines often had set visiting hours, and at 9:37 p.m., it was quite late outside the city. Her friends reassured her. Given their emergency and the lack of nearby accommodations, the shrine would surely accept them. Fortunately, their concerns proved unnecessary. As they neared, they were greeted by flashlight beams and a warm middle-aged man who introduced himself as Akashi no Hiko, the chief priest of Yaga Shrine. His son had spotted the lights from afar and alerted him. No Hiko came to check if travelers had arrived late. After welcoming them inside, his wife prepared hot tea and snacks to ward off the winter chill. The group, chilled from the journey, gratefully accepted and settled down, thanking the couple warmly. Please, join us, Akashi no Hiko invited Hajime and Megumi. Though lightly dressed, the 2 youths seemed unaffected by the cold. The swords they carried drew his attention. Traveling himself, he recognized the weapons as genuine, though whether sharpened was unknown. Had it not been for their youthful appearance and their obvious separation from the group of 7, no Hiko might have hesitated to host them. But seeing them sit politely, with the large dog calm by their side, His wife had even taken a liking to the animal. He relaxed and joined the conversation. Curious, he subtly asked about their origins and why they had arrived so late. Satisfied by their answers, he soon shared stories and jokes, revealing a warm and sociable nature. The mood brightened. He thanked them for coming, lamenting how the nearby forest's reputation as a suicide spot had hurt the shrine's popularity. After he reported a missing explorer to the police, fewer visitors came. People online say there are ghosts or serial killers here. Their reckless rumors have brought me nothing but trouble. This place used to attract tourists for its peaceful beauty, but now the dark aura keeps everyone away. It worries me to no end. Though many still ignored the rumors, like tonight's visitors, Nohiko was clearly distressed. Once they finished their tea and thanked their hosts again, Nohiko showed them to the guest rooms. Since Hajime and Megumi came together, they shared a room. The others arranged themselves as they wished. The room was tidy, regularly cleaned, with disposable toiletries replenished. Megumi glanced at Hajime, who seemed unwilling to rest. "What's the plan now?" Megumi asked. Hajime replied casually, "I'm going to check out the suicide spot. None of us encountered cursed spirits on the way. White Wolf and I found no traces, and your Jade Hounds didn't detect anything either. I want to inspect the scene." Megumi nodded, then said, "I'll go with you." "No need," Hajime refused. "I'll be quick. The curse probably isn't actually there." Taking his swords Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter, Hajime slipped out into the night. Megumi looked to White Wolf lying quietly, bid him good night, then rested. Hajime moved like a shadow toward the dense forest east of the shrine. Warning signs and placards urging respect for life were plastered along the forest's edge. This confirmed he had come to the right place. Moonlight revealed the skeletal branches stretching upward like bony fingers. After progressing deeper, Hajime stopped and squatted to inspect the ground. The area bore signs of suicides, with police having already processed the scene. What caught his attention, however, was a faint but distinct cursed energy and traces of recent human activity. On guard, he moved forward. Suddenly, a faint, mournful sobbing echoed through the woods, sending chills down the spine. Hajime did not panic. Instead, he activated his technique and hurried toward the sound, drawing Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Ahead, he found a sight that made his expression unreadable. No female ghosts, no cursed spirits, only 3 men gathered in a clearing. One knelt, muttering, surrounded by salt, bells, and talismans. But the real focus was a phone mounted on a stand. Another man filmed the scene with a camera. Hajime's sharp eyes caught the phone screen. He was live streaming. A ghost hunting streamer. Hajime sighed and sheathed his sword. He had expected a curse, but found only a staged show. The mournful sobbing. A recording hidden in fallen leaves. Ghost hunting streams were technically regulated, but since ghosts and spirits were considered folklore, authorities rarely cracked down hard. The streamer, Mr. Matsuki, had built his fame on clever scripts and performances, knowing fans were in on the act but addicted to the thrill. Recently, this very location had become his stage, with a tragic ghost story scripted for live broadcast. The crying sound was a dramatic effect, the climax building for viewers. Is something behind him? Streamer. Look back, Yoshiko's here. Oh God, are there really ghosts? Where are the ghosts? This has to be fake. Matsuki glanced at the scrolling comments. Yoshiko's appearance wasn't scheduled yet. Something was off, he needed to dock pay. He looked up to warn his assistants but froze. One, responsible for props, stared wide-eyed behind Matsuki, trembling. The other nearly dropped the camera, equally terrified. Their acting had become disturbingly convincing. A cold sweat crept up Matsuki's back as he forced his eyes back to the comments. Behind the kneeling men, a shadowy figure appeared faintly in the dark forest. Chapter 40, Serial Killer. Mr. Matsuki, nearly frozen by fear, stared intently at the figure appearing behind him on the screen. His heart no longer dared to read the bullet comments. The shadowy shape remained still, a mere silhouette. As moments passed, a thought crept into Matsuki's mind, could the figure be something that just looked like that from a distance? Or perhaps fans trying to prank him? After all, he had announced his location before going live. Just as he mustered the courage to turn around, the image on screen sent a chill through him. He could swear the shadow had vanished instantly. Snapping back to reality, he checked the bullet comments. The audience debated the event, but most still thought it was scripted or a prop. A few seriously discussed ghosts and spirits, though it was unclear if they were sincere or just playing along. Matsuki glanced at his 2 assistants, preparing to confirm what they saw. His expression froze. Behind them, a human-shaped shadow approached silently, without footsteps. His assistants remained frozen, disbelief clear on their faces. Before they could react, a calm voice spoke behind them. "You're braver than most." Matsuki's heart skipped. A real person was speaking. Fear turned to anger. He stood, ready to scold, but a flash of light interrupted him. That's a knife, right? Fake, I hope. What era is this? Who still carries a real knife outside? Looking toward the figure, mostly obscured by darkness, Matsuki's mind jumped to the rumor of a serial killer in the area. Why was a murderer scarier than any ghost? He forced a smile. We're here for an online live stream. If we've disturbed you, we'll leave immediately. The camera assistant, overwhelmed by fear, cursed and tried to turn, but an iron grip seized the back of his neck, freezing him completely. Don't turn the camera around. Didn't your mother tell you not to film without permission? Be polite. Held off the ground by one hand, the assistant dared not move. Strong and heavy, he understood this was no ordinary person. Matsuki grew more convinced he faced a dangerous individual, strong, silent, armed, unwilling to be filmed. He discreetly pressed the emergency dial on his phone, ready to call police, but held back to avoid provoking the stranger. Feigning calm, Matsuki said, he doesn't want to be on camera. We'll respect his privacy and leave. We mean no harm. Hajime gently released the assistant and patted his shoulder. He was puzzled by the streamer's words. Originally planning to leave quietly, Hajime reconsidered. The streamer was broadcasting live, Hajime was armed and appearing suspicious at night. To avoid trouble, he stepped out of the camera's view and slipped away. The noises didn't matter as long as he wasn't seen. If not for possible nagging from Megumi, Hajime might not have cared about being filmed at all. He had another reason to seek out the streamer, but it seemed he had frightened him instead. Wait. Hajime's voice stopped Matsuki, who was packing up. To him, it sounded like a death knell. Have you been streaming ghost hunts around here lately? And recording them? Besides here, where else? Matsuki swallowed nervously. No, under Hajime's imposing gaze, he confessed, we visited a few famous places nearby, but only here seemed likely for ghosts. Matsuki's usual streaming mindset made him ramble before noticing Hajime stepping fully from the shadows. Hajime looked young, someone who might make a living online based on looks. But then the weapons at his waist and in hand caught Matsuki's eye. From experience warding off spirits, he recognized a real, unsheathed knife, potentially lethal if sharpened. Still wary, Matsuki recounted their past few days' ghost hunts. Who knew if Hajime was a murderer or disturbed? Suicides happened because people were broken and desperate. If Hajime wished to take others with him, they were doomed. They really should have brought self-defense gear. This was all Shinichi's fault, his sudden illness had disrupted their preparations. Hajime tapped Matsuki's phone, signaling to end the stream. Sweat poured from Matsuki's temples, fearing Hajime might strike. Reluctantly, Matsuki lowered his head, said a few closing words, then shut off the live feed despite ongoing viewer comments. Hajime then asked, have you encountered anything strange recently? Think carefully. Matsuki wanted to say, you're the strangest thing we've seen, but the knife silenced him. Still, Hajime's behavior after the stream suggested he wasn't a killer, he hadn't forced or harmed them. So Matsuki cooperated and thought hard. No strange events had occurred. Though they streamed ghost hunts, he never experienced anything supernatural. Some colleagues claimed otherwise, but he dismissed their stories as hype. Just as anxiety grew, Matsuki's props assistant spoke hesitantly, what about Mr. Shinichi? Doesn't he count as strange? Matsuki perked up. Oh, yes, but it wasn't that strange. Tell me. Hajime, inspecting the props nearby, turned toward Matsuki with keen interest. Matsuki explained that Shinichi handled miscellaneous tasks. 2 days ago, after visiting a nearby mountain with an abandoned temple, Shinichi developed a high fever and delirium. They initially thought it was a cold. They took him to a hospital, then resumed streaming to avoid disappointing viewers. Hajime asked, what exactly did he say while delirious? Were you with him? Did you feel anything unusual? Matsuki smiled wryly. He realized Hajime wanted genuine ghost stories, unlike casual fans. But ghosts didn't exist in his world. Is that so? Hajime thought silently but pressed for details. Matsuki recounted some delirious ramblings. Hajime pondered quietly, then asked, was your camera recording the whole time? Mostly, yes, Matsuki replied. We use it to create behind-the-scenes footage later. Hajime nodded firmly. Let me see. Matsuki wanted to protest about the volume of footage and suggested watching it safely elsewhere, but all he managed was okay. Hajime took the camera and quickly scanned the footage using his technique. Returning it with a polite thank you, he added, go home quickly. Goodbye. He turned and left. Matsuki sighed with relief. Never again. He hurried his assistants to prepare for departure, grateful just to leave unharmed. p@trian.com/zphyr_. Chapter 41, Finding the Cursed Spirits. Kamihara Hajime returned to Yaga Shrine without disturbing anyone. After briefly explaining the situation to Megumi Fushiguro, who was already lightly sleeping in the room, they decided it was too late to investigate further and went to rest. The next morning, Akashi Emi, wife of Akashi no Hiko, had prepared breakfast, including fresh miso soup, rice balls, and Western-style items like fried eggs, bacon, and bread. After politely thanking the gentle and virtuous lady, they took their seats at Akashi no Hiko's invitation and met his son and daughter, Akashi Nobuneo and Akashi Natsuki. Both children resembled their mother and appeared only a few years older than Hajime and Megumi. Among the siblings, the older sister's personality resembled their father more. Once the 7 travelers had gathered, they quickly became familiar with one another. Although Natsuki seemed more interested in Hajime and Megumi, one was cold and spoke little, while the other focused on eating, making it challenging for even a skilled cook to cater to their tastes. After enjoying the delicious breakfast, Hajime thanked the Akashi family again. His attention then shifted to the conversation between Shujun and Akashi no Hiko about where to go later. That location was one of several suspicious places Hajime had noticed in the streamer's video from the day before. It was atop the mountain behind the shrine, where a very tall and thick ancient tree, said to be hundreds of years old, stood. Tourists often climbed the mountain to admire it after praying at the shrine. Because Yaga Shrine worships a local legendary mountain god, this ancient tree was sometimes considered an incarnation of the mountain god in the human world, naturally receiving reverence from many visitors. After Hajime asked if they could join, Akashi no Hiko readily agreed and called his children. After clearing the table, he sent Nobuneo to gather the group, saying he wanted to encourage his son to exercise. Due to his reserved nature, Nobuneo rarely communicated with others. Since returning home for vacation, Akashi no Hiko had planned for both siblings to participate in shrine activities. Though Nobuneo was introverted, he understood politeness. Soon, he returned with the group. Everyone set off lightly, the destination was only a short walk away. During the walk, Hajime and Nobuneo spoke at length, sharing detailed information about the place and other somewhat famous nearby spots. Though relatively quiet, Nobuneo became talkative, discussing familiar topics like games and anime. From him, Hajime learned that aside from Yaga Shrine itself, there were few local attractions. The ancient tree was one, along with a cherry blossom path, though it wasn't bloom season. There was also a river at the mountain's base with clear water and rich ecology, often visited but quiet at this time. Finally, there was a forest, neither large nor small, originally a beautiful natural landscape. In recent years, people had committed suicide there. Though not as infamous as Aokigahara, the site had drawn online attention after news reports, influencer visits, and several disappearances, though not confirmed as suicides. At the mountaintop, they saw the conspicuous ancient tree surrounded by carefully maintained grounds. White Shimenawa ropes, large enough for 3 to 5 people to embrace the trunk, adorned the tree. Its sturdy base supported a massive canopy. In summer, lush branches would enhance the spectacle. Everyone took portraits and made sincere wishes in turns beneath the tree. Hajime, less interested in natural beauty, accustomed as he was to Jujutsu High surroundings, walked the area, searching for traces of cursed energy. He soon detected faint residual energy, first noticed by White Wolf, concentrated around the ancient tree. But without dense branches blocking his view, he found no active curse presence. From the mountaintop, one could spot the shrine's eaves peeking through the forest. A glance to the side revealed a silver ribbon of water winding out of the mountain forest into the distance. Nearby, Megumi caught Hajime's eye. Upon Hajime's subtle signal, Megumi detected the faint residual energy too. He gestured, suggesting summoning jade hounds to search since no other jujutsu sorcerers were present and they wouldn't be visible otherwise. Hajime shook his head and declined, choosing to walk normally. At Akashi Natsuki's suggestion, Hajime even took a photo with Megumi and White Wolf in front of the tree. After savoring the view from the peak, the group descended, following a small path alongside the river. The clear stream gurgled over bluestones, converging at the mountain's base. Small fish and shrimp darted in the water, and moving stones revealed crabs escaping from stirred mud. Along the stream lay a grayish-white pebble beach where some played skipping stones, while Hajime and Megumi searched for cursed traces. Likely disturbed by so many visitors, Hajime found a minor cursed spirit, a fly head, briefly surfacing before vanishing. He ignored it, seeing no serious threat nearby. According to the streamer's video, the abnormal situation seemed to be near the ancient tree. Perhaps another companion had encountered a cursed spirit, causing illness. No cursed spirits were found on the mountaintop, so the creature must linger nearby. No traces appeared near the river either. They faced a slow, tedious search. After the outing, they returned to the shrine for lunch. Despite Akashi no Hiko's polite refusals, Hajime pressed payment for their stay and meals into his hand, then said he and Megumi needed rest and would be called for dinner. Back in their room, Hajime called Megumi, preparing to go out again. Their destination, the forest he had explored last night. Once there, Hajime had Megumi summon the Jade Hounds. 2 Shikigami, 1 black, 1 white, leapt from Megumi's shadow, circling him. After instructions, the Jade Hounds and White Wolf split up to search for curses. Though the area had many suicides, careful search revealed only minor curse spirits, mostly flyheads posing little threat. They dealt with threats when convenient, otherwise, ignored them. Soon, White Wolf discovered something and barked across the forest. Hajime and Megumi followed and found a steep cliff edge. Looking down under the clear sky, Hajime saw a grayish-black veil covering the area below. Found it? Megumi asked. Hajime nodded. Its aura was well hidden, I didn't expect it here. Looking back at the suicide sanctuary, Hajime imagined people had jumped from here. He set up a barrier. Though few lived nearby, precautions were necessary. Let's go. Without hesitation, Hajime jumped down the cliff. Megumi's eyelids twitched. Crossing his arms into a wing shape, a shadow surged behind him. New. A large, strange bird flew out. This Shikigami had been recently tamed. Megumi's 10 shadows technique corresponded to 10 different Shikigami. Except for the Jade Hounds, which didn't require taming, others needed to be tamed first. Besides combat, Nu provided flight. Under Megumi's control, Nu hooked him with talons and flew down the cliff. They landed to find Hajime already on the ground. After recalling Nu, Megumi pointed to a patch of black mist floating ahead and asked, "What is this?" "It has a cursed aura." "Do cursed spirits look like this?" Hajime stroked his chin. The black mist radiated curse energy, the closer they got, the clearer it became. Without seeing its shape, Hajime might have thought it was a cursed spirit, but its misty form. "Let's test it." Hajime raised his hand and sent a limited amount of cursed energy toward the mist, stirring it as if startling an entity. The black mist contracted, converging to a central point. Within breaths, it solidified into a massive black snake with lifelike scales. The snake's head had no eye sockets, unclear how it perceived anything, but cursed spirits were not truly living beings. Disturbed by their presence, the snake coiled, preparing to strike. Hajime spread his hands and turned to Megumi. "I'll leave this to you." "No problem, right." Megumi drew Onigiri, and the Jade Hounds flanked him. The dense forest was poor terrain, so he did not summon Nu. Hajime estimated the cursed spirit was semi-grade 2, likely a one-hit kill, and thought combat experience would benefit Megumi. Meanwhile, he considered the curse's origin. The suicide count seemed insufficient to birth such a spirit. This curse showed low aggression. Had Hajime not initiated, it might have remained still. Its ability to hide its aura was strong. Without seeing the anomaly in daylight, finding it would have been nearly impossible. No wonder no traces were found last night. In poor light, the black mist blended naturally. Chapter 42, Losing Consciousness Again. Megumi Fushiguro still had some combat experience. After all, he had tamed several types of Shikigami. Although the Onigiri in his hand wasn't as effective for cursed energy defense as Tatsuka no Tsurugi, it was still a cursed tool, perfectly capable of harming cursed spirits. With the help of 2 Jade Hounds, there was no immediate problem, but this cursed spirit seemed unusual. Its body was torn apart by Megumi several times, only to reform like a cloud of mist, though slightly smaller each time. While its outer form resembled a snake, it was merely an appearance. Hajime had never seen a snake stretch its mouth like a bottomless pit. Moreover, it exerted a powerful suction, pulling everything nearby into its black hole-like maw. Megumi, steady on his feet, did not fall for this trick, but surrounding stones and vegetation disappeared into it without altering its form. Megumi calmly dodged and attacked, dismembering the black snake repeatedly. The mist-formed snake gradually shrank. Under siege by 1 person and 2 dogs, it couldn't escape and only resisted futilely. As the battle tilted, the snake suddenly spat out many wooden and stone objects from its mouth. Dodging flying debris, Megumi was surprised when a human figure fell from within. Hajime's gaze followed, and he used his technique to pull the figure back. It was a male, wearing a thick outdoor sports jacket, completely unconscious but breathing faintly. Having read the mission brief, Hajime recognized the man. He was the missing individual reported by the police nearly 4 days ago. Had he been swallowed by this cursed spirit? Megumi, don't exorcise it all at once. This cursed spirit seems capable of swallowing both inanimate and living things. There might be others inside. Megumi thought, good thing I didn't use the great serpent. Although this cursed spirit kept reforming like mist, it was still just a curse. Under strong, widespread attack, it wouldn't last long. He was using the fight to gain combat experience, which is why he waited until the snake spat out the man. After Hajime's warning, Megumi cupped his hands and bent his pinky finger, summoning the Shikigami toad from his shadow. A calf-sized toad squatted on the ground, then, under Megumi's command, attacked the black snake alongside the jade hounds. Soon, as the cursed spirit's body further shrank, more objects were spat out, and 3 bodies fell to the ground. Upon inspection, Hajime found they were all dead, their deaths caused by hanging. This meant these individuals had committed suicide before being swallowed. Moreover, the cursed spirit swallowed not only people but various objects. It was unclear how its misty body accommodated all this, showing how mysterious curses can be. In that case, can it swallow cursed tools? Would this be the storage item I've been looking for? Megumi, nearly done beating the spirit, fought well but seemed unfamiliar with such non-human entities, and his weapon skills were basic. Perhaps Maki would teach him after he enrolled at Jujutsu High. Megumi, wait. This cursed spirit might be useful. Don't exorcise it yet. I'll try to subdue it and form a contract. Shikigami users in the Jujutsu world form contracts with curses or coalesced curse aggregates to command them. Some capture wild cursed spirits, but this is uncertain. Ordinary sorcerers must consider the target's nature carefully. Powerful cursed spirits often harbor extreme negative emotions and aggression, making contracts risky. Even if a contract is forced, the power imbalance or aggression may cause future problems. Strong useful cursed spirits are difficult to subdue, weak ones aren't worth it. Thus, only cursed spirits with special abilities are usually chosen. Shikigami users can't command infinite Shikigami, so they carefully select manageable ones. Cursed spirits weak in combat attract less interest. Still, Hajime had some combat power and wanted the spirit's ability to store objects. It could even store living things temporarily. Hajime knew how to form contracts from his barrier techniques training but had never tried. Now was the time. Though he needed to subdue the spirit first, Megumi's attacks had already weakened it. However, Hajime was surprised. When he approached, the spirit tried to escape but quickly returned to its spot. After several repetitions, facing Hajime holding Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the black snake cowered, prostrating itself and trembling. Hajime then formed a contract with it. With no resistance, the contract succeeded. Hajime felt a strange connection with the spirit, which also took some of his cursed energy and mental burden, though only slightly. The black snake rose and transformed into nearly solid black mist that floated upward. Its essence was this mist, able only to take certain forms. Under Hajime's control, it gathered at his left ear, forming a small black Magatama earring. Originally wanting to keep it near his hand for easy access, Hajime changed it to an earring to avoid damage during combat. Next, it was time to test the spirit's ability. Black mist flowed down from the Magatama, clumsily but quickly enveloping Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter in Hajime's hand. The 2 cursed swords melted into mist as if sinking into a mire or being pulled into an unknown space. Hajime smiled at his empty hands, summoned cursed energy, and the tip of Tatsuka no Tsurugi reappeared through the mist until he grasped the hilt. It's quite useful. Finally, I don't have to carry a big box everywhere. Megumi, who had retrieved his shadow Shikigami, watched and asked, it worked. What's next? Taking the Onakiri Megumi through to him and storing it, Hajime replied, that's basically it. When we return, you pack up, say goodbye to Tsumaki, then prepare to go to Jujutsu High. After Megumi used Toad to put the surviving men into its stomach, preparing to hand him to the notified logistics team, Hajime learned more through his contract with the cursed spirit. From its simple, almost indescribable thoughts, he understood it wasn't born purely from the negative emotions of suicidal people. Instead, it was connected to a wild god from local legends. The legends contained elements of horror or intimidation. Unlike righteous gods, this one brought fear. Alone, this would be unlikely to spawn a curse, but because the forest became a suicide spot, negative emotions surged, fueled by linked myths and strange occurrences, creating the curse. Although it had no clear consciousness, it generally avoided attacking, swallowing things instinctively. It wasn't a living creature, and what it swallowed was mostly preserved intact. The unlucky men had been swallowed, thus reported missing. Hajime and Megumi waited for the medical team to take the faintly breathing man for treatment, hoping to learn his story once he awoke. They returned to Yaga Shrine, thanked Akashi no Hiko, and prayed for Tsumaki, buying omamori charms to bring to her. They said polite goodbyes. Though brief and somewhat peculiar, their polite demeanor left an impression. When they explained they wanted charms for their sick sister, Akashi Emi insisted on giving the omamori free. See, both our names have Megumi, it must be fate. My mother said I'm a blessing to others. I'm sure your parents love you very much. You two are a lot like our children. Megumi said nothing, accepting her kindness with polite thanks. Together with Hajime, they left the shrine. Back home, Tsumaki's complexion had improved significantly. Seeing the omamori and 2 boxes of incense sticks, said to calm the mind and promote health, her eyes curved in joy. She insisted on cooking a grand meal to thank them. In the end, Hajime persuaded her otherwise, had Megumi assist, and cooked a meal himself. Though not the most delicious, meals made by family carry an irreplaceable warmth. Now finally home, Hajime planned to rest 2 or 3 days before returning to Jujutsu High. However, at this moment, an accident occurred. Fushiguro Tsumaki lost consciousness again. Support or join to get access to chapters in advance. Chapter 43, Introduction. Kamihara Hajime. Hajime had just fallen asleep after playing games late into the night when he received a call from Megumi Fushiguro. The voice on the other end was a bit distorted, but what Megumi said next instantly sobered Hajime. My sister suddenly fainted again. I've already called an ambulance, you. Hajime barely caught the rest. He quickly got up and rushed to the Fushiguro residence. Megumi's face was clearly panicked. Before the ambulance arrived, Hajime tried to use reverse cursed technique to treat Tsumaki, but found it had no effect. The effect of reverse technique was barely better than nothing. Despite Hajime's full effort, Tsumaki's eyelids only fluttered briefly as if about to wake, then she fell back into unconsciousness. The only good news was that her vital signs remained stable, almost as if she were merely sleeping. After she was sent to the hospital, a series of examinations and tests revealed no cause, only that everything appeared normal. Yet, she remained unconscious, unable to wake, leaving the doctors baffled. But Hajime quickly realized something was wrong, detecting the aura of a curse on Tsumaki. His attempts to dispel it were completely ineffective. Could the previous coma have been caused by the same thing? This is troubling. Hajime urgently sought help from Gojo Satoru. Not long after, Gojo appeared at the hospital. After examining Tsumaki, his expression turned serious. It's a curse, and an unknown, troublesome one. At least for now, I have no idea how to resolve it. We need to find the source. Has she been to any unfamiliar places or encountered any cursed spirits recently? Megumi sat on a chair in the corridor outside the ward, head lowered. After a moment, he said, no. She hasn't gone anywhere else recently. There are no traces of cursed spirits near school or home either. The only silver lining was that Tsumaki was merely unconscious, not in immediate danger. Gojo arranged for investigation of the places she had recently visited. With no way to dispel the curse, the best option was to have her cared for at a private hospital owned by the Gojo family. Seeing Megumi so silent, Gojo approached and patted his shoulder. Megumi. Megumi looked up. Gojo-sensei, if I go to Jujutsu High, can I become strong enough? I feel far from strong enough to protect those I care about. Gojo regarded the determined young man who had inherited the Zenin family technique. Yes, you can, Megumi. You're talented. The desire to protect those you cherish is good. Although Jujutsu sorcerers gain power from negative emotions, they also need beliefs like this to support them. As Tsumaki was taken away, Megumi packed his things. Hajime stood beside Gojo and broke the silence. Sensei, this seems more likely a curse master's doing. If she had accidentally encountered a curse, there wouldn't be no clues like this. Gojo nodded. This isn't an ordinary curse. If it's not a direct curse by an enemy, it's probably a random act. So the culprit might be hard to find. Hajime asked, expressionless. A curse like this must serve a purpose. As long as they keep acting, they'll leave traces. Gojo gestured for Hajime to follow. Let's go. By the way, Hajime, when do you plan to become special grade? Soon, once I master full-time reverse curse technique. Gojo-sensei, does anyone at Jujutsu High know new shadow style? Since I can't learn domain expansion anytime soon, I want to start with simple domain. Yes, your future second-year homeroom teacher, Atsuya Kusakabe, specializes in that. He's a grade 1 sorcerer without a curse technique. Since Kinji Hikari and others were suspended, he probably has free time. You can learn from him. Hajime had heard about the suspensions of the 2 second-year seniors due to conflicts with the conservatives during the previous Hyaki Yagyo incident. He didn't know the details and didn't ask Gojo. Those older sorcerers were skilled at setting traps and political games. The beginning was no longer important, the key was Kinji Hikari got caught in a vulnerable position. The suspension was likely a political balance. After returning to Jujutsu High in the car driven by Yeri, the morning sun had already risen over the mountains. After helping Megumi settle into his dorm and other matters, Hajime, who hadn't rested all night, lay down briefly. Still full of energy, Hajime's sleep was short now. If necessary, he practically didn't need to sleep at all. Still, it was wonderful to hide under covers during winter, and endless work and entertainment got boring, so Hajime enjoyed the emptiness of sleep every day. After returning, he greeted Panda and Maki, who were already up and training. Then he went to find Atsuya Kusakabe. After explaining his goal, the middle-aged man with messy hair, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a lollipop in his mouth readily agreed. This style can be learned at Jujutsu High if you want, with some merit. You'll be fine. Want to start now? Hajime nodded. Yes, I'm mainly interested in the simple domain of new shadow style, and want to learn other techniques too. Kusakabe led Hajime to an empty room and began explaining the philosophy and basics of new shadow style with a wooden training sword. Hajime quickly mastered the moves. He focused on simple domain and the technique of combining cursed energy with cursed tools. It's constructed using cursed energy like a barrier technique, without involving the sorcerer's technique. The difficulty is lower, but the effects are fewer. No wonder some call it the domain of the weak. Hajime maintained the stance of sheathing his sword. The simple domain, initially only a few meters around him, took shape. This felt interesting. Hajime sensed that if an attack landed within his simple domain, he would automatically counterattack under the domain's wriggling effect. Most importantly, it neutralized sure-hit effects inside enemy domains. Kusakabe thrust a sword like lightning, rippling like a breeze on water. Hajime felt an anomaly intrude within the few meters around him. Without activating his technique, Hajime's wooden sword left its sheath unnoticed. Though struck later, his blade arrived first, hitting Kusakabe's attack side and easily neutralizing it. Kusakabe sheathed his sword. You're talented, worthy of being that guy's student. Use the techniques as reference, practice more for the rest. He bit the candy in his mouth, which looked like a cigarette, and sighed at Hajime's learning speed with no other emotion. There are always geniuses in this world, aren't there? Kusakabe, who had never awakened a technique, understood this long ago but didn't care. He just wanted a peaceful life. Moreover, such gifted people often endure the first storms that fall from above. Let's go, time to eat. With a wave, Kusakabe called Hajime, who was still practicing, then left first. Hajime checked the time, it was noon. He returned to his dorm for a quick shower, then called Megumi, who had woken up, to meet at the cafeteria. The cafeteria food was ordinary, not bad but above average. The daily menu was mostly fixed, with limited choices. Few people ate there since many were on missions. For example, Gojo was often absent. Hajime had practically never seen him in the cafeteria. Upon entering, Hajime saw Panda and others sitting together. He waved at Panda, then took Megumi to the counter. Megumi swiped Hajime's student ID, though cash was accepted. After ordering tonkatsu ramen and tempura, Hajime sat with his tray and saw Panda wink at him. Hajime, is that the Megumi Fushiguro you mentioned? Yuta Okatsu and Inamaki Toge looked curious. The previous new classmate had trained with Nanami Kento and hadn't fully recovered from an earlier incident. Although improving, they hadn't grown close. As for this new junior, who had grown up with Hajime, a natural familiarity arose. When Megumi joined with his tray, Hajime gestured for him to sit and said, Megumi Fushiguro, I mentioned him before. He's next batch. Gojo-sensei asked me to bring Megumi here early. He introduced everyone, Panda, you know him. Panda smiled and greeted Megumi. Inamaki Toge, a Zoga user, very strong. But he usually uses limited words, so ask Panda to translate. Seaweed, Inamaki bowed slightly to Megumi. Yuta Okatsu was special grade before. I think Yuta will return soon. Pity you missed meeting Yuta's girlfriend. Yuta greeted Megumi politely. Then came Maki. Zenin Maki, skilled with cursed tools. You'll rely on her for training. You two know each other, right? Maki glanced at Megumi and nodded. Barely, saw him once as kids. Noticing curious looks, Hajime realized he hadn't told them Megumi's original surname was Zenin. Oh well, not important. Though Megumi wasn't outgoing, after brief intros, the group became more harmonious, chatting about recent events over the meal. Nothing major, except Yuta mentioning Gojo had sent him abroad on a mission. Yuta, don't forget souvenirs. Having seen Yuta's strength and knowing he had learned reverse technique, they felt reassured and joked with him. No problem. Y'all be stingy with power stones. Chapter 44, New Mission. I've always believed that improving in combat comes from constant fighting, so let's start by feeling it through the blade in your hand. Maki and Megumi Fushiguro stood facing each other, each holding a wooden sword. The lesson began quickly, and before long Megumi was at a disadvantage, barely managing to defend himself in a flustered way. While Maki attacked fiercely, she also offered advice on what he should do. After watching for a while, Hajime, wanting to avoid being bothered by Maki later, greeted Panda and the others, then slipped away. Gojo Satoru seems to need me for something. I'm heading out now, bye. Hajime wasn't lying, Gojo had messaged him. When he arrived, he saw Gojo talking to Yaga Masamichi. Gojo-sensei, did you call me for a mission? Gojo leaned back on the sofa. That's right. This time, the target is a curse master, quite infamous in the Jiu-Jitsu world. He travels around, creating or inciting malicious incidents to breed vicious cursed spirits. Previously, this person fled abroad, but recent intelligence shows he's returned to the country and is active again. Hajime took the papers Gojo handed him and quickly scanned them. The information was clear. There was a criminal imitating the modus operandi of a former serial killer. It was crude, and his tracks were quickly discovered. But then strange events derailed the case. The murderer violently resisted arrest and was shot dead at the scene by police, but 2 days later reappeared and committed another bloody crime. The police, barely suppressing the news, sought help from relevant parties. Investigators soon found the curse master's whereabouts. Further investigation confirmed this dangerous special-grade curse master was involved, and the report ended up in Hajime's hands. No special-grade missions. Hajime flipped through the intelligence. Though threatening to ordinary sorcerers, he showed a bored expression. Gojo chuckled, scolding, "You brat, where do you expect to find so many special-grade curse spirits to exorcise? This one's already good. His actions are vile, you can exorcise him on the spot, no detention needed." Hajime waved the papers nonchalantly. Yaga Masamichi, nearby, wanted to comment but held back. After Hajime left, Yaga said to Gojo, "Gojo, your student is only a first year." Gojo chuckled softly, eyes hidden behind the blindfold. "He's almost second year." Seeing Yaga raise his eyebrows, Gojo continued before he could speak, "I know what you mean, don't worry. Hajime is much more capable than you think, he has the resolve." Standing in front of an abandoned factory on the outskirts, Nita Akari looked at the photo in her hand and said to Hajime, "This is it, the last place the culprit committed a crime. Intelligence suggests there might still be traces of cursed spirits inside." Hajime nodded, formed a hand seal, and chanted a spell to erect a barrier. Amid Nita Akari's, "May your martial prowess flourish," he stepped forward. The place had been abandoned for years, weeds grew waist-high. What should have been desolate was now marked by tire tracks and footprints leading toward the factory. Hajime entered through the gate and immediately frowned. The overwhelming cursed energy felt like piercing wails of vengeful souls, making him uneasy. That's not right. Looking around the dilapidated workshop, Hajime noted unnatural cracks, damaged rusty machinery, and cursed energy residue everywhere, proof of a battle between Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers or cursed spirits. If the intelligence is correct, I'm the first sorcerer to handle this. These battle traces can only be related to the mission target. The police just left here yesterday, and now these traces appear. Did that curse master return to fight an unknown enemy? Is he that arrogant? Clang. A sharp sound echoed through the empty factory, catching Hajime's attention. Black Magatama earrings dangled with wisps of mist, and Tatsuka no Tsurugi slid out, caught by Hajime's hand. He walked toward the sound and found a heavily rusted thick door. As if sensing Hajime's footsteps, the unknown entity inside suddenly slammed into the iron door with a deafening roar. Hajime raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Want out so badly? I'll help." The Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand trembled slightly, and the iron door shrieked as it was sliced into pieces by four-way slashes. A shadow rushed out. Hajime didn't move immediately but studied the strange creature. Is it a cursed spirit? The figure was roughly humanoid, but its face was twisted unnaturally, as if parts rotated and flipped. Its 2 arms were uneven, one large, one small, and a purple-skinned hand protruded from its abdomen. Its body was covered in hard, spiky skin, and its lower limbs bent backwards at the joints. Most striking was the thick left arm's hand, which wasn't really a hand but a heavy blade fused with flesh. That must have caused the earlier clang. Hajime's confusion came from subtle differences compared to other cursed spirits. Before he could think further, the monster charged. The swift, thunderous impact was immediately reversed as the monster trembled violently, slammed to the ground by immense force. A vibrating hum followed, and the culprit, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, was deeply embedded in the monster's chest, piercing the earth. The sword in Hajime's hand had already become Onakiri. He observed the monster struggling to rise. The organ that might have been a mouth muttered indistinctly. Hajime listened closely, barely catching the words. "Kill. Kill you." He stomped the monster, which was trying to break free, back down. The concrete cracked underfoot, dust spreading. Then, Hajime raised his sword and severed both arms with 2 slashes, saving effort. Using the tip of his blade, he prodded the clothes nearly fused with the monster's flesh. Closer inspection showed it was wearing clothes. Hajime pierced an intact pocket on the upper garment, and from it fell a notebook. The monster instinctively tried to grab it but couldn't. Hajime picked it up. The notebook was palm-sized. He flipped open a page, his expression growing strange. After quickly paging through, he disgustedly threw it aside. Now he knew, this monster was the resurrected murderer. His name was Matsumoto Den, right? The notebook contained vivid pencil sketches, but their content was deeply disturbing. The intelligence was right, this depraved killer left behind artworks as traces, scenes that would sicken most but intoxicate him. 4 words, unforgivable crimes. You got off easy. He placed Onakiri's blade on the monster's, Matsumoto Den's, forehead pinned underfoot. With slight pressure, the sword could pierce the brain and shatter it. But Hajime hesitated, pondering, ordinary people turn into cursed spirits after death, though they may lose their original selves. But this one still wore clothes from life, carried real objects, and bled, and gave off an unusual feeling. Hajime took out his phone, opened the camera, and took a photo of the monster. Then the photo showed the monster's full form clearly. Ordinary people cannot see curses, and some technologies like cameras don't capture curse traces. So only one possibility remained: this monster wasn't a curse formed from Matsumoto Den's death, but a creature made from his flesh. This situation, it's that cursed spirit. Hajime recalled a special grade curse spirit that had left a deep impression, Mjito. Its technique could alter the souls of those it touched, causing physical changes. He carefully examined Matsumoto Den's condition. Since it was his first encounter with such a thing, he hadn't identified it at first. Without these signs, he might not have thought in that direction. Remembering the fate of such victims, the outcome seemed irreversible. Even if there were ways to save him, Hajime wouldn't act. Death was already mercy enough. He cut off the monster's head with one slash, the body went still. Pulling out Tatsuka no Tsurugi, another question came: Matsumoto Den was here, so where was the curse master? The traces around didn't look like they came from one monster alone. At least, Matsumoto Den had fought the curse master or his cursed spirit. Chapter 45, Mjito. Kamihara Hajime was searching Matsumoto Den's body for other clues when footsteps suddenly approached from outside the factory. Turning, he saw a young man, not much older than himself, with a strikingly handsome face. They exchanged confused glances. Hajime recognized the man as the curse master target, Uehara Masanobu. Despite his likable appearance, his deeds were far worse than Matsumoto Den's. Hajime sighed inwardly. This is too easy. I don't even need to search, the mission targets are delivered right to me. Could anything be simpler? Uehara Masanobu's gaze swept over the young man in the familiar uniform holding a sword, then to the monster lying at his feet. His heart sank. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you from Tokyo Jujutsu High?" Hajime had intended to finish him off immediately but remembered Matsumoto Den's strange state. He changed tactics, charging without activating his technique. His twin blades flashed toward Uehara's face. Though prepared, Uehara was startled. Suddenly, several ink-black tentacles erupted from around him, wrapping him tightly in layers. In a flash, the Shikigami he had summoned shattered, streams of light seeping through the cracks, revealing a surprised expression on his face. A swift kick twisted Uehara's face further. Spinning through the air toward the wall, he was caught by tentacles extending from behind at the last moment, lessening the impact. Despite clutching his abdomen, Uehara wore a, just as expected, expression. "Did you fight before?" Hajime pointed at Matsumoto's body on the ground. Uehara's face darkened but said nothing. Instead, he pulled out another talisman and summoned a towering Shikigami resembling a zombie. As it appeared, pus-filled boils burst one by one, popping continuously as black-green liquid spread across the ground. "Do you know Mjito?" "He's a humanoid cursed spirit," Hajime said, vibrating his sword. In Uehara's mind, the image of the stitched-face cursed spirit with a smile mixing innocence and malice naturally appeared. Fear flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by himself. "By the way, why is your sword vibrating?" White threads enveloped Uehara, and the tentacles fell. The zombie-like Shikigami collapsed into a shapeless mass. "You." Before he could finish, his vision dropped and he fell uncontrollably. His legs were neatly severed at mid-thigh, blood mixing with filth as he screamed. "Tell me about that cursed spirit. If you cooperate, I'll heal you with reverse curse technique," Hajime said, looking down. Severely injured, Uehara knew he'd met his match. This wasn't like the sorcerers he'd evaded or repelled before. He dared not release his other Shikigami meant for a sneak attack. Memory surfaced involuntarily, the humanoid cursed spirit speaking human words, transforming the deranged murderer into a monster before his eyes. He himself had been injured by it. He'd fled in fear but returned greedily, only to face this formidable opponent. Now sober, regret filled his heart. Under the threat of death, Uehara forced himself to believe. Even if there was only 1% chance, he clung to it. That cursed spirit has stitches on his face and body. He transformed that man into a monster, but I don't know his name. He told me to find him at a nearby hospital before. As he spoke, realization dawned. Hajime's gaze shifted, then Uehara felt his feet tingle, his body began swelling. Fa. Ugh. His voice became muffled, indistinct. Futile whimpers escaped as his raised hand ballooned grotesquely. So. I've already been affected. When did this happen? His consciousness spiraled into chaos. This last thought flashed before being swallowed by a violent desire to kill. Hajime watched wide-eyed as the curse master transformed from human to monster, limbs and facial features distorting. This technique, it really is. Time will spin. Onigiri sliced through the body easily. The fragments immediately withered, vitality draining away. After dispatching the few Shikigami and cursed spirits released by Uehara's death, Hajime took out his phone, snapped photos of the ground, and sent a message to Nita Akari to handle the aftermath. Leaving, he opened his map app, searched the nearest hospital, and headed there. The hospital wasn't large, corridors sparsely populated. Hajime paused upon seeing someone sitting at the corridor's end. Black clothes and pants, long blue hair braided thrice, one blue eye and one black eye. The stitches on his face and arms were unmistakable. It was the special grade cursed spirit, Mjito. He sat, ignored by passers-by, observing hospital visitors with fascination. Hajime's arrival caught his gaze, his eyes lit up, knowing he was seen. Hello there. Mjito smiled innocently, almost disarming if one ignored his abnormalities. Did that human come? But you're not bad either, what a beautiful body. Your soul must be beautiful too, I want to feel it. Mjito reached out, intoxicated, but a sharp pain snapped him awake. His outstretched right hand was severed at the wrist, though he hadn't seen how. Did you do that? Confused, Mjito bent down, picked up his hand, dangled it, then let it fall to dust. Flesh surged where it was severed, and a new hand grew in moments. He flexed it, identical to the original. Hajime sat opposite, calm. That had been a warning, Mjito was special. Ordinary attacks barely harmed him, only soul-affecting powers truly damaged him. Are you Mjito? You were behind Matsumoto-den and Uehara Masanobu, right? Hajime's question was assertive, despite its form. Few people were around, but the urgency prevented evacuation. Mjito wouldn't foolishly watch Hajime kill. Mjito's interest deepened, contemplating the unnoticed attack. He answered thoughtfully, I suppose. I don't know those humans' names. After granting one's wish, I transformed the other casually. Are they your friends? Hajime chuckled softly. No, criminals. You just stole my job. Mjito laughed, twirling a strand of hair. Then no thanks necessary. By the way, you're here to kill me, right? His smile deepened with malice, but he didn't attack. Hajime was cautious about hostages, Mjito wary of Hajime's methods. That pure speed. I didn't see the attack's path or weapon. The thing on his ear must be a rare shape-shifting cursed spirit hiding the weapon. Mjito regretted focusing on observing humans instead of making more toys. Facing an opponent with invisible attacks made his toys less useful. Still, he felt no fear. If his soul was untouchable, injuries healed instantly. His soul must be beautiful, touching it would be exquisite. Mjito smiled wide, eyes revealing childlike malice, a child pouring boiling water on an anthill just to watch. Hajime sighed, glancing both ways in the corridor. Come with me quietly, then I'll cut you down. Exorcising you makes my special grade application easier. No, I haven't begun playing yet. But if you promise to let me touch your soul, it's possible. Otherwise, these toys will keep me entertained, Mjito said, eyes drifting to the hospital's people, bored. Distracted, Hajime barely listened. They exchanged a few more words. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as a door at the corridor's right end exploded, along with a nearby surveillance camera. Sensing danger, Mjito activated his technique. The scene changed instantly. Around him were groups of parked cars, above, thick concrete and lights, the underground parking lot. Mjito licked his lips. His peripheral vision caught 5 figures undergoing terrifying transformations, toys he'd made earlier. Under his control, the disfigured figures swayed and stumbled toward Hajime. Tears streamed from their eyes, bodies convulsing with distorted cries for help. Save me. Mjito smiled wantonly. How do you like my toys? I changed their souls with my technique. Hajime's face was obscured by light above. He destroyed the surveillance cameras, these transformed people were beyond saving. Reversing them was futile. Too early in transformation, reverting would only prompt Mjito's technique again. The root problem was Mjito, he had to be killed first. Without visible movement, Hajime caused the 5 monsters to abruptly revert to human form, then fly backward, landing in a corner behind a wall. He drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri, with Spider Cutter impaled in the ground before him. Mjito eyed the 3 swords, auras subtly intertwined. A dark premonition filled him. Without another word, his technique activated, he began transforming. Hajime's voice echoed through the underground, are you ready to die? Drop reviews. Either good or bad, I drop one bonus chapter if we reach 20 reviews in the next 3 hours. Chapter 46, Soul-Based Attacks. Mjito's body darkened as a hard shell began to form, but then a strange sensation tore through it. He knew the attack was complete. Instantly, he examined his injuries, limbs severed like chopped scallions, 7 clean cuts across his chest and abdomen, his neck and the area from left eyebrow to chin cleanly sliced, and a deep puncture from his left eye to the back of his head. Alongside these wounds, 2 unknown forces were at work, one suppressing his flesh and blood's recovery, the other a toxin affecting both his nerves and cursed energy. Those 3 swords. Kamihara Hajime noticed the slight shift in the young man's stance, the changed order of the swords in his hands, and the residual technique within his body. After Hajime activated his technique and entered time null state, Onigiri pierced Mjito's left eyeball, slicing through the splattered fluids and embedding halfway out the back of his head. Hajime, wielding Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter, appeared before Mjito instantly. The incomplete black hard skin that had started forming on Mjito's body was almost non-existent before the cursed swords, which easily tore through flesh and bone, severing every limb with flashing strikes. Seeing purple-black fluid leaking from his torn skin, Hajime understood Mjito's plan. Without hesitation, these substances were noxious, venom or similar toxins disguised as flesh to counterattack. A pity, still useless. Let's see if you survive the techniques of these 3 cursed swords. Spider Cutter's blade, clear and precise, sliced through Mjito's neck before hovering in the air. Hajime pulled Onigiri from his eye, then with a single diagonal slash, Tatsuka no Tsurugi split his head unevenly. Another cut bisected his upper body, Onigiri followed, exposing Mjito's internal organs from another angle. Hajime gripped Spider Cutter and plunged it into Mjito's heart. The 3 swords crossed, breaking Mjito into fragments. Feeling the techniques deeply penetrated his body, Hajime deactivated his technique. Blood gushed from Mjito's torn body. Before hitting the ground, rapidly growing threads connected the severed flesh. Sitting up with hands on the floor, Mjito reattached his 2 halves, a rotating eyeball growing from the bulging flesh of his left eye socket. He pushed the dangling eyeball back in and grinned wider, vomiting chunks of flesh before clapping his hands together, molding them into one. Multi-soul, bodily extraction. Mjito's technique, idle transfiguration, lets him manipulate souls, changing victims' physical forms. He can also alter his own body to adapt. Those flesh chunks were transformed victims, modified humans forced to obey him against their will. This soul alteration caused their deformity. Reverse curse technique was powerless. Merging souls, using the power of their rejection reactions, produced the multi-soul, bodily extraction technique. Mjito's face twisted with delight as he spread his hands. The merged flesh violently swelled, tumors jostled out, quickly obscuring most of his body. Those tumors grew into many sharp-toothed heads, like a cluster of snakes, biting everything with violent cursed energy. Hajime found this technique fascinating. The souls, once ordinary people, under Mjito's manipulation, erupted with power beyond mere addition. Matsumoto Den, previously transformed, had acquired cursed energy he never had. Mjito's technique altered souls and awakened latent cursed energy. Facing these grotesque heads dripping mucus in the air, Mjito's smile froze. Hajime raised Onigiri, aiming at that smile. One more round to end you. Onigiri and Spider Cutter danced in turns, Kesasatsu, reverse cross slash, spinning cleaves. Anything blocking Hajime's path to Mjito was shredded by chaotic sword light. Amid floating flesh fragments, Hajime felt an anomaly, headache, chest tightness, difficulty breathing, as if internal organs were failing. Poison gas. The sensation vanished instantly. Technique reversal activated continuously, restoring Hajime's body before Mjito's poison gas could harm him. You're clever, avoiding your own poison blood, switching to gas that covers the area, Hajime said, stepping forward. Mjito's gaze was fixed elsewhere as Hajime slashed diagonally from left shoulder to right hip with Onigiri, then followed with Spider Cutter and Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Mjito's body shattered again. His first instinct was to find Hajime's location. Seeing him unharmed, confusion showed. Gas doesn't work either. What is his technique? Not just speed. Long-range slashes. As expected, the modified creatures fell apart. No form, hard shell, fluid body, could withstand Hajime's slashes. Mjito was powerless. Poison liquid, poison gas, spikes covering the space all failed, shredded again. The ominous feeling grew. Hajime was still at peak. Mjito considered fleeing. Idle transfiguration. His body split like an earthworm. From his mouth, he vomited meat strips. Modified humans emitted distorted sounds, stumbling toward Hajime. Mjito clones transformed, bodies nearly bursting parking lot ceilings, sporting unnatural blade-like limbs. All you've got. Hajime whispered in Mjito's ear, entering time null state, stepping on the creatures to get behind him. The technique of the three cursed swords pinpointed Mjito's main body. Slicing through a blocking clone, Hajime plunged Tatsuka no Tsurugi into Mjito's back, the tip emerging from his chest. A tall, ethereal figure appeared above Mjito, a demonic face stared mercilessly. In the static space, the Azura-like phantom raised its decaying blood-stained sword and brought it down on Mjito's head. Time resumed. How? Bloodlines burst from Mjito's face, his mutated body scattered. But this time, it wasn't just physical damage, his soul seemed severed. This injury was not instantly healable. More importantly, if Hajime could harm souls, Mjito would die. Feeling death's kiss, Mjito's fragmented face laughed wildly. His technique operated frantically, the true killing blow was coming. This feeling, wonderful. The edge of life and death. Walking a narrow path suspended in darkness, surrounded by eternal death, Mjito felt one wrong step would damn him forever. Yet the thrill filled him with unparalleled pleasure. In an instant, Mjito's technique completed. Hajime, still in time null state, saw modified creatures explode, while the 5 humans he'd brought from the hospital fused into a synthetic monster. Mjito's body was unrecognizable, beginning self-disintegration. Small, worm-like forms indicated his escape attempt. Hajime faced one choice: gamble on killing Mjito with the next attack. Otherwise, explosions would collapse the parking lot, Mjito could escape in the chaos, likely through underground drains. Mjito's soul was incredibly resilient. The last attack wounded him severely, but death wasn't certain. Let's try. Hajime repeated the attack, cutting Mjito into smaller fragments, summoning the Azura-faced demon phantom. He expanded technique reversal's range, restoring all creatures except Mjito. No explosion occurred, Mjito was severely wounded again but showed understanding. Shattered into wriggling worms, Mjito burrowed downwards, concrete no obstacle, modified humans showed explosion signs again. Hajime entered time null state, cut worms entering the sewer into flesh and blood. After the third curse sword technique activation, Hajime deactivated his technique, watching the flesh mass accelerate into the sewage pipes. Still a bit short. Hajime cursed. Mjito's health was absurd, tenacious as a cockroach, slippery as a loach. Reversing him restored his state, no other soul-affecting methods meant letting him linger. Counting the countless worms in sewage, most with cursed energy traces, indistinguishable from Mjito's own parts. Don't let me run into you again. Next time, I'll kill you for sure. Hajime muttered to the flowing water, not a threat, a fact. If Nain awakened, with her technique she could slice Mjito to death. Finding other soul-affecting means would make it easier. Once Mjito's location was pinned, his death was certain. Besides Mjito, there was a volcano head and a tree spirit. Sugurageto, once their ally, is confirmed dead. These special-grade cursed spirits are unique. I'll report to Gojo-sensei later. Now to call cleanup. Hajime leapt up from the opening and met a destructive explosion. Unfazed, he watched as stones and debris rewound perfectly, repairing damaged walls, pillars, and large holes, like a video playing backward. To ordinary eyes, it was a blink, the destroyed area restored, modified creatures reverted and collapsed, blood gushing from holes in their foreheads. Hello, I'm at XX Hospital. I encountered an unidentified special-grade cursed spirit. A battle broke out in the parking lot. The opponent is severely wounded but escaped. The situation is complicated. Please send reinforcements. Chapter 47, Hajime's Cooking. A humanoid cursed spirit that can talk. Kamihara Hajime shifted his gaze from the bubbling sukiyaki on the table to Gojo Satoru, then nodded. I spoke with him for several minutes. He talks like someone with a few screws loose. Calls himself Mjito. His technique involves manipulating the soul. Most of my attacks didn't affect him much. That's why he got away. Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin. An unregistered special grade, and an unusually odd one at that. Was it newly born, or something else? No reports had come from the window agents either. Do you know of any cursed tools or methods that can directly affect the soul? Gojo snapped back to attention, considered the question, then replied, tools like that are incredibly rare. I've seen some before, but I have no clue where they ended up. Hajime gave a thoughtful nod. What about Nain? She's still at Yerishoko's care, right? Gojo leaned back and sighed. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Soul-related matters are complicated, way beyond what we usually deal with. And the Gojo family hasn't done much research in that area. He paused, then added, the Kamo clan and some higher-ups proposed a deal. They'll provide us with limited research materials on soul manipulation, but in exchange, Nain has to transfer to Kyoto Jujutsu High. Hajime raised an eyebrow. They don't just give things away. What do they really want? Gojo gave a dry chuckle. They want Nain, and by extension, the Minamoto family, to align with their faction. So the Minamoto family agreed to it. Yeah. They didn't have much of a choice. She's valuable, both in jujitsu potential and as a political piece. Gojo sighed again. I was hoping the next batch of first years would be a bit more lively. Hajime shrugged. Who knows what the future holds? Anyway, let's eat before the beef gets tough. The two shared casual conversation while enjoying the hot meal. Are you going to reveal your technique to the higher-ups and apply for special grade status? Hajime chewed a piece of beef before answering. Yeah. I can maintain technique reversal continuously now without active effort. Once I'm recognized, I'll have more resources available, right? The higher-ups aren't the only ones in the jujitsu world. Becoming a special grade will get your name out there a bit more, Hajime-san. Gojo grinned, teasing. You little punk. What are you plotting all day? I'll arrange it for you. They'll probably send someone to document your technique. Just know, your missions will get tougher, unless you're okay with no authority. Hajime ignored his smirk and kept eating. Gojo soon joined in. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, Hajime found a weary Fushiguro Megumi sitting on the steps, catching his breath and sipping a warm drink. How was training? Megumi glanced at him. Maki-senpai's amazing with weapons. I learned a lot. I think I'll be able to contract another Shikigami soon. Where are Yuta and Inamaki? Only Panda and Maki were still sparring in the training area. Megumi nodded toward them. Yuta-senpai's preparing for a trip overseas. Inamaki-senpai's out on a mission. Maki paused her sparring with Panda, raised her wooden spear, and pointed it at them. You two just gonna sit there? Get over here. Hajime patted Megumi's shoulder. Shall we spar? Megumi didn't flinch. Sure. The two walked onto the field. Maki smirked in anticipation, while Panda hopped up with excitement. No techniques, no cursed energy. Just pure hand-to-hand skill, Maki declared, taking her place as referee. Stop before anyone gets seriously hurt. Both picked up wooden swords and took their stances. Panda cupped his hands and yelled, "Loser buys dinner." Hajime waved without turning around. No problem. Megumi will treat everyone. Megumi remained calm despite the taunt. Hajime twirled his sword, pacing in a slow circle. His Magatama earrings caught the sun, swaying lightly. You're guarding pretty tight, Hajime observed. All right then, I'll start. Megumi's vision blurred. He instinctively raised his sword to block a swift gust targeting his chest. A heavy force struck, his hand went numb. He quickly blocked a follow-up kick, training with Maki had paid off. He's this fast without his technique. Megumi countered with a smooth sword arc, but Hajime dodged and parried everything, barely blinking. When a wooden blade came at his side, Megumi reacted instantly, dropping his own sword and lunging in close. He wrapped around Hajime's weapon arm like a snake and twisted, disarming him. Oh. Hajime raised an eyebrow as Megumi skillfully flipped the sword out of his grip and caught it. Now this is getting fun. Even unarmed, Hajime attacked, weaving between Megumi's strikes and landing clean counters with fists, elbows, and knees. His movements were seamless. I can brawl too, you know. Finding a gap, Hajime reversed Megumi's grip and disarmed him in return. But instead of using the weapon, he tossed it aside with a grin. Megumi, surrender now and I'll only charge you half for dinner. And you've never beaten me since we were kids, have you? Megumi's expression darkened. Childish, as always. Back in school, Hajime had always dominated the delinquents. His physique and experience outclassed everyone. Whenever he clashed with Megumi, it always ended with the two rolling around on the ground exchanging blows until Tsumaki stepped in, scolded them gently, and forced them to make up. Thinking of Tsumaki, Megumi faltered, just for a moment. In that moment, Hajime locked his arm, his grinning face filling Megumi's vision upside down. Oh no. Wham. Megumi hit the ground, pinned. Hajime raised a fist in victory. Woohoo, I win. Megumi stared at the clouds above. Not the worst loss. He pushed himself up, only to find Hajime's hand reaching down. After a moment, he took it and stood. Let's go for sushi. That Fujiwara place. Megumi's face twitched. That place. He remembered the prices. Expensive. Ridiculously so. Still, as Panda cheered and Maki glared, ready to chase Hajime with her spear, Megumi felt a warm sense of familiarity. Tsumaki. I'll keep getting stronger. I'll wake you up. I promise. They didn't end up going for sushi. Instead, they bought ingredients and cooked in the dorm. Hajime took the role of chef. What is this? Hot pot. Looks like sukiyaki, Panda said. Hajime explained the differences between the Chinese and Japanese styles while prepping. Are you trying to kill us with this much spice? Maki asked, eyeing the bubbling red broth suspiciously. Hajime waved her off. It's not that spicy. At first bite, he was right. The layered flavor was intense but manageable. Everyone quickly dug in. Until it hit. Maki flushed and ripped off her glasses from the steam. She grabbed a carton of milk and glared at Hajime. Not spicy, huh? Megumi silently drank milk too. Panda, of course, kept eating happily and even teased Maki about her delicate palate. Maybe you're just eating too fast. Hajime offered with a smirk. Want to take a break? Maki ignored him, grabbed more milk, and muttered, this is nothing. Suppressing a laugh, Hajime pulled cold sodas from the fridge. Even in winter, he liked iced drinks, especially after spicy food. Just then, the door opened. What's going on in here? I smelled something good, said Principal Yaga as he stepped inside. We made too much food, Hajime called cheerfully. Come join us, Yaga-sensei. Yaga looked torn. I really shouldn't. I have paperwork. Come on, Masamichi. Hajime's cooking is insane. I won't even request for stones today, as usual just do your thing. Read and leave _ Chapter 48, Raiman Sukuna. Hello, first-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kamihara Hajime. A man and a woman, who had come with Gojo Satoru, extended their hands and shook Hajime's. Hirakawa Kei. Suzuki Shiko. Both wore suits and formal smiles. After the brief introductions, they stood inside the spacious dojo of Jujutsu High. Gojo Satoru clapped his hands. All right, let's begin. Hirakawa Kei pulled out a plain notebook. Hajime-kun, please explain your technique in detail and demonstrate it. I'll record everything. Hajime stepped into the center of the dojo. No problem. My technique is related to time. I call it time wheel. It allows me to accelerate my own time. For example. He held up a card, a front-facing ID of Hirakawa Kei. The man looked shocked, patting his coat to find his ID gone. Just as quickly, he felt his pocket bulge again. The ID had returned, while Hajime hadn't paused his explanation. I won't demonstrate every offensive application, it's difficult to show here, and frankly, you wouldn't be able to track it. Next is technique reversal, which I learned from Gojo-sensei. Hajime smiled brightly. I call it reversal. Simply put, it reverses my own time. He turned to Gojo Satoru. Sensei, would you help with the demonstration? Gojo agreed with a shrug. Without delay, he raised his finger. A swirling red orb of cursed energy formed at the tip. Curse technique reversal, red. Even at low power, the surrounding air warped with the pressure. Kei and Shiko instinctively backed away. Gojo-san, please don't. Too late. Gojo flicked the orb forward. It slammed into Hajime's abdomen, punching a wide hole through it. Looking down at the wound, Hajime grimaced. Gojo-sensei, was that really necessary? Even cursed spirits don't hit me that hard. Gojo scratched his head casually. Don't be dramatic. That was low output. And this is the first time I've used a technique on my own student. Count yourself honored. As the two bantered, Hirakawa Kei blinked hard. Before his eyes, the gaping wound on Hajime's stomach vanished. His uniform returned to its pristine state. That wasn't an illusion, he murmured. I'm a grade 1 sorcerer. Even if it was an illusion, it'd have to be an incredible one. But of course, Hajime wasn't deceiving them. In the Jiu-Jitsu world, sorcerers rarely concealed their techniques. Revealing them under a binding vow increased the effectiveness of the technique, an invaluable advantage in evenly matched battles. Besides, while most people knew the general workings of a sorcerer's technique, the truly lethal variations, their personal refinements, remained secret. A first-year special grade. Hirakawa Kei noted silently. The last one just lost that title not long ago. He asked, can your technique be maintained like Gojo-san's? Hajime gave a sly smile. Of course. I've designed it to trigger automatically. If I'm injured, the technique instantly reverses time to restore my state before the damage. He offered a demonstration next, dragging Gojo into a light spar. Their movements dazzled. Blows landed with crushing speed, some areas of the dojo shattered and reformed in real time as Hajime's technique reset both damage and wounds. Hirakawa Kei and Suzuki Shiko watched wide-eyed, barely able to follow Hajime's movements. Only the flickering traces of his cursed energy gave hints to his location. Despite Gojo's relaxed demeanor, the truth was clear, a first-year student was holding his own against the strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. If either of them tried to fight Hajime, they wouldn't last more than a few seconds. All right, that's enough, don't you think? Gojo said mid-swing, turning toward the observers. Hirakawa Kei quickly closed his notebook. Yes, Gojo-san. We've seen more than enough. Thank you for your time. The two bowed and left. Stretching his arms, Hajime turned to Gojo. Sensei, I have a new move I want to test. Interested in helping? Gojo's smile disappeared. Nope. I'm busy. Then, as if remembering something, his grin returned. Actually, there's a new mission that suits you. A cursed spirit swallowed one of Sukuna's fingers. It's currently classified as a special grade. Hajime's expression darkened. Sukuna, the king of curses. Ryaman Sukuna, his name echoed in both historical records and haunting legends. 1,000 years ago, during the golden age of Jiu-Jitsu, he had reigned supreme. 4 arms, 4 eyes, and unmatched strength. It took the combined force of all sorcerers to bring him down. Even then, they only managed to split his essence into 20 fingers, special grade cursed objects that survived his death. Later, he would be reborn through Itadori Yuji, though Hajime knew Sukuna wouldn't stay dormant forever. Exactly, Gojo confirmed. Special grade cursed spirits don't show up often. Perfect chance to try that new move of yours. Hajime narrowed his eyes. This isn't your mission that you're dumping on me, is it? Gojo didn't even flinch. Nonsense. This is me being considerate. Fine. I'll take it. Great. I'll register it right now. Gojo strolled away, whistling. The mission briefing. Later, outside the school, Hajime boarded a car. Ijichi Kiyotaka, as usual, was waiting. Oh. Ijichi-san, you're looking good today. Ijichi chuckled. A few days off did me good. I feel much more rested. Did you visit the city? Find any great restaurants? I did, actually. There's a sushi place I want to take you to. Best sashimi I've ever had. Say no more. Send me the location later. He took the mission file Ijichi handed over. Most of it was familiar, but now the details were clearer. The cursed spirit was located in Ono Prison, a maximum security facility. When discovered, over 40 inmates and 6 guards were already dead. Several others had been injured. The prison had since been evacuated. The source was a cursed Buddha statue used as a spiritual seal, standard practice for suppressing malevolent energy. But this statue had hidden something far worse inside, one of Sukuna's fingers. At some point, the statue was broken, and a cursed spirit consumed the finger. The result, the spirit was transformed into a special grade threat. After a long drive away from the city, Hajime and Ijichi arrived on the prison grounds. The outer structure had been renovated, but the air was still heavy, as though resisting every breath. Even under the sun, the place felt cold. At the entrance, a sweating man in a prison guard uniform waited, clearly flustered. I'm Yamaguchi Takuya, the warden here, he greeted, bowing. You must be the specialists from Jujutsu High. Ijichi showed his ID, but Hajime's eyes were already fixed on the towering gates of the prison. Get access to at least 70+ chapters by becoming patrons. Chapter 49, Sukuna's Finger. The location is in the West District. I've already evacuated everyone there. Will the two of you be heading over immediately, or? Yamaguchi Takuya led the way, wearing a forced smile. They had entered through the east gate of the prison and needed to pass through the central area to reach the West District, where the incident had occurred. As Kamihara Hajime walked through the corridor, he noticed some of the cells were still occupied. With the number of inmates here, a full evacuation had been impossible. Only those in critical zones had been relocated. The remaining prisoners were visibly shaken, eyes filled with confusion and fear. They didn't know what had happened, only that dozens of prisoners and several guards had died mysteriously. The tension was palpable. Ghost stories that had long circulated within the prison suddenly no longer seemed like fiction. The more notorious inmates, who usually scoffed at superstition, now looked genuinely terrified. Some recalled the recent day when Scabby Dog had gone mad, mumbling incoherently toward a hallway drenched in blood, where several unexplained deaths had taken place. Spotting the warden leading 2 unknown figures, one of them a handsome young man whose face they vaguely recognized from TV, the prisoners stirred. Warden, please transfer us out of here. I don't want to stay in this cursed place. I'll give you all my money, just get me out. Others lashed out from their cells, pounding on metal doors, shouting curses. You piece of garbage. Let me out of here or I swear I'll kill your entire family. Even if I die, I'll come back and haunt you, you balding pig. Yamaguchi Takuya's expression darkened. On a normal day, no one would dare speak to him like that. But the fear had eroded their sense of self-preservation. He couldn't retaliate either, not with Hajime and Ijichi nearby. So, he gritted his teeth and continued to brief them, trying to maintain composure. Please don't pay them any mind. Only the worst criminals end up here. A dull thud rang out. Hajime's eyes shifted. One of the prisoners was slumped against the wall, clutching his bloodied mouth, several teeth scattered across the floor. Yamaguchi turned, stunned. That inmate had just started to curse Hajime, and now this. He suddenly understood. The other inmates, who had been growling moments ago, were now eerily silent. Without a word, Hajime moved forward, his attention already elsewhere. His senses were sharp, zeroing in on the unnatural pressure lingering in the air. The oppressive atmosphere was unmistakable, a clear sign of a powerful curse. They passed through the central block and entered the vacant West District. Yamaguchi froze. The ceilings were higher, corridors warped, rooms shifted from their original layout. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This wasn't like this before. A hand pressed his shoulder. You can leave now. Your part's done. As if receiving divine pardon, Yamaguchi nodded hastily and ran, not bothering to hide his relief. From darkness to the deepest dark, let all impurities be cleansed. Ijichi chanted the incantation to lower the curtain and isolate the area. Hajime entered alone. His footsteps echoed in the barren halls. Brownish bloodstains painted the floor, dried into thick crusts. Bang, bang. Faint sounds echoed ahead. Hajime vanished in an instant. He should have already reached the far end, yet the corridor extended endlessly. The space itself had been distorted. Finally, he entered a large hall. There, a strange humanoid figure stood, punching a concrete pillar repeatedly. Its grayish-white skin was stretched over a bald body with no visible muscle. Tiles shattered beneath its fists, revealing reinforced concrete and twisted rebar. Hajime narrowed his eyes. The curse felt weak, barely grade 1. Had the window misjudged it? He didn't hide his presence. The creature turned, revealing 2 horns and eyeless sockets of black void. It let out a guttural growl and lunged. Hajime casually tilted his head, dodging. A counterpunch landed, sending a shock of cursed energy through the curse's chest. The blow hurled it back, viscous black fluid splattering from a gaping hole. But then, Hajime froze. He looked down, his own chest had been pierced in the same place. The wound vanished almost instantly thanks to technique reversal, but it confirmed his suspicion. Reflected damage? He vanished again, catching up midair. Tatsuka no Tsurugi pierced the curse's abdomen. Another identical wound bloomed on Hajime's stomach. He healed it with ease. Interesting. Hajime gathered cursed energy and expanded a technique barrier, a failed domain prototype he dubbed Time Shower. Raindrops materialized midair and began falling silently. Simultaneously, droplets also rose from the floor, defying gravity. The air grew thick with temporal tension. Hajime extended his hand. The rain dispersed upon contact, illusory, yet potent. The curse, confused by the shifting phenomenon, tried to retreat, only to reappear where it had stood moments before. The technique had locked its timeline, forcing it into a loop. Hajime raised a finger. A faint white arrow of cursed energy formed. Bang. He mimicked a gunshot with his mouth. The time arrow skipped cause and jumped to effect. The curse, having tried to dodge, fell with its lower half dissolved into dust. The rain curtain distorted. Hajime's legs crumbled into powder, but he was ready, reversing the damage instantly. Strangely, the curse regenerated. New legs grew, muscles thickened, and its aura surged. It gets stronger every time it's injured. Now 3 meters tall, it launched forward like a missile. Hajime extended a finger. The moment the curse moved, it reappeared at its starting point. Amber, his restraint move, had re-engaged, trapping it in a loop. He observed the curse struggling, trapped in time, then cancelled the effect. He fired multiple time arrows. Under the accelerated flow of Time Shower, his output increased exponentially. Each impact exploded the curse's limbs into dust. But it kept regenerating, growing stronger still. The battlefield echoed with splashes as the rain accelerated time for both combatants. Hajime, using technique reversal, handled the strain easily. The curse couldn't. A regeneration-based reflection technique. This thing grows stronger the more damage it takes. But Hajime didn't flinch. He chose the most brutal counter, pushing the curse to its absolute limits, again and again. His Time Shower, though not yet a true domain, was evolving. He continued experimenting, noting the imperfect synergy between rotation and reversal, mentally planning improvements. More than 10 sword slashes split the curse into segments. It regenerated, but its aura no longer rose. You've peaked. The curse roared. Its massive palm descended, crackling with lethal cursed energy. 3 swords pierced its shoulders and head, pinning it midair. Black light enveloped Hajime's fist. He rewrote the final stroke of this battle like an artist finishing a masterwork. The moment he deactivated his technique, the curse began to collapse. A phantom, Shura-like, descended. The rotten knife cleaved downward, hastening the exorcism. No blood. No gore. Only dust, disintegrating silently. One item fell and landed with a dull clink, a withered, shriveled finger. Sukuna's finger. Chapter 50, Companions. Kamihara Hajime picked up the shriveled finger. It was strange, and seemingly indestructible. Some special-grade curse tools shared this kind of resilience, protected by the binding vow of not harming others in exchange for durability. But Sukuna's finger was a different case altogether. Split into 20 pieces, each one could still attract curses over long periods of time. It was a monster of its own. That's why Jujutsu High had to recover it. If left unattended, it wouldn't just attract curses, it could bring back the king of curses himself if it found a suitable vessel. Hajime took out a talisman and wrapped the finger tightly. With the cursed spirit exorcised, the west district of the prison gradually returned to normal. Outside the barrier, Ichichi watched it fade and then saw Hajime's silhouette approaching from the corridor. You've worked hard. Did Hajime-kun recover the target? Hajime held up the wrapped finger with visible distaste. Is there a box I can store this thing in? It's giving off an awful feeling. There are some wooden containers in the car, Ichichi replied. Originally meant for cursed tools. Then let's go. With a suspiciously timed reappearance, Yamaguchi Takuru sent them off with over-the-top enthusiasm as Hajime and Ichichi left the scene. Snow began to fall as they drove. Hajime watched the flakes dissolve on the window, muttering, the new year's almost here. Today's already the 30th, Ichichi said from the driver's seat. Most people will be lining up at shrines tomorrow. Japan, despite its deep cultural roots, had long since aligned with the Gregorian calendar. While Lunar New Year customs lingered, New Year's Day had become the focus. Many old traditions still thrived, like temples ringing their bells 108 times, each chime purging one of Buddhism's 108 earthly desires. After that, people would visit shrines in a custom called Hatsu mode. Back when he was a student, Hajime used to spend New Year's with Megumi and Tsumaki. Tsumaki's soba noodles were always devoured by both Hajime and Megumi without fail. Are you heading home for New Year's, Ichichi-san? Wait, are you even married? Ichichi chuckled. Not yet. Most sorcerers marry late, you know. Too many uncertainties in our line of work. As a supervisor, I'm lucky to even have time to go home. But yeah, my family nags me about it too. Realizing Hajime's situation was a little more complicated, Ichichi quickly changed the topic. After returning to Jujutsu High, Hajime handed over Sukuna's finger and gave a brief report to Principal Yaga. His job was done, he just needed to wait for his reward. On the way to the dorms, he saw Yudo Katsu and Inamaki Toge carrying heavy bags. They waved at him cheerfully. After helping them with the load, Hajime asked, "What's all this?" "Everyone's planning to celebrate New Year here," Yuda explained. "Inamaki-senpai and I went out to buy stuff. Gojo-sensei even said he's going to make handmade noodles." "Salmon," Inamaki added with a nod. Hajime blinked, imagining Gojo Satoru rolling out dough. It was hard to picture. But then again, Gojo did say he was omnipotent. "What about Maki and the others?" "When we left, she was still sparring with Megumi," Yuta said. "Panda said he was cleaning one of the classrooms for the party." After dropping off the groceries, the trio joined Panda, who was wearing an apron and sweeping diligently. With their help, the room was cleaned in no time. Then they headed to the training ground. Maki and Megumi were mid-fight. Maki knocked him down again shortly after they arrived. "You should take some time to reflect," she told Megumi, then walked over to the group. "Are you guys done already? I was going to come help after this." Kamihara cleaned up the room with his technique, Panda said. "We're good to go. Tuna mayonnaise." "Oh, right," Hajime said, turning to Toge. "You're staying here too?" "Salmon." Panda added, "He's going home on the 1st. Already told his family." Most of the others were staying as well. Hajime and Megumi had no reason to go home. Yuta, though better now, still had a rocky relationship with his family. Maki refused to return to hers altogether. And for Panda, this was home. "Since we're all free today," Hajime suggested, "want to go out for dinner?" Ichichi-san mentioned a good place. Panda scratched his head. "Your sukiyaki last time was really good too." Everyone's faces twitched in unison. "Delicious, yes, but the spice level was lethal." "We can make that tomorrow," Hajime said. "Let's just enjoy a relaxing night out today." They got the restaurant info from Ichichi and booked a room. The only issue, they had no licensed driver. Eventually, they convinced Tajichi and Nita Akari to join and drive. It's nice to see everyone relaxed, Nita sighed happily after the meal. Feels like the world's taken a breath. Maki nodded. Cursed spirit activity has dropped off a lot. I've only had one mission in the last 2 days. Hajime, on the other hand, looked dark. I've had several. Even ran into 2 special grades. Panda raised a brow. No wonder I haven't seen you lately. Maki scowled. Let me guess. Gojo assigned those. Hajime didn't deny it. He just shrugged and changed the topic, recounting the cursed encounter from his last mission. A humanoid cursed spirit with speech, that's rare, Yuta noted. They discussed the dangers of Mjito's technique and how hard it was to counter without reverse curse technique or soul-harming cursed tools. Tactical retreat, Panda declared. Maki wanted to object but had to admit it was sometimes the only option. By the way, Hajime asked, Yuta, are you going abroad? Yuta smiled. Gojo-sensei assigned me a long-term mission overseas. I'll bring back souvenirs. Any requests? It should be a local specialty, Hajime said. Otherwise, what's the point? But it should also match the person's taste, Maki argued. The two locked eyes, debating again. Yuta nervously interrupted, how about something both local and likable? The table fell quiet. Hajime coughed. Do you know where you're going yet? Yuta shook his head. Gojo-sensei hasn't told me. I'll ask later. That night, they returned to Jujutsu High and finished their preparations, hanging Shimenawa ropes, tidying up, and relaxing. The next day, the 31st, Gojo Satoru arrived with a grin and handed out fat red envelopes. Happy New Year. Here's your otoshidama. Everyone cheered at the generous gift. What's for lunch? He asked. Hot pot, Panda replied. We're doing noodles for dinner. Everything's ready. I'll make soba myself tonight, Gojo announced proudly. Hajime raised an eyebrow. You cook. I'm omnipotent. Well, the kitchen smells good already. You sure you want to compete with that? Oh. Gojo grinned. Before I cook, I'll taste yours first. They called the rest of the staff, Yaga, Nanami, Yeri, to join the meal. Everyone gathered for a warm, cheerful hot pot. Laughter echoed as drinks were poured and food was shared. Later, Gojo's soba surprisingly turned out quite tasty. Then they prepared for Hatsumode at Sensoji. Not everyone went, but the students did. The temple was packed, but the festive mood kept things light. Hajime, Megumi, Inamaki, and Yuta attracted attention, especially from girls. If not for Maki and Panda's intimidating presence, even more might have approached. Huh? What did you say? Panda caught Maki before she threw hands. As midnight approached, they rang the bell themselves. With every toll, they sent their wishes into the new year. Though Hajime didn't believe in gods, he followed the traditions with a respectful bow. It was symbolic, a moment to start anew. Finally, as the soft snow fell, Panda sparked a snowball fight. Hajime and Toge joined immediately, dragging everyone else in. Maki, with dead-on accuracy, never missed. Her throws were surgical. Watching them, Yeri Shoko whispered with a smile, this is what youth and companionship look like. Become a patron to get access to chapters in advance on all my works, 9 fanfictions and 1 novel. Chapter 51, Itadori Yuji. Max Elephant. Megumi Fushiguro curved his fingers to form an elephant's head shadow. The silhouette surged like a fountain, rising high before a colossal creature burst forth, breaking through the barrier. With a clear, resonant trumpet, an elephant marked with cursed energy symbols appeared. Its forehead bore the design of one of the 10 divine treasures, like the other Shikigami Megumi had summoned. Max Elephant, clearly irritable, raised its massive forelegs and stomped toward Megumi. Prepared, Megumi had already summoned Nu. With a backflip, he dodged flying rocks as Nu carried him into the air, evading a torrent of water blasted from Max Elephant's trunk. Nu. 2 jade hounds appeared, diverting Max Elephant's attention, allowing Megumi to land safely on dry ground. At his command, Nu spread its wings, casting a large shadow below. Its sharp cry was swallowed by thunder as electric snakes writhed wildly, piercing the water surrounding Max Elephant. The jade hounds leapt away with perfect timing, leaving Max Elephant ensnared in coiling electric light. The jade hounds dissipated into shadows before settling on the ground. Megumi immediately pinched his fingers and summoned the great serpent. The enormous body of Max Elephant was quickly coiled by the great serpent. After a powerful charge, the still paralyzed Max Elephant was flung into the air. Nu pounced midair, lightning flashing as the great serpent tightened its grip. Together, they suppressed Max Elephant, denying it the chance to use its strength or unleash water attacks condensed with cursed energy. After a few exchanges, Max Elephant collapsed, defeated. Megumi, breathing heavily, sighed in relief and activated his technique, recalling the tamed Max Elephant into his shadow. Nu and the Great Serpent vanished alongside it. Well done, Megumi. Turning, Megumi saw Panda and the others watching from the edge of the training ground. Their role in the Shikigami taming ritual was finished, so they had merely observed Megumi's solo effort. Fortunately, Megumi's control and coordination between his Shikigami were excellent. Even in a 2-on-1, Max Elephant never stood a chance. Since the new year began, mission frequency had dropped, leaving everyone with more free time. The few missions that came through involved low-level curses, making them easy to handle. Yuta Okatsu had already departed overseas. Kamihara Hajime also received mostly Grade 2 and Grade 1 missions, frankly quite dull. After missions, he retreated to his dorm to play games or study Jiu-Jitsu, domain, and barrier techniques from books Gojo Satoru lent him. The books contained verified information mixed with speculative theories. For instance, details on domain expansion were scarce since few had mastered it, and those who had often couldn't translate their knowledge into teachable concepts. Learning was tough for Hajime, but barrier techniques were more straightforward and logical, like simple arithmetic. Only a little talent was needed to improve. Today, free from missions, Hajime came to watch Megumi tame his Shikigami. Megumi raised a hand to shield his face when Panda shouted at him, then gave up, maintaining a calm expression. Beep beep. Walking along the stone path, Hajime's phone vibrated. Pulling it out, he saw a message from Gojo Satoru. After a quick read, Hajime stopped and called to Megumi, Megumi, Gojo-sensei assigned us a mission. We're going together. Then you two go ahead and take care of it. Goodbye, Panda waved them off. After meeting Gojo, he immediately explained the mission details. The mission is straightforward. A sealed Sukuna finger has been confirmed, and you need to retrieve it. The only caution is the cursed spirits it might attract. Though it's unlikely to be dangerous, it's still a special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger at that, so it's best you two go together. Gojo spread his hands, signaling that was the situation. Hajime felt confident after hearing it. Even if a cursed spirit had fused with the finger, like in a previous mission, it hadn't been a big problem. Actually, it made things more interesting. But the mission felt familiar. Hajime asked, where is the location? Gojo checked his phone and said, Sujisawa 3rd High School, Sendai City, Miyagi Prefecture. Suddenly, Hajime knew why it felt familiar, a high school, Megumi, and Sukuna's finger. Could he soon meet Sukuna's vessel, Megumi's future classmate, Yuji Itadori? The boy special enough to become Sukuna's vessel, the king of curses. No cursed spirit, no matter the grade, could absorb Sukuna's fingers, they simply couldn't withstand it. The previous cursed spirit had swallowed the finger, at best using some of its aura, but after exorcism, they retrieved the intact finger. Yet, this Yuji Itadori, whom Hajime had yet to meet, maintained consciousness and control despite hosting Sukuna. Incredible. Perhaps this was the mark of a protagonist's destiny. Yuji also possessed remarkable talent. Though lacking an inherited technique, his physical combat skills were extraordinary. Shortly after enrolling, he quickly mastered Black Flash under Aoi Todo's guidance and became his best friend, sharing the same passion for combat. As for Ryaman Sukuna, the malevolent Curse King, it was a pity Hajime's encounter was at less than a tenth of Sukuna's full power, so the legend's true glory was yet unseen. Sujisawa 3rd High School, Sendai City. Spirit of the coin, please tell us what animal the student council president fears. Yuji Itadori, with light pink hair, sat at a table with Sasaki and Iguchi from the Occult Research Club. The three pressed their index fingers together on a coin atop a paper covered in writing. This was an old occult game similar to a Ouija board. The coin, pressed by the questioner's finger, would seemingly move on its own to spell out answers. Of course, this was just a game, without supernatural interference, no curse would bother to play along. The coin's movement was usually caused by unconscious pressure or deliberate subtle pushing. At that moment, the coin stopped on Clyon, a planktonic mollusk nicknamed the Sea Angel. Laughing heartily, the trio was interrupted when the door burst open with a bang. The student council president appeared at the doorway, dark-faced. Oh, the planktonic creature president. What brings you here? Adjusting his glasses, the president said sternly, I've already told you, the school isn't big enough to allow research clubs without activity reports to occupy rooms. Starting today, this room will be the girls' track and field club's changing area. Please leave quickly. Sasaki slammed a thick notebook onto the table. Yuji raised a finger seriously, don't underestimate my seniors, President. The president looked uneasy but asked, what is this? Sasaki smiled darkly, this is valuable information about the school we've researched. Lowering her voice for effect, she explained, you know the rugby field was closed, right? The president nodded. Yes, many players were hospitalized due to physical discomfort. Sasaki smirked, but did you wonder why? They were all strong athletes who suddenly fell ill. Before their symptoms, they heard strange sounds. She opened the notebook to reveal a newspaper clipping. 30 years ago, a construction worker named Yoshida disappeared right here, at Sujisawa Third High School, which was still under construction. Her gaze was distant as if seeing the truth beyond. Yoshida had debts and was targeted by the Yakuza. He was likely buried under the rugby field. All of this is the work of Yoshida's vengeful spirit. Sasaki clenched her fist, convinced. No. The president pushed up his glasses, their lenses flashed white like his next words. It's ticks. They were hospitalized because of ticks on the rugby field. Sasaki's confidence deflated. The group was speechless at the mundane truth. Itadori perked up, so what? My seniors have been working hard investigating the supernatural. Isn't this the best activity report? The president remained imposing. This isn't a game. You spread baseless rumors, and the biggest issue is. You're Yuji Itadori, right? On the track and field team. Your club doesn't even meet minimum membership requirements. Itadori looked bewildered as Sasaki and Iguchi glared. Huh? Didn't I sign up for occult research? Itadori didn't care which club he joined, just wanted to leave school at 5 p.m. Most clubs were busy and overcrowded. When did I join the track team? It was me. The door slammed open again. Takagi, the track and field advisor, stared seriously at Itadori. I changed it for you, Itadori. To dominate the nation, we need you. Itadori recognized him and yelled, you again. Stop pestering me. I've refused already. I don't want to join. No. Takagi proposed a bet, let's settle this on the track. If I win, you join. If you win, we never bother you. No problem. Itadori smiled confidently. Then let's go now. I have plans later. Track and field ground. In front of the sand pit, Takagi and Itadori's competition gathered a crowd. Takagi was a retired pro athlete recently hired as advisor. Itadori was famous as the Tiger of West Middle and had appeared on a TV obstacle course show. His athletic ability was impressive, so everyone was curious. Takagi's serious. Itadori's in trouble. Takagi, shirtless and muscular, explained, shot put. One throw. Furthest wins. Itadori nodded. Who goes first? I will. Takagi wound up and threw the shot put in a perfect arc, 14 meters. The judge announced. Takagi smiled faintly, watching Itadori's unfamiliar baseball-style throw. Suddenly, Itadori's shot put thudded, embedding in the iron post about 30 meters away. That's ridiculous. Without cursed energy. Hajime and Megumi stood on the sidelines. Unable to find Sukuna's finger at the original location, they followed a faint cursed energy trail here and witnessed this. Megumi was surprised. He's strong, like Maki-san. Hajime laughed. Are you saying Maki is strong? I'll tell her. Megumi rolled his eyes and gestured to the jade hounds. Let's find the cursed object. It's getting dark. Yuji ran toward the school gate like the wind after the competition. As he brushed past Megumi, a sudden cursed energy made Megumi's hair stand on end. Wait. Megumi turned but Yuji was already gone. That fast. He must be a car in disguise. Looking at Hajime, who shrugged, Megumi sighed and prepared to catch up. No wonder the Jade Hounds brought them here, they must have sensed something. Chapter 52, Ryomen Sukuna. You're Yuji Itadori, right? After Kamihara Hajime and Megumi Fushiguro dealt with the cursed spirits at the school, they asked about Yuji Itadori. They learned that Itadori visited his grandfather at a nearby hospital every day after school around 5 o'clock, so they rushed there. Hajime had to use some charm to get this information. There was no other way. Fushiguro's cold demeanor made him look intimidating, so Itadori's classmates wouldn't easily share information. They could have gone through official channels, but that would take too long and involve complicated procedures. So, Hajime pretended they were Itadori's middle school classmates, which was enough to get the address. At the hospital, they saw Yuji Itadori handling some paperwork at the front desk. If Hajime remembered correctly, Itadori was likely dealing with matters following his grandfather's recent passing. Due to his grandfather's personality and the way he raised Itadori, sadness didn't show plainly on Itadori's face. Hearing an unfamiliar voice call his name, Itadori turned just after signing the cremation consent form. Two teenagers, about his age, dressed in blue and black uniforms, stood before him. The one with spiky sea urchin-like hair was the one who called out. Itadori scratched his head, trying to recall if he knew them. Yeah, that's me. What do you need? Hajime walked over to the nurse at the front desk and smoothly started a conversation. The young, pretty nurse was immediately drawn away by his friendly smile. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro quickly approached Itadori, his face tense. There isn't much time. I'm Fushiguro from Tokyo Jujutsu High. The cursed object you have is extremely dangerous. Please hand it over immediately. Megumi showed a photo on his phone. This. You should recognize it. The picture showed a small, elongated wooden box with talisman carvings on the lid. Inside was a strip-shaped object wrapped entirely in talisman paper. After a moment of confusion, Itadori recognized the object. Oh, I picked this up before. What's the problem? The seniors really liked it. And you're being so sudden, at least explain what's going on. Fushiguro glanced at Hajime, who was distracted, playing a palm-reading game with the nurse, oblivious to the urgency. Fushiguro motioned for Itadori to follow him. They moved to a quiet corridor, where Fushiguro explained, every year, there are over 10,000 abnormal deaths and disappearances nationwide, mostly caused by curses, manifestations born from humanity's negative emotions. A curse? Itadori asked skeptically. Though he joined the occult research club, he never took such things seriously. When visiting haunted places, his seniors were terrified, but he never felt anything. Fushiguro's expression hardened. Whether you believe it or not, places like schools and hospitals accumulate a lot of negative emotions, which create curses. To counteract them, special cursed objects are used. The one you picked up is one of those. It wards off evil, right? Like a sacred relic blessed by a monk. Fushiguro shook his head grimly. No, it's worse than that. These wards use even more sinister cursed objects to suppress curses. It's a case of fighting poison with poison. Over time, the seals weaken, attracting more curses. And what you have is classified as a special grade high-risk item. Understand? Hand it over before something happens. Itadori pulled the small box from his pocket and tossed it to Fushiguro. Fine, you can have it. I just picked it up. Sounds serious from what you say. Fushiguro sighed in relief, ready to check the seal. But when he opened the box, his eyes went wide. The box was empty, the special grade cursed object, Ryaman Sukuna's finger, had vanished without a trace. So what we've been tracking is just residual cursed energy. Where's the finger? Fushiguro grabbed Itadori's collar, voice rising. If a dangerous cursed spirit had been created, it could turn into a disaster with so many people nearby. Itadori was confused too. You wanted the finger. Why didn't you say so? The seniors kept it because they were really interested. I already told you, it's with the seniors. Itadori said defensively. Fushiguro grew anxious. If the finger was still at school, they missed their chance to secure it. He quickly asked for the senior's address. I'm not sure. I think it's in the Izumi district, but... Itadori paused, recalling something. They said they planned to unseal the talisman at school tonight. Seeing Fushiguro's grim expression, Itadori had a bad feeling. Could things have gotten really bad? Fushiguro's breath tightened. More than that, people will die. Just as Fushiguro was about to call Hajime to hurry to the school, Hajime approached from the corridor. After a brief explanation, the two rushed out. Outside, a white wolf emerged from the shadows. The group hurried toward the school, Itadori worried for his seniors following closely. Hajime knew the item was at school but refrained from interfering too much. It seemed Itadori's seniors weren't in mortal danger yet. This incident would serve as a hard lesson. Someone was there to resolve it this time. Without professional help, death might have been inevitable. Besides, Sukuna residing inside Itadori's body was a sort of cheat code, not easy to use, but a lifeline. Later, when facing Mjito, Sukuna's power saved Itadori from serious harm. He still planned to eliminate Mjito when the chance came. As Hajime pondered how to let Itadori swallow Sukuna's finger successfully, a sudden surge of cursed energy interrupted his thoughts. This was definitely special grade. Was it coming for him? Fushiguro and Itadori also sensed the pressure. Although Itadori wasn't as sensitive, he still felt shaken. Even the white wolf tensed. Hajime looked at the night sky and said, "You two go to the school first to retrieve the cursed object. I'll check this out and catch up." After splitting up, Hajime followed the direction of the cursed energy but found only residual traces of curses, no active ones. He frowned, searching further with his technique but found no abnormalities, as if it were an illusion. Besides these, only one explanation remains: this isn't natural. Someone or something is deliberately luring me here. Recalling special cursed spirits like Mjito, Hajime suspected them. Sensing danger, he turned back to head toward the school. If there was a hidden hand behind the scenes, Megumi's situation was uncertain. Hajime didn't believe the events were fixed and unchangeable. Under the pale moonlight, two figures stood on a rooftop. One was barely human, a rough humanoid shape with a volcanic crater-shaped head, a large mouth, and a single huge vertical eye. The other stood in the shadows, a normal human silhouette, hands clasped in sleeves, watching the sleeping city. The crater-headed figure spoke impatiently, "Is all this necessary? That kid makes you so wary. Why don't I just take care of him myself?" The shadowed figure smiled. "Don't underestimate him. You've seen the intel. He's independently eliminated special grade cursed spirits multiple times and handles grade 1 and 2 missions effortlessly. He's a special grade sorcerer at a young age. His technique is unimaginable." The crater-headed one scoffed, sparks flickering. "Intel doesn't prove invincibility. We'll see after the fight. That strongest Gojo Satoru isn't invincible. You've seen this young man's methods before. You should understand. You'll learn about Gojo soon enough." The shadowed figure pushed off the wall. "Let's go. We've been discovered. The target is likely ready." The crater-headed figure muttered, "Mjito is still new and hasn't mastered his power. It means nothing." They vanished into the darkness. At Sujisawa 3rd High School, 9:23 p.m., the seal on the special grade cursed object, Ryaman Sukuna's finger, broke. Curses were drawn to it. Sasaki, terrified, hid in a corner, hearing monstrous murmurs. After she and Iguchi peeled off the talismans revealing the withered finger, strange things began. She saw terrifying monsters, one bursting through the ceiling that chased them apart. Another roamed the hallway, repeating a phrase, scaring her into silence. Ahead, a figure emerged from shadows. The familiar school uniform made her gasp. "Iguchi? Where did you go? I found you." Her words died as she saw Iguchi stagger forward, a basketball-sized monster covering his head, many eyes and tentacle-like hands. "Help me." His faint plea froze Sasaki's blood. Nearby, the monster chanting, "What time is it now?" noticed the disturbance and approached. Megumi Fushiguro, led by 2 jade hounds, found Sasaki and Iguchi bound and unconscious inside a massive flesh-like cursed spirit. The creature's body grew hand-like organs, dragging them inside. "Damn it. Is it too late?" Just as Megumi was about to cross his hands and use his technique to summon a Shikigami, the glass window at the end of the corridor suddenly shattered, and a figure leapt inside. The force of the landing was astonishing, sending the cursed spirit crashing to the ground. That person immediately scooped up Sasaki and Iguchi, who had fallen, and jumped back. "Is that Yuji Itadori? How did he get here? This is the 4th floor." The newcomer was indeed Itadori, who had originally been left outside. Somehow, he had climbed to the 4th floor and kicked the cursed spirit over. A white wolf appeared on the stairs, looking at Megumi Fushiguro with an innocent expression. It was just a dog, how could it persuade Itadori to stop? Megumi took the opportunity to stop summoning Shikigami and dashed toward the struggling cursed spirit. With an uppercut filled with cursed energy, he sent it flying, then followed with a straight kick that slammed it against the corridor wall. The window glass shattered completely, and Megumi pressed the attack until the cursed spirit was near death. This cursed spirit was weak, probably only grade 2 or 3. Itadori, who had rescued the 2 seniors, looked at the dying creature and then at the 2 large black and white dogs feasting on it. "That's the curse. I thought it would be more like a ghost, like Sadako. And those 2 dogs are. You can see curses in my Shikigami?" Megumi asked. Itadori looked puzzled. Megumi explained, "Ordinary people can't see curses, except in rare cases, like when they're near death." Itadori nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. I've never seen any vengeful spirits before." Itadori picked up a withered finger that had fallen near the 2 seniors he had rescued and examined it. "Is this the special grade cursed object you mentioned?" Megumi's eyes widened. "Quick, give it to me. It's very dangerous." "Oh." As Itadori handed over the finger, Megumi noticed the ceiling above rippling like disturbed water. With no time to react, he pushed Itadori back and had the jade hounds carry Itadori, Sasaki, and the unconscious Iguchi away. "Run." Dust from the falling ceiling clouded the corridor. Itadori scrambled to his feet, shouting anxiously, "Fushiguro." When the dust settled, Megumi was trapped in the hand of a massive cursed spirit nearly filling the corridor. The creature resembled a large fleshy worm with 6 enormous hands as limbs. Its uneven black eyes scanned the area, making one's heart tremble. Megumi struggled under the crushing grip, forming a hand sign to summon Nu. The cursed spirit sensed this, locked onto Megumi's hand, and grabbed it, pulling with such force that an afterimage was left behind. Megumi was thrown into the wall, which cracked like a spiderweb, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The jade hounds, about to attack, melted into shadows and vanished as Megumi's injury worsened. Damn it. Under the relentless assault, the corridor wall shattered. Megumi was thrown out onto the roof of a nearby building, lying there in pain as if his body was breaking apart. The cursed spirit leapt through the gap, landing nearby and preparing to attack. Just as it lunged to devour Megumi, a sudden force struck its head, causing it to stumble and hit the ground. Megumi's eyelids twitched. Itadori had arrived, delivering a kick from above and tripping the beast. But the cursed spirit was not so easily defeated. Itadori would die here. Megumi struggled to stand, watching as Itadori fought. After a few dodges, Itadori was knocked to the ground but wasn't incapacitated thanks to his exceptional physical condition. Only curses can deal with curses. You don't have cursed energy, so you can't hurt it effectively. Despite his injuries, Megumi activated his own cursed energy. Didn't I tell you to run? There are still 2 people to rescue. It's pointless for you to stay without cursed energy. Itadori wiped blood from his mouth and asked, why are they after this finger? To absorb it and gain stronger cursed energy, Megumi replied without hesitation. Understanding dawned on Itadori. Without hesitation, he put the finger in his mouth and swallowed it. If that's the case, then if I eat it, I'll gain the cursed energy too, right? Megumi's injuries prevented him from stopping the fool. That was no candy or cure, it was a special-grade cursed object filled with evil and poison. He barely had time to react before Itadori finished swallowing. Fear gripped Megumi as he considered the worst. Itadori, who had swallowed Sukuna's finger, stood. A strange atmosphere enveloped the area. The cursed spirit hesitated, and Itadori did not die. Instead, he stood motionless until the cursed spirit rushed at him. Just as its claws neared Itadori, he sprang from stillness to fierce motion. His raised right hand sliced an afterimage through the air, sending the cursed spirit flying. Yuji Itadori, he said, like swatting a fly, his nails grown longer. Lines had appeared on his face. Then, he opened his eyes, revealing a surge of ecstasy and brutality. He tore open his clothes, revealing bizarre patterns on his muscular body. Sukuna spread his arms, looking pleased. As expected, only a true physical body can feel the light. It's incredible. He stood at the rooftop's edge, staring at the city below. Women, children, the taste of cursed spirits is bland. Fresh flesh is the best. Megumi watched in despair. Hajime hadn't returned yet, and now the worst had happened, the special-grade cursed object had taken over a physical body. The legendary curse had been resurrected. Should I use that move? Megumi had made up his mind, but before he could act, Sukuna, standing at the edge, raised his hand as if to block. Suddenly, Megumi's body trembled and his left shoulder exploded in a bloody hole. A light blue, almost transparent cursed energy trail appeared and dissipated. Hajime. Hajime appeared beside Megumi, placing a hand on his shoulder and using reverse curse technique. A warm current spread through Megumi's body, healing his injury significantly. He tried to speak but was cut off. I know. Leave it to me. It's complicated. Someone deliberately lured me away earlier. We'll talk later. Sukuna, lowering his head to examine the wound, then looked up at Hajime with interest. What was that attack just now? A long-range cursed energy technique, but incredibly fast. I only defended because I sensed killing intent. I couldn't see it. Sukuna's wound healed instantly. He eyed Hajime like a predator. You're good. I want to taste you. Hajime smiled lightly, watching Sukuna heal with reverse cursed technique. Coincidentally, I want to see if the legendary Raiman Sukuna lives up to his name. You who are called a demon god, do you truly possess that power? Besides, you've noticed your own abnormality too, haven't you? Gain access to 50+ chapters in advance on Patreon. Chapter 53, Satoru's suggestion. What are you going to do with my body? Suddenly, a voice came from the throat of the boy, but it was Yuji Itadori's voice speaking. Sukuna reached out and grabbed his own neck, full of confusion and doubt. Why can you still move? Yuji moved his body naturally. What do you mean? This is my body, isn't it? Who are you? Am I possessed by a ghost? Raiman Sukuna. Kamihara Hajime's black cursed energy extended from his earring, wrapping around his hand. Slowly, a section of a blade emerged from his flat palm. He smiled as he explained to Itadori. Originally a sorcerer from the Heian period, he became a curse after death. His 20 fingers became special-grade cursed objects. 20 fingers. Itadori's focus shifted. Then he saw the imposing young man opposite him miraculously pull a long sword out of thin air. The meticulously forged blade swallowed the gentle moonlight, reflecting a sharp, cold gleam. Itadori swallowed hard. What do you want to do with that sword? Megumi Fushiguro, mostly healed, looked at Itadori with a conflicted expression. Yuji Itadori, by Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer regulations, you are now considered a curse. What will happen? Megumi paused before uttering coldly, you will be exorcised. That means I'll die. No, I'm fine right now, look. Itadori hopped around, pulled at his cheeks, and did a few squats. Megumi's sweat beaded as he watched. He couldn't tell if the being in front of him was truly Itadori or a curse in disguise, and since it was a special grade curse that had regained a physical body, he absolutely couldn't let it escape. Don't worry, I'll know once I try. Hajime said casually, as if talking about what to eat for dinner, making Megumi's face darken. Hajime, don't mess around. If it really doesn't work. Hajime rested Tatsuka no Tsurugi on his shoulder and looked at Megumi with disdain. Why do you always think about being a suicide bomber? I'm special grade now, have some faith in me. Even if this is Sukuna, it's only the strength of one finger. I even find it a bit boring. A slit opened on Itadori's cheek like a miniature mouth, and Sukuna's voice emerged from it, Jujutsu sorcerer. Before he could finish, a hand slapped the eerie mouth shut. Itadori swatted it like a fly, interrupting Sukuna's words. Another slit opened on the back of his hand, annoying Itadori so much that he slapped that mouth shut again. This hateful brat. His body is too strange. Hajime turned and smiled, interrupting Itadori. Yuji Itadori, you can control your body, right? How about this, let Sukuna out first. I want to see the Curse King, though he might be a bit weak now. The mouth on Itadori's hand grew more grotesque but said nothing more. Itadori hesitated, then said, really? I feel like this Sukuna guy is very dangerous. Suddenly, the young man disappeared from his spot. A hand rested on Itadori's shoulder, making his heart tremble. The playful voice whispered in his ear, it's fine. If it doesn't work, I can run very fast too. Itadori didn't fully understand but trusted Hajime's confidence. If something went wrong, he could regain control of his body. So, he decided to try. After closing his eyes, Itadori's body changed. Black markings appeared, covering his face with an eerie hue. His four eyes opened, filled with cruel killing intent. Sukuna raised his hand and smoothed back his hair, blood-colored sparks erupting from his white teeth. Then let me show you. The ground beneath his feet cracked and spun. Sukuna's backward claw tore through the air with a sharp screech. Even if a wall of bronze and iron stood there, he could tear it to shreds. But the slash shredded only air. Sukuna's gaze searched for Hajime's figure, locking onto that smiling face, more like someone on a spring outing. Dismantle. Invisible slashes engulfed the spot where Hajime stood. The rooftop, which should have collapsed, was intact, and Hajime was unharmed. Oh. Interesting. You try mine too. Sukuna raised his hands but suddenly felt a sharp pain in both arms. Looking down, he saw his two severed arms on the ground, the blood had already stopped flowing. Hajime caressed Tatsuka no Tsurugi, which had no blood on it. Is this your technique? Sukuna's severed arms quickly regenerated, almost instantly restored. If not for the severed arms still dissipating on the ground, no one would have noticed. One finger really isn't enough. Hajime smiled deeper, twirling his sword as he paced toward Sukuna. Your reverse curse technique is strong. You must be confused about what happened. My technique is called Time Wheel. I accelerate my own time, so I walked over, cut off your arms, then went back. Sukuna placed a hand on his forehead, the killing intent boiling. He revealed his technique. But what about the move that made my previous attacks useless? Did he reverse his own time? Sukuna's gaze changed. Though still chilling, it was no longer like he was observing ants. Now it's my turn. Domain. As Sukuna's fingers came together to activate his domain, Hajime's time will spin technique forced his attack to stop. Hajime nearly cut off Sukuna's head with a single slash but held back. This was Itadori's body. Although Sukuna could heal it, he didn't want to look overly brutal. He casually threw Tatsuka no Tsurugi into Sukuna's abdomen and then punched his face. Gripping cursed energy tightly, he struck the defenseless Sukuna like a sandbag, sending him flying. Release. With a loud bang, Sukuna slammed into the wall of the opposite building, impaled by the sword. The cursed energy glow dissipated where Hajime stood. Sukuna spat blood, his consciousness spinning wildly. Then came the attacks like crashing waves. These injuries couldn't be caused by a single attack, but they appeared simultaneously. Such a technique. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Sukuna expanded his domain, revealing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He stood half-naked before a towering altar covered with monstrous mouths and bones, a demon from hell, not a Buddha. With only one finger, my cursed energy can't sustain this domain long. This brat's technique is tricky. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers are always troublesome. Within the domain, dismantle and cleave continuously struck the target until the malevolent shrine vanished. As the storm approached, Hajime activated his technique, sending Megumi, White Wolf, and Itadori's seniors out. Then he returned to Sukuna's domain. It's different from others. Like Shutendojis, it doesn't trap the enemy but increases range. There's a feeling. Hajime felt invisible blades slicing through the air near his throat. New shadow style, simple domain. Hajime used this weak domain, drawing on Akiri and Spider Cutter. Infinite slashes poured out, creating a swirling vortex of sword light. The slashes struck his blades but couldn't cut through. He tilted his head and dodged. His right shoulder was slashed diagonally, the wound appearing and disappearing instantly. But the slash was still deadly. Technique lapse, time will spin. Hajime appeared beside Sukuna, sword ready. Blood seeped but vanished before staining his clothes. Sukuna's severed arms began turning to dust. The scene of corpses and blood vanished, revealing a starry night. Sukuna looked at his lost arms. Under reverse cursed technique, the wounds healed slowly. His eyes closed. I look forward to next time. Before finishing, his eyes shut completely. All markings and sinister aura vanished. Itadori opened his eyes and said, "It hurts so much." His body was unharmed but felt a faint pain like a hallucination. Looking up, he saw Hajime smiling. The scary sword was gone. "Hello, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Kamihara Hajime." Itadori hesitated, then shook Hajime's hand and stood. Looking around, he saw Fushiguro and the seniors were gone. It was so dark just now. What happened outside? Did you defeat Sukuna? Where are they? Over there. Following Hajime's direction, Itadori saw Megumi walking toward them. He sighed in relief. Good, everyone's okay. Hajime smiled gently. You only care about others. Yuji Itadori, you're now Sukuna's vessel. I just defeated him when he wasn't at full strength. He hasn't been exorcised because only when you die will Sukuna die. Startled, Itadori saw Hajime wasn't going to attack and quickly said, "Isn't there another way?" I'm confused just hearing this. Hajime patted his shoulder. No rush. Someone else will handle your situation. For a problem involving a special grade cursed object, the legendary Curse King, and Itadori's vessel, the matter would be entrusted to the strongest and most powerful, Gojo Satoru. In a room covered with talismans, Gojo sat back in a chair, observing the tied-up Itadori while complaining to a student leaning against the wall. Under 6 eyes, he saw Itadori's condition clearly. Stroking his chin, he smiled. You can control your body, right? Notice anything unusual? Itadori nodded. Of course. But sometimes I hear a voice. It's noisy in my ear. Gojo paced. You've seen Sukuna, right? A curse like him will kill many if he regains full strength. The elders want you dead, but I think that's a waste. A waste. Itadori wasn't curious about who wanted him dead. After calming down, he thought death might be the best solution. If Sukuna emerged, many would die. You are strong, you must help others. You must die surrounded by people. His grandfather's words echoed. If it comes to that, I'll let them kill me. If it gets rid of Sukuna, I'll have saved many. So here's my suggestion. Gojo interrupted. If you die, Sukuna dies too. You're a rare vessel. Absorb all 20 fingers, then we kill you. Sukuna will be completely exorcised. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 54, Side Hustle. Hospital, Patient Room. Sasaki and Iguchi had recovered significantly thanks to Kamihara Hajime's reverse curse technique. They were still in the hospital due to some psychological aftereffects. After speaking with them, Yuji Itadori bowed deeply and said, I have an important matter to attend to. Well, goodbye, seniors. Afterward, Yuji Itadori went to the crematorium. Accompanied by Gojo Satoru, he placed his grandfather's ashes into an urn. Holding the urn, he sat on a bench outside, lost in thought. Gojo, sitting cross-legged beside him, said quietly, the deceased was. Itadori looked down at the pure white urn, his eyes distant. He was my grandfather. As for my parents, I was raised by him, so he was like my parents. I see. I'm sorry you had to deal with all this at such a difficult time. Have you made a decision about the suggestion I made? Yuji exhaled deeply. Are curse incidents like this common? Gojo rested his chin on his hand. Not really. This case is unusual. The number of victims is typical, but thanks to you all, there were almost no casualties, which is very rare. Most times, ordinary people encountering curses don't survive. If their bodies are left intact at all, that's already lucky. Often, nothing remains. Death is the final release. Gojo leaned back, gazing at the sky. In the search for Sukuna, you'll witness such tragedies repeatedly. I can't promise you won't suffer the same fate. Choose the path you prefer on your way through hell. Yuji asked calmly, if Sukuna disappears completely, will deaths caused by curses decrease? Gojo tilted his head, smiling slightly. Absolutely. Sukuna, the king of curses, is unbelievably destructive. The sooner we exorcise him, the fewer people will suffer. Is that finger still here? Yuji's words prompted Gojo to take out the finger he'd used earlier and hand it to him. Yuji examined it closely. That night, he had swallowed it without much thought. Now seeing it clearly, he grimaced. This thing is really disgusting. Without hesitation, Yuji put Sukuna's finger in his mouth. After a difficult swallow, black patterns reappeared on his face, and a powerful aura surged from him. Gojo remained relaxed. This was the second finger, he was already 1/10 of the way there. Let's see if you really have that talent. Ugh, it tastes awful. Sukuna did not awaken. It was as if everything just now had been an illusion. Yuji still controlled his body, and Gojo, prepared to intervene, had no opportunity. Yuji, never picky about food, described Sukuna's finger as utterly disgusting. Maybe leather with sauce would be easier to swallow. Then again, who would willingly eat a dried-up finger? Gojo's smile deepened. This guy doesn't just have outstanding physical resilience, he easily maintains control against Sukuna. He's a prodigy, once in a century, no, once in a millennium. You're ready, I assume. Yuji rubbed his head. Not really. I still don't understand why I was sentenced to death. But these curses can't just be ignored. I'll eat all of Sukuna. After that. I don't know. What a troublesome last wish. I've already decided how I'll die. You'll die surrounded by others. Gojo laughed, stood, and patted Yuji's shoulder. Not bad. You're not someone people dislike. Pack your bags today. Where to? Tokyo. It wasn't Gojo who answered, but Kamihara Hajime, appearing from the side. Megumi Fushiguro and White Wolf were with him. Huh? Kamihara. And Fushiguro. Hajime handed a bag of Sendai specialty kikufuku to Gojo, who beamed. Thanks, Hajime. I've wanted this for a while but never had the chance. Besides what he brought for Gojo, Hajime bought extra with different flavors so everyone could have some. You're coming with us to Tokyo to enroll in Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical High School. You and Megumi will be in the same year. Yuji smiled simply. Oh, that's good. What about you? Hajime stuffed a small bag of kikufuku into his arms, putting an arm around Megumi's shoulder. I'm a year older, so you should call me senior, Megumi. TCH. Megumi looked displeased, but Yuji immediately bowed politely. Hajime-senpai. Oh, right. Gojo suddenly remembered. You're the third first-year student. Hajime glanced at the mention, thinking, is that Nobara Kujisaki? 3 first years, huh? When did you recruit a new student, Gojo? You never mentioned it. Gojo smiled innocently, carrying the kikufuku. Haha, really? Never mind, it's not important. You know now, right? Yuji returned to pack his bags. Honestly, he didn't have much to bring besides taking care of his grandfather's funeral arrangements. The next day, the 4 took the Shinkansen back to Tokyo. On the way, they tried the Sendai specialty kikufuku. It was delicious but very sweet. Hajime's sencha flavor balanced the sweetness well. The edamame paste and fresh cream flavor, recommended by Gojo, was cloyingly sweet after a few bites, but Gojo's loyal sweet tooth loved it. Back at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Gojo took Yuji to meet Yaga Masamichi. Hajime and Megumi returned to their dorms. Hajime had wanted to give souvenirs to Panda and Maki but learned they were on missions. He stored the treats in the refrigerator for now. The next time Yuji saw Hajime was when Gojo led him to his assigned dorm, next to Megumi's and just a few steps from Hajime's. The dorms were spacious and unassigned by specific zones due to the student population. After settling in, Megumi and Yuji got a message from Gojo, tomorrow, we'll pick up another first-year student. Why was I called too? The 4 stood on a bustling Harajuku street. Hajime looked unimpressed by the crowd. Gojo drank a sweet drink. Hajime, it's boring staying alone at Jujutsu High. Come out and explore. Also, I have a mission for you later. What a hassle. Fine. I'll buy ice cream. What flavors? Gojo answered immediately, strawberry, vanilla, chocolate, 3 scoops. Yuji and Megumi weren't picky. The 3 waited in the shade while Hajime bought the ice cream. Where's the new student? Why meet here instead of Jujutsu High? Hajime complained. Gojo, happily eating, explained, she requested it herself. It just happens. Yuji looked toward the direction Hajime pointed at. Is that her? They saw a short-haired woman arguing with a man who looked like a talent scout. The girl wore a modified Jujutsu High uniform, a waist belt and knee-length skirt. That's her. Let's say hello. Gojo cupped his hands and shouted, "Over here." Nobara Kujisaki's attention was caught. She let go of the scout and approached. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Nobara Kujisaki. The token girl of the group." The brown-haired woman, one hand on her hip, showed little expression as if this was routine. She reminded them of Maki but was still different. Yuji Itadori, from Sendai. Megumi Fushiguro. From Nobara's view, Yuji seemed like a naive kid, Megumi was cool and capable, and the black-haired boy looked handsome but exhausted. She wondered if he was also a first year. Gojo clapped. "All right, all first years are here. Let's explore Tokyo." "Oh, and this is your senior, a second year." Hajime perked up and took over with a professional smile. "Kamihara Hajime, second year. I was dragged here by this blindfolded doofus to make up the numbers." After Hajime became a second year, their homeroom teacher was Atsuya Kusakabe. But Kusakabe's missions were mostly assigned by Gojo, the first-year homeroom teacher. There were few teachers and students, so divisions were loose. Kusakabe disliked managing things, but Jujutsu High students were easy to manage, requiring little effort, probably. Gojo's suggestion to explore Tokyo made Yuji and Nobara, newcomers from the countryside, very happy. They quickly bonded and started discussing where to go. Hajime sighed, watching them think too much. Roppongi. Their plans for Disneyland and Chinatown evaporated. Ahead stood an abandoned building emitting a cursed aura. The entrance exam officially begins. Gojo clapped happily and explained the situation. Nobara would exorcise the curse inside. Yuji was forbidden from unleashing Sukuna, or else the curse would be instantly destroyed, but greater harm could follow. Gojo, Hajime, and Megumi waited outside. Gojo looked at the weak cursed aura with anticipation. This test is mainly for Nobara. Yuji has been confirmed. He can swallow Sukuna's finger without hesitation and fight curses immediately. He passed. He's different from you two who started young. Yuji was a regular student before. You've seen many talented sorcerers quit because they couldn't overcome fear and disgust. Today, we mainly want to see if Nobara is crazy enough. Hajime sighed. Only madmen do well as Jujutsu sorcerers, right? By the way, what about the mission you mentioned earlier? Are we leaving immediately? Even a mule wouldn't be worked this hard. Gojo chuckled. You two aren't much better. Going too crazy can turn you into curse masters. He changed the subject. About the mission. Remember how I said there are fewer sorcerers and cursed spirits abroad? This mission is an exception. There's a rare special grade cursed spirit observed overseas. After negotiations, the mission came to us. Besides the base payment, Hajime, you can make some requests if you complete it. Why extra pay? Because the target is strong. Gojo pinched his chin. Not entirely. It's a commissioned mission, so part of the reward comes from the client. Huh, like a side hustle. Hajime understood, domestic exorcisms come with a salary and benefits from established channels. Foreign missions were additional side hustles, with extra pay, especially for special grade targets few dared face. His eyes lit up. Then I can get valuable info, right? He meant the precious knowledge controlled by the big three families, some earned by achievements in exorcising special grades, and thanks to Gojo. Thinking of the secret techniques and research of the Kamo and Zenin families made Hajime's heart race. The Kamo's red blood manipulation technique and their research on the human body and Jiu-Jitsu was exceptional. He definitely wanted this mission. When do we leave? Where is the location? Next week, 5 days from now. The location is the Arctic. We on Chapter 110 on Pat BTW. Chapter 55, Going Overseas. Although referred to as the North Pole, the mission location was actually Greenland, deep within the Arctic Circle. The main settlements in its southwestern region had been trapped under a relentless blizzard for nearly a week, forcing the cancellation of all nearby flights. Local industries like fishing and tourism were devastated, with only supply ships from Denmark offering some relief. This unusual weather wasn't a rare natural disaster, but the work of an unknown curse. A team of Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers sent to investigate returned with only one survivor, barely clinging to life. After sharing the intelligence, the survivor suddenly turned into an ice sculpture and shattered into countless pieces. Witnesses reported that every inch of his flesh and bone marrow had frozen solid, leaving behind no blood, only dust. The existence of the curse was confirmed. Though blizzards were common in the region, a curse capable of stirring such extreme weather for nearly a week was undoubtedly a special-grade cursed spirit. Unable to fight it, local authorities desperately sought help, steadily raising the price for assistance. Eventually, the request reached Neon. In the Jiu-Jitsu world, curses and sorcerers maintain a delicate balance. Where sorcerers thrive, curses tend to be intense and frequent. Conversely, in areas with few curses, sorcerers are scarce and limited in power. The Heian era, when Jiu-Jitsu was at its peak, was marked by rampant curses and universally powerful sorcerers. There are exceptions. For example, the birth of Gojo Satoru triggered the gradual strengthening of modern curses. Another anomaly was now, in this sparsely populated area, a special grade curse had appeared despite the rarity of sorcerers. Kamihara Hajime first flew to Iceland, then awaited a passing supply ship to reach the island across the sea, expected by tomorrow night. It's freezing. Hajime tightened his coat, exhaling thick white mist. He had been reinforcing his body with cursed energy since arriving, otherwise, his light clothing, which drew stares from locals, would have left him vulnerable to the cold. The cursed energy of infinity really is useful, Hajime thought with slight satisfaction while searching for a mall on the street. Though he could endure the cold, it was better to add some local-style clothing. How to spend today? He recalled the place was famous for aurora borealis sightings, a major tourist attraction. But with the weather, he doubted he'd see the lights tonight. Though the blizzard hadn't reached here, it still affected the conditions. Even for the aurora, which was usually easy to observe, certain conditions were required. With the storm, it would be difficult to catch it at the right moment. As expected, no aurora appeared. Instead, Hajime reluctantly admired the remote land blanketed in heavy snow. Night came quickly, daylight was as fleeting as a mirage on a bubble. Hajime didn't need to adjust for time differences. The next day, he hailed a taxi to the port. His decent English made communication smooth. Traveling through the endless white landscape was a rare experience he couldn't have back home. The sky stretched so vast its edge merged with the earth, indistinguishable. In this magical land, ice and snow coexisted with volcanoes and hot springs. When the sea came into view, the restless waves added life to the still scene. Occasionally, ice floes washed ashore, freed from the sea's endless ebb. After exiting the car, Hajime checked the time. He had arrived early and the transport ship would take a while, so he took the chance to capture photos of the breathtaking scenery, hoping to impress others upon his return. Only when the silhouette of a large ship appeared far off did he calmly head to the port. As the massive vessel approached, Hajime truly grasped the meaning of grandeur. He hadn't spent much time by the sea in his homeland and had only seen cruise ships online. Seeing one in person was a unique sensation. Even the massive cursed spirits he'd encountered before seemed ordinary by comparison, not to mention the awe-inspiring mountains and seas. He tightened his collar as the seaside wind picked up. After the transport ship docked, the gangway lowered. The ship, stopping solely for Hajime, slowly set off again, breaking through ice floes as it sailed toward the land shrouded by the curse. Hajime was greeted by a bearded man with black hair and beard, whose features strongly resembled Asian traits. His eyes were bright but filled with worry. He seemed aware of Hajime's identity, giving only a cursory glance at his credentials before leading him to a prepared single room. "Mr. Kamihara, call me Akit. My hometown has suffered an unprecedented disaster. We're helpless against that demon. We're very grateful you've come. Here's all the intelligence we've gathered. I hope it helps." Akit left a file bag and exited, not wanting to disturb Hajime. Opening it, Hajime found paper reports, including the survivor's account and photos of his shattered frozen remains. Hajime raised an eyebrow at the chilling images. No blood was splattered, organs and bones were completely frozen. There were also photos of the blizzard. Of course, the cursed spirit's form was not visible, but from the chaotic weather and text records, some conclusions could be drawn. That thing is huge, can fly, and its movements bring howling wind and snow. Its breath produces a cold beyond comprehension. It is definitely a Jiu-Jitsu, and terrifyingly lethal. None of us who encountered it survived. Behind the intelligence lay lives and blood, yet the information was limited. It was only known that this curse could fly, possibly control blizzards, and its attacks caused dangerous freezing effects. Hajime sighed, aware even among special grades there were differences. This curse was a prime example. It manipulated celestial phenomena to alter a large area's climate. Though not its full power, it was still terrifying. How do you fight something that flies and controls blizzards? I can only hope it's not intelligent, or it'll just flee. When the ship's whistle sounded, Hajime knew they were nearing their destination. Leaving his room, he met Akit at the rail. A biting cold wind swept past, stinging like knives. Hajime looked out at the nearby port. Beyond it, swirling snow obscured everything. Even towering icebergs appeared only as vague shapes. After docking, Akit led Hajime off the ship. The supplies would be unloaded later. Boarding a snowmobile to escape the howling wind and snow, they began discussing plans to exorcise the curse. The city, no longer prosperous, was nearly invisible under the blizzard. Few dared expose their faces to the biting cold. Inside a building taller than the rest, Hajime met people who appeared from nowhere and greeted him politely. He declined the formalities and asked Akut to arrange what was necessary so he could locate and exorcise the curse swiftly. Grateful, Akut instructed his subordinates. In this environment, walking even a short distance risked getting lost in the snow. Most facilities had shut down due to the weather and curse, only satellite signals remained for communication. Hajime wanted to finish the mission quickly and leave. He had no time to mingle with officials. Swift action was the best solution. Soon, Akut secured a modified snowmobile equipped with satellite navigation, capable of accurate tracking despite poor visibility. It prevented endless circling and ensured a safe return. Outside, the environment was harsh. Through the window, Hajime felt they were venturing into an unknown land. After the city disappeared behind them, only endless wind and snow remained. The vehicle's front had a sharp ram-like design, its track tires easily rolled over thick snow. Silence reigned, broken only by occasional reports of no curse traces. Alongside the driver and technical staff were several individuals sensing cursed energy, the windows and supervisors. Hajime didn't rely solely on them and sensed the curse's aura himself. After searching east and north with no sign, Hajime signaled Akut to push northeast. They were now tens of kilometers from base. It was risky, every extra kilometer increased the chance of accidents preventing their return. But everyone was prepared to die, so they silently obeyed. Found it. Hajime spoke from the vehicle. The intense cursed aura was close. Record this location. I'm getting off. You all return and await my signal. A chill swept the group as Hajime disappeared from sight. They exchanged bewildered looks until Akut acted, carrying out the orders. The car lights vanished into the snow. Hajime turned, inhaling the biting air as wind and snow lashed his face. The surging cursed energy clashed with the surrounding aura. As he moved toward the densest aura, the wind and snow gradually diminished until they almost stopped. Visibility widened. This was the storm's eye, eerily calm. On the peaceful ice plain stood over a dozen tall ice pillars. Sunlight filtered down, casting jagged refractions that lit the area like a dream. That is. Hajime raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked up at a shadow on the central pillar. The entity sensed his presence and unfurled something, casting a shadow that engulfed Hajime. Who are you? The cry or roar reached Hajime's ears, but his mind strangely understood it. The sound transformed into a neutral voice, neither male nor female. Frowning, Hajime's hair and clothes were blown by a sudden gust. As the wind died down, a tall, winding figure landed before him. A curse, undoubtedly. The figure resembled a dragon or snake. Its 20 to 30 meter long body coiled around the ice pillar. Pale white and ice blue scales connected seamlessly with the snow, blending perfectly. Each scale, palm-sized, scraped ice chips from the solid surface. The upper body was humanoid but not human. Nearly twice the size of a person, it was indistinguishable in gender with subtle differences. Its skin was ice blue and nearly transparent. No blood vessels, organs, or bones were visible. The face was neutral, eyes pure ice blue, and long white hair flowed. Meeting its gaze made one's eyes sink into deep cold. Most eerie were its arms, replaced by wide wings. Thin at the base, they broadened outward. When spread, the wings cast the shadow that had just covered Hajime. Despite the destruction it caused, Hajime felt no overwhelming chill. Only the contained, terrifying aura affirmed its status as a special grade curse. Human, Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, I suppose you're not interested in my name. To make it short, this blizzard was caused by your power, yes. I'm here to accept the commission to exorcise you, or rather, kill you. Supported by its dragon-like body, the curse looked down on the small figure. Hearing Hajime's words, it lowered its body slightly and stared. Its ice-carved face remained motionless. Its voice echoed in Hajime's mind again, you speak of this blizzard. It appeared with my dance. Did it harm those little people? You are different. They're like schools of fish in the sea, but you're a roaming shark, a leisurely whale. Why shelter them under your wings? Because you're one of them. As it spoke, the body rose, rubbing against the ice with a hissing sound. The sun rises and sets, flowers bloom and decay, just like my form. Aren't these natural? Why care? Hajime gripped Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the blade reflecting dazzling sunlight. Well said. You don't have to care about their cries, nor do I. But when I cut off your head, I hope you won't care either, because this is the will of heaven. Send Power Stones BTW, it motivates me. Chapter 56, Time Stop. Ice Dragon, my name is Ice Dragon. A grand flower bloomed across the icy plain, but these ice flowers, each the size of a house, were deadly weapons. Their petals formed from clusters of ice crystals, sharp enough to fracture scattered sunlight into golden fragments. Yet all this beauty was futile. The ice dragon had lost sight of the small figure in its view, its attack failing to land. As it prepared to soar upward for a better vantage point, a sharp pain struck its body down. Hajime's first target was naturally the wings of the cursed spirit calling itself Ice Dragon. Entering time null state, he struck the right wing repeatedly with Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri. The wing's toughness surprised him, only after multiple slashes did the wing tear, half falling to the ground. The ice dragon let out a piercing shriek. A visible wind current twisted around it, instantly turning into a fierce gale. Hajime activated his technique again as he approached. A nearly solidified cover separated him from the ice dragon. This was no mere protective storm layer, but one bolstered by the ice dragon's own cursed energy. Time arrow. He planted the two cursed swords into the ground and drew extermination, infusing it with near-limit cursed energy. Then, the taut light suddenly shot forward. The blizzard around the ice dragon was brutally torn apart, leaving a crescent-shaped notch on its massive body. The wound was clean, no blood or flesh remained. The ice dragon sensed the danger after the first strike. Its wind and snow, controlled like eyes and ears, failed to detect the invisible arrow. Despite its swift, calculated defense, it was pierced again, and this wound was far harder to heal than the torn wing. A sharp crack echoed. Though large, the wound wasn't fatal. The ice dragon spiraled around an ice pillar in the air. Hajime readied to sever the other wing when a sudden movement caught his eye. A small hole, finger-width wide with smooth edges, appeared on the ice surface, deep and crack-free. It had to be caused by something sharp and fast. Hajime quickly realized the culprit. Rain. Ice rain fell from the sky, glittering under the sun. The raindrops pierced the ice plane, creating new holes. The ice dragon's attack radius was roughly 300 meters around Hajime. These icy raindrops were deadly, piercing with the cursed energy's chill. Hajime knew he could barely withstand one or two hits, but now the sky was filled with them. Resisting with reverse curse technique alone was futile. He considered his options and chose the most direct. He raised extermination again. Time wheel, reverse. Heaven and earth seemed to reverse. The heavy rain fell upward, disappearing into the dark sky. The scene flashed briefly in Hajime's senses. Time wheel spin. 5 nearly invisible trajectories, obscured by sunlight fragments, struck the ice dragon's humanoid torso, left wing, and midsection. Grotesque wounds appeared instantly. The ice pillar below shattered and collapsed. The ice dragon's roar filled the air. Domain expansion, unmelting ice prison. The great sun and endless sky vanished. All directions were sealed by chilling ice prisons. The space inside was surprisingly vast, an icy hell with no escape. Inside, the ice dragon hovered with its severed wing now reformed of transparent ice crystals, its wounds healed. The blizzard raged fiercely, coldness penetrating Hajime's defenses. Even after he deployed simple domain, this place felt different. The cursed spirit, the blizzard, and the domain had merged. That explained the rapid recovery. Hajime prepared to strike again. The ice dragon flapped its wings to dodge but froze mid-air under Hajime's relentless attack. Extermination glowed at its limit, arrows tearing through the ice prison, creating large holes in its defenses. As the technique ended, Hajime saw the ice dragon's body being healed by swirling wind and snow, more like a living storm than flesh and blood. This domain is a real problem. Arrows cut through ice spikes. Hajime sheathed extermination and drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri. He teleported before the ice dragon. The ice behind him shattered. The ice dragon spread its wings, circling in the air as ice beasts emerged from the blizzard, charging. These cursed energy beasts weren't dangerous, their defense was fragile and could be cut with one slash. But the freezing aura released after they shattered was the real threat. After clearing the area, Hajime, still in time null state, jumped onto a giant ice serpent lunging at him. His sword slashed repeatedly, shattering the serpent's body. With a scraping sound, he pulled his blades free, leapt off, and soared toward the hovering ice dragon. Godspeed slash. Spider cutter appeared amid sword light. Ice shards rained down. Stepping on the coiled ice dragon, Hajime swiftly dismembered it. He crashed to the ground, creating a crater. The broken ice dragon coiled and rose again as if the injuries were illusions. Azura. The cursed sword technique ignited, forming a ghostly phantom behind the ice dragon. It struck vertically, severing over half its body. The ice dragon screamed in pain for the first time in the domain. But its wounds healed again, and its aura intensified amid the raging storm. It's merging with the environment, becoming part of the wind and snow. Until the domain breaks, the blizzard won't stop. The ice dragon is practically immortal here, and this domain is a defensive fortress. Hajime felt sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. An ice spike about the length of a forearm burst from inside him, rotating and still stained with fresh blood. It vanished quickly, leaving no wound or torn clothes, but Hajime frowned. This wasn't a sudden attack but coldness accumulated from fighting the ice dragon. Under its technique's influence, the cold burst forth from his body. His reversal healed the injury but couldn't undo the cold's accumulation. Damn it. The spike appeared again. Hajime cancelled reversal this time, relying on reverse cursed technique to heal. But as long as he fought the ice dragon, the cold would keep building. Neither could defeat the other. It was an endless battle. Using the domain's properties, the ice dragon began close-range attacks alongside its techniques. Though Hajime's sword slashes shattered it, the ice dragon released bursts of cold air upon shattering, trading damage. He reactivated the cursed sword technique. It was more effective than normal attacks, but in the domain, the ice dragon's body and soul seemed merged with the environment, unable to be killed. The ice dragon ascended, its body armored with ice and snow, wind swirling violently around it. It looked down at Hajime. Human, you are strong. I will remember you. Next time I return, it will be with the wind and snow that sweeps all away. It's trying to escape. If this continues, the one maintaining the domain will collapse first. Realizing it can't kill me, it's fleeing. The sky is manageable, I can shoot it down with extermination and time arrow. But there's another escape route. The ocean. The deep sea beneath the ice plain. If the ice dragon breaks through weak spots and dives into the water, it will escape for good. Hajime can't gamble on killing it once it dispels the domain. It's still gathering strength. I'll have to try the technique I'm still conceptualizing. If it fails, I'll try again once the domain breaks. Time will spin, time will reverse. When the forward and reverse rotations collided, time accelerated and rewound simultaneously. The effects clashed, then merged. Time became chaotic and then stopped. This was no simple time null state. Hajime sensed the cursed energy of the wind, snow, and ice dragon freeze. The domain's connection to the ice dragon was severed. Hajime, using only part of his cursed energy, drew extermination and released an arrow, but it stopped midair. The technique's burden was terrifying. Wielding Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Hajime leapt onto the ice dragon. His slashes were effortless, and the cursed spirit's body shattered again. Feeling near his limit, Hajime delivered the final blow, slicing its upper body in two, then cancelled the technique. Time resumed. Sunlight gently fell as the ice dragon's domain shattered silently. The cursed spirit, split into pieces, didn't notice the change and tried to speak, but its life reversed and froze in shock. You. Stripped of its domain, cursed energy, and defense, the ice dragon fell. Hajime coughed up blood. Looking at his left hand stained with it, he tried to reverse his injuries, but only partial success. The technique can't be fully used yet. Was the collision the cause? Still, it worked. Switching to reverse curse technique, Hajime healed his internal wounds. They were widespread but not fatal. The ice dragon's remains dissipated. This special grade cursed spirit, which caused the blizzard, was exorcised. The wind and snow cleared, revealing the vast ice plain under a blue sky. In the distance, a pale green-blue veil spread quickly, enveloping the sky like a goddess's flowing skirt, nature's miracle. Hajime paused, admiring the sight before walking back. He took out the satellite phone given by Akit. The voice on the other end was ecstatic. He strolled the snowy path, savoring the rare scene and waiting for support. Time stop, succeeding on the first try. I'll keep practicing and ask Gojo-sensei for help again, haha. Get access to 60+ chapters by becoming patrons. Chapter 57, Time Stop Bypassing Limitless. Finally, I'm back. After bidding farewell to Akit and his overly enthusiastic thanks, Kamihara Hajime boarded a ship to Denmark, then flew directly back home from the airport. Though foreign landscapes were novel and beautiful, for Hajime, who wasn't used to the food even in his own country, staying in places with scarce delicacies was torture. No matter how scenic, it couldn't replace a satisfying meal. Once off the plane, Hajime took a taxi straight to Shibuya. He indulged in a hearty meal to compensate for the past few rough days, then stopped by the city's most famous dessert shop to buy souvenirs. Since he planned to ask Gojo-sensei for help, bringing gifts was only proper. Tokyo Jujutsu High. When Hajime returned, only Panda was around at the school. Panda had just finished a mission and was resting. It was already June, so things were understandably getting busier. Even Itadori and the others, fresh recruits, were thrown into practical combat alongside their studies. Gojo Satoru had arranged for them to exorcise a cursed spirit right after they arrived, though the spirit was weak. Hajime returned to his dorm for a much-needed rest. The mission report was already submitted, news of its completion had reached Jujutsu High 2 days earlier. Hajime only needed to add specific details and another perspective. After spending more than half a day gaming in his room, a knock came at his door. Gojo Satoru pushed it open. Stretching, Gojo sank into the sofa, his gaze landing on the neatly wrapped desserts on the table. His previously lazy expression brightened instantly. "Is this for me, Hajime?" Hajime was focused on shooting down the last enemy in his game. The final victory screen popped up. He took off his headphones and turned around. "Yeah, I brought it back after the flight." "How was the mission?" Gojo wasn't wearing his Jujutsu High uniform, instead dressed casually with sunglasses perched on his nose. Hajime recalled the simple shirt wasn't cheap. Gojo lay back on the sofa, sampling the dessert as he asked. Hajime got up, poured a glass of water, and shrugged. "Just okay." The cursed spirit was interesting though. It heavily relied on its technique amplified by the climate. And it used domain expansion too. The domain was specialized for survival. If I hadn't used a new move I've been conceptualizing, it might have drilled into the sea and escaped. New move? The one combining the forward and reverse applications of your technique. Gojo's interest was clearly piqued. Hajime smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I pulled it off for the first time in combat. Unlike your purple, which is pure destruction, this has a different effect. Any thoughts?" "Haha, you messaged me just for this, huh? Let's go. I'm curious too." On their way to the dojo, Hajime asked, "Gojo-sensei, cursed spirits are said to be born from negative emotions, but why do so many potential curses not actually form?" Gojo shielded his eyes from the sun. "Curses need cursed energy, which comes from negative emotions, but it's usually focused on specific things, death or some concept, so forming a curse isn't simple. Also, just having cursed energy doesn't guarantee a powerful curse. Special grade cursed spirits don't appear just anywhere." He explained further, the clearer the negative emotions are directed, the easier it is for curses to form. That's why urban legends and ghost stories rarely create curses. Recorded cursed spirits are very few compared to all the legends. In hospitals, schools, or similar places, regret, fear, and despair have clear targets. But fears like earthquakes or mudslides are abstract, so cursed spirits related to them are rare. Plus, most curses born only embody parts of those things' attributes. The cursed spirit you faced was already very rare, likely born after a long gestation. They entered the empty training ground. Gojo asked, "What about your new move? How do you want to test it?" Hajime looked at his outstretched right hand. "As you know, my technique's forward and reverse applications collide. Aside from failures where nothing happens, this collision produces a unique effect I'm calling time stop." Time stop. Gojo stroked his chin, thinking. When you use your technique at full power, the scene around you slows almost to a stop, right? How's this different? Hajime's expression shifted. It's very different. In time stop, everything I observe is truly stopped, including cursed energy flow. The cursed spirit's domain was broken this way. Gojo's eyes behind the sunglasses gleamed. If cursed energy stops, techniques temporarily cease too. Domain expansions lose support and break apart naturally. Enough talk, let's try it. Hajime, cover me with that move so I can feel it. Gojo removed his sunglasses, six eyes ready to witness the phenomenon. Hajime matched his intent, channeling cursed energy into his inherited technique. The forward and reverse applications collided again. Strange cursed energy waves spread outward but under Hajime's control quickly vanished. Ah, it failed, haha. Under Gojo's focused gaze, Hajime gave an awkward laugh. That's the failure case. Let me try again. Not everyone had Gojo's six eyes and precise cursed energy control. For Hajime, successfully combining the forward and reverse applications was already a sign of extraordinary talent. This was just an initial attempt. With Gojo observing, Hajime tested various fusion methods, timing, speed of cursed energy transmission. It was rare to have a day without Gojo running errands, so he seized the moment. During one attempt, Hajime successfully triggered time stop again. Gojo and everything around them became a static image. 1 second. Hajime carefully counted time in his mind and approached Gojo. A smile crossed his lips before he lifted Gojo and placed him by the door. 4 seconds passed. Hajime felt his technique begin to falter. At 4.6 seconds, he could have pushed beyond 5 seconds, but it was pointless. After throwing Tatsuka no Tsurugi, he deactivated the technique. Time resumed. The sword hung in midair, then dropped. Gojo regained movement by the door, looking astonished. Had Hajime touched him during the time stop, he might have sensed what followed, but now there was no trace. That's very interesting. Gojo spotted Tatsuka no Tsurugi on the floor and realized what happened. You threw it during time stop, and when time resumed, it didn't continue moving. Hajime nodded. Right. Once it left my hand, it stopped midair. I discovered this when trying ranged attacks during the effect. Gojo devised a test. Activate time stop when you throw the swords, change their direction, and try to attack me. Let's see if my limitless fails. Hajime laughed awkwardly. Gojo-sensei, you'll have to wait. After these two techniques collide, there's a brief disruption preventing me from immediately using the technique again. The longer I hold it, the longer the recovery. Gojo's 6 eyes confirmed this. The deeper the fusion's depth, the longer the recovery needed. Unlike Gojo's purple, which causes instant destruction, Hajime's technique requires balancing and continuous maintenance. After recovering, Hajime grabbed 5 short swords from the dojo rack. He threw them toward the wall, then froze time again. He nudged the suspended swords, changing their direction. Approaching Gojo, he condensed cursed energy on his fingertips and grazed Gojo's right arm. Limitless, which repels all harm, vanished. Hajime's fingertip pierced the stopped cursed energy barrier on Gojo's arm. No blood flowed, then the technique was released. Clang, clang, clang. The wooden swords hit the wall, corners, and rack. When time resumed, the swords flew in the altered directions. Gojo noticed the wound. Though instantly healed by reverse cursed technique, it felt like the injury appeared out of nowhere, bypassing limitless. The state is also stopped, Gojo-sensei. The wooden sword's flight was stopped midair during time stop. After the technique ended, the swords retained their thrown state and direction, unlike objects during time stop, which dropped immediately. Further tests followed. Gojo brought a small animal with some cursed energy and a cursed tool detecting life via cursed energy, even in suspended animation. Hajime killed the large rat during time stop. Not a drop of blood escaped from its sliced body. Using the cursed tool, Hajime found the rat was still alive. Life also stops. The consequences only unfold after the technique ends. Even if you crushed the rat to dust during the stop, it'd still be alive. They also confirmed time stop's range was about a 200-meter radius circle around Hajime, controllable like duration. The larger the range, the harder to maintain. Within that range, only Gojo witnessed the frozen world. Reality was a paused image on a screen, a miracle beyond words. On this path, I am not alone. Hajime, Yuto Katsu, and Megumi. Individual strength is limited. To reach the ideal world, you cannot rely on yourself alone. You must keep rising. The things you requested should arrive tomorrow. I likely won't be at Jujutsu High, so remember to receive them. This new move is interesting but unstable. Keep practicing. After a day of training and testing, Gojo left with those words. Hajime had nearly triggered a dangerous third case earlier, but stopped it before chaos erupted. Gojo warned that if allowed, the result wouldn't be time stop but chaotic distortion. That's why he urged more practice. The next day, Hajime received a medium-sized box delivered by 2 men in suits. After checking the cursed energy seal, he accepted it. In the following days, Hajime trained tirelessly and studied the documents. Maki and others had just returned from their mission and barely saw him. His relentless training continued until a new mission was assigned. Eliminate the remnants of the Curse Master group formerly known as the Star Religious Group, later taken over by Curse Master Suguru Geto. Hajime studied the mission details. After the Hyaki Yagyo incident, Suguru Geto was executed by Gojo-sensei, and his subordinates disappeared. No news had come from them for a long time. Whatever the backers were, as Curse Masters killing innocents indiscriminately, they were marked for elimination. Curse Masters often caused more harm than cursed spirits of the same grade. I'll take this mission. More Power Stones equals more chapters equals everyone's happy. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Unexpectedly Strong. It's not that I won't take you, but you look like a husky. I'm not going to play around. If a real fight breaks out, you haven't seen how fierce that thing is. Where do you think you'll run? After Kamihara Hajime shared the stunning photos he had taken with everyone, the white wolf that had been trailing Panda and Maki visibly bristled. Such a perfect place, and you didn't take me. The white wolf turned its head, occasionally glancing back, its back to Hajime, seemingly ignoring his explanation. All right, I'll take you this time, okay. Hearing this, the white wolf turned back, its intelligent eyes locking onto Hajime's, as if silently asking, "You're not lying to me, right?" Mission location, Yokohama. That's pretty close. Are they trying to hide in plain sight? These Curse Masters are quite cunning. The Curse Masters had recently been spotted in Yokohama, suspected to be linked to a small local religious group. Specific details were scarce, but the opposing side likely included at least one Grade 1 Curse Master, with others unknown. Originally, this mission could have been assigned to several Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers and Grade 2 combinations, but Hajime happened to be without a mission at Tokyo Jujutsu High during this period, and Gojo-sensei was missing somewhere, so the task fell to him. There was no need to trouble others or risk personnel losses. Sending only Hajime sufficed. The gap between special grade and grade 1 among Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits was massive. Once this mission was assigned to Hajime, assuming the intelligence was accurate, it was almost a done deal. Yokohama wasn't far from Tokyo. After confirming the intel, Hajime got into the assigned car and headed there. The driver wasn't one of the Tokyo Jujutsu High supervisors like Ajichi or Shintaro, but a new face, a man with a perpetual smile that, on closer inspection, seemed fake and unnatural, like a venomous insect's disguise. Hajime paid no attention. He completely ignored unfamiliar people who made him uncomfortable. The driver's polite but subtly barbed small talk was perfunctorily dismissed. Arriving in Yokohama, Hajime, accompanied by the White Wolf, stepped out and headed toward the mission site. The place was the stronghold of that small religious group, though only superficially. Investigations revealed it to be a disguised hideout for those curse masters. They seemed to be planning something, with other curse masters gathering, which had led to leaks and their location being tracked. The targets should be inside. Inside the house, 5 oddly dressed individuals sat facing each other in pairs, except one who sat alone. The lone man wore only a black leather apron on his upper body, was completely bald, and had a strange mask covering his eyes and part of his nose. He sprawled on the sofa, saying, "What? This isn't a request, it's a notification. I'm not easy to talk to. If you don't cooperate, death awaits you. Maybe becoming my masterpiece is an option." "Haha. You bastard." A man with triangular eyes and a scar across his face opposite him angrily retorted, "We're not those idiots Nain and Nanako. Suguru Geto-sama is dead. That thing, whatever it is, still wants to command us. Hey, don't say things I don't understand. What I want is..." Before he could finish, a sound from the door caught everyone's attention. In their instant vigilance, a figure appeared from behind the half-open door. Was it a dog? It was a large husky, which immediately entered, tongue lolling out, curiously inspecting the people in the room. Seeing it was just a dog, a seemingly more normal man sighed in relief. How did a dog get in? What are the people downstairs doing? Idiot. Have you ever seen a dog with cursed energy like that? It's an enemy. The bald man had already taken out a hammer. He wasn't looking at the husky, but at the half-open door where footsteps echoed. Quite a few, actually. Pushing the door open, a young boy walked in. He had a short black ponytail, and his face, devastating to those in the room, wore a lazy expression as if he were some young master who had accidentally wandered in. "Let me see. Nemikiri Hisashi, LaRue, 2 small fries. Oh. And an unexpected bonus. Kamoya Ruzo, right. You're on the wanted list too. A Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer? Just you, a snot-nosed brat who hasn't even grown all his hair. You've come to the wrong place. Not only will you die here today, but I'll find your family and friends." One of the small fries exploded in rage. Already tense from being discovered, the dog and this ordinary-looking boy entering pushed him over the edge. Puffed. The sound of water being squeezed from a pouch rang out. The man's eyes widened, clutching his throat, blood poured uncontrollably, his complexion turning a sickly purplish blue. At the doorway, Hajime flicked his finger against the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, which had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment, producing a crisp, pleasant ringing. This poison was lethal to weaker enemies. It was hard to say whether the man's throat injury or the sword's poison was more fatal. The other 4 curse masters, terrified, instinctively drew weapons or channeled cursed energy but dared not move. They hadn't sensed the attack nor how the sword appeared. The unknown technique and the overwhelming disparity left them frozen. After the curse master collapsed in a pool of blood, the dog rose and walked out, while the boy cursed under his breath. But they were far from relaxed. Such a powerful and malevolent enemy kept them on edge. Seizing the moment, Kamoya Ruzo leaped over the sofa and coffee table, swinging his small hammer toward Hajime's head with a sinister grin. In the eager eyes of the others, Kamoya suddenly flew backward at an unnatural angle, smashing the tempered glass coffee table to pieces. The leather sofa cushioned his fall, pushing him against the wall where he finally stopped. The sofa was now stained with blood. Kamoya's hammer had flown off, hitting the wall and vanishing. His situation was utterly miserable. Blood covered his body, his arms pinned beneath him, and his face looked ravaged by blades, most facial bones exposed. His eyes appeared doubled in size due to surrounding flesh pulverized. Hajime, having turned, looked down at the injured curse master. Despite the poison from Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Kamoya's strength was considerable, supported by cursed energy as he clung to life. Kamoya Ruzo, a curse master skilled in cursed tool creation, but extremely cruel. Once wanted for abusing and killing civilians and spellcasters to create cursed tools. He had talent. Some of his tools were powerful, but his brutal methods harmed many, using victims' intense emotions before death to craft bizarre cursed tools. He was notorious. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Second year at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kamihara Hajime. My mission is to eliminate you remnants of the Hyakki Yagyo incident. You remember me, don't you? Nemikiri Hisashi and Laru began sweating. Especially Laru. Wasn't Hajime the boy who attended Tokyo Jujutsu High with Suguru Geto? Though his hair was different back then. During the Hyakki Yagyo, rumors said a Jujutsu sorcerer with that name killed the special grade cursed spirit they planned to awaken, Shutendoji. According to the latest intel, the new special grade sorcerer also bore that name. Nemikiri Hisashi, under intense pressure, nearly activated his technique for a last-ditch effort when Laru, bare-chested with pink heart-shaped nipple covers, stopped him. Your Excellency hasn't attacked yet. Do you have some purpose? Hajime looked at the strange muscular men. Among the curse masters, this one still had a bit of sense. He thought he'd have to kill another to warn them. Locations and names. Tell me where your accomplices are hiding. I can let you go today in exchange. You can escape, but beware future pursuits. Impossible. Nemikiri Hisashi shouted. We are family. You think I'd betray them? We're not monkeys. Who would betray their own just to survive? Suddenly, Hajime appeared in front of Nemikiri Hisashi and casually punched his abdomen. Nemikiri flew backward, spitting blood mixed with flesh fragments. Laru, enraged by his companion's injury, punched Hajime. Following Nemikiri's path, Laru charged without activating his technique, though his wounds were lighter. The other small fry was paralyzed with fear, trembling and losing the will to fight. You speak. Hajime placed his left hand on the man's shoulder with a harmless smile. The men trembled, silent. Hajime said, What? Are you throwing away your chance to live? You call ordinary people monkeys and treat humans like animals. What's your standard? Whether they have inherited techniques. Isn't it all about power? Then in my eyes, aren't you the monkeys? Well said. An unfamiliar voice echoed. Hajime shifted gaze to the corner, but it was empty. Suddenly, a black, flowing entity emerged from thin air, expanding to the size of a water tank, then a crude humanoid puppet slowly rose. This is a puppet technique, remotely controlled. It's coming for me. The controller doesn't dare show himself. The puppet emitted a distorted voice. These curse masters and curse spirits are all the same. Their actions are ridiculous. For their so-called noble ideals, they fabricate meaningless ideologies. What about you, Hajime? What do you think about humans, jujutsu sorcerers, and curses? The mix inevitably causes conflict. Even among humans, there is struggle, let alone between these vastly different groups. Hajime scrutinized the puppet. Destroying it would be useless, it was just a mouthpiece. He understood, human negative emotions birth curses, which foster curse spirits, while jujutsu sorcerers originate from humans, creating a delicate balance. Humans and curses exist symbiotically. As long as humanity lives, curses won't disappear. There are two theoretical solutions: eliminate all cursed energy in humans, or make all human spellcasters who control cursed energy. Both were absurd. Hajime never cared for such grand ideas. He had few interests beyond this objective world and his own small sphere. He wasn't a savior, why bother? So he sneered, someone who won't show their face is no better than trash. Cursed spirits, humans, jujutsu sorcerers, I am human and jujutsu sorcerer. I stand on my own side, but have no interest in changing the world. All I want is to send you disgusting creatures to hell. No righteous excuses. You kill people, be ready to die in return. You. Nemikiri Hisashi stood, cursed energy rising, a black spike emerging in his hand. Driven by rage, he charged. Blood splattered. Nemikiri Hisashi's headless body collapsed. The black substance around the puppet stirred. Domain expansion, realm of empty dreams. Is this a curse? The aura concealed the puppet's true nature, so Hajime hadn't noticed. The domain covered the room, corpses and Laru vanished. Only Hajime was lit in endless darkness. A special grade curse spirit. Allied with curse masters. Would curses ally with humans? Technique reversal, time stop. The darkness vanished, the room returned. Half the puppet's body was sunk into solidified darkness. Hajime frowned. Laru was missing. Forget that, handle the immediate. A regular mission had escalated to special grade curse spirit and a sneaky enemy. MIA trouble magnet. 2 slashes cut the puppet into pieces. As Hajime dispelled his technique, a bizarre four-legged creature was squeezed from the ground. Bewildered, it was pinned by Hajime's blades. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri appeared in his hands. Without technique enhancement, Hajime's speed was incredible. Light streaks left after images on the cursed spirit. After the curse sword's technique activated, the creature perished. No, too weak. Sensing something was wrong, Hajime found no traces of others. The target escaped long distance. It might be good that the mysterious entity saved LaRue. Capturing LaRue again would yield info on the other. In an ordinary residence. The scarred man on the forehead opened his eyes. Behind him, a four-legged long-nosed cursed spirit emerged from darkness, rolling out the severely injured LaRue. The probe went well. Unexpectedly strong. The plan needs changing. Huge shout-out and heartfelt thanks to everyone who became a patron. Your support truly means the world to me. Chapter 59, Special Grade. Although Raoru escaped, the mission was considered complete under the circumstances. The unknown entity and the cursed spirit were documented. Based on Kamihara Hajime's description, after specialists identified the cursed spirit's origins and prototypes, it was determined this cursed spirit might be a hypothetical one, with abilities linked to the mythological Dream Eater. This was another special grade cursed spirit that had never been recorded, drawing some attention. However, it had nothing to do with Hajime, who had already finished his mission. Others would have to deal with the headache. Missions involving curse masters remained rare. Most of these entities had been hiding for over 20 years, lurking in dark sewers. Occasional encounters were extremely rare compared to the number of other curses. It was nearly summer, and with the growing unrest among people, the number of curses had increased significantly. Fortunately, special grades were still few, most were around grade 2 in strength. Everyone at Jujutsu High was very busy, and it had been a while since they had all gathered. Ginza, a high-end office building. Recently, 2 fatal incidents had occurred here, both apparent suicides by jumping. A third person had fallen from a lower floor but survived. After regaining consciousness, he described feeling as if someone was controlling his thoughts, and already emotionally unstable, he vaguely broke the window and jumped. After the window observed traces of a curse here, the task was handed to Kamihara Hajime, who was free at Jujutsu High. In a bustling city, the mission needed to be handled discreetly and quickly. Even Hajime himself felt it was a perfect fit. He arrived as the building's occupants had been temporarily evacuated, and reporters were blocked off by police cordons. The victims were all employees of a major branch of a large corporation, naturally attracting quick-to-respond reporters. Though the matter was not huge, it was important and needed swift resolution. When Hajime arrived, he saw the police annoyed by the barrage of questions from reporters carrying cameras and microphones, all repeating the same lines. Takahoshi Aika's smile was almost frozen. She couldn't get any breaking news from the police officer standing at the cordon. Those cold-faced officers were like stone, revealing no information regardless of her tone. Thinking about the editor's wrath waiting back at the office, she was frustrated. That lecherous old man grated on her nerves, but there was nothing she could do. Feeling discouraged, she even considered adjusting her collar to seem more approachable. Just then, her photographer called out, "Takahoshi Aika, look. A young man is coming with that police officer. Is he going into the building?" Takahoshi looked up. A young man in black clothes and sunglasses was walking alongside the usually stern officer toward the building. The officer's face, normally as hard as marble, unexpectedly showed a smile as he spoke to the man. That young man must have a scoop. Takahoshi's sharp eyes noted this person would definitely be photogenic. Even celebrities without makeup might not look as good. He was clearly connected to the police and this case. If she could get even a sentence or two, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Energized, Takahoshi told her photographer to follow her, clicking her heels as she headed toward them. Other media outlets also noticed the situation and swarmed like sharks smelling blood. Fortunately, Takahoshi had mastered crowd navigation on the subway and stayed ahead of the pack, successfully pushing through. She quickly tidied her hair and handed over the microphone. "Excuse me. Are you with the police, or a special person invited by them? There are rumors the building is haunted. What do you think?" Kamihara Hajime looked at the female reporter who had broken through the sweating police cordon and the throng of reporters behind her. He already felt a headache coming on. He'd rather face a group of curses directly. Now he felt like fresh meat eyed by zombies beyond a barbed wire fence, microphones reaching out like grabbing hands. Officer Otani's smile vanished instantly. He ordered his subordinates to block the reporters. They arrived faster than the police at incidents but only cared about scoops, ignoring the consequences. Takahoshi and the other reporters only managed a few front and back photos before police dispersed them. They stopped once Hajime and the officer were out of sight. "Quick. Check if the photos are clear. Today's mission depends on this. With some good packaging, it might even go viral. People online love this kind of thing now," Takahoshi urged the photographer. But the photographer's panicked response sent her blood pressure soaring. "What? No shot. How did you mess up? You said you took them, but they're gone. It's not like the ghost deleted the photos, right?" Meanwhile, Kamihara Hajime entered the building and removed his sunglasses. Officer Otani had escorted him in and then returned. White Wolf trotted through the sealed side door, excited, and followed Hajime inside. 13th floor. Hajime chatted with everyone in the group chat on his phone. In front of him, the much larger White Wolf chased a faceless humanoid cursed spirit darting around. The cursed spirit tried to escape but was cut off by Hajime blocking the doorway. Just by displaying condensed cursed energy, he scared it off. He sent photos of White Wolf to the group. Since he couldn't capture an image of the cursed spirit, there was only the sight of White Wolf foolishly pouncing on empty air, unaware he had become the subject of idle conversation. Bang. Cornered and with no escape, the cursed spirit smashed the thick floor-to-ceiling window, attempting to flee. Hajime looked up and saw the cursed spirit leap out the 13th floor window. He wondered what would happen if it fell. The noise caught the attention of reporters downstairs who hadn't yet dispersed, but when they looked up, they saw nothing. Time wheel, reverse. The shattered glass became an illusion, and the cursed spirit reappeared in the room, staring blankly at the intact glass. Its incomplete intelligence couldn't comprehend what it saw. Before it could move, its vision spun upside down and then vanished. Hajime put Tatsuka no Tsurugi away, shaking his phone at White Wolf. Emergency mission, let's go. West Tokyo City, Aisha Juvenile Detention Center. 3 hours ago, the window detected a cursed womb. After 90% evacuation, the facility was sealed. 5 inmates in the second dormitory remain with the cursed womb, Yeri said, pushing up his glasses, serious. If the target undergoes abnormal growth, it might generate a special grade cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru is on a business trip and can't come. The second-year student Kamihara Hajime has been notified. This line of work is often understaffed, and missions beyond capabilities are common, but this situation is urgent and abnormal. Before Hajime arrives, confirm if there are survivors. Rescue as many as possible. Absolutely no fighting. If you encounter a special grade, run or die. Reinforcements are on their way. Yuji Itadori listened, then asked, how are cursed spirits graded? I don't understand what special grade means. After a brief explanation, Yuji's face showed realization, oh. So the second-year senior is very strong. Megumi Fushiguro calmly added, Jujutsu High has only 3 special grade sorcerers, Gojo Satoru, Yuto Okatsu who is abroad, and Kamihara Hajime. Nobara didn't expect the second-year senior she'd met was a special grade sorcerer. Unlike Yuji, she had some understanding of the Jujutsu world from her grandmother. Yeri continued, Hajime has experience exercising special grades alone. This mission likely won't be a problem for him. However, the incident happened suddenly, and he is currently on another mission, so it will take time to arrive. Please be extra careful. No problem. We'll do our best. Yuji said enthusiastically. Megumi and Nobara were less optimistic. Nobara silently thought, special grades aren't like low-grade curses. This mission is extremely dangerous, even just searching for survivors. Masao, is my son all right? A woman frantically pushed past the blockade, her face etched with worry. Yeri explained, unknown individuals may have released toxic gas inside. We are organizing rescue teams. Yuji's expression hardened. We must rescue everyone. Fushiguro, Kujisaki. Got it. The 3 entered the building. Megumi summoned his jade hounds to scout ahead. The interior was not a 2-story dormitory but an apartment-style building with 5 or 6 floors. The entrance they came through was gone, replaced by a wall of pipes. This is a domain created with cursed energy. It's the first time I've seen one this large, Megumi said, feeling a bad premonition. Yuji and Nobara were flustered at the lost entrance, worrying about evacuation. Megumi reassured them, the jade hounds remember the entrance scent. After we find survivors, follow them to evacuate. Good dogs. Yuji praised, petting the Shikigami. Megumi's expression was unreadable. Further inside, they found a tragic scene. 3 bodies, 2 were twisted, barely human-shaped, with tattered clothes. One was half a person leaning against the wall, mostly intact except some blood around the mouth and nose. Yuji silently approached the intact body, reading the name, Okazaki Masao. This was the woman's son. I'm taking his body out. Megumi grabbed Yuji's collar and pulled him back. We need to confirm if the others are alive. Don't focus on the body now. But if we turn back now. Megumi said firmly, it's not about coming back, it's about forgetting. These aren't people we particularly wanted to save. If they're dead, there's less reason to waste energy. Yuji clenched his fists. Megumi continued, this is a juvenile detention center. Okazaki Masao drove without a license, hit and killed a schoolgirl, and this was his second offense. Are you going to save everyone? What if the person you save kills someone later? Nobara interrupted, picked the right time and place to argue. They followed Nobara's direction and saw the jade hounds, dead and sealed inside the wall, with only its head exposed. Megumi's heart sank, he hadn't detected their death. At that moment, a black hole appeared beneath Nobara's feet. Unprepared, she fell in. Megumi shouted to Yuji, "Run! We'll find her later." Before they could react, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Something powerful had descended. Behind them stood a massive humanoid monster with a gaping lipless mouth and eyes on strip-like protrusions. Its presence pressed down on them, almost paralyzing them. No mistake, it's definitely special grade. Is this the pressure of a special grade? Yuji, eyes wide with fury, struggled against the aura and raised the cursed tool Slaughter Demon, given by Gojo Satoru, and struck the cursed spirit. But his hand felt light, and the Slaughter Demon split in two and fell. A familiar hand still held the hilt. Wasn't that my own hand? When did it? __. Just a quick heads up, I'll be changing the update time to 7 AM to 9 AM, WAT. Want more chapters? Send Power Stones. Chapter 60, Suguru Geto. Sukuna, if I die, you die too. If you don't want to die, then help me. I refuse. Inside his innate domain, Ryaman Sukuna watched with keen interest. After hearing Yuji's words, his mouth stretched into a cruel grin, his eyes burning with pure malice. They're just two soul fragments. Did you misunderstand? Sure, if you want to switch, I can let you, but the moment I'm out, I'll kill Megumi Fushiguro first, then that woman. Your expression at that moment will be priceless. Ha ha ha. Without Sukuna's intervention, if things continued this way, Megumi and Nobara, who likely hadn't escaped far, might actually be killed by him. Yuji had to stall for time. Despite this, he could barely withstand the current attack. Yuji was sent flying by a punch from the cursed spirit, so fast it was nearly invisible, breaking through the wall and crashing into a more open area. If this newborn cursed spirit hadn't been toying with him, death would have come already. You must protect others. The cursed spirit clasped its hands eagerly, like a child anticipating a game. Terrifying cursed energy gathered in its palms. The instant it struck, Yuji's grandfather's words surfaced in his mind. But this pain, it's unbearable. Am I going to die here? Would dying like this be considered a proper death? If I hadn't eaten that finger back then. No, I can't dwell on that. I don't want to die. Yaga Masamichi's voice from enrollment days echoed alongside his grandfather's dying words. Faces of Megumi, Nobara, his seniors, and that poor mother flashed before him. That man was right. No Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer dies without regret. If that's true, then I want to say I died for a good cause. I'll gather all this anger, fear, and regret, and shatter it. A ball of blue cursed energy ignited on Yuji's right fist, despite his missing finger. He slammed it fiercely toward the cursed spirit's face. Though he channeled cursed energy, the gap in strength was too great to overcome through willpower alone. The cursed spirit easily blocked the strike. It made strange, almost playful sounds as if entertained, then waved its hand, sending Yuji crashing into the ground. Shards of stone flew as Yuji spat out blood. Thanks to his exceptional physical resilience and Sukuna's passive cursed energy protection, his organs remained intact. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. Lying on the ground, his vision blurred, Yuji prepared to accept death calmly. Megumi and the others should have escaped. Then, suddenly, bright sunlight poured through the broken ceiling. Where's that light coming from? Oh, the ceiling's broken. The cursed spirit reached to grab Yuji but was suddenly struck, crashing to the ground. A figure blocked the light above, a voice speaking nearby. I'm not too late, am I? How did you get involved in this mission? Yuji, lifted gently, felt warmth flood into his body. His consciousness cleared, and strength returned. The figure before him was none other than Senior Kamihara Hajime himself. Off to the side, Yuji also saw the cursed spirit sprawled on the ground, a massive wound rapidly healing. Hajime descended from above, piercing the cursed spirit with an arrow. Seeing Yuji lying on the ground, he used reverse curse technique to stabilize him first, then patted his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll take it from here. The playful cursed spirit now lost its composure. It rose, wounds healed, glaring at Hajime with an unknown roar. Stop barking, Hajime said calmly. Without activating any technique, he closed in and kicked the cursed spirit back with such force it blurred. The monster crashed through multiple walls, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. So powerful, Yuji muttered, eyes wide. Having seen his own attack parried earlier, he knew how overwhelming that kick was. From the dust emerged the cursed spirit, claws sharp and cursed energy gathering for another attack aimed at Hajime's face. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Hajime was now behind the cursed spirit, and its claws pointed at himself, but the attack never came. Hajime grabbed the nape of the cursed spirit's neck and slammed it into the ground. Concrete and rebar shattered, momentum carrying them down to the next floor. Yuji, falling with him, was caught just before hitting the ground, suspended in the air, then gently set down. Not far away, the cursed spirit lay deformed. Hajime looked at it with disappointment but understood why. This was an ordinary newborn special grade cursed spirit, probably lacking much intelligence. The gap between special grades could be wider than between special grade and grade 1. He stomped on the cursed spirit, cracking the ground beneath. One last chance. Can you use domain expansion? If so, open it. If not, you're done. The cursed spirit roared and struggled under his foot but showed no signs of domain expansion. No value, Hajime thought, releasing cursed energy. With a sharp crack, the cursed spirit shattered into fragments like brittle bones. The remains skipped decay, turning to ash that drifted away in the wind. Huh? What's this? Is this Sukuna's finger? Hajime picked up Sukuna's finger quietly resting on the ground and walked over to Yuji lying nearby. Seeing his dazed expression, Hajime smiled gently. Don't worry about your injury. If it's just physical damage, reverse curse technique can fix it. Let me heal you, or it'll look strange. Thank you, senior. Yuji watched in surprise as his severed hand and finger miraculously regrew, restoring him to full health. Mission complete. Let's get out of here. Yuji hesitated but then spoke. Senior, I want to bring a victim's body to his family. There are 2 others whose status is unknown. Hajime sighed. If you want, go ahead. But there's no need to search for survivors anymore. Except for us, there's no one left alive here. Yuji nodded. The cursed spirit was exorcised, the innate domain vanished. The orphanage was safe again. Masao. At the white-covered body, Okazaki Masao's mother knelt, crying. Hajime watched silently. Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki approached, seeing Yuji unharmed. Without looking back, Yuji said, I don't want to dwell on complicated things anymore. If I can help others even a little, that's enough. Megumi said nothing. Nobara noticed his hand. Megumi glanced at Hajime talking with Ajichi. Just report to Gojo-sensei later. If I hadn't come, people would have died here. Missions with special grade curses usually include survivor searches. How come the higher-ups didn't tell me? Hajime sneered. Ajichi wiped sweat from his forehead, dreading the report to Gojo Satoru. Wasting a precious finger to test Sukuna, and it failed. Sukuna didn't even appear. Was this your plan, Suguru Geto? Chapter 61, Observers. I already know, Gojo Satoru said calmly to Hajime, leaning back in his chair as he looked up at the bright ceiling light. A mission classified at least grade 1, possibly involving a special grade curse, and they send first-years to rescue survivors. TCH. Those old geezers aren't even pretending anymore. Kamihara Hajime idly toyed with an ornament on the table, his face unreadable. They're clearly upset about you protecting Itadori, Gojo-sensei. If I hadn't shown up quickly, they might have suffered casualties, or worse. I'd love to get rid of every last one of those dried-up fossils. Hajime smirked. All right then, sensei. I'll hand you the knife. Who's going to stop us? Gojo sighed. You punk. If killing them would fix it, I'd have done it myself. The problem isn't just those parasites, it's the whole rotten system. He leaned forward slightly, arms crossed. Until the roots are ripped out, more vermin will keep crawling in. And I can't do it alone. That's why I need all of you, Yudo Katsu, Kinji Hikari, Megumi Fushiguro, Yuji Itadori, and especially you, Hajime. Is Hikari still suspended? Hajime asked. His attitude didn't help. And Yuta hasn't returned yet. Gojo shrugged. He's still looking for the black rope. No lead so far, so I'll check it out myself soon. That's actually why I called you here. I won't have time to mess with those old men for now, but before I go, I'll give them a warning. While I'm away, I need you to handle things. Hajime nodded. If anyone pulls the same stunt again, I'll make sure the curses deal with them. The following days were unusually calm. Fushiguro and the others received standard missions, while Yuji Itadori began his formal training under Gojo Satoru. He occasionally sparred with Megumi or second years to sharpen his skills. Yuji's physical ability was absurd, even without a curse technique, his talent was undeniable. Unlike Maki, whose strength came from a heavenly restriction, Yuji had no such limitation. He was simply born this way. Maki said it best, he's got stamina, fast recovery, and heals almost instantly from minor injuries, even without reverse curse technique. He's the perfect training dummy. Yuji also learned quickly, turning hits taken in battle into learning experiences, improving with every encounter. Maki had to stay on guard during every match. A few days later, while Gojo Satoru was riding with Ajichi on a quiet road, he sensed something. "Stop the car. You can head back." Ajichi glanced at him with concern but followed the order. As her car faded into the distance, a shadow dropped from the sky, shattering the road behind him. Chunks of asphalt floated mid-air before Gojo. He turned to face the attacker. A volcano-headed cursed spirit stood at the impact site. Gojo frowned. "Who are you?" Jogo didn't answer. He simply raised a finger. A nearby mountainside erupted, sending a searing column of flame roaring toward Gojo. The inferno scorched the area, melting stone and earth. When the flames faded, lava flowed across the ruined ground. But from the smoke, Gojo's voice echoed, "That's it. Pretty weak." Unscathed, Gojo stepped from the smoke. Jogo's grin faltered. "What's wrong?" Gojo taunted. "Did I hurt your pride?" "The strongest, huh? You're not even close." "I'm just a bit stronger than you," Gojo added, pinching his fingers together to show a sliver of space. Annoyed, Jogo released a swarm of insects, but none could reach Gojo, stopped midair by Limitless. "A talking special grade curse, huh?" Gojo muttered, observing the curse. Stronger than Sukuna's current state, similar to the one Hajime mentioned before. Are they related? The insects shrieked, unleashing a sonic attack. Jogo followed up with another fire column, but Gojo dodged and appeared behind him. A two-stage combo. Not bad. Flames burst again as Jogo struck Gojo's head, igniting him like dry tinder. But it was useless. The smoke cleared, Gojo still stood. He smiled and raised his hand. "Because between you and me, there is infinity." Back at Jujutsu High, Hajime was teaching Yuji Itadori basic cursed energy control when Gojo appeared. "Perfect timing," Gojo said with a grin. "I've got a real fight to show you." "You're coming too, Hajime-san." "Jogo, you're going to die today." Jogo, knocked into the water, struggled to stand, then saw Gojo reappear, flanked by two others. "That's Sukuna's vessel and Kamihara Hajime. Are they seriously ganging up on me?" Gojo just smiled. "This is Yuji Itadori, the star pupil. And this is Hajime-san, today's observer. Feel free to continue. He's using me as a demonstration." Furious, Jogo erupted with flame. "You dare mock me? I'll turn you all to ash." Pride overriding reason, Jogo screamed, "Domain expansion." Coffin of the Iron Mountain. The lush forest was replaced by jagged, scorched rock and flowing lava. The temperature surged. Yuji panicked as molten boulders flew. "It's so hot. You brought us into your domain too," Hajime said with a sigh. "This is your field lesson, huh, Gojo-sensei?" Gojo shattered a massive boulder with a flick of his wrist and began calmly explaining domains to Yuji. Meanwhile, Hajime analyzed the field. A textbook domain. In here, Jogo's attacks are guaranteed hits. Unless you counter with your own domain, Hajime concluded, placing a hand on Gojo's shoulder. Gojo, removing his blindfold, revealed his glowing six eyes. Domain expansion, unlimited void. A sea of pure information and light swallowed Jogo's domain. The curse froze, overloaded by sensory data. Gojo walked over and seized Jogo's head. "I've got questions, so I'll let you live, for now." With a pull, he detached Jogo's head, stomping it as he questioned him. "Who sent you? Is that stitched face one of your allies?" From the forest, Suguru Geto watched silently. "They really don't believe me, oh well." As he disappeared into the trees, Hanami, the plant-based curse spirit, moved silently toward the battlefield. Back at the crater, Gojo casually toyed with Jogo's severed head. Hajime, meanwhile, explained infinity to Yuji. But then, something changed. A strange wooden stake landed nearby, instantly spreading flowers across the battlefield. "It's here." Though he looked relaxed, Hajime had been ready the entire time. The cursed spirit manipulating Flora, Hanami, had arrived. Time froze. Gojo, Yuji, even the flowers paused midair. And in that moment, Hajime acted. With a swift movement, he shattered the wooden stake and unsheathed Tatsuka no Tsurugi, flashing toward the incoming curse. Time resumed. Yuji turned to see Hajime striking down Hanami with brutal precision. The curse had lost an arm and been nearly cleaved in two. Gojo whistled. Nicely done. Before he could finish the fight, Hajime's vision darkened. He stood alone in a void, familiar. That sneaky curse again, he thought. A domain, one that traps the mind. Fighting off unconsciousness, Hajime gritted his teeth. They're working together. Should have guessed. Just as sleep threatened to overtake him, he reversed the rotation of his technique. The domain shattered. He reappeared beside Gojo and Yuji, breathing hard. They escaped, Gojo said flatly. I didn't expand my domain immediately because I was worried about you too. But I'm pretty sure my purple landed. Yuji gaped at the damage, a massive scar torn through the pond and into the forest. Gojo adjusted his blindfold. I couldn't trace them. That plant curse is more spirit than solid. Slippery. But we learned something, Hajime added. We'll meet them again. Send power stones. Chapter 62, Breaking Their Minds, Not Body. Gojo Satoru had left to assist Yuto Katsu abroad, leaving Kamihara Hajime to take on minor assignments. Under Gojo's guidance, Hajime had also learned the art of delegation, disguising laziness as training. He handed off basic missions to Megumi and the others. The 3 first years were all extremely capable, and routine tasks barely challenged them, giving Hajime an excuse to enjoy some downtime. But rest couldn't last forever. As the only special grade sorcerer remaining in the country, high-level assignments still found their way to him. No mission intel. Just that the targets range from grade 1 to special grade. Hajime's tone was light as he addressed the woman seated across from him. Normally, his smile had a calming effect, but now, it made the young woman visibly anxious. Terui Mizwari, you're from headquarters, right? Is this how those old fossils assign missions now? His smile faded, and his eyes sharpened with pressure. No intel, no official dispatch, just someone sent privately to deliver a vague assignment. Either they've completely lost their minds or they think I'm some pawn they can toss around. Mizwari sat stiffly, sweat threatening to form. These top-level sorcerers were terrifying enough, and Kamihara Hajime was one of the worst to provoke. As someone will explain soon, she stammered. Taking a bulky, old-fashioned phone from her bag, she pressed a number. The call connected almost instantly. Sir. She said, then placed the phone on the table in front of Hajime. He leaned back, tapping the armrest with disinterest, not bothering to speak. The silence stretched painfully. At last, an aged voice broke through the speaker. Kamihara Hajime, this old man is from headquarters. I'm also the dispatcher of this mission. Hajime scoffed. You've got nerve. Can't even say your name. Trying to hide behind a phone. The voice replied without agitation. I am Kazuyuki Suzuki. As for the mission, the lack of intel is deliberate. Absolute secrecy is required. But rest assured, it's well within your ability. We've all seen what you're capable of. Hajime narrowed his eyes and brought the phone closer. And you think I'm your errand boy? After that mess you pulled trying to eliminate Yuji, now you want me to blindly walk into another setup. Why? Because you're too scared to deal with me face to face. Suzuki's voice remained mechanical. If you prefer, we can speak in person. But before that, Mizwari will give you the item tied to the mission. She handed over a document. Hajime took one glance, and his demeanor shifted. He read it again. Then again. You're actually disclosing this kind of intelligence. Everything will make sense once you arrive. And the reward is detailed in the file. Hajime fell silent. The intel was more valuable than the reward itself. It didn't make sense for the higher-ups, who were at odds with Gojo Satoru, to share this with him. What was their angle? Fine. I'll go. Where? Omachi, Hokkaido. Omachi had once been a quiet coastal village. Now it was deserted. Villagers were gone, homes abandoned, and every key point was under lockdown by teams in black suits. At the village's entrance, 2 distinct groups stood under a large tree. On one side, a blonde, handsome man gazing out at the sea, a muscular wild-looking man with spiked hair, and a refined man with a small braid. Opposite them, 2 men in traditional kimonos, expressions fixed in that empty, polite smile. Zenin Naoya, Kamo Kensuke muttered, Gojo's disciple is almost here. They say his technique goes beyond speed. Why bring him in? This incident's serious, sure, but not unmanageable. Zenin Naoya's expression sharpened. Because the cover-up failed. That thing was stolen. If Gojo finds out, he might actually wipe them out. Better to leak the intel through his student and save face. They're still trying to win that special grade over, too. Do they really think someone like him can be won over? Kensuke asked lazily. Naoya smirked. Old men dreaming. But I admit. I'm curious about him. A car pulled up, cutting the conversation short. Terui Mizwari stepped out with a second figure. The young man had tied-back dark hair, a black Magatama earring, and a sharp, elegant appearance. Despite his refined look, the pressure he gave off silenced the crowd. Was this Kamihara Hajime, the special-grade sorcerer rumored to have defeated multiple special-grade curses alone? The one with the time technique? Hajime glanced around. His gaze landed on Naoya, who was already eyeing him with something between fascination and challenge. Terui introduced both groups. Hajime sized them up. Zenin and Kamo. So you're part of this artificial sorcerer mess? Kensuke smiled thinly. Hardly. Just small contributors. Headquarters is in charge. Naoya stepped forward. Kamihara Hajime. They say you're the fastest sorcerer. Step aside, nobody. Naoya hadn't finished speaking before a brutal force knocked him backward. His face twisted in humiliation and rage. He vanished, reappearing behind Hajime with his hand formed into a blade. Just as he thrust it forward, his target disappeared. Naoya's projection sorcery froze him for a moment. Hajime grabbed his wrist, ready to throw him, only for Naoya to counter and strike Hajime's abdomen with a series of afterimages. Hajime stumbled back, inspecting the imprint on his chest. So that's the Zenin projection technique. Nobito's legacy. But still too weak. Naoya sneered. Is that so? This time I'll. Hajime entered a time null state, closed the distance instantly, and punched Naoya square in the jaw, returning every hit he'd received earlier with interest. Then came a sharp kick to the ribs. Naoya was launched backward, but Hajime caught up midair, grabbed his face, and slammed him into the dirt. The ground cracked beneath the impact. Naoya lay motionless, face a mess of blood and shame. The two Zenin sorcerers rushed in, but before they could reach him, both dropped to the ground, hit by invisible force. Turning to the Kamo side, Hajime asked with a calm smile, "Do you want to step in too?" Kensuke stepped back quickly. No, not at all. He provoked you, I can testify to that. Hajime turned back, raised his foot, and pressed it on Naoya's head. Because of Maki and others, I already despised the Zenin clan. And now? Trash. Rotting filth pretending to matter. Naoya, face red, purple, and bruised, trembled with fury, but didn't dare move under Hajime's pressure. At that moment, a stern-looking man approached. Kamihara Hajime, I'm Kazuyuki Suzuki, here to explain the mission in full. Hajime didn't move his foot. A Zenin sorcerer suddenly shouted, "Let go of Naoya." Illusory eyes appeared in the air. Cursed energy surged. Hajime blinked. Trying to restrict me. Cute. Moments later, both attackers lay broken. One with bleeding eyes. The other pinned by a blade. Hajime pulled Anakiri free with disgust. Zenin ideology, only true sorcerers are human. Ridiculous. He sheathed his blade and walked off without another glance. Killing them here would be messy. Besides, this beating should be enough to send a message. Strike at the spirit, not the body. Want to support? Or you want to read 60 chapters in advance? Become a patron. Chapter 63, Classified Information. Bonus. Kamihara-kun, this is classified information, known only to a few high-ranking officials in the Jiu-Jitsu world. Please refrain from casually sharing anything I'm about to tell you. It could cause unnecessary problems. Kazuyuki Suzuki walked ahead as he spoke. Kamihara Hajime, walking behind, recalled the charred piece of paper he had seen earlier. A wry smile formed on his lips. So it really is about that, artificial sorcerers. For the first time, Kazuyuki Suzuki smiled. They're not as powerful as you might think. There are plenty of side effects. One of our former operatives lost control, completely lost his mind. Now he's nothing more than a monster driven by instinct. Despite being much older than Hajime and clearly his senior in every way, Suzuki used honorifics when speaking to him, calmly, without a hint of arrogance. But the content of their conversation deeply shocked Hajime. By fusing a cursed object or tool into a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer with limited potential, an artificial sorcerer could be created, one that inherited the object's power as their own innate technique. It was unprecedented. Even if they weren't giving him the full picture, Hajime knew there had to be strict limitations. Otherwise, wouldn't they be mass-producing sorcerers? Why tell him this? Especially when he was openly aligned with Gojo Satoru, who the higher-ups had repeatedly tried to undermine. Was it because this information no longer needed to be hidden? Or had they already created a few of these artificial sorcerers and failed to control one? Trying to earn goodwill now, after nearly getting Itadori and his friends killed? Unlikely. Hajime didn't believe in their sudden kindness. Ahead, Suzuki pointed at an unusual shimmer in the distance. That's the barrier. It's keeping the entity contained. The village has already been evacuated. Once the seal is broken, the barrier will start to degrade. The mission is simple, exorcise the target. Up close, the illusion became clearer. A boundary shimmered like warped glass. Trees, buildings, and the sky appeared normal until you looked closely, then the jagged seams of an artificial illusion became apparent. Suzuki continued. The cursed object fused into the entity comes from a legendary Tengu. The target specializes in close-quarters combat. It can imitate and surpass most techniques and movements after brief exposure. Zen and Naoya fought it once. He won the first exchange, but by the second, his technique had already been analyzed and countered. None of our sorcerers have lasted more than 10 exchanges with it. So, a combat-type curse with adaptive learning. A nightmare for most. Hajime thought of Gojo. If he were here, one purple would obliterate it. One more thing, Suzuki added. The entity can manipulate wind imbued with cursed energy. It's destructive, but it shouldn't be an issue for someone like you. He handed Hajime a talisman, who pressed it against the barrier. It ignited instantly. The illusion shimmered and a hole the size of a man opened in the field. Hajime stepped through. The village beyond was devastated. Mud brick homes were shredded as if something had torn through them at high speed, leaving gouged scars in the walls and ground. Small frame, but wide area attack potential. The wind carries cursed energy. Its body is durable, and it can fly. Following the residual cursed energy, Hajime approached the coast. That's when he saw the figure, over 2 meters tall, humanoid, black wings folded on its back. It held a katana in one hand and what looked like a feather fan in the other. Sensing Hajime, the creature turned. Its wings snapped open and wind blasted forward, sharp enough to slice stone. But in the next instant, the figure flew back, embedded deep in the sand, coughing dust into the air. He really does look like a Tengu. Its face was twisted and grotesque, features distorted with bone-like growths. A long, pointed nose, bloodshot red-black eyes, and the feather fan wasn't held, but fused into the palm bone of its hand. The cursed aura was unmistakable, but beneath it, was something human. Just like the modified humans Mjito used to create. Like Itadori, when Sukuna emerged. So this was a human, modified into something else. Hajime didn't strike immediately. The fan was clearly the cursed object mentioned in the briefing. Killing him now would waste the opportunity to observe its effects. Let's call him Tengu for now. Tengu rose, hovering midair with just one flap of his massive wings. Yet the wind he stirred up didn't match his size or speed. Hajime observed carefully, the cursed energy was lifting him, not his wings. Then came the attack. The katana raised, the wind swirling into sharp, focused blades, and with it, Tengu became a flying blender of death. Hajime drew extermination. No technique, just pure cursed energy compressed into a bow and arrow. He released it. The arrow soared like a thunderclap, but Tengu cleaved it in half. Then his feather fan swung, conjuring a spiraling wind pillar that gouged the ground. Hajime was already gone. Tengu turned to react but was too slow. Hajime reappeared behind him, calm, surgical. Feathers and blood scattered in the air. Tengu fell, riddled with holes, his wing shattered, shoulder torn open. But even with half his wing gone, he stabilized himself midair, then landed and severed the rest of the useless appendage with a single slash. He retaliated with 5 sword strikes, each real, deadly, and perfectly placed, but Hajime didn't flinch. So that's it. Tengu wasn't just a brute. His instincts, reflexes, and adaptability made him a killing machine in close combat. To an average grade 1 sorcerer, he would be an unstoppable nightmare. But Hajime was not average. He vanished again, reappearing behind Tengu with a new weapon in hand, Tatsuka no Tsurugi. And in his left hand, the fan. Tengu's severed hand was still attached to it. The first drop of blood fell from the stump. Even in this broken state, Tengu turned and tried to fight. But his instincts were no match for Hajime's technique. The gap in their abilities was too wide. Now separated from the cursed object, Tengu began to show signs of weakening. Though he could still create wind blades, the intensity had dropped. The link to the fan was severed, but not entirely broken. He continued to fight, more feral than ever. Hajime parried the attacks calmly, analyzing the creature's every move. His body is reinforced, his cursed energy shaped into bladed wind, but it's not enough. And it seems he never formed a domain. Even with his instincts and skill, Tengu couldn't keep up. His reverse curse technique tried to repair the damage, but it was too late. In a final rush, he swung wildly, attempting to take Hajime down with him. A flash of steel. Blood sprayed across the sand. Tengu froze mid-swing, then his upper body slipped from his legs and hit the ground. His blade shattered beside him. His body began to fragment. Bones snapped, wings cracked, blood pooled. The grotesque face split apart. The cursed object, fused to him for who knows how long, no longer sustained him. The light in his eyes faded. Thanks for the power stones. Thanks for. Chapter 64, Variables. After slaying the Tengu, Kamihara Hajime noticed a change in the feather fan he held. A strange aura surged from within, intensifying the curse's residual energy. Yet when Hajime tried to wield it, he could only generate a faint, breeze-like attack, nowhere near the destructive gales the Tengu had once conjured. Of course, Hajime wasn't an expert in cursed objects. It would need to be turned over to specialists for proper analysis. As the battle's noise faded, the barrier enclosing the area had long since vanished. Kazuyuki Suzuki stared at the Tengu's broken corpse without a hint of surprise. Hajime-san, you've done well. As agreed, along with your compensation, the feather fan is now yours. Shortly after, their cleanup unit arrived and took the creature's remains. Hajime sheathed Tatsuka no Tsurugi and stored the fan, turning his gaze to Kazuyuki, who offered his ever-faint, unreadable smile. Hajime spoke the question on his mind. This was a major secret, wasn't it? Why reveal this now? Involving the Zenin and Kamo clans is one thing, but even reaching out to the Gojo family. You've always excluded them. What are you after? The Kamo clan had long been a conservative cornerstone, their involvement expected. The Zenin clan, due to their rigid customs and past grievances, aligning against the Gojo family was hardly a surprise. Kazuyuki raised a hand, gesturing toward a sleek black car parked by the road. If Hajime-san is curious, I can explain everything in detail. Hajime narrowed his eyes, smiling. Fine. Let's hear it. Inside the luxurious car, the silent driver pulled away smoothly. Kazuyuki reached into a small cooler and retrieved a bottle of red wine, offering a glass. I'm underage, Hajime said flatly. Japanese law still applies. Kazuyuki smiled, revealing a lower drawer with assorted non-alcoholic drinks, soda, sparkling water, juice. You didn't think we only drank whiskey and wine, did you? Ignoring the joke, Hajime grabbed a chilled cola. While Kazuyuki performed an unnecessarily refined wine ritual, Hajime was already halfway through his drink. During the ride, Kazuyuki avoided the main topic, instead talking about mundane events at the Kyoto and Tokyo campuses. Hajime answered curtly, eyes on the passing scenery. Kazuyuki didn't seem to mind the disinterest, continuing his monologue like it was a one-man show. Eventually, the car arrived, not at the main building of a high-end hotel, but at a private structure behind it. 5 stories tall and surrounded by an expensive, manicured garden, its opulence was subtle but undeniable. After the car stopped, Kazuyuki gestured for Hajime to step out. As Hajime exited, several elegant women emerged from the building's golden doors, dressed in a variety of high-end fashion, each exuding a carefully polished allure. With trained poise and harmonious voices, they bowed and greeted him. Hajime barely glanced at them. Let's not waste time, he said to Kazuyuki. My schedule isn't empty. Kazuyuki nodded and clapped lightly. The women bowed again and led the way to a lavishly furnished room. Once inside, Hajime motioned for them to leave. After Kazuyuki nodded, the women gracefully exited, closing the thick, soundproof door behind them. Kazuyuki poured hot tea and began. The process of fusing cursed objects with compatible individuals is recent. It has flaws. I'm no technician, but I know the basics. The subject must be willing, otherwise, the success rate plummets. Also, the individual must have potential as a sorcerer but lack a technique. In exchange for the power, they sacrifice most of their lifespan. The soul begins to rot, and death usually follows within years, or months. That's something all adapters must know. Adapter. Hajime caught the term. Yes. Compatibility matters. The closer the match between sorcerer and cursed object, the higher the success rate, and the greater the strength retained. Kazuyuki, though he possessed cursed energy, lacked the capacity to become a proper sorcerer. That made sense. If there were no cost, these old men would have used it on themselves long ago. The drawbacks explained why this method was being revealed now. But Hajime sensed there was more. Kazuyuki's face grew grim. An accident happened days ago. One of our research sites was infiltrated, and several cursed objects were stolen. Hajime leaned back, expression cool. And the thieves? No visual confirmation. But based on residual traces, it wasn't a solo job, and they were curses. As for what was taken, 6 items. 5 aren't critical. But 1. He paused. The sword. An ancient blade, recorded in our history as Tatsuka no Tsurugi, one of the 3 divine swords. Before this, we couldn't unlock its secrets. Other than being unbreakable, it showed no special effects, and no one was a compatible host. So it was sidelined. We didn't expect it to vanish in the raid. Kazuyuki clenched his fist. They came prepared. Fast. Precise. And if they manage to awaken the curses within these objects, especially the sword, the consequences will be catastrophic. Cursed objects that gained power through fables or myth carried immense destructive potential. If the curse within that divine sword returned, If it were any other curse, the combined strength of elite sorcerers might suffice. But this was different. Even Sukuna, the king of curses, had a vessel. Gojo Satoru backed Itadori's existence personally. If Tatsuka no Tsurugi were truly reawakened, the internal backlash alone could splinter the Jujutsu higher-ups, let alone what the curse itself could do. So, the plan began: reveal a secret that was destined to leak, use it as a bargaining chip with the Gojo faction, and cautiously recruit other special grades. Yuta Okatsu was overseas. That left Hajime. They didn't expect loyalty, just transactional cooperation. Benefits, influence, information. Anything to buy his aid, even if only temporarily. The Tengu mission had been part field test, part trial balloon. Once all details were laid bare, Hajime realized the truth. The spellcasters produced were limited in strength. They claimed grade 1 was the upper limit, but Hajime suspected they could reach higher if conditions aligned. But between the soul rot and the compatibility conditions, this wasn't a mass production system. It was a way to manufacture short-lived, powerful tools. And that made it all the more dangerous. "I'll be going now," Hajime said at last, rising. "No need to see me out." The afternoon sun bathed the beach in golden light. It should have been peaceful, until a ripple, like a cracked mirror, split the air. Through it walked Suguru Geto, a smug smile on his face. Nearby, Mjito and Hanami reclined in beach chairs. Mjito perked up. Did it work? Geto strolled past Jogo, whose grotesque head was still regenerating atop a small body. Of course. And we gained more than expected. He murmured the rest under his breath. Mjito leaned forward. Huh? What was that? Jogo's head smoldered in frustration. So can you use your trump card now? We still only have one prison realm, you can't trap both Gojo and that brat. Geto raised a finger to his lips. I never said this was for awakening him. This is just a key. Maybe only a sliver of the shell can be recreated, but that's enough. He stared at the sky, lost in thought. Living long enough lets you witness all sorts of wonders. Even with human limits, we've come this far. How fascinating. Mjito stretched, bored. This is gonna take a while, huh? I'm heading out to find something fun. Let me know if anything happens. As Mjito disappeared into a void doorway, Geto watched, amused. With so many variables, this plan might fail, but chaos has its charm. Accidents make life interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Send Power Stones. Chapter 65, The Future is Changing. This is it. Gojo Satoru took the Tengu fan from Kamihara Hajime, removed his sunglasses, and examined the strange cursed object carefully. After a moment, he set it down and said, "This one's different from your average cursed object. It's been altered, artificially, I'd say, but the residual curse energy isn't strong. Doesn't seem like it was used for anything particularly evil." Kamihara Hajime stood up and stretched, yawning. "Then I'll leave it to you, Gojo-sensei. I have no interest in dealing with the bureaucratic headache that always comes with these kinds of things." "Hold on." Gojo stopped him. "I might be tied up for a while. I'll be counting on you to look after Yuji Itadori until the exchange event starts." Hajime raised a brow. "Wait, you mean Yuji's still being targeted?" Gojo shook the fan lazily. "Not by the higher-ups, at least not for now. After their recent screw-up, they've got their hands full. But Itadori is still a prime target for curse users and curse spirits. With Sukuna inside him, there's no telling who might come after him." Hajime nodded thoughtfully. That much made sense. It was one thing for Itadori to have consumed Sukuna's fingers, but allowing Sukuna to take control and fully revive. That was a risk too great to ignore. No problem then. I'll have Kusakabe-sensei informed. Inside a decaying building, 3 figures darted around, kicking and punching at thin air, seemingly locked in a chaotic battle. Yet, there was no visible enemy. To an outsider, it looked like a group of madmen fighting hallucinations. Kamihara Hajime sat on a beat-up plastic chair nearby, munching on an ice cream. "Don't look at me. Focus. This thing's just a semi-grade 1. Its technique is weak, not even suited for combat. Use your heads." Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki were inside the fray. Since being assigned to Hajime for field training, Itadori had been following him on missions, though Hajime rarely interfered. Otherwise, the training would be meaningless. Megumi and Nobara occasionally joined these missions, and today was one such case. The target was a semi-grade 1 curse spirit with a weak technique, nothing fatal if handled correctly. The spirit resembled a 4-legged beast with sharp claws, fangs, and a whip-like tail. Its most dangerous asset was its technique, invisibility. Not only was it completely undetectable visually, but even its cursed aura was faint. It blended perfectly with the environment. Itadori's hand had already been pierced by a surprise strike. To make matters worse, anything the cursed spirit touched could also be rendered invisible. Blood, dust, even debris, it all vanished once in contact. Itadori kicked up some dirt, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spirit through the gaps. For a split second, he spotted a distortion in the air. Megumi and Nobara launched a pincer attack, but the spirit darted away again. A counterattack grazed one of Megumi's Shikigami, Kan, who barely managed to dodge. The confined terrain worked in the spirit's favor. Its attacks could come from any direction. Megumi considered his options. He needed to summon Max Elephant, but maintaining it alongside Kan would be too draining. I'm switching Shikigami. Itadori, Kujisaki, keep it grounded. Don't let it escape to the ceiling. Can you manage that? Itadori gave a confident nod. Got it. Leave it to me. Nobara flipped her hammer in one hand, nails in the other. Same goes for me. Just finish prepping whatever technique you've got, Megumi. We're exorcising this thing today. Kan vanished as Megumi withdrew it. The spirit grew more aggressive. Blood sprayed from Itadori's side as he exchanged blows, but his counter hit as well, causing the spirit to recoil. Straw doll technique, hairpin. Nobara's nails, previously lodged in the ground, exploded with cursed energy. The spirit roared in pain, blood spraying across the floor, but the hit wasn't fatal. The wide area blast lacked concentrated impact. Against a fast, invisible opponent, it was hard to land a critical blow. But Itadori seized the moment, ignoring his injuries and charging toward the source of the cry. Megumi. Megumi, already forming hand seals, expanded his shadow like ink spreading across the floor. With a roar, a massive Shikigami emerged. Max Elephant. The elephant sprayed a torrential blast of water. The sudden downpour soaked everything. The invisible cursed spirit lunged, hitting Itadori in the stomach and sending him reeling. Kujisaki. Itadori shouted. Though she couldn't see the spirit clearly, she understood Megumi's tactic. The flood would expose the invisible entity. Don't rush me, I feel it. Straw doll technique, hairpin. Her cursed energy detonated the area by the wall. The spirit shrieked again, water surging around it and outlining its body for a moment. In the accumulating floodwater, even an invisible target couldn't fully disappear. The water left an indentation, a missing piece on an otherwise smooth surface. Itadori spotted it. Got you. He dashed forward like a bullet, stomping through puddles. The cursed spirit, now cornered, lunged again, but Itadori evaded and grabbed hold of something, wet, slimy, possibly a tongue. Come here. He yanked with full force, slamming the spirit down, then punched forward. Divergent fist. The air trembled with impact. Nobara followed up instantly, nails exploded in midair, tearing through the spirit. Catch. Megumi tossed a cursed blade. Itadori caught it mid-run and slashed. Blood sprayed with each cut. Recall. Megumi withdrew Max Elephant, and the water slowly drained. The spirit's corpse faded into view, a massive, reptilian creature. Its tongue, now severed, lay beside Itadori. That invisibility technique was such a pain. Nobara muttered. Hajime leapt down from the second floor, having avoided the flooding. Once things settled, he used reverse cursed technique to heal their wounds. Itadori stretched. That was wild. Megumi quietly noted the usefulness of reverse curse technique. There was even a 10 Shadows Shikigami tied to it. He'd look into that later. Hajime checked his expensive watch, bought with most of a mission's reward. He couldn't even remember the brand. Well, that's done. Still early, let's grab dinner. My treat. Itadori pumped a fist. You're the best, senpai. I want steak. Later, back at Jujutsu High, Megumi began preparing to subjugate a new Shikigami. Itadori excelled in close combat. Nobara's straw doll technique had great potential. Megumi's 10 Shadows technique, an inherited Zenin ability, was versatile and deep. Destroyed Shikigami passed their power to others, and some could even fuse, like Nu and the Toad, forming Well's Bottom Unknown. Megumi was still testing other combinations. If no missions came up, they trained. With the third year suspended, the first years had to participate in the exchange event. Hajime and Itadori later received a new mission, this time in Kanagawa. 3 people had mysteriously died in a movie theater. The signs matched the effects of a specific cursed spirit, Mjito. Mjito. So we meet again. Joined by Shoko Larry, the two headed to the scene. Hajime-san, Shoko said, handing him a file. One other person was in the theater. We haven't approached him yet, he might be connected. Hajime skimmed the file. Yoshino Juinpei, Kanagawa Prefectural Satazakura High School. Lives with his mother. Parents divorced. Let's pay him a visit. We'll check for cursed energy or any ties to Mjito. Itadori blinked. Ah, who's Mjito? Hajime sighed. A repulsive cursed spirit. You won't need to fight. Just help investigate. If we run into him, I'll handle it. While Itadori was a natural counter to Mjito, Sukuna's presence made Mjito's idle transfiguration ineffective. Hajime had no intention of dragging this out. If they ran into Mjito again, it would be on his terms. Too many things were changing, and the future wasn't what it used to be. Chapter 66, Special grades are getting common. Inside the dim cinema where the incident occurred, Kamihara Hajime stood beside Yuji Itadori, pointing toward the faint traces left behind. Using a technique leaves residual cursed energy. It's weaker than what cursed spirits leave, so you have to focus. Try it, Itadori. Yuji obediently nodded and squinted, scanning the dark space carefully. Meanwhile, Hajime checked his phone, reviewing the tracking data from the window. In battle, relying on instinct and talent helps, but you can't ignore technique, Hajime said without looking up. A Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer uses both cursed energy and technique. You don't have an inherited technique, so focus on reinforcing your body and exorcising curses through raw control. Mei Mei and Kusakabe are excellent examples. There's also a second year from Kyoto Jujutsu High. You'll meet them during the exchange event. Yuji nodded again, absorbing the information. Senpai, can we track the curse from these traces? Hajime pocketed his phone and motioned for Yuji to follow. No. There hasn't been much movement since the incident. He's hiding. As they exited the cinema, police at the scene whispered about the two teenagers. Chief, why are a couple of kids handling this case? What department are they even from? The middle-aged officer sighed. You saw those bodies. That kind of thing, it's beyond human. If you want to retire in one piece, don't ask too many questions. Let it go. Yoshino Junpei. Junpei, speaking with a sweaty, overweight man, likely his teacher, turned at the sound of his name. Two boys in matching uniforms approached. One had pink hair and a cheerful expression. The other, wearing sunglasses and a calm smile, exuded pressure that made Junpei freeze. The subtle intimidation he felt was worse than what Mjito gave off. Which school are you from? The teacher grumbled, clearly suspicious. Hajime answered plainly. We need to speak with Yoshino Junpei. In private. His voice was calm, but his eyes, visible now that the sunglasses were off, made the teacher step back without a word. Junpei, somewhat entranced, agreed. All right. They walked along a quiet stretch near the river. Hajime took the lead. Kamihara Hajime, he introduced. You were at the cinema 2 days ago at 2:30 p.m. 3 students from your school died. He continued casually, not pushing. I'm not accusing you. I'm just here to ask, did you see someone with a stitched face that day? Junpei lowered his head, letting his long bangs shadow his face. No. I left early. Didn't finish the movie. Hajime glanced at him but didn't call out the lie. That man is Mjito, a special grade cursed spirit. Human life means nothing to him. If he's in the mood, he might observe people like ants. Or he might just crush them. Sometimes he pours boiling water into the nest just to see what happens. He stopped walking. He doesn't operate by human values. But one thing is certain. He needs to be eliminated. Yuji, hearing all this for the first time, stayed quiet. He remembered the grotesque corpses from the cinema. Hajime had told him they were once human, twisted by Mjito's technique, and it couldn't be undone. Hajime's phone buzzed. He frowned. Itadori, you talk with Junpei. Window picked up a large group of transfigured humans nearby. I'll take care of it. Call me if anything happens. Be alert. In the underground drainage system, Hajime wrinkled his nose. The place wasn't disgusting, but it reeked faintly. Mjito really is like a sewer rat. A corner ahead echoed with inhuman sounds. Turning it, Hajime spotted transfigured humans wandering aimlessly. With a sigh, he drew Onigiri and entered time null state. In a few brief slashes, he granted them peace. Even his reverse curse technique couldn't restore what Mjito had ruined. Once done, Hajime surfaced, contacted Yuji, and raised a brow at the response. Dinner. At Junpei's house. He shrugged. It was unexpected, but perhaps helpful. Mjito originally intended to strike there. Maybe the change in events meant he'd already fled. You must be Itadori's senpai. I'm Junpei's mother, Nagi Yoshino. Come in. Hajime smiled and bowed politely, stepping inside. The atmosphere was cozy. At the table, Yuji waved. Senpai, welcome back. Junpei said nothing, just watched. Compared to Yuji's openness and Hajime's calm brilliance, he felt like he belonged to a different world. After dinner, they said their goodbyes. "Thank you for the meal, Auntie." "You're welcome anytime," Nagi replied warmly. Outside, Yuji turned to Hajime. "Senpai, won't Junpei be targeted?" "He already has been," Hajime answered flatly. "He's definitely had contact with Mjito. Whether Mjito returns is uncertain. But surveillance is in place. We'll stay close in case he shows up." Elsewhere, Mjito dangled over a rooftop railing, grinning. "Suguru, I was just starting to have fun. That guy ruined it. Got any plans for him?" Geto stared at the city lights. "Not yet. His technique is unprecedented. If you face him now, he'll kill you. Instantly." Mjito frowned. "Humans really are annoying. Some of them are scarier than us." "Prepare for the next phase," Geto said. "Tomorrow, release that and gather grudge blood. It's time to test him again." Mjito smirked. "I'll pick a good spot. Might as well have a little more fun." The night passed without incident. But early the next morning, Hajime received an alert: a veil had been detected at Satazakura High School in Kanagawa. Dozens of transfigured humans were reported, and casualties were in the hundreds. He called Yuji. "Go with Yeri to Satazakura High. I'm heading there now." Activating his technique, Hajime froze time around him and rushed toward the school. He ran until he reached his limit, then used technique reversal to restore his energy and kept going. When he arrived at the auditorium, the sight was gruesome. What was supposed to be an awards ceremony had become a massacre. Bodies were scattered across the floor, their faces twisted in terror. Yet little blood stained the room, making the scene even more chilling. At the center stood a figure, skeletal, grotesque, threading a spinal cord into its own arm. "Special grades really are getting more common," Hajime muttered. The creature turned and grinned, jaws snapping. Then bone spikes erupted from its back, and the air filled with tension. Hajime drew Onigiri again. "Let's end this quickly. A new week has begun. Send Power Stones, Superscript 3, Heart Suit." Chapter 67, I'll exorcise Mjito. These. The scene in the auditorium made Kamihara Hajime narrow his eyes at the grotesque cursed spirit before him. It felt eerily similar to the Tengu. But wasn't that technique supposed to be confidential? How were these cursed spirits using something so similar? The possibility of a leak seemed unlikely. Considering how the higher-ups operated, they wouldn't easily hand over such a powerful technique. And colluding with curses? Impossible, unless they had a death wish. If this bone demon was anything like the Tengu, that meant it would leave a physical corpse once destroyed. When that time came, he'd make sure to bring it back for Yeri Shoko to study. As his mind raced, the bone demon attacked. Jagged bones erupted from its body, transforming it into a monstrous form. Bone spurs thick as arms tore through the air, aiming to block every escape route. Time wheel, spin. Hajime evaded with ease, gliding past the bone spurs suspended in the air. Sword in hand, he charged straight at the bone demon mid-pounce. When Tatsuka no Tsurugi struck the overgrown bone protrusions, a sharp shriek echoed. The blade cut deep, aided by its natural advantage against cursed energy defenses. The creature resembled a massive thorn bush, its structure barely humanoid. Hajime cleaved through bone after bone, even splitting the skull-like face in two. It was made entirely of white bones, with the occasional scrap of flesh acting as an afterthought. Nearly half of its body was torn apart, but not a drop of blood spilled. It felt more like chopping through firewood than fighting a living being. The technique faded. Explosions echoed behind him, the earlier launched bone spurs embedding into the ground. Despite losing half its body, the bone demon barely reacted, rapidly sprouting fresh bone spurs from its remaining mass. Hajime surged his cursed energy and sidestepped. His blade fell like lightning, severing white bone after white bone. The creature began to blossom, its form unraveling like petals. From within, a figure shot out, bone blades extending toward Hajime's head and neck. But Hajime was faster, even without invoking a technique. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri crossed in his hands, parrying the strikes and shattering the bone arms. Only then did Hajime see it clearly. Barely humanoid, the creature's upper half had emerged from a mass of thorns. It lacked a head and other features. A gaping mouth full of fangs sat at its center. Two white arms extended outward, ending in blade-like bone structures, chipped and splintered from the earlier clash. Dragging its rear mass, the creature rampaged forward. Its upper body acted more like an appendage. Even when Hajime struck it down, it regenerated. Its entire form was saturated with cursed energy, especially the hardened, offensive limbs. Even Tatsuka no Tsurugi couldn't sever it in one strike. Worse still, it seemed to lack vital points. Hajime destroyed piece after piece, but each one regrew from the spiny bulk of its body. Time rain. Condensed cursed energy gathered above and fell like rain. Under Hajime's full output, the rain formed a barrier across the auditorium. Any being infused with cursed energy was caught in the downpour, and began to decay. The rain was selective. Hajime had refined it through countless experiments and his deepening understanding of barrier techniques. It didn't require an enclosed domain, instead, it affected every cursed being within its reach, applying continuous, debilitating decay. If released at maximum output, even Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers would be reduced to husks within seconds. For cursed spirits, it became a test of how long their energy reserves could last. The bone demon, now too large to reinforce every part of its body with cursed energy, began to rot. Its unshielded bones blackened and crumbled. Trying to adapt, it shed its massive frame, condensing itself into a smaller, denser form to survive. There, the weakness is revealed. Tatsuka no Tsurugi carved through the stagnant curtain of rain, cutting even the droplets midair. Hajime's blade struck true, the humanoid half emerging from the thorns was torn apart. No brain, no heart, just bone. Then where's the blood of the victims? This cursed spirit doesn't seem to feed on flesh. Did something else drain them before this one arrived? He remembered the scene, how the curse had extracted a spine from its prey. It wasn't after flesh or blood. Hajime dispelled the technique. Scraping sounds echoed, the bone demon's arm blades shattered. Its mouth was unrecognizable. Despite targeting every likely weak point, it still moved. Even without blades for arms, it sprouted more bone spurs. A flash of sword light danced around Hajime, sweeping away everything. Only rust-colored dust remained. It really has no conventional core. Then I'll reduce it further and obliterate it with a time arrow. Just then, another bone arm extended from the creature, forming a hand seal. Hajime's instincts flared. Around him, the corpses twitched. He stopped, eyes narrowing. In the next instant, all the bodies detonated. Bone burst from their forms, erratic, grotesque shapes twisting in every direction. The forest of bone climbed to the ceiling, exploding into fine fragments midair and scattering like shrapnel. Hajime's expression turned cold. You're defiling their corpses now. Time wheel, reverse. The growing bone forest vanished. The mutilated corpses returned to their original state. The bone demon froze, stunned. I can't use time stop. After it's over, I can't use my technique for a while. If I need to destroy every inch of this thing to kill it, sword slashes alone won't cut it. With blades drawn, Hajime carved into the monster. The three cursed blades danced around him, slicing through its body. Finally, the bone demon began to fall apart. He dispelled the technique once more. Behind him, a phantom Asura emerged, demonic-faced and wielding destruction. It struck the final blow. The bone demon exploded, falling into broken pieces. Hajime scanned the rubble. Among the remnants, one fragment pulsed unnaturally. It was trying to regenerate. As expected. It's not that it has no vital point, every piece can act as one. But now that it's in fragments, it can't hide where the real one is. Time arrow. Cursed energy surged in his hand, forming a condensed beam of lethal energy. Before the bone demon could react, a streak of light tore through the air, silencing everything. The wooden floor vanished beneath the blast, exposing gravel. The cursed spirit was gone, its remnants obliterated. Only fragments of bone remained. A miscalculation, he couldn't retrieve a complete corpse. Still scanning, Hajime spotted something else, a cursed spirit, shaped like an eyeball, hiding in the corner. He picked it up. The eyeball rotated, reflecting his face. Hajime chuckled and crushed it beneath his sword. In another location, Suguru Geto smiled as the final image cut off. Mjito, Hanami, and Jogo watched beside him. The first experiment is complete. We also confirmed his technique. It accelerates time, so to him, speed is meaningless. And his long-range attack decays anything it touches by fast-forwarding its time. But the most dangerous part is his time reversal, Geto said, serious now. We had speculations, but now we know. Jogo snarled. So what's next? If he fights beside Gojo Satoru, how will we ever seal him? Geto held up a blood-red bead, smiling faintly. Isn't that what we're planning? Humans are bound by responsibility, compassion. It's easy to separate them, just take the right steps. Jogo growled again. Over 400 people. That's the cost of one experiment. If this continues, Jujutsu High will respond with full force. Afraid? Geto asked, turning to him. For once, Jogo didn't explode. Gojo Satoru. And now this Kamihara Hajime. If your plan works, the world won't accept it. I don't want to die before seeing the outcome. Mjito added, even I've been targeted for making toys. And if Hajime catches me, there's no running. You said we shouldn't appear in front of Jujutsu High, then what? Don't worry, Geto assured, eyes on the horizon. I'll send cursed spirits and allies. And besides, we have other options. This fusion of cursed objects and humans, it's promising. Mjito's face lit up. The soul change is fascinating. Though the human mind disappears, their body becomes a true curse. Just gather cursed objects, Geto said. We'll reawaken them. This will make harvesting blood much easier. What about Sukuna's vessel? Jogo asked. That power alone won't be enough. They'll keep feeding him fingers. We'll intercept some. And when the time comes, we'll give him all of them at once. He smirked. For now, just follow the plan. Senpai. Yuji Itadori ran up to Hajime outside the school. Yoshino Junpei was beside him. Hajime raised a hand in greeting. You're here. The mission's done. Mjito won't show up again. It was a special grade cursed spirit this time. No need to go inside. Seeing Yuji glance toward the building, Hajime stopped him. Itadori could be blunt, but he had a sharp emotional sense. Senpai, did people die in there? Hajime looked at the growing crowd of police and sorcerers. Yes. Everyone. Special grade spirits leave no time. Yuji clenched the door handle, silent. Then he entered. Junpei stood frozen. He'd glimpsed the bodies earlier. Pale and trembling, he murmured, those were from curses. Hajime nodded. Yes. Connected to the one I mentioned, Mjito. Yuji emerged, face ashen and voice firm, Senpai, I'll exorcise Mjito. Junpei ran outside and vomited. Hajime saw Yeri approaching and placed a hand on Yuji's shoulder. Let's go. Those curses, we'll destroy them. Become patrons, 50+ chapters are available on the platform. Chapter 68, Megumi's New Shikigami. The Satazakura High School incident drew massive attention. It had been a long time since a cursed spirit incident resulted in such high casualties. The previous Hyaki Yagyo, though devastating, caused no civilian deaths due to Suguru Geto's prior warning, allowing for a complete evacuation. Most of the damage had been structural. But this time, 432 people were killed, mostly students, along with a few teachers and staff. The cleanup alone would give the higher-ups endless headaches. The government quickly released a report blaming the event on a terrorist gas explosion, pairing it with a flurry of major entertainment news stories to divert attention. Still, the event caused a nationwide uproar and even attracted international scrutiny. But all that had little to do with Kamihara Hajime, who was on his way back to Jujutsu High. Let those responsible deal with the fallout. With this many casualties, Mjito's group would definitely be watched more closely. Unfortunately, they likely had a hidden domain as a base. Not to mention the unknown cursed spirit that rescued Jogo during their last encounter, it seemed to possess teleportation and sleep-inducing abilities. Whatever. Let Gojo-sensei handle it. Time to go. Yoshino Junpei stood by as Hajime and Itadori waved goodbye. Hajime's words still echoed in his mind. You've likely awakened a technique. If so, Tokyo Jujutsu High might reach out. I recommend you accept and transfer while everyone's attention is focused on this area. Itadori had looked thrilled. Senpai, you mean Junpei can join Tokyo Jujutsu High? Then he'd be our classmate too. Of course. Sorcerers are in short supply. Any unregistered ones are usually recruited. If they're not suited for combat, they're trained as supervisors or assigned to logistics. Did you think all our gear appears out of thin air? Oh. I know that. Back at Jujutsu High, Maki and Fushiguro were training hard. Their focus now was improving Fushigiro's and Kujisaki's combat ability, though Itadori would soon join them. Hajime. They greeted him from a distance as Kujisaki completed her latest round of one-sided training under Maki. Their sparring had clearly been intense. Noticing their injuries, Hajime began walking over to help treat them, but before he could act, Fushiguro summoned a new Shikigami, a tall, sturdy deer. Its form was not especially intimidating, but Hajime immediately noticed the positive cursed energy radiating from its body, reverse cursed energy. Shikigami, round deer. Under its influence, everyone's injuries healed rapidly. Maki stretched her limbs and joked. What's wrong? Disappointed we didn't need your help. But Hajime wasn't disappointed, he was fascinated. The Shikigami was composed entirely of positive cursed energy. Unlike most healers who use the reverse curse technique directly, the Shikigami could support others passively in battle. Since unincarnated cursed spirits were made of negative cursed energy, this positive type acted like sunlight on snow, melting them away effortlessly. This is a Shikigami I recently tamed, Fushiguro explained. It can only use the reverse curse technique. Hajime-san, do you think I could learn the technique by observing it? Hajime nodded. It's a good idea. Reverse cursed energy is hard to grasp from explanation alone. But feeling it in action. That's the best teacher. He looked over Fushiguro's progress with approval. You've come a long way. Only 3 Shikigami left to tame, right? More or less. I recently merged new with the Great Serpent. This fusion resulted in something new. Fushiguro activated his technique again. The shadows rippled, and several winged snakes slithered out. They looked more like decorative creatures than threats, but Hajime knew better. This was my first attempt at a triple fusion. Along with New and the Great Serpent, I included Rapid Escape. The snakes dissolved into shadow, and the ground suddenly surged. A massive creature erupted like a dragon rising from a fountain. It had a serpent's body with wings just beneath its head. Compared to the smaller versions, this one was far more fearsome. Electric arcs danced around its form as it glided through the air. I call it Ting Snake. It's powerful, but the energy cost is heavy. After dismissing it, Fushiguro added, I wish I had more info. Most of what I know comes from Gojo-sensei. If I had access to real records. Hajime thought of the Zenin clan. As the origin of the 10 Shadows technique, they likely had plenty of archived material. But Fushiguro's ties to them were complicated. Maki scoffed, those bastards wouldn't give you anything without draining you dry. Fushiguro's tone remained calm. Doesn't matter. If someone in the past could master it, so can I. Despite his calm, Fushiguro's view of the Zenin clan was no better than Maki's. The people he respected, Gojo-sensei, Hajime-san, Maki-senpai, were all outsiders to the clan's twisted values. Those not of Zenin are not sorcerers. Those not sorcerers are not human. He had no intention of seeking help from them. All right, enough talk, Maki said, stretching. We still need to prepare for the exchange event. Hajime-san probably can't join, right? Huh. Itadori blinked. What exchange event? Everyone turned to Hajime. Ah. Sorry, he scratched his head. I forgot to explain. Fushiguro quickly summarized the event. Itadori lit up. Wait, senpai can't participate. Why? Panda answered, arms folded. That's the word from Principal Yaga. Hajime shrugged. That's about right. If Yuta Okatsu were here, it'd be the same. Otherwise, what's the point of calling it an exchange event? He grinned. Guess I'll just pull up a chair and watch while you all work hard. He hadn't given it much thought when Gojo-sensei mentioned it. Whether he participated or not didn't matter. He was often busy, and with Fushiguro's progress, he felt confident in the team. You lazy jerk. Maki growled, turning her gaze to Itadori. All right, Itadori, your turn. Itadori groaned, but quickly sprang to his feet. His physical endurance let Maki go all out during training, and with Hajime and now Fushiguro's Shikigami around, minor injuries weren't a problem. He got beaten the hardest in training, but he accepted it. A former high school athlete who could toss a shot put over 30 meters and sprint 100 meters in under 10 seconds, he hadn't needed martial arts before. Now he was learning through Maki's relentless sparring. She saw potential in him, a sorcerer without a technique, yet with a powerful body and sharp instincts. At this rate, he'd be able to exorcise grade 2 or even grade 1 curses on his own. But was that enough? Could he handle monsters like Mjito? Is a sorcerer without a technique really capped at this level? No. I'll push past it. Limits are made to be broken. He flipped himself up after getting slammed by Maki's staff and immediately began analyzing his form, searching for a better way. Hajime waved as he walked away. Keep going, you've got this. Megumi can hold the fort. I'm going to see the principal. He made his way to Yaga's workshop, where the principal often worked on cursed corpses. When he opened the door, White Wolf bounded up to him in excitement. After ruffling the dog's fur, Hajime stepped inside. Kamihara, did you need something? Yaga asked, looking up from his work. Hajime picked up a cat-shaped doll. You've seen the Satazakura High report, right? Yaga nodded, frowning. Yeah, the situation is grim. The victims' bodies are being examined, they were drained of blood, almost ritualistically. Very abnormal. Also, during the mission, we found someone who seems to have awakened a technique. He was just caught up in things, but we should act quickly. I'll have someone check him out. If he qualifies, he can enroll. Then Yaga remembered something. By the way, you won't be joining the exchange event. You understand, right? Yeah, I figured. What about Yuta? Still not back. He's searching for the black rope. It's an incredibly rare cursed tool. Apparently, it can be manufactured, but the conditions are harsh. Could be a wasted trip. Hajime set the cat doll down, watching it wander toward the other cursed corpses before falling still. No worries. I'll play with him when he returns. All right, Principal, I'll be heading out. He waved at White Wolf. Come on, silly dog, let's go. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Let's go. Chapter 69, A New Student. With 23 days remaining before the Kyoto school exchange event, the aftermath of the Satazakura High School incident was still reverberating. Since then, the window had only detected minor curse activity, nothing involving Mjito or the other special grade cursed spirits. Missions became fewer and far less dangerous. Most assignments now served to assess how far students like Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki had come with their training. The results were promising. Second-grade curses no longer posed a threat to them. Even first-grade curses were manageable, as long as the enemy's technique was understood. Individually, they could already exorcise some of the weaker ones. Megumi stood out for his quick battle resolutions. His growing mastery of the 10 Shadows technique and the fusion of his Shikigami increased his combat efficiency. The results of combining Nu with Toad or Great Serpent were impressive, but as always, the true power depended on Megumi's own cursed energy and technique control. For example, his fusion called Ting Snake inherited the strength of the Great Serpent and the flight and lightning of Nu. In practical terms, it equaled a first-grade curse in power, and its versatility made it a reliable force in group battles. When Gojo Satoru returned to Jujutsu High, he brought important news. They were getting a new classmate, Yoshino Junpei, one of the survivors of the Satazakura High School tragedy. After confirming Junpei's awakening of a technique, Principal Yaga gave Gojo the green light to extend an invitation. The experience at Satazakura had changed Junpei deeply. Initially cold and emotionally numb, he was forced to confront the reality that even people he barely knew, or hated, were still human. Mjito's manipulations and cruelty left him disillusioned. The laughter of a curse echoed against the backdrop of corpses. Accepting Gojo's offer, Junpei discussed it with his mother, Nagi Yoshino. When he told her he wanted to move, she agreed almost immediately. She'd seen the news and had already begun planning their relocation. Though unaware of the supernatural elements involved, she was relieved Junpei hadn't been at school during the attack. Junpei didn't share the full truth about his new school. After all, Tokyo Jujutsu High operated under the guise of a religious institution, and official documentation wasn't a problem. Gojo gave him the address and told him someone would pick him up once he'd settled his affairs. When Junpei finally arrived under the midsummer sun, he was greeted by the ever-cheerful Yuji Itadori. Yuji ran up to him and effortlessly hoisted his luggage. You're here. We're classmates now. Come on, I'll take you to the dorms. Gojo-sensei said any empty room is fine. After that, I'll introduce you to the others. Thank you, Junpei said quietly. Yuji scratched the back of his head. Honestly, most of the credit goes to Hajime-senpai. As they walked, Yuji explained the basics of Jujutsu sorcery and the school's environment. After dropping Junpei's bags in a room near his own, he led him to the training grounds. In the rocky, barren landscape behind the school, a massive winged serpent rampaged across the cliffs. Junpei stood frozen, watching in disbelief as a lone figure darted in and out of the Shikigami's strikes. Each of the serpent's attacks missed. The small figure struck back with precise, devastating force. A single punch made the beast recoil and hiss. Then, the battle ended. The massive Shikigami dissolved into black mist and vanished. Everything returned to stillness. Gojo Satoru appeared beside Junpei, grinning beneath his blindfold. You'll get used to it. The fighter landed nearby. It was Kamihara Hajime. Ting Snake and Max Elephant are too taxing when combined. I can't sustain the form for long, but the power increase is impressive, Megumi Fushiguro observed aloud. Hajime nodded. He had been helping Megumi test Shikigami fusions. While the new fusion was strong, the strain on cursed energy was considerable. Yuji and Junpei approached, and Hajime gestured for the others to gather. Though they'd heard of Junpei before, this was their first time meeting him in person. Junpei recognized the summoned creature earlier as a Shikigami, far larger and stronger than his own. Nobara's stern aura made her intimidating, while Megumi's calm indifference made him difficult to read. Maki looked fierce but confident. Inamaki only spoke in rice ball ingredients. And then there was Panda. Despite everything he'd seen, Junpei still found himself stunned by the sight of a talking panda. His sense of normal had officially shattered. Gojo began assessing Megumi's earlier performance. You're getting there. Some of the strain comes from your overall cursed energy reserves, those will grow. But part of it is control. My 6 eyes let me fine-tune my output to avoid waste. He formed a small orb of cursed energy on his finger and blasted a crater into a rock. Same power, but more efficient. This time, he condensed a smaller orb and fired again. It drilled a perfect, finger-sized hole clean through the rock and continued through the ground behind it. See the difference? Practice your manipulation. Every drop counts. He turned to Yuji, placing a hand on his shoulder. Since you and Junpei know each other, I'm assigning you to guide him. Don't mess this up. Yuji saluted. Leave it to me, Gojo-sensei. As Maki and Nobara continued their sparring, Hajime turned toward the others. Will Junpei be part of the exchange event? Panda shrugged. Most likely. It's a sparring match, after all, good experience. Then he should join special training too, once Yuji's done teaching him the basics. Yuji didn't slack. With everything Gojo had just demonstrated fresh in his mind, he explained everything he knew about refining and manipulating cursed energy. Junpei was a quick learner, and with his newly awakened technique, he caught on fast. What's your technique? Panda asked after seeing Junpei condense cursed energy. Junpei summoned his Shikigami, a translucent, pale blue jellyfish with golden veins. I can convert my cursed energy into poison through it. So far, I can choose between paralysis and lethal poison. Panda nodded. Did Yuji tell you about technique disclosure? Yuji looked sheepish. I forgot. Panda explained, most of us don't have techniques. I, Yuji, and Maki are special cases. Megumi uses 10 shadows, summoning multiple shadow-based Shikigami. Nobara's is, well, you'll see it in action. It involves nails and dolls. He dodged a glare from Nobara and continued, as for Hajime-senpai, his technique involves time manipulation. It's absurdly strong. He eyed Junpei critically. You'll need to start special training. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers can't afford weak bodies. You've got about 3 weeks to shape up. Junpei didn't hesitate to agree. After everything he'd witnessed, he knew he was still far too weak. To protect what mattered, he had to become stronger. Yoshino, what's that mark on your forehead? Panda asked during warm-ups. Junpei hesitated. Noticing his discomfort, Hajime stepped forward. Let me see if I can treat it. Junpei hesitated again before brushing back his hair, revealing a small cigarette burn scar. It wasn't caused by a curse, so Hajime used reverse curse technique to begin healing it. Within moments, the scar had nearly vanished. Junpei touched his forehead, stunned. Then, he looked at Hajime and gave a quiet, grateful smile. Thank you, Hajime-senpai. 20 days passed quickly. Training had paid off. Junpei now had real combat capability, though he still needed more experience. Has Kyoto Jujutsu High arrived already? Panda asked, carrying a bag of cold drinks beside Hajime. They weren't this early last time, Hajime replied, scanning the distance. Strange. I don't see them. As they turned back toward the training grounds, several familiar figures appeared on the path ahead. At the front was Aoi To-Do, leading the Kyoto team. Hajime. Long time no see. I upload 20 chapters every 6 days, with the additional 60 chapters BTW. Chapter 70, I'd see if you're worthy of being my best friend. I've heard of your feats even in Kyoto. What's this about you not participating in the exchange event? Aoi To-Do asked, half curious, half disappointed. He had been hoping to face Kamihara Hajime and Yuto Katsu again. Accompanying To-Do were Kamo Noritoshi, Zen Inmai, Momo Nishimiya, and Nain, who had enrolled in Kyoto Jujutsu High. Nain's expression lit up upon seeing Hajime. Hajime-kun, it's been a while. She looked cheerful and at ease, clearly getting along well with Mai and the others. Hajime returned her greeting, handing out cold drinks he'd just bought before heading back to the vending machine for more. If I participated, I'd have to use my technique, Hajime said casually. That'd make things unfair and boring. Same with Yuta, but he's still overseas. To-Do shrugged as they walked toward the training field. Fairness doesn't really exist in battle. Let's have a spar sometime. It'd be boring if neither of you were here. Hajime gave a sly smile. We've got some promising first years. You might not be disappointed. Soon, they arrived at the training ground, where Itadori and Fushiguro were engaged in a fierce spar. It was strictly hand-to-hand, with Megumi holding his own despite Itadori's aggressive style. Maki watched from the side, barking critiques and reminding them to fight like it was real. To-Do scanned the field. You've got quite a few first years. You mean those two? I've heard about Sukuna's vessel. Naturally, To-Do's eyes locked onto Yuji Itadori and Megumi Fushiguro. With hands in his pockets, he approached, casting a long shadow behind him. I'm Aoi To-Do, 3rd year, Kyoto Jujutsu High. Seeing Hajime and the others casually chatting with these newcomers, and Maki smiling at a short-haired girl, Itadori assumed they were friendly. He introduced himself with a grin, Yuji Itadori, first year, from Sendai. Nice to meet you. Fushiguro wasn't so relaxed. He had a sense of to-do's intensity and the tension between the two schools. Still, he introduced himself politely, Megumi Fushiguro, first year. To-do smirked, the scar on his cheek adding to his fierce expression. Hajime said I could expect a lot from you too. So, tell me, what kind of women do you like? Huh. Itadori and Fushiguro blinked in confusion. Itadori didn't hesitate. Jennifer Lawrence, probably. Fushiguro shot him a withering glance. Typical. Still, he answered. I don't really have a type. As long as she's got a good personality, that's enough. Tears welled into Deuce's eyes, though he was clearly smiling too. You two are total opposites. Fushiguro, you're dull as a stone, and Itadori, you're perfect. Hajime wasn't wrong. Itadori leaned toward Fushiguro, whispering, what's wrong with this guy? Fushiguro remembered hearing about to-do from the second years. He sighed internally. Whatever's coming, it's your problem. To-do's gaze practically blazed with excitement, but he didn't launch into a fight. He had a Takata-chan fan meeting later and didn't want to sweat through it. That battle would have to wait. Yuji Itadori. I'll be waiting for you. Itadori took a few steps back, unnerved. What is with this guy? With one last intense look, to-do left, muttering something about how perfect this day was. Bye-bye. Hajime walked over, grinning. Well, now you've met him. What just happened? Itadori asked. He's weird. Do you know him? Hajime patted his shoulder. He probably thinks you're friends now. He'll want to fight you during the event. Itadori blinked, then nodded slowly. He said he's exorcised first-grade curses without even using a technique. Yup. He even handled a special grade during the night parade of 100 demons, Hajime added. You can learn a lot from him in close combat. Itadori's eyes lit up. Now I'm excited. I want to be that strong too. Meanwhile, tensions were rising between Maki and Mai. Nobara Kujisaki, siding with Maki, clashed verbally with Momo Nishimiya. Momo wasn't skilled in arguments and quickly lost ground, pouting in frustration. Kamo Noritoshi stepped in, clearly unenthusiastic. He could handle curses just fine, this was another story. The Kyoto group had only come to scout things out. To-do left for his idol's fan meet, and the rest didn't stay long. With the atmosphere souring, they made their exit. Train hard. Maki called, satisfied. We're gonna crush them in the team battle. 2 days later, the exchange event officially began. The Kyoto delegation included Principal Gakuganji and Yutahime Iori. During the initial meeting, someone was notably absent. Where's that idiot? Yutahime muttered. No one batted an eye. It wouldn't be Gojo Satoru if he wasn't late. Still, he never missed anything important. He showed up minutes later, fashionably late and carrying a bag. Sorry. I brought souvenirs from overseas. He passed around straw-woven dolls, cheap trinkets, but Miwa Kasumi beamed. It didn't matter what it was, her idol had given it to her. Gakuganji-sensei. Still alive, huh? Make sure you tell me before you kick the bucket. Gakuganji's veins popped. Gojo turned to Yutahime and whispered something else, nearly making her explode. Yaga Masamichi quickly stepped in. The team battle begins in 2 days. Kyoto's participants, Aoi To-do, Kamo Noritoshi. Tokyo's team, Zenin Maki, Inamaki Toge. With Hajime not participating and Junpei Yoshino newly added, both sides had 7 members. The numbers matched evenly. Back at the dorms, Maki began strategizing. Panda and Nobara are a team. Toge and Junpei with Itadori. Fushiguro and I will pair up, he'll find the cursed spirit, I'll deal with interference. Toge's group should hold back To-do. Kamo's the only real threat left after that. She turned to Hajime. You know that new Kyoto student, Nain, right? What's her technique? Hajime rubbed his chin. Something soul-related. Back then, she wasn't much of a fighter, and her technique wasn't fully developed. Maki's glasses glinted. And the special grade mission last time was set up by Gojo-sensei's enemies. Gakuganji's part of that faction. We'd better watch our backs. Hajime nodded. The higher-ups likely wouldn't pull the same stunt again, but caution was warranted. 2 days later, the event commenced. Hajime sat in the teacher's viewing area. Mei was in charge of broadcasting the event, calm as ever, since she was getting paid. Good morning, Hajime greeted politely. Yutahime Iori smiled, surprised once again by his manners. A polite, powerful young man, how on earth had Gojo raised him? Gojo, oblivious to the side-eye, focused on the broadcast. The participants were already moving, tracking cursed spirits or each other. While most Kyoto students aimed to exorcise the assigned curse, Tadu only had one goal, fighting Itadori. He found him quickly. Inamaki and Junpei were with Yuji when Tadu emerged from the woods, grinning broadly. Inamaki immediately lowered his collar, readying his voice. He knew Tadu wouldn't play around. "Senpai, I'll handle him," Itadori said confidently. "You and Junpei move ahead." Inamaki nodded. Mentaiko. With that, he and Junpei sprinted forward. Tadu didn't stop them. This was what he wanted. "Yuji Itadori. Out of respect, I won't hold back." Yuji wiped his nose, grinning. "Funny, I was thinking the same thing." He charged forward. Tadu smiled wider. "Show me if you're worthy of being my best friend." Elsewhere, Maki and Megumi moved through the forest with Kan. A faint whistle cut through the trees. "Watch it," Maki shouted. Kan bit down on the projectile. It was a blood-stained arrow. "That's the Kamo clan's red blood manipulation," Megumi muttered. Too late. The blood on the arrow burst into spikes, injuring Kan slightly. Kamo Noritoshi emerged. "Just the Zenin pair?" Maki drew her weapon. "Just you. Pretty confident, huh?" Kamo said nothing. He launched 2 more arrows, which Maki deflected, only to be intercepted by a scythe-like blade of blood. Red blood manipulation, scythe exorcism. A sudden beam of light tore through the trees. Megumi barely dodged. He looked up, too late. "Don't lose focus," Kamo warned, appearing beside him. One palm strike sent Megumi flying into a tree. As Kamo charged again, something shifted. Megumi smirked and formed a hand sign. Technique amplification, Tang Snake. A massive Shikigami burst from the shadows, its jaws snapping. Kamo dodged the bite, but caught the tail. He was thrown back, blood trickling from his lip. That Shikigami. Chapter 71, Trapped to isolate Hajime or Gojo. The violent impact and accompanying lightning discharge from Tang Snake nearly overwhelmed Kamo Noritoshi. Fortunately, he had already activated Crimson Binding, allowing him to quickly stabilize from the blow. Blood manipulation, piercing blood. A thin red line streaked through the air. Blood burst from Tang Snake's body, but apart from a painful hiss, the Shikigami's momentum didn't falter. Compared to its massive form, the wound was superficial, it didn't even pierce all the way through. Crimson Binding. Kamo pulled a blood bag from within his robes and crushed it. The blood quickly elongated into a rope under his control, latching onto a distant tree. Using the tension, he launched himself across the forest canopy, dodging Tang Snake's relentless pursuit. This variation on Crimson Binding allowed him to swing through the terrain like a grappling hook. The main difficulty was maintaining the rope's form mid-motion, but it gave him just enough agility to keep ahead of the rampaging beast. Watching from a distance, Fushiguro Megumi turned to Maki. "I'll go after him. If I can take him out, great. If not, I'll abandon the pursuit and regroup with the others." Maki smirked, twirled her naginata, and slung it over her back. "I'll deal with the robot. Go." With that, she vanished into the trees, leaving behind only a blur. Megumi followed in Tang Snake's wake. The creature's size made it a poor fit for this dense terrain, but it pressed on with brute force, smashing through obstacles. Kamo was barely keeping ahead by sharply shifting directions and using his rope technique. Megumi kept his distance, hidden in the shadows. He saw Kamo leap from a cloud of dust, blood hardening in his palms as he prepared to strike. Same technique again. "That won't stop Tang Snake," Megumi muttered, narrowing his eyes. Why repeat it unless? Sensing something off, he activated his 10 Shadows technique again. Blood manipulation, piercing blood. Kamo launched another compressed blood strike, piercing Tang Snake's dissipating form. But just like before, the attack wasn't fatal. The injury began regenerating immediately. Kamo showed no disappointment. Blood tendrils extended from his sleeves and merged with his palms. Shame he didn't show himself. Starfall. A barrage of piercing blood shots followed, dozens this time. The flurry engulfed Tang Snake. With his cursed energy nearly depleted, and his escape routes cut off, Kamo went all in on this final offensive. The stronger the Shikigami, the greater the burden on the summoner. Though the Zenin clan's 10 Shadows technique had fallen into obscurity, the Kamo family's archives contained notes. Kamo suspected Tang Snake wasn't one of Megumi's standard summons. It must have been augmented, which meant a higher energy cost. His strategy: destroy the Shikigami first, gain breathing room, then use Crimson Binding to pull Megumi into close-quarters combat. Standard tactics: don't give Shikigami users space to maneuver. Then he saw Tang Snake begin to dissolve, not collapse, but dissolve. That's not how a Shikigami dies. Even before Kamo's barrage hit, Megumi had started to disassemble Teng's snake. The blood attack struck nothing of consequence. What hovered in the air now was a swarm of miniature Teng snakes. Megumi had fused rapid escape into the summoning. By sacrificing raw power for quantity and unpredictability, he avoided damage and overwhelmed Kamo with sheer numbers. Tiny, winged serpents hissed and weaved through the shadows, surging toward Kamo. Bloodied and breathing hard, he summoned a crimson blade, bracing for a desperate last stand. Kamihara Hajime leaned back in his chair, watching the screen with a satisfied expression. The battle on Megumi's end was decided. Maki's fight with Mekamaru was also reaching its conclusion. Her mastery of terrain allowed her to evade his cursed energy detection. In the end, she baited an opening and countered decisively. As for Itadori Yuji and Aoi Tadu, their bout was more like training than combat. Yuji was bruised and winded, but Tadu wasn't trying to win. He was teaching. It looked like a brawl, but in truth, Tadu was a passionate mentor. Yuji absorbed each lesson mid-combat, converting it instantly into technique. They're not going to go too far, right? Yutahime Iori asked anxiously, watching the screen. Tadu had a reputation for getting too excited. Don't worry, Hajime said, smirking. Yeri Shoko's here. Besides, even gorillas can be sensitive when it counts. He turned his attention away from the spar. This match, for Itadori and Tadu, was more about growth than winning. Meanwhile, Inamaki Toge regrouped with Panda, Nobara, and Junpei. They soon encountered the Kyoto team near the center zone. Aside from Momo Nishimiya gathering intel from the air, their opponents were Miwa Kasumi, Zenin Mai, and Nain. We've got 2 first years. Bit unbalanced. Panda sounded casual, but he'd already sized up the situation. Inamaki gave them an edge. If they played it smart, using Inamaki's curse speech, Nobara's support, and Junpei's technique, they could dominate. Nain grinned and pulled out her cursed weapon, a long, chipped staff. Mai briefed her quickly, pointing out weaknesses, then gave a subtle signal. Panda's coming. Charging fast, Panda barreled forward. Nobara followed with her signature hammer in hand. Don't move. Inamaki's voice froze the front line, but Mai and Miwa had anticipated it. They shielded Nain and broke free, with Momo descending from above. Nain charged toward Panda. The battle erupted in a flurry of motion. Panda, cautious, shifted into gorilla mode immediately. His next swing distorted the air itself. But Nain, with a confident smile, sidestepped and struck with her staff. Panda, sensing danger, realized too late it wasn't just a physical blow. The strike bypassed his armor and rattled something deeper, his soul. He froze. That wasn't an ordinary weapon, it hit my core. While Panda reeled, the battle raged elsewhere. Mai fired rubber rounds to disrupt Inamaki's rhythm. Momo used the trees to mask her broom assaults. Miwa dueled Nobara, but the latter quickly took the upper hand, her refined technique surprising everyone. Is that the Zenin clan's ancestral technique? Impressive, Yutahime remarked. Gojo Satoru chuckled beside her. Techniques are only as good as the user. So, Yutahime, what's your prediction for this match? Yutahime rolled her eyes. The outcome was clear. Megumi would finish Kamo and rejoin the others, tipping the balance further in their favor. Kamihara Hajime, on the other hand, had already lost interest in the match's result. But just as he was considering slipping away, Yeri Shoko rushed in, bypassing Gojo's usual antics. Gojo Satoru, urgent alert. A cursed spirit has appeared in a prison in Shizuoka. 2 sorcerers dead already. It's highly likely to be special grade. The situation resembles what happened at Satazakura High. Hajime immediately realized what this meant. It might be Mjito's group. I'll go. Gojo, you stay here and protect Jujutsu High. If they're after Sukuna's fingers in the repository, we can't risk being caught off guard. Gojo nodded, his tone serious. All right. I'll send you partway. If anything happens, contact me right away. The 2 vanished into the sky, traveling quickly through Gojo's technique. They reappeared on a remote road outside Shizuoka. This is your stop, Gojo said. Be careful. If they're setting a trap, it could be a full snare, meant to trap both of us. If they get into the repository, they might take the fingers. Agreed. But I think, like last time, there's more to this. I'll handle it. With that, Hajime vanished into the forest. Gojo lingered a moment, considering the 2 outcomes: either a cursed spirit had appeared naturally, and Hajime could deal with it, or it was a carefully laid trap meant to isolate them and steal Sukuna's fingers. But, how could they know about the repository? Become a patron. Oh. Chapter 72, 86 lives. By the time Kamihara Hajime arrived at the prison, the situation was far worse than the Ono prison incident. When the curse was initially detected, it was mistaken for a lower-grade spirit due to the weak cursed energy signature. As a result, a first-grade and a second-grade sorcerer were dispatched. What should have been a simple extermination ended in tragedy. Both sorcerers were killed. Thankfully, before their deaths, the sorcerers managed to deploy and reinforce a curtain, sealing the cursed spirit inside. The report was sent immediately afterward. The personnel stationed outside were surprised by Hajime's swift arrival. They had barely issued the emergency call. How had someone already shown up? And this young man, was he truly capable of handling a special grade cursed spirit? Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kamihara Hajime. Status report, he said, voice calm and direct. The auxiliary stiffened. They recognized the name. Kamihara Hajime. A special grade sorcerer, one they'd only heard about in whispers. Now, here he was in person. One of the staff stepped forward, bowing slightly. Hajime-sama, the curse is powerful. Most couldn't escape. Inside, it's likely already too late. Please, your priority is the extermination. Hajime gave a brief nod and stepped through the curtain. Behind him, someone muttered a prayer, may your martial prowess prevail. Inside, silence. The presence of the curse was faint, nearly undetectable. As he advanced deeper into the prison, Hajime encountered the first bodies, prisoners. He crouched beside one. The corpse's face was frozen in panic, a silent scream locked in its final moment. There were no visible wounds, no signs of struggle. But a closer look revealed a faint puncture near the carotid artery, thin, precise, almost bloodless. The skin was pale, drained. Dozens more littered the hall, stretching toward a distant open door. It was clear, they had tried to flee and been killed in an instant. Moving farther in, Hajime noted the building's internal structure had subtly shifted, likely a side effect of the curse's presence. Rooms were warped, darkened. More bodies. Some were staff, most were inmates. Their deaths mirrored the others, faces twisted in terror, bodies collapsed mid-motion. He released a wave of cursed energy, nothing responded. Not even residual fluctuations. Then. Save me. The whisper came from behind a thick wall. Tatsuka no Tsurugi gleamed as Hajime slashed it open with surgical precision. The reinforced concrete cracked apart effortlessly. A man, an inmate, stumbled forward, eyes wild with fear. A monster, it's still here. Hajime remained alert, ready to activate his technique at the slightest sign. But nothing stirred. Calm down, he said, but before the prisoner could respond, his expression froze. His body collapsed. Hajime immediately activated time null state. Everything around him slowed, space folding inwards slightly. Nothing. He scanned the area, tore down adjacent walls, checked every hidden corner. No curse. No presence. No trace. Deactivating his technique, he checked the fallen men. Still warm. No injuries. But no heartbeat either. Oddly, the prisoner's skin retained its color, and a faint pulse had lingered, yet his cursed energy had completely vanished. As if he'd been hollowed out. A soul-level attack, Hajime muttered, standing slowly. There are two different methods of killing, one drains blood, the other destroys the soul. Two culprits, or one curse with dual techniques. His reverse curse technique remained active at all times, any physical damage would instantly be healed. That gave him the freedom to investigate further. Suddenly, a shift. An attack. Yes, his reverse technique had triggered. But again, no trace of a curse. Hajime didn't immediately use time stop. Its cooldown, though short, left a gap. Instead, he began moving unpredictably, testing. No further attacks came while his technique was inactive. So, it wasn't long range. He stepped into an open space and activated Time Rain, a barrier-infused extension of his innate technique. Anything entering the range would be sensed, seen or not. Then he stood still, letting himself be vulnerable. An attack hit. He felt no pain, no physical impact. But his thoughts blurred, just slightly. His body was untouched. And then, clarity returned. His technique had reversed the effect. A soul strike, he confirmed. That explains everything. Mjito wasn't the only one with access to soul-based techniques, it seemed. Most sorcerers couldn't sense the soul, let alone defend it. That's why Mjito was so deadly, because reverse curse technique can't heal soul damage. Once the soul is altered or destroyed, the body follows. Only through constant reverse technique and his innate time powers could Hajime defend against it. If the curse is close enough to attack my soul, Hajime whispered, then it's within range. Time stop. Everything within 200 meters froze, cursed energy and all. And there it was. Suspended midair, frozen in the moment, was a grotesque cat-shaped cursed spirit. Its massive body was translucent black-violet. In its face sat a single, vertical red eye. It had two tails and massive human-like limbs fused into its frame. On its side, a human face, twisted in agony. Not a resemblance. A real face. Real flesh. A fusion, Hajime said grimly. Like the failed artificial sorcerer, Tengu. But worse. He moved swiftly. Tatsuka no Tsurugi cut the curse's head clean off. Onigiri and Spider Cutter impaled its limbs. Time resumed. The curse collapsed, not yet dead, but near it. The severed head twitched. From the human mouth came a broken cry, "Save me." Too late. This wasn't a curse using a human host like Sukuna in Yuji. Nor was it a curse incarnated into a corpse. This was soul fusion, irreversible. The person was gone. The curse had simply absorbed their final instinct, like a dying breath. The curse's body began to vanish, not dissipate, but erase. Hajime narrowed his eyes. Not dying normally. The human face still twitched. This wasn't over. He activated the Shura Shadow Blade. It fell, cleaving through the fading remains. As his blade pierced the core, the eye in the cat's head trembled, and then went dark. Still, Hajime sensed something off. It wasn't dead. He moved on, exploring the prison. Room by room, corpse by corpse. No survivors. Doors had been clawed open. Some rooms looked like they had been torn apart by something large. The coordinated killings, clearly premeditated. Clearly deliberate. Mjito's group again, he muttered. Just as he finished his sweep. Another attack. Time stop. The Nikomata appeared again. Identical. Hideous. Its presence still warped. This time, Hajime didn't hold back. Tatsuka no Tsurugi gleamed once more. The curse died. Then revived. He killed it again. And again. And again. It revived 86 times. With each death, it grew weaker. It lost its invisibility. Its soul-based attacks dulled. Eventually, even without time stop, Hajime could slice it apart with ease. On its final resurrection, it could no longer flee. He impaled it mid-scream. It vanished, this time for real. The prison fell quiet. Kamihara Hajime stood amid the ruin, unsheathing and sheathing his blade in one fluid motion. His expression never changed. 86 lives. One curse. No survivors. He looked toward the sky beyond the curtain. This won't be the last. Thank you for the generous Power Stones _ Chapter 73, just hitting and throwing the ball, right? Just like at Satazakura High School, the victims were completely drained of blood. It's safe to say the same group is responsible. Kamihara Hajime stood beside Gojo Satoru, calmly explaining the prison incident. Around 700 people were killed, more than last time. If this is for a ritual, he continued, then it's terrifying. And I have a feeling, this is only the beginning. Gojo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As expected, curse users infiltrated the school. We're still unsure how they discovered its location, but they were weak. We've already captured them and they're under interrogation. Gojo-sensei. Hajime shifted the topic. The cursed spirit I encountered, the Nikomata, was unusual. It caused direct soul damage, and more importantly, it was fused with a human. The technique used resembles one developed by the higher-ups. Gojo's smile faded. His expression grew serious as he adjusted his posture and sat upright. I'll handle this. Those old fools might be stubborn, but even they have to explain this. Leave the politics to me. You young ones should enjoy yourselves. Oh, and this year's individual battles. I changed them to a lottery system, Gojo added with a smirk. We're playing baseball this time. You can join. Not a lottery, huh? Gojo flashed a bright smile, his white teeth gleaming, then turned and walked off. Hajime sighed. He could already guess what would happen. If every lot drawn said baseball, then it was definitely Gojo-sensei's doing. The first round of the exchange event ended, just as Hajime had predicted. Fushiguro Megumi brought the match to a close, and Yuji Itadori unintentionally became Aoi Tadu's new best friend. As Gojo declared, the individual battles were now set to be a baseball game, scheduled 2 days later. The curse users who had infiltrated Jujutsu High were questioned, but no meaningful information was extracted. They'd simply received instructions to invade a place. By the time they realized they were up against Gojo Satoru, it was already over. Fortunately, no one from Jujutsu High was harmed. In fact, several curse users were taken out by the students themselves. The only casualties were some minor curse spirits caught in the crossfire. When Gojo returned from confronting the higher-ups, his satisfied smile said it all. Hajime understood, they couldn't explain how a forbidden technique, known only to the headquarters, was used by the enemy. Whether it was stolen or leaked, someone had to be held accountable. But Hajime was more concerned about the stolen blood and the motive behind these attacks. If the goal were to revive Sukuna, Yuji would be the obvious target. Yet these attacks had nothing to do with Sukuna. Linking it to the earlier Bone Woman and the recent Nikomata, it seemed Mjito's group had mastered a similar technique. That could only mean one thing, they were trying to revive something else. Something tied to the legendary Tatsuka no Tsurugi. In Jiu-Jitsu lore, names like Orochi and Susanoo no Mikoto were more than just myth. Even if distorted through time, their mention was serious enough. Combined with Mjito's recent moves, Hajime suspected their ambitions were far greater than just chaos. After sharing his theory with Gojo, Hajime was surprised by his calm response. Gojo had already suspected the same and scoured the ancient Gojo family records but found no trace of Orochi or Susanoo. Even the Zenin and Kamo families turned up empty. What about Master Tingen? Does he know anything? Hajime asked. Gojo shook his head. I asked. He said he's never seen a curse like Orochi and doesn't know much about cursed objects either. Said he stayed isolated too long. Hajime frowned. Then we're back to square one. These curses are like rats in a sewer, disgusting and impossible to pin down. Gojo chuckled. Nice analogy. But don't worry, we'll find their weakness. This matter, along with the whereabouts of Mjito's group, became top priority. Predictably, after the Nikomata incident, the curses vanished again. With few capable of tracking special-grade spirits and limited surveillance from the windows, all Hajime could do now was focus on the upcoming event. And so, under the judgmental gazes of Yaga Masamichi and Yutahai Mayori, the students drew their lottery. Of course, every slip read, baseball. No one questioned it. The match took place under clear skies. Jujutsu High had no shortage of fields or equipment, but... You've never played baseball? Maki asked incredulously. Hajime tilted his head. It's just hitting and throwing the ball, right? Maki was speechless. Panda and the others began warming up in full gear, but Maki realized Hajime didn't even understand the rules. Maki-senpai. I'll teach him. Yuji volunteered eagerly. He wasn't a hardcore fan, but he understood the basics well enough. After the crash course, Hajime stepped onto the field confidently. Got it. Just hit it where they can't catch it. This guy. Maki sighed. The rule was no techniques or cursed energy. Otherwise, it'd be a death match. But even without techniques, the raw strength of Maki and Yuji alone made things intense. Crack. Hajime swung the bat. The ball shot into the sky and cleared the fence. His eyes easily tracked the ball's arc, all that matters is that they can't catch it, he muttered, satisfied. Nice hit. Run. Yuji shouted. Maki narrowed her eyes. Again. Resting the bat on his shoulder, Hajime smirked. The result won't change. I told you, this game's simple. Suddenly, the next pitch flew in like a bullet. Hajime barely reacted in time, slicing it back with a screeching swing. That was close. This bat's sturdier than I thought. At the field's edge, Gojo Satoru appeared, sunglasses on and grinning, flanked by Yutahai Mayori and Kyoto's team. Due to Hajime's presence, Kyoto was one player short, granting them the right for one student to use Jujutsu. And that student was Kamo Noritoshi. Huh. That's legal. Maki yelled, watching the ball curve unnaturally mid-air and land right into Nane's glove. Red blood manipulation. The game quickly turned competitive. Kyoto had Kamo and Aoi to do, Tokyo had Maki, Yuji, and Hajime. Between shouts, hits, and trick pitches, the baseball match became a lively event under the summer sun. Elsewhere. Jogo stared into a rippling pool of blood, where a long sword hovered above the surface. How many more sacrifices are needed? He asked. Suguru Geto stood nearby, smiling calmly. 3 or 4 more. Before Jogo could complain, Geto added, we need to take our time. This technique is interesting. Let the defective ones gather what we need first. And Sukuna. Jogo growled. What if they hide his fingers? What if we can't collect all 20? Geto dipped a finger into the pool. The red drop clinging to his fingertip reflected his face like a jewel. Don't worry. That was just a warm-up. If they try to keep the fingers, we'll handle it. When chaos erupts, they'll be too distracted to protect anything. Even the strongest can't be everywhere at once, he added. That title is heavier than it looks. He flicked the blood off his finger, then turned to Jogo. Stay hidden for now. Dying for nothing is foolish. Jogo exhaled fire and smoke. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm not dying for free either. That brat. With our techniques, he's nothing. Geto's smile remained, but something cold shimmered beneath it. Is that so? What about death that erases you entirely? Jogo sneered. You think we're doing this just for ourselves? If it takes my death to make curses live as humans, I'll take it. I won't need to laugh 100 years from now. Geto nodded. Then let's show this stagnant world something new. Uremi Higashi Junior High, Saitama City. From June to September, deaths occurred across Morioka, Yokohama, and Nagoya. The victims all died the same way, after complaining about their automatic doors malfunctioning, yet no one else had those issues. Digging deeper, investigators found they all had one thing in common: they had attended Uremi Higashi Junior High. This new mission was assigned to the 3 first years. After the previous events, the higher-ups had little choice but to tolerate Yuji Itadori's presence. Hajime and Megumi Fushiguro knew the school well. They had attended it together, and Tsumaki, still in a coma, had once walked these halls. Chapter 74, More Powers, Extended Lifespan. Abilities users. What's that supposed to mean? Are you talking about actual superpowers? Kamihara Hajime looked puzzled after hearing Gojo Satoru's words. Gojo, leisurely stirring sugar into his coffee, explained, they're just Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. It's just the overseas branding that makes them sound fancier. At the core, they're people born with techniques, maybe refined through inheritance or personal development. The terminology changes with culture. He took a sip before continuing, Hajime, you know not all official organizations abroad are friendly with our Jiu-Jitsu community. Some are hostile. Recently, a group of so-called abilities users entered Japan. Hajime, of course, was familiar with foreign sorcerers. During the Cursed Spirit incident in the Arctic region, he had encountered a few. Compared to native Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, most foreign ones were weaker and rarer. He'd seen outsiders among Miguel's faction, but if Gojo-sensei was bringing it up, this wasn't just another cultural visit. So they're here with an agenda. We're not sure yet. A lot of them came in under legit IDs, and deporting them would be troublesome and pointless. But their timing is too suspicious. We've been dealing with a lot of curse-related chaos lately. Gojo shrugged. So, I need you to handle this. Nothing violent unless necessary, just get a sense of what they're after and make it clear we're not to be trifled with. Hajime downed his coffee and gave a thumbs up. No problem. Let's see what kind of spell work these tourists brought with them. Tokyo, Shinjuku. These guys are a trip. Hajime stood outside a traditional-style guest house. Intelligence confirmed this was where the group was staying. Despite being from different nations, they had formed a makeshift tour group, almost all of them superpowered. Hajime found the whole setup ridiculous. Tourists who just happened to be sorcerers. If it wasn't suspicious, it was downright absurd. He knocked. A blond man with blue eyes answered, foreign in both looks and the cursed energy leaking from his body. He didn't move from the doorway. Who are you? What do you want? He asked in clumsy Japanese. Hajime smiled and switched to perfect English. Local authority. I'm here to talk. The man, clearly surprised by his fluency, glanced around and saw Hajime was alone. After a moment, he stepped aside. You've got guts. Come on in. He led Hajime into a large tatami-floored room. A dozen people were gathered, most foreigners, all radiating cursed energy. A middle-aged man with a salt and pepper beard scowled. Ture, who the hell is this? You brought a sorcerer in here. Ture shrugged. He said he's from local authority. Came alone. Everyone turned to look. The older man narrowed his eyes, then muttered to someone beside him, white hair, not too young. As tension thickened, the man leaned forward. So, you're their envoy. What, too short-staffed to send someone older? You'd be more useful if you were a petite girl. I prefer the local women, heh. Snickers rippled through the group. A woman with snake-like eyes stood and slithered toward Hajime with a smile that was all venom. He's a cute one. You geezers step back, he's mine. Hajime's eyes flicked to the bracelet on her wrist, pale white, embedded with what looked like human teeth. Classy. He sighed and cleared his throat. I'm here to inform you. A hulking man stood up, easily over 2 meters tall, muscle-bound and shirtless. Let's welcome our guest. I'll play first. You can have what's left, snake girl. Bastard, wait, the older man started, but it was already too late. The giant's face twisted in confusion, clutching his throat. Blood began to spurt through his fingers. Hajime tilted his head. Better hold that tighter. I was merciful enough not to sever it all at once. With your build, you'll last a little longer. The others froze, alarmed. Let's not waste time. You're not tourists. So, I'll make this clear, behave. Someone opened their mouth to curse him out, but coughed up blood instead. Hajime raised a finger. That's two. He stepped forward calmly. You're just like the curse users I've dealt with. Maybe you're used to calling the shots wherever you come from. Not here. If this were up to me, none of you would leave this building. A chilling silence fell. Then Hajime turned to the snake-like woman. You. Talk. Why are you here? She froze. Then, just as she opened her mouth, pain shot through her wrist. Her hand dropped to the floor, bracelet and all. Oh, I hate cursed accessories. Now, continue. Pale, sweating, she smeared black ointment on the wound to stop the bleeding. There was a post. On the shadow web. Someone claimed they developed a drug that lets us absorb and use cursed spirits, like a fusion. More power. Extended lifespan. Hajime's expression darkened. This sounded exactly like Mjito's twisted experiments. Who posted it? Don't know. The site's anonymous. No registration. The poster was new. You said there was a video. Show me. The video was set in a dim room. A hulking, mutated man stood at the center. His limbs were grotesquely modified. He was trembling. The experiment was a success. Roughly grade 2 level now, no, weaker, because combat sense still matters. Using it on regular humans is a waste. The audio was distorted, but Hajime recognized the tone. It reeked of Mjito's group. Subtitled in English, the video offered fake stats and promises, pure bait. But to desperate mercenaries chasing power, it would be irresistible. These people were drawn here as sacrifices, Hajime muttered. He had the woman copy the video and handed her a flash drive. You've been warned. Cause trouble, and I'll finish what I started. He turned to leave. Pushing past the twitching corpse of the large man, he politely shut the door behind him. Inside, no one spoke for a long time. I thought only the white-haired guy was dangerous. I didn't even see this one move. Someone murmured. Therese stood drenched in sweat. The snake woman collapsed to her knees. That drug. She whispered. It's not worth it. He's a demon. But another voice inside her whispered darker things. What if it worked? What if I could reach that power? Chapter 75, looks like I'm not too late. After reporting the situation to headquarters and requesting close surveillance of the foreign spellcasters, Kamihara Hajime contacted Gojo Satoru on his way back. In Japan, most Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers are officially registered with headquarters. Even the freelance ones remain within its awareness. The rest are usually curse users. But why would Mjito's side deliberately lure foreign sorcerers into Japan? And that video. The strange figure recorded in it showed unnatural physical features, something even a regular camera could capture. That detail was especially concerning, because if a standard device could record it, then anyone could view the footage. Not just people within the underground shadow web, but ordinary civilians too. That was a problem. The Jiu-Jitsu world has always hidden itself from public knowledge. Most civilians can't perceive cursed spirits or the phenomena created by cursed energy. The veil of secrecy remained intact because of this. Even so-called insiders usually only understood a fraction of the truth. But that video, it was like opening Pandora's box. Initially, people might dismiss it. After all, monster videos were nothing new online. But someone would eventually take it seriously, test its contents, verify its claims, and when they did, they'd find the truth. Kamihara Hajime had no doubt that if needed, whoever released that footage would also leak additional proof to back it up. If he were in a civilian's shoes, he'd see it as the discovery of a new kind of resource, something with limitless potential. Whether or not the alleged drug actually extended life, just the promise of power was enough to spark global chaos. After all, if you could turn someone into a monster that could shred livestock with their bare hands, what government wouldn't be interested? People wouldn't hesitate to test this theory, through experimentation, surveillance, or abduction. And if that happened, it wouldn't just be a handful of sorcerers sneaking in. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, especially those without techniques like Gojo's, are still human. Most can't survive conventional military force. And with the Jiu-Jitsu world already strained by Mjito's actions, another crisis could collapse everything. But then, why only publish that video on the shadow web instead of a public platform? Kamihara Hajime frowned as he muttered, things are starting to spiral. Everyone needs to be careful. The next day. Reading a message on his phone, Kamihara Hajime paused and gestured for Yeri to hold off. He made a quick call. Megumi, handle the investigation for now. I've got something to deal with here. I'll head your way once I'm done. He hung up, nodded at Ijichi, and allowed him to continue. Ijichi quickly explained the issue, foreign spellcasters again. While some had quietly withdrawn after their last encounter, others remained. A few acted alone and were harder to track. One of them made contact with an ordinary civilian and disappeared from our surveillance for a while, Ijichi reported. When our team engaged, he injured them easily and fled. The civilian has no curse potential, but he was marked by some kind of jujitsu. All local transport had been secured. The spellcaster hadn't escaped yet. Got it. Let's go, Hajime said as he stood. Where's Gojo-sensei? I haven't seen him recently. Ijichi, starting the car, paused as Hajime waved him off and continued, recently, we've received repeated false alarms, like the ones at Sujisawa 3rd High in the prison. Weak curses, nothing dangerous. But because of what happened last time, Gojo has been responding personally to each case. And we've diverted a lot of our manpower to track these foreign spellcasters and contain the fallout from the Shadow Web leak. Kamihara Hajime confirmed the target's location on his map. I'll handle it myself. You stay at Jujutsu High and keep watch. With that, he activated his technique and vanished. Though not a teleportation ability, Hajime's technique accelerated his time, letting him move at extreme speeds. It still required foot travel, and using it too long meant pushing his limits. Even so, it was ideal for situations like this. 88 Bridge. Tsumaki went there once too. Hajime thought as he neared the area Megumi was investigating. Could that curse have triggered her coma? Probably not. According to Megumi's data, the victims struck by the curse didn't die at once, nor did they exhibit similar symptoms. Still, that curse needed to be dealt with. Then Hajime received new intel. Good news, they had located the rogue spellcaster. Bad news, he had lost control. Several people were dead. A local team had arrived to contain him, but the situation was dire. Train station interior. The station was eerily empty. Just minutes ago, the rogue had tried to escape via Shinkansen, but went berserk, killing several civilians before being intercepted by patrol sorcerers. He's catching up. Chisong Lingmei, the lone woman in the team, reported breathlessly. Her technique, real game, recreated real-world environments in her mind and mirrored enemy movement like a live battle simulator. However, its combat predictions were grim. 21 simulations. All of them ended in their deaths. The enemy's strength exceeded all projections. He's adapting too fast, Lingmei muttered, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Ishizaka Kazuo, calm and methodical, created jagged air-solidified barriers behind them while generating stairs that led up and away. Tachikawa Hiroshi, their power-type brawler, smashed through the ceiling and helped them escape to the next floor. He's getting stronger, Hiroshi reported grimly. Every second we run, he evolves. The enemy was no longer human, its body mutated with bone spikes and disproportionate muscles. It now resembled a grotesque monster nearly 3 meters tall. We have to draw him deeper into the station. If he gets outside, civilians will die. Lingmei grit her teeth. All escape routes were damaged. Their only option was to die stalling him. Let's lead him underground, she said. Even if we die, someone will avenge us. But just then, footsteps echoed from behind. Calm, confident, unfazed. Looks like I'm not too late. Chapter 76, he's strong, and kinda cool. Be careful. Chisong Lingmei's voice broke the tension. She had sensed the monster's movement and warned the others, but when she turned, it was still standing in place. Then, without warning, the towering creature surged forward, crashing through the debris. Ishizaka Kazuo reflexively prepared to push his technique to its limit, but what happened next stunned everyone. The monster charged, then, like a corrupted video skipping frames, it snapped back to its original position. It charged again, and again it glitched back, trapped in a loop. What is this? Chisong Lingmei muttered. Is this really a special grade? The monster, once relentless, was now no more than a glitching puppet caught in a time loop. Kamihara Hajime walked over silently. Only fragments of human appearance remained on the monster, torn clothing, warped skin, barbed claws and scales, a tail strong enough to fracture concrete, and bone spurs lining its body. Its sheer physical strength alone had been devastating, even without the use of any technique. Report the situation, Hajime said calmly. Lingmei quickly composed herself and relayed the details. Her technique, real game, gave her an exceptional memory, and she recited everything with precision. As Hajime listened, his eyes remained on the creature, his thoughts turning. This one was different, similar in nature to the cat demon and Tengu fusions, but closer to the original template. More human. He released the technique binding the monster. The instant the loop ended, the monster lunged, but Hajime moved first. He met the charge head-on, crashing into it. The impact cracked stone pillars. Then, with a metallic grinding, 3 ethereal blades manifested and pinned the creature to the ground. Time will spin. Forming a precise madra, Hajime activated his technique again, this time controlling the process with delicate precision. Slowly, the monster's enormous frame shrank. It began to speak, coherent words, not guttural roars. Hiss. Where is this? To everyone's disbelief, the monster had regained self-awareness. Hajime had confirmed his suspicion. By accelerating the transformation, he had brought the host's consciousness back. Though still monstrous in form, the being was thinking again, like a cursed fusion version of a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. This one had fused not with an unawakened human but a spellcaster, something even the higher-ups hadn't achieved. Hajime noted the implications. Perhaps this was what the higher-ups termed a perfect adapter. The restrained monster, now identifying himself as Hansen, stared blankly as reality returned to him. The pain was real, but so was the rush of newfound power. He tore the blades from his body, healing slowly, not through reverse curse technique, but sheer regenerative force. But as he turned to flee, he exhaled a dense cloud of violet smoke, obscuring vision with a haunting shimmer. Hajime didn't give chase immediately. A thinking monster was always more dangerous. It had retained enough human awareness to retreat, unlike the rampaging beasts before. As Hansen dashed away, Hajime simply warned, "Be careful of the gas," then vanished. Seconds later, a thunderous crash echoed. The ceiling burst open, and Hansen's body slammed into the ground, coughing blood. A massive gash cleaved through his torso. Hajime dropped in from above, Tatsuka no Tsurugi in hand. Despite his wounds, Hansen began regenerating again, slowly but surely. Hajime watched him rise, his monstrous form barely holding onto its humanity. He pondered, could beings like this even be called human anymore? Humans didn't heal like this. Humans didn't wield time-based techniques, or slice through steel, or control space. And yet, Mjito looked human too, didn't he? As Hansen stood, Hajime felt a subtle shift. The monster's cursed energy flared. With a crack of joints, Hansen lunged. Hajime caught the wind of the attack. In one swift motion, he drove Tatsuka no Tsurugi into Hansen's gut, but Hansen ignored the pain and lashed out with his other clawed hand. Hajime responded instantly, drawing Anakiri from the descending black mist. With a backward slash, he severed Hansen's hand, then kicked the monster away. Anakiri cleaved the air, blocking an invisible attack to his side. "You figured it out already." Hansen grunted. "You attacked my shoulder," Hajime said, his voice steady. Then a mirror strike followed from the same angle. "Your technique, some kind of delayed reflection." "Close," Hansen muttered. "It's called Ghost in the Mirror. When I strike, a mirrored version of the same attack launches from a nearby space. It doesn't need to connect. It just happens." Hajime didn't reply. He had heard enough to estimate the threat level. And with battle, estimates were all he needed. Hansen suddenly grabbed a nearby concrete block laced with exposed rebar and hurled it toward Hajime. At the same moment, he activated his technique again, hiding behind the obstructing debris. "You probably think I have to hit you for the effect to trigger. But now, with your vision blocked, I'll use your own sword to finish you." In an instant, Hansen thrust Tatsuka no Tsurugi from his position, confident the mirror would do the rest. But Hajime was no longer there. "Oh." Hajime's voice came from behind him. "Your technique has decent range. That's rare." Hansen froze, a chill crawling up his back. Before he could turn, he collapsed. His balance failed, his limbs no longer attached. Hajime calmly retrieved his blades. Anakiri remained clean. Tatsuka no Tsurugi glowed faintly. Then, activating Amber, Hajime sealed the fallen spellcaster, a technique that could restrain or preserve, and in this case, it served to suppress Hansen entirely. His severed limbs reverted. The cursed energy stopped flowing. All attacks ceased. Hansen, defeated, could only watch in stunned silence. Hajime called out to the others. "I've restrained him. Keep watch until the others arrive. He's still useful. I'm leaving now." He placed a hand on each of their shoulders, channeling reverse curse technique to heal their injuries, then disappeared. "He's so strong, and honestly, kinda cool looking too," Tachikawa Hiromi said, feeling the effects of the healing wash over him. Chisong Lingmei rolled her eyes, but in truth, she quietly agreed. "Let's just make sure this guy doesn't go anywhere. Send Power Stones, Wilted Flower." Chapter 77, Megumi's Domain. "Where are you?" Kamihara Hajime, moving swiftly under the cover of night, called Megumi Fushiguro as he approached the 88 bridge. After a delay, it was Yuji Itadori who answered. "Hajime-san. We're by the roadside. When we fought the cursed spirit, Fushiguro used domain expansion. He collapsed after that." With their location confirmed, Hajime rushed over and found the trio, Fushiguro, Itadori, and Nobara Kujisaki, waiting nearby. By the time he arrived, Megumi had just regained consciousness. Answering Itadori's call, Hajime walked over. "Looks like you dealt with the curse," Hajime noted. Megumi silently handed him something he'd been gripping even in unconsciousness. Hajime took it and frowned. It was one of Sukuna's fingers, radiating malignant cursed energy. Hajime crouched, healed Megumi with a touch of reverse cursed technique, and muttered, "So exhausted you can't even summon round deer." He also restored Itadori and Kujisaki, who had obediently gathered near. Megumi stretched and let out a breath. It was like the one from the juvenile detention center, just stronger. It should have been a mission for higher-ups, but Tsumaki went to that bridge. I had to do something. In the end, I managed to exorcise it with an incomplete domain expansion. Hajime nodded. He understood. Rationally, Megumi should have waited, but emotionally, of course, he wouldn't. While waiting for Akari Nita to arrive, Hajime took the chance to debrief Megumi on the domain expansion. Megumi took a moment before responding. "It's hard to explain. I didn't think, I just acted. It felt like I merged with the environment. Even though it was incomplete, using my Shikigami became way easier inside it." Hajime sighed thoughtfully. His own domain, Time Rain, had never fully taken form despite nearing completion. Megumi achieving it first gave him pause. Perhaps he needed to form a prototype and then refine it. But even that path might just yield a slightly improved Time Rain, not worth it. Domain expansion was the pinnacle of Jujutsu combat. It wasn't just about technique, it had to reflect a sorcerer's innermost essence. Each domain was unique, even when based on similar abilities. Gojo-sensei's unlimited void didn't empower his blue or red techniques directly, it instead overloaded the opponent with infinite information, crashing their minds. In contrast, Megumi's Chimera Shadow Garden made his techniques nearly effortless inside its shadow-drenched terrain. He'd even fused Great Serpent, Nu, and Max Elephant, not a mere stacking of effects, but genuine technique amplification. It wasn't just about strength, it was about understanding oneself. Do I need that kind of pressure to push through? But even if I spar with Gojo-sensei, it's not real. There's no intent to kill. Before Hajime could spiral further into thought, Akari Nita arrived, visibly flustered. She had been left behind when the trio went off mission. When she realized they weren't at the hotel and didn't answer her calls, she searched everywhere, only to find them after they had already exorcised the curse. She stormed over, her voice sharp. "Hajime-san. What are you doing here? Did you handle the curse?" "No," Hajime replied calmly. "They did. I only just arrived." Nita froze in surprise as Hajime handed her something. The moment her hand touched the object, her expression twisted. Sukuna's finger. The curse at 88 Bridge had been a special grade. She didn't know whether to reprimand them for recklessly confronting such a threat, or praise them for surviving it. After Hajime sealed the finger, the team returned to Jujutsu High. Back at Jujutsu High. "Come in." Hajime pushed open the door. The room was sterile, filled with machines, medical beds, and a wall of glass jars housing strange objects. Gojo-sensei, Yeri Shoko-san. Gojo Satoru and Yeri Shoko stood beside two restrained creatures, one captured by Hajime, the other by Gojo. Both appeared humanoid, though warped and monstrous. Gojo grinned. "You're back, Hajime. Looks like we caught twin freaks." "Mine was nearly brain-dead thanks to unlimited void, though." Yeri Shoko nodded. "They're from the same source, but yours is more useful. His consciousness is still intact, thanks to your technique." She glanced at the one Hajime captured, its expression blank, hollow from whatever research she'd conducted. Apparently, she'd been using the effects of amber to experiment on him, restoring him repeatedly as she tested his limits. Hajime didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. He even offered, "Need me to reactivate the technique again?" Yeri waved it off. "No need. You've got more important things to handle. Let me brief you." The two entities were partially human but far from normal. Their physical enhancements were evident, but even more bizarre was the fusion of cursed techniques. Number 1, Gojo's sample, had no usable intel. He'd been a regular criminal before transforming. Number 2, Hajime's, had fragments of memory about a mysterious figure and something he described as a medicine, which wasn't medicine at all but a processed cursed object. Headquarters' fusion process only works on non-sorcerers, Hajime said. And even then, it's unstable. But this guy had two techniques, though he couldn't use them together. That shouldn't be possible. Gojo leaned forward. So whoever developed this went beyond anything we've seen. Yeri interrupted, frowning. Maybe so, but there's a flaw. They won't live long. Number 2's gaze sharpened. What did you say? I'm going to die. Yeri didn't react. Your extended life is thanks to Hajime's technique. Number 1 will probably die first. As if on cue, Number 1 began convulsing. In seconds, his body shriveled into a husk. Number 2 stared blankly. You lied to me. Hajime looked to Yeri. Anything else you need to study? Yeri shrugged. Not unless I want to reinvent a whole branch of Jiu-Jitsu. This is way outside my expertise. Gojo, smirking, added, why not ask me? I'm amazing at this stuff. She didn't even glance his way. Gojo, don't you have a mission to get to? He chuckled. I've got a talented student. Won't take long. Besides, we need to get ahead of this while we can. Hajime sighed inwardly. With more of these modified curses appearing, it was only a matter of time before things escalated. Oh, right, he added, Megumi touched on domain expansion. Gojo blinked. Wait, he used an incomplete domain. Against a special grade. When Hajime confirmed it, Gojo grinned wide. Nice. Looks like the kid's making real progress. Chapter 78, Bonus, More Troubles. These things are worthless. Their souls are already shattered, they're just disposable tools. Mjito leaned on his hand, eyeing the distorted bodies on the tables with thinly veiled boredom. From the shadows, Suguru Geto emerged, his presence instantly stirring the otherwise unresponsive figures. Suguru Geto studied the squirming forms like one might admire a painting. Despite Mjito's complaint, he kept his usual calm smile. Even failures have value. Without them, my progress in this research wouldn't have come so far. Mjito turned his attention to his mutating hand, exhaling heavily. You said this would help us deal with the Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. But how? At this rate, we'll be waiting forever. It sounded like a petty gripe, but Geto understood the deeper frustration. Mjito's twisted desires weren't being fulfilled. Given the strength of the current top Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, especially that one boy, even surviving an encounter seemed impossible. If the boy fought seriously, the result would be decided in mere seconds. Mjito, not everything in this world revolves around Jiu-Jitsu. Mjito's interest perked slightly. So, that's why you brought in those foreign spellcasters. Are you planning to target ordinary people too? Geto approached 2 of the restrained subjects, who had stopped moving and were now trembling. His smile deepened. The balance has already shifted. What we need now is a foreign element, something to stir the pot. Only then can our true plans move forward. Mjito rubbed his chin, skeptical. You sure that's enough to handle the Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers? We're not bringing Sukuna back just yet, right? Suguru Geto retrieved a small bead from his sleeve, mist swirled inside it. He placed it in one of the subjects' mouths. The men began convulsing violently before falling still, breathless. Geto let out a soft sigh. Thanks to these volunteers, and the many more to come, we'll get there. 2 days passed. Yeri Shoko had long since concluded her analysis of the curse samples. The foreign spellcasters had been unusually well behaved since then, and no further reports of incidents or outbursts had surfaced. Surveillance had been tightened, but no irregularities were observed. They blended into a tourist group so convincingly it was difficult to justify any direct action. Kamihara Hajime had only dealt with one rogue individual. Handling the entire group would be too much trouble unless absolutely necessary. For now, observation and containment would suffice. But peace is always temporary. That illusion shattered with the arrival of a new report. The Yakuza. They're still relevant. Did they trigger a curse outbreak? Kamihara Hajime looked confused. Gojo Satoru responded with a snap of his fingers. Yeah, the Yakuza aren't what they used to be. Most of them drifted into gray market industries after reforms. But the police still keep them under pressure, they can't risk any curse-related incidents slipping through the cracks. Gojo handed Hajime a document folder. This case actually started before the spellcaster incident. It was just subtle. No obvious link to Jiu-Jitsu at first. Hajime skimmed through the 10 or so pages, eyebrows knitting into a frown. Illegal goods. How is that connected to curses? According to the intelligence, Yakuza in Osaka had been distributing contraband in entertainment venues. Initially, the scale wasn't alarming, but as the product gained popularity, competition disappeared, and the mysterious supplier never raised prices. With profits soaring, the Yakuza turned a blind eye to everything else. Then came the murder. The suspect was a dropout, jobless and wasting away his family's money. He spent his days chasing fleeting highs until he tried this new product. It changed him. Strength surged through his body. His mind cleared in strange ways, yet he descended deeper into obsession. There were no visible side effects, at first. So he abandoned everything else for more. Then one day, returning home, he found his girlfriend in bed with another man. he snapped. Rage fueled him. He fought the stranger, someone clearly more physically fit, and yet, he overpowered him with ease. Just as he was about to kill him, his girlfriend stabbed him in the back with a kitchen knife. He pulled it out like it was nothing, his gaze dark. Then, he crushed the knife in his hand. The pinned man tried to fight back but was immediately killed. One punch crushed his face, the second deformed his skull. He died on the spot. The girlfriend, paralyzed in terror, could only whimper as she watched. Then, in an unstable frenzy, the suspect violated her, before killing her too. According to forensic reports, the girl died before the mutilation occurred. Yet her body was found horribly disfigured, with nearly half of it missing, particularly the torso, thighs, and chest. The room itself was a grotesque canvas. Blood soaked everything. The smell alone forced several officers to vomit. The suspect was caught not long after. A half-naked man, drenched in blood and clearly unstable, wasn't hard to find. And yet, he went down too easily. Despite the carnage he caused, he offered no resistance during arrest. Later, in custody, he broke free of handcuffs and injured an officer with unnatural strength. The police opened fire, and when he died, they finally discovered the truth. He had consumed the missing body parts. His weapons were his mutated hands, bizarre enough to evade bite mark detection, powerful enough to tear flesh and bone unaided. More alarming, the police uncovered similar cases after the fact, none as extreme, but all hinting at the same substance. Kamihara Hajime set down the file, rubbing his temples. This is tied to those foreign spellcasters, isn't it? Gojo Satoru nodded. Yes. Not the exact same fusion technique, but the same principle. Those drugs are infused with cursed energy. They don't bestow techniques, but they can enhance physical capabilities, at the cost of mental collapse. The local police are raiding every known site. But we can't wait. You're heading to Osaka. Get answers, Hajime. This can't be allowed to spread. This marks the beginning of a new age. Suguru Geto sat comfortably on a plush sofa, addressing several sharply dressed executives with imposing auras. Beside him stood a woman in a pale kimono, her short silver hair falling neatly around her face. If she had been standing in snow beside blooming plum blossoms, nature itself might have faded in comparison. After showing them a video filled with disturbing events, skepticism still lingered on their faces. Geto didn't bother to argue. Have any of you heard of Jiu-Jitsu? He gestured for the woman to bring over a tray. These are special viewing tools. Please, try them on. As the group reluctantly donned the glasses, their expressions shifted from doubt to horror. If any Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers had been in that room, they'd have seen it too, a horde of twisted, violent cursed spirits. This is just an illusion, right? Some new AR tech. Smiling, Geto leaned forward. If you still doubt me, how about this, send out your best soldiers. Let's see how they fare against real curses. Thanks for the power stones. Apologies for not uploading the chapters earlier today. I've been sick, still am, actually, lol. That said, I'll be switching the update time back to the original schedule, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., WAT. Chapter 79, Nation's Threat. Osaka. The Ryuo nightclub, once a bustling source of profit, had gone completely silent. The Yakuza behind it had tried to deflect attention with a scapegoat, but the situation had clearly escalated beyond their control. Not just the underlings, but even the higher-ups, politicians, corporate figures, and corrupt officials connected to this operation, were all being targeted and purged. But for Kamihara Hajime, things weren't moving fast enough. Instead of waiting for the system to slowly trim the weeds, Hajime planned to rip out the roots himself. Activating his technique, he casually walked through the nightclub's front entrance. The place was completely empty, no surprise, given the recent fallout. Hajime didn't need to ask where the boss was. The two burly guards standing by a side door gave it away. With minimal effort, he incapacitated both men, pushed open the door, and stepped inside, right into a frozen scene of intimacy. A bare back, pale and smooth, was draped in dark, glossy hair. The twisted pose of the two lovers had a dynamic tension, like a painting caught mid-motion. Canceling his technique, Hajime cleared his throat loudly. Startled, the man jolted upright. Mutasanji shoved the woman aside and reached into his desk drawer, quickly pulling out a loaded pistol. Ducking behind the sofa, he aimed directly at the intruder. What he saw, however, didn't match the situation in his mind, a young man in a black Jujutsu High uniform, standing calmly, arms relaxed at his sides. Who the hell are you? How did you get in? Sanji barked, trying to hide his fear behind aggression. Hajime ignored the gun. He walked past Sanji like he didn't exist, took a seat on the opposite sofa, and gestured silently for the woman to step aside. The woman, hastily pulling on a robe, shrank into the corner without a sound. Sanji sneered and wrapped a towel around his waist before taking the other seat. Hajime spoke first. Sanji, 42 years old, father of two, unofficial head of the Yanagawa-gumi, he began with a calm smile. At least, that's the public story. In reality, you're connected to several factions, including local bureaucrats and corporate networks. Sanji paled. Whoever this guy was, he clearly had deep intel, information that should have been impossible to gather. Who are you? Sanji demanded, knuckles white on the pistol grip. Instead of answering, Hajime placed a small, clear plastic bag on the table and pushed it forward. Sanji picked it up and immediately recognized what it was, Gokurakigen. He remembered authorizing its distribution after watching users become stronger, more euphoric. He hadn't touched it himself, he preferred his pleasures tangible, not chemical. But the money it brought in had made it irresistible. That was, until the police swooped in. His clubs were shut down. His contacts vanished. His assets were frozen. Attempts to flee had been blocked. And now this boy, no, this sorcerer, was here for that very substance. What is this supposed to be? Sanji began, trying to stall. Gokurakigen, Hajime interrupted. That's the name you gave it. You've pushed it in your clubs. Don't play dumb. Sanji scowled and waved his gun. You better watch it, kid. I don't know what you think this is. Shoot, Hajime said flatly. Sanji froze. What did you say? Shoot, Hajime repeated, leaning back casually. Squeeze the trigger. Sanji hesitated, torn between fear and pride. What's your angle? You trying to bait me? Want me to kill you so you can slap charges on me? Hajime didn't answer. In one seamless moment, he entered a time-null state, appeared beside Sanji, and disarmed him. The pistol was gone before Sanji even realized it. He blinked, confused, then panicked. Hajime examined the weapon, unimpressed. He could easily replicate its power with cursed energy. Still, for ordinary people, a gun was more intimidating than invisible power. He casually pointed the muzzle at Sanji and pulled the trigger. Click. Sanji flinched violently, expecting pain. When it didn't come, he opened his eyes and looked down at himself. Still alive. His eyes darted to the table, and there it was. A single deactivated bullet casing, standing upright. The door burst open. Several men in black stormed in, weapons drawn. Boss. Sanji, trembling, lifted a hand. Get out. They hesitated. I said get out, he repeated. Once the room was clear, Hajime spoke again. Who supplied you with the Gokurakigen? I want every detail. I'm not here for you, you're just bait on a hook. Don't try anything stupid. Sanji, pale but composed, nodded. Oki. A large man entered. Bring everything labeled under number 1, Sanji ordered. The man returned minutes later with paper documents and a laptop. It's all here. The system is offline, and the files are on this USB, Sanji explained. Hajime skimmed the paper copies, then plugged in the USB. The combined data painted a clearer picture: delivery records, transaction logs, surveillance captures. Sanji wasn't a mastermind, just another pawn. More importantly, Hajime found what he needed. Sanji had tried to track down the source of the drug after it proved successful. But everyone he found was a dead end, regular people with no clue what they'd been part of. And then came the warning. One morning, without anyone entering his office, the severed head of his subordinate was sitting on his desk. Since then, Sanji hadn't dared to dig further. Hajime collected the USB and papers. I'll be taking these. Thanks for your cooperation. With a flick of his fingers, the laptop and files vanished into thin air. He turned toward the stunned woman. What are you still doing here? Leave. She bolted. Outside, Hajime walked past the guards with ease. They didn't dare stop him. Back inside, Sanji stared at the bullet casing, deep in thought. Eventually, he picked up his phone. Hello, honey. I think I want to take that family vacation after all. Later, Hajime handed over all the intel to Ichichi. The documents were enough to expose several key figures. Still, the real puppet masters behind this operation remained hidden. The way ordinary people were being drawn into these incidents reminded Hajime of the last case, a civilian caught up in something far beyond their understanding. Unknown techniques affecting non-sorcerers, he muttered. New operation launched. The police and Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers acted swiftly, targeting storage points, flushing out suppliers, and confiscating unused doses of Gokurakigen. Sanji and others involved were rounded up. Authorities escalated their crackdown on similar substances, earning public approval. Eventually, it was confirmed, curse users were directly involved. Through the trail left by the ecstasy pill, investigators discovered other variants, substances carrying faint traces of cursed energy. Some raids were met with resistance from cursed spirits. Hajime neutralized a few, but was quickly summoned back for an urgent meeting. Returning to Jujutsu High, Hajime found not just Gojo Satoru, but also Principal Yaga and nearly every faculty member present. The last time he saw such a gathering was during the Hyaki Yagyo. Since Kamihara Hajime is here, let's begin, Yaga said. Today's topic, the cursed energy leak incident. Gojo's face turned serious. The United States has contacted Japan. They've confirmed knowledge of Jujutsu. Hajime frowned. Yaga continued, most overseas spellcasters, espers, as they're called, aren't affiliated with any government. Curses are rare abroad, so foreign states never formed counter-systems like ours. But now. He looked around the room. Now, someone's pulled the veil back. And we're not just dealing with curses anymore. We're dealing with nations. Chapter 80, Gojo makes a move. Currently, the opposing side was still maintaining a semblance of diplomacy. Their wording remained ambiguous, but both parties clearly understood the underlying intentions. After discovering the existence of Jujutsu and learning that Japan had preserved and developed this system over 1,000 years, that greedy superpower naturally wouldn't let go of what they believed to be the key to ushering in a new era. A series of demands, arrogant and presumptuous, quickly followed. Still, it was evident they knew some of the inner workings. They hadn't torn off their masks completely, yet even so, tension spiked immediately. Among the outrageous demands, they even had the nerve to request Jujutsu sorcerers for their experiments. It went without saying, the Jujutsu community would never allow that. For once, the big three families and the Jujutsu headquarters stood united. Some of the foreign requests went beyond invasive, they were an attempt to dig up the very roots of their world. The majority of the Jujutsu society agreed, this greed would not be tolerated. But rejection was easier said than done. While human weapons were useless against curses, they could still harm Jujutsu sorcerers. Cursed energy provided defense to an extent, but ordinary sorcerers wouldn't withstand snipers, rifles, or heavy artillery. Even the strongest would be challenged by modern weapons, or worse, nuclear arms. A full-scale war wasn't an option. At best, it would result in mutual destruction. So the question was, how do they achieve peace, without war? Deterrence, Kamihara Hajime said flatly. All eyes turned to him. He continued, peace is maintained through power balance. If both sides can destroy each other, neither side dares to strike. Modern peace is built on nuclear deterrence. So, Hajime explained, we need to make them understand that we possess power strong enough to warrant their fear. That's how we'll establish peace. But we don't have nuclear weapons. Someone began. Yaga Masamichi understood immediately. We may not have the strongest man-made weapons, but we have the strongest Jujutsu sorcerers. Everyone's gaze turned toward Gojo Satoru and Kamihara Hajime. Could individual power truly serve as deterrence? It wasn't about scale, it was about perception. If a single person could bring destruction, that was enough to change the enemy's mind. I'll go, said Gojo. Hajime, who had been preparing to volunteer, glanced at him. Gojo smiled. This kind of job is beyond student training. Besides, my technique is flashier. Gojo-sensei. He wasn't wrong. Hajime's time null state made him perfect for assassination, slipping past defenses like they didn't exist. He was a natural killer in a world where humans had no defense against cursed techniques. Gojo, however, was something else, a walking bomb, infinitely regenerating and impossible to ignore. His presence would force the world to pay attention. But Hajime understood why Gojo insisted on going. It wasn't just about ability. Hajime mostly killed curse users, criminals, or those too far gone for redemption. This time, it was different. They were facing soldiers, people following orders, some unaware of what they were involved in. Gojo knew Hajime could do it. But he also knew what such a role would do to him. If the plan failed, whoever carried it out would be labeled the villain who triggered global war. The world wouldn't remember reasons, only consequences. That's why Gojo insisted on going. It was a teacher's burden, not a student's. And with that, the plan was decided. They wouldn't start with brute force. Official negotiations came first. Kyoto would be informed. The Jujutsu leaders would prepare in secret. Even students like Megumi Fushiguro and Itadori Yuji could sense the tension. At first, only vague hints were given, but as pressure mounted, Hajime decided they deserved to know the truth. Unlike Principal Yaga, Hajime believed it wasn't about strength. It was about awareness. They were Jujutsu sorcerers, and no protection would last forever. The American delegation. When the Americans arrived, Hajime didn't attend the talks. The big three families and Jujutsu headquarters handled them. The first negotiation failed instantly. According to Gojo, it was glorious. Apparently, the elders nearly cursed the foreign representatives on the spot. What surprised everyone was that the Americans already knew of Gojo Satoru, and no one dared provoke him. Gojo claimed it was due to his overwhelming reputation, though he added that the old geezers still tried to shift responsibility onto him. When the deterrence plan was proposed, the elders panicked, worrying it would trigger war. But in the end, they yielded. Gojo's power and resolve left them no choice. Those old men care more about their legacy than their lives, Gojo muttered later. They're just waiting for me to clean up the mess. Hajime laughed, Gojo-sensei, what if we took over? With your strength and my technique, the Jiu-Jitsu world could be ours. Gojo, sipping tea and nibbling pastries, reached over to ruffle Hajime's hair. You've been watching too many action movies. Then his tone softened. Don't worry about this stuff. Enjoy being young. You'll have plenty on your plate soon. Yuta Okatsu's returning, you'll see him in a few days. As for the mess, this is a crisis, but also a chance. The real threat isn't the higher-ups. It's the one pulling the strings behind them. Operation Deterrence begins. Negotiations collapsed. Everyone finally realized that America intended to seize control of Jiu-Jitsu. The Jiu-Jitsu world, disgusted by the spinelessness of the official government, began to act. Their foreign enemies, previously overlooked Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, received help from the Americans, gaining mysterious status and protection by mingling with station forces. Soon after, disappearances began. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers went missing. But retaliation came fast. Those rogue sorcerers and their handlers, 3 leaders and several officers, were killed inside their fortified military base, without a trace of the attacker. Their peaceful faces suggested they saw it coming. No one needed to ask who was responsible. Meanwhile, Japan's anti-drug campaign came to a close. The cursed contraband disguised as narcotics had been wiped out. But no one had time to celebrate. The deterrence plan was ready. Tensions hit freezing point. International media swarmed the story. America deployed warships for training exercises, bolstered troop numbers, and began economic pressure. Japan had no choice but to act. The strongest makes his move. Morning dawned. Gojo Satoru stood calmly, no blindfold or sunglasses covering his 6 eyes. He waved casually to the students, flashing a smile. Then I'm off. Don't worry. I'm the strongest. He gave a thumbs up, then vanished into the sky. Above the Pacific. Massive warships cut through the sea, unmoved by the crashing waves. Commander Giral had been briefed on Jiu-Jitsu. At first, he dismissed it, until he saw its effects. Now, he was a fanatic. He saw Jiu-Jitsu as a key to a new world order, one America had to dominate. Their weapons were supreme. Flesh and blood couldn't resist them, no matter how powerful. Once they mastered Jiu-Jitsu, global supremacy was inevitable. Such power should not belong to a small island nation, Giral muttered, smug. Just as he ordered the daily exercise to begin, a black dot appeared in the sky. He laughed. A drone. Or a fighter jet. But reports came quickly. Radar couldn't track the target. It moved erratically, unnaturally. Too small to be a jet. Then came the radio call. Commander. Someone's flying, in the air. Giral rushed out. He saw it. A man. Floating. He gave the order, fire. But before weapons could launch, one of the ships split clean in half, silent and effortless. Explosions filled the sky, but the men remained. He moved again, too fast to track. He raised one hand. Stop, stop. A roar answered him. Another ship was destroyed. Giral collapsed, muttering in disbelief. Impossible. We're currently on chapter 140. I upload 20 chapters a week there, by the way. Chapter 81, White-Haired Demon. Giral's commands were useless, bullets and explosions had no effect on the demon. Every time the flames and smoke cleared, he remained unharmed. Whenever he teleported onto a warship, an invisible force would sink it. Only after putting on the special glasses provided by his superiors did Giral finally see the cause of destruction. A flash of purple light, brief and residual, ripped through the ship's hull and seawater like a blade, unobstructed. The resulting waves from the evaporated seawater crashing back into the void were colossal, but Giral no longer noticed. His heart had turned cold. 41 seconds. To be exact, it could be measured in milliseconds. Every warship under Giral's command had been sunk, leaving only the aircraft carrier he stood on. He and the other soldiers aboard fell into despair. Some dropped to their knees, praying to God. Through blurred vision, Giral saw a figure, a tall, white-haired man. His appearance was stunning, even by differing aesthetic standards. But none of it compared to his eyes, vaster than the sky, deeper than the ocean, more beautiful than any gem Jiral had ever seen. "You're the commanding officer, aren't you?" The man spoke in flawless English, his voice clear and cold. Jiral snapped out of his daze, barking hoarsely, "Fire!" The soldiers opened fire, but the bullets stopped midair, forming a hovering shell around the demon. "Oh God!" a soldier whispered, frozen in awe and terror. With a soft whoosh, the bullet shell scattered, revealing the untouched figure within. Gojo Satoru took another step forward. The soldiers, minds broken by fear, could no longer fight. What they saw defied reality. This was no man, this was a demon, a god, or something worse. And the god they had prayed to never came. Driven by the survival instinct, Jiral reacted. Drawing his handgun in a flash, he fired directly at Gojo. The bullets halted before they could reach those cerulean eyes. Clink. They dropped to the deck. Gojo gripped Jiral by the neck and soared into the sky. No. No. Through his glasses, Jiral saw another flash of purple. He screamed, but the men didn't respond. Below, the last aircraft carrier sank, and the surviving soldiers floated like helpless ants in the ocean. Jiral, pale and broken, could only whisper, "What do you want?" "Peace. Don't worry. It'll be quick. You won't feel a thing." Before the thought fully processed in his mind, Jiral ceased to exist. A piece of wreckage fell, barely making a ripple. Gojo Satoru looked into the distance, then vanished. Though the deterrent mission had only one operative, others weren't idle. Official forces scrambled to rescue the surviving soldiers, who were then placed under containment. Ironically, they owed America thanks for entering the area. Their own coasts had suffered, but information control ensured the public remained unaware of the fleet's annihilation. At Tokyo Jujutsu High, representatives from factions across the Jiu-Jitsu world gathered. The waiting period, though short, felt excruciating. When footsteps echoed through the room, Gojo appeared at the doorway. His smile said everything was under control. It was a success. Everyone exhaled. The government official present wiped the sweat from his brow. Though the operation clashed with official plans, they couldn't oppose it. Too many ties bound the Jiu-Jitsu world and the government. They needed the sorcerers to resolve the crisis. In turn, the sorcerers acted autonomously while officials managed damage control. Fortunately, the strategy worked. The American fleet had been destroyed, a brutal but effective show of power. The next phase involved smoothing things over diplomatically. The surviving U.S. soldiers would be returned. The aim was peace, not war. By demonstrating power capable of threatening even America's foundation, an uneasy peace began. When your neighbor barks, show him your teeth. Then he talks. Under Gojo's lead, conservative factions like Zenin and Kamo were pressured into making token concessions for negotiation leverage. America wouldn't let go easily. Neon, a global player, was still no match for U.S. influence. When force failed, economic pressure would follow. With curses now revealed, the threat was real, and their resolve absolute. Thus came the new plan, cooperation. Foreign spellcasters lacked organization, often just master-disciple or bloodlines. They couldn't match Japan's old Jiu-Jitsu families, whose knowledge and influence endured. Despite Jiu-Jitsu's decline since the Heian era, things had shifted with the Gojo family's divine child. Even without titles, these families retained power, making them more valuable than wild, self-taught foreign spellcasters. So, Japan offered scraps of Jiu-Jitsu knowledge to stabilize the West. Once they understood curses, their obsession might fade. Someone once said, destroy their roots. In this case, give them crumbs. Negotiations began. Tensions eased. Cooperation replaced confrontation. Some nations suspected the truth. A fleet doesn't disappear without notice. Yet America, shamelessly resilient, sat at the table with their executioners. Outrageous demands faded. Foreign spellcasters stranded in Japan were quietly taken back. What became of them remains unknown. Fucksk. President Palmer swore loudly. As the U.S. head of state, he'd helped plan this operation, and was now paying the price. He still remembered the moment the urgent report arrived, the fleet destroyed by a single airborne individual. His first thought. A rival nation trying to provoke war. Then came the details, not a country. A person. Flying. Superman. Are they high? He'd snapped. But the name stuck, Gojo Satoru. The strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. He'd heard it before, those self-proclaimed curse masters had mentioned him. Palmer didn't believe them then. A fleet, his fleet, wiped out by one man. He convened an emergency meeting. Then the man himself appeared. White-haired. Come. Holding a severed head, Jiral's. He placed it on the table. Palmer nearly choked. How did he get past security? And then, nothing. No violence. No words. Just presence. When other officials arrived and saw the head, silence fell. They understood, their lives hung in the balance. The worst part wasn't Gojo's power, it was that no weapon could hurt him. They had no choice but to negotiate. Even now, Palmer shuddered recalling that day. Suddenly, a knock. The door creaked open. Mr. President. Palmer scowled. You again. Suguru Geto strolled in, smirking, bypassing all guards. What do you want now? Palmer said, voice cold. Geto lounged on the sofa, smiling knowingly. I warned you, didn't I? They're strong. Palmer narrowed his eyes. He had warned them, yes, but not like this. Mr. President, Geto said, our goals align. I have a proposal. Then talk. Remember the true nature of curses? Geto asked. Palmer said nothing. They're born from human negativity. But what happens when the public knows they exist? Palmer's eyes widened. You want to reveal them? That's insane. No, Geto said. Not globally. Just in a contained environment, like. Send Power Stone's wilted flower. 100 is equal to 1 bonus chapter. 200 is equal to 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 82, The Curse Revealed, targeting the entire nation. The existence of curses will be revealed to the public, Suguru Geto said with a disturbingly calm smile. And convincing them of it? Leave that to me. His tone held a quiet conviction as he continued, your task is to isolate this place from external interference. Cut off information flow and treat it as a closed zone. Palmer, though initially alarmed, began to process the implication. Even if some of it leaks out, it won't matter. Other nations will likely help cover it up, because no one wants this kind of truth spreading to their borders, Geto added. Palmer's fear shifted into contemplation. If modern weapons couldn't handle Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, what chance did they stand against curses? Geto clasped his hands within his sleeves, composed as ever. As for Gojo, Satoru and the other sorcerers you're so worried about, they'll be preoccupied by the chaos. Palmer took a long breath, straightened up, and asked, then tell me. What's the full plan? Later, in Japan. With the crisis temporarily under control, most of the heavy lifting fell to higher-ups and strategic units, while ordinary Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers returned to their routines. The illegal curse drug, known as Gokurakugen, had mostly been removed from circulation, with the supply chain buried deep and thoroughly scrubbed. The residual threats were swiftly managed, in no small part thanks to Principal Masamichi Yaga. Curses, however, had grown unusually active. Several recent cases mirrored the blood loss incidents from before. But this time, they were ready. Yaga's latest creations, cursed corpses disguised as common animals like stray cats and dogs, were tailored to draw out hidden threats. Their only functions were survival and attracting curses. If a surveillance window team identified a suspect location, these corpses would be dispatched and monitored via talismans. If the talisman was destroyed quickly, it signaled a high-threat curse, and elite sorcerers would be sent. If it remained intact, it was likely a diversion, and local agents could handle it. Kamihara Hajime himself would step in only if absolutely necessary. This system significantly improved efficiency, though Yaga himself had grown overworked. According to Panda, he was starting to act more like Hajime than he'd like to admit. But for now, things had settled. Large-scale attacks were down. Lesser incidents were fewer and more manageable. Hajime could finally breathe. Narita Airport. Today, Hajime wasn't on duty, he was here to pick up an old friend, Yuta Okatsu. Only a few flights left. He should have landed by now, Hajime muttered, glancing at the sparse arrivals list. International travel had slowed, delaying Yuta's return by days. Not long after, he spotted him. Yuta, now older and carrying a single duffel bag, waved with a casual grin. Hajime greeted him with a warm hug before the two walked out together toward Ijichi, who waited nearby. How have you been? Hajime asked. Yuta returned a familiar smile. Good. But, what happened with that incident? I caught some of it while I was abroad. Gojo-sensei told me to hurry back. Gojo's still Gojo, Hajime replied. You coming back means your mission's mostly done, right? We've been short-handed, and that situation's only on pause. He sighed and waved the thought away. Never mind. You just got back. Let's get some food first. They met Ijichi and headed to a quiet restaurant in Ginza. Over food, Hajime recounted everything, from the first-year students' antics to the chaos Yuta missed. Yuta listened closely, smiling at stories of their old classmates and juniors. The nostalgia was clear in his expression. But the peaceful moment didn't last. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the restaurant. Well-dressed customers abandoned their meals and gathered by the windows. Curious, Hajime and Yuta shifted to get a view. Their sharp eyesight quickly picked up the cause. Outside, every giant display screen flickered wildly, then unified, every single screen in Ginza now played the same mysterious image. Phones across the restaurant buzzed. Customers found the same video streaming on their devices. A middle-aged man appeared on screen. His voice and face were blank. "We live in a lie," he began. "The world's true face has been hidden. But today, I'll show you what's real. Please listen carefully." The screen switched to grainy footage. A lone figure, clearly a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, moved through a ruined street, striking at invisible enemies. He broke concrete with ease and hurled destroyed vehicles. To the average person, it looked like bad CGI. A failed film promo. Most laughed. But Hajime, Yuta, and Ijichi didn't. Their faces hardened. They're exposing Jiu-Jitsu to the public," Hajime muttered. Ijichi immediately began making frantic calls. Hajime ignored his own buzzing phone and kept watching. Whoever was behind this had no intention of making this a local event. The man's voice continued. "Supernatural powers exist. They are called curses. And the ones who battle them are Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers." Then came a horrifying display. The man presented a woman tied to a chair, sobbing. He showed a small, white pill, the same substance known as Gokurakigen. He forced it into her mouth. Moments later, she screamed in terror. "Ghosts. I see ghosts." The woman flailed in panic. Then, as though attacked by something invisible, her body floated and twisted in midair. The crowd watching began to retch and scream. It was real. Uncensored. Unfiltered. The camera panned back to the men. "These gifts are already distributed across the country. You've all been deceived for too long. Accidents, suicides, unexplained deaths, many were caused by curses. And the system never let you see it." Then, in a final shocking transformation, the man's flesh warped. His bones broke outward. His skin twisted into a grotesque curse, right before the camera cut out. The silence that followed was deafening. People began whispering, shouting, filming again, utterly shaken. Just as Hajime was about to move out, another scream tore through the air. The crowd outside scattered in terror. He rushed to the street. A tentacled monster, once human, now mutated by Gokurakigen, loomed above panicked citizens. Without hesitation, Hajime drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi. A single clean strike ended it. He reversed the damage using his technique, restoring a young woman who had just died. Then, seamlessly blending into the crowd, he released his curse technique again. The bystanders blinked. The monster was gone. The woman was alive. They looked at each other in disbelief. Could they have all imagined it? Hajime didn't wait for questions. He rejoined Yuta and Ijichi by the car. With one urgent nod from Hajime, Ijichi understood, it was time to head back to Jujutsu High. Fast. Chapter 83, Awakening of Truth. My name is Takahashi Sozen, I'm 22 this year. My parents divorced when I was very young, so my mother and I depended on each other. After graduating, I joined a well-known company, and I thought life was finally getting better, but last year my mother, unexpectedly passed away. Takahashi Sozen, already dressed and ready for work, opened his front door and bumped into his elderly neighbor. He forced a polite smile, greeted the men, and descended the stairs without a real response. He had lost his job at the big firm. Emotional fatigue and burnout led to his dismissal. Now he worked at a small company, earning just enough to get by alone. He clasped the subway's handrail, staring blankly at the city lights passing by. Fellow commuters discussed yesterday's bizarre national incident in hushed tones. Since the event happened, authorities have tried to reassure the public, but panic remains widespread. Many cities even saw riots. Not only were shocking videos circulating, but international communication had been disrupted. Messages vanished, posting was blocked, and international flights were grounded. While rumors swirled, the official stand seemed strong, yet what did this have to do with Sozen? The answer, he knew, was deeply personal. He had watched the entire video along with everyone else. He'd even recorded it. An ominous voice echoed in his mind, haunting his dreams last night. The dream showed a man in a nearby park who hinted that hidden medicines could reveal the truth. "You don't really believe in ghosts, do you?" a bystander asked. "Curses, that's what they're calling it now. Sounds like an internet stunt. But that footage, it was too vivid. I had nightmares." These snippets looped in Sozen's mind. Curse, accidental death. The train arrived, and he stepped off into a repetitive workday. Sleep-deprived, he nodded off at his desk, drifting into the same dream. Suddenly, a shout and a slammed table woke him. His supervisor was furious. Sozin mechanically apologized and returned to his tasks. No one dared fire him now, talent was scarce. That evening under the 9 o'clock sky, Sozin bought a bento at the nearest convenience store and heated it up. Sitting on a bench, he popped open a beer and stared at his mismatched meal of vegetables, plums, tempura, and a half-cold piece of fish. Without expression, he ate mechanically. His thoughts drifted to his mother's death. He remembered her sudden collapse caught on surveillance cameras. The coroner cited heart failure. But Sozin recalled her annual checkup, perfect health, no risk factors, no history of heart disease in the family. He summoned private investigators, but the official verdict stayed, accidental death. He had hoped the pain would fade, but yesterday's video reopened the wound, and the dream offered a terrifying possibility: his mother may have been a victim of a curse. Finishing his beer, he tossed the can and meal into a trash bin. Then he walked toward that park, the one from his dream. That night in the park. Is this it? He whispered, heart pounding. The park was nearly deserted. He found a bag filled with small white pills just where he'd imagined. Its resemblance to the one in the video paralyzed him with fear. He tucked it into his jacket and hurried home. Once inside, he locked the door and replayed the recording of the man feeding the pill to a frightened woman. He compared his pill to the video, it was identical. Could taking it reveal curses? His mother's face flashed before him. He swallowed one dry. He knelt, bracing for poison, but nothing happened. I don't feel anything. Charlatans after all. He tossed the bag away, pulled the curtains, and prepared for bed. Then he noticed something under the street lamp outside, a strange shadow. A dog-like creature. He froze. It wasn't a child, but something inhuman. It's real. The creature turned, he ducked away, heart racing. He spent the night searching his apartment, no intruders. The creature was real, and invisible to cameras. Only he, after taking the pill, could see it. The next morning. Exhausted but strangely exhilarated, he left home. By midday he tested again, popped another pill, and saw more subtle manifestations, likely curses. But when he asked those around him, none saw them. Back at work he barely focused. His supervisor reprimanded him again. Afterward, his co-worker and only friend, Oji, leaned in. Sozin, ignore that jerk. I noticed you've been off the past 2 days, is it because of the incident? Sozin took a steady breath. Oji, do you believe what the men in the video said? Oji hesitated. Believe it. I've never seen ghosts or monsters. Did you? Sozin held out his palm. A white pill lay there. Oji gasped. You're not the sort to prank. It's real. It shows the truth mentioned in the video. He recounted everything, his dream, the pill, the park. Oji looked skeptical, torn. Then, like being compelled, he absently picked up the pill. Well, no bonus chapters for you. Have fun with 2 chapters, _ Chapter 84, don't you want to be a hero? We contained what we could, but that day's incident reached far beyond our control. The perpetrators were ordinary people with no recollection, like puppets manipulated behind the scenes, Yeri reported in the conference room at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Most citizens remained skeptical. Though the police managed the situation quickly and launched a media diversion, 2 critical issues persist. He paused, gathering attention before continuing. The first concern is foreign reaction. We now confirm the network shutdowns and communication blocks weren't accidental, they were deliberate. Whether foreign powers are cooperating with the mastermind remains unclear. Second, and the topic of today's discussion, is the mysterious pill from the video, which apparently enables users to perceive curses. Yeri set a small plastic bag containing a white pill on the table. Have we analyzed it? Yes, Yeri nodded. Jujutsu High's researchers confirm it indeed grants the ability to see curses. Its properties aren't fully understood. It appears to be synthesized from merged human and curse tissue, enhanced by unknown technology. It likely shares the same origin as the broader phenomenon. Principal Masamichi Yaga's expression turned grave. Some people are already convinced. The moment they've taken it, they seek answers. As more people see curses, personal fear intensifies, and fear breeds curses themselves. Kamihara Hajime pressed his hand to his temple as public reports and videos crashed online. Police denials now felt hollow, those who'd taken the pill were certain of their experience. And with widespread distribution, supplements of the pill were ramping up. Yeri continued, yesterday, a company employee used the pill, witnessed a curse firsthand, and shared it. Then others took pills, saw it, and fear mutated into a new curse. The police can't contain this. It's proliferating faster than we can manage. He took a breath. We're at a tipping point. A handful of believers is manageable, but once numbers swell, opinion shifts. When the majority claims certainty, resistance collapses. The question, how many people will resist trying it? One faction favors full suppression, seize the pills, silence the witnesses. But the opposing faction, which Hajime now supports, believes it's too late. The best path is strategic transparency, reveal a controlled version of the truth rather than hiding it completely. Gojo Satoru turned to Hajime. Hajime-san, your thoughts? Hajime leaned forward. It's closer to the latter. You can't bury this. Accidents and deaths that could be seen as unnatural will now be labeled curses. The internet age makes this uncontainable. And the drug is already out there, information spreads regardless. He paused to voice his biggest fear. Will this actually empower curses? Has this happened before? Gojo shook his head. Not entirely. Although awareness can fuel negative emotions, thereby feeding curses, it also exposes them. If nobody hides, people die in mass, eventually reducing the fuel. If humanity vanished, so would curses. Their existence depends on ours. Hajime absorbed this. So we've exposed curses here and severed international spillover, but what exactly is the mastermind after? Meanwhile, in the realm of cursed spirits, Suguru Geto hosted an unusual gathering of Mjito, Jogo, and others. Jogo grumbled, why only this country? Can scattered curses really face off with the two special grade sorcerers? Geto offered a wry smile. Actually, make that 3. Yuta Okatsu has returned. He continued patiently, if exposure is worldwide, humanity fights back, more powerful sorcerers will emerge. You're mistaken if you think cursed spirits survive without humans. Eradicating humanity makes your goal impossible. Mjito stroked his chin thoughtfully. Jogo, less enthused, asked the real question, then why reveal curses? Weren't we aiming to awaken them? Geto smiled, placing a card on the table. Why separate them? You were born from humanity's fear of nature. What do people fear most about curses themselves? Jogo's eyes lit up. Our awakening accelerates it. Geto explained, we're close to the final step. First we turn this country into a nation of curses, then watch the rest fall into chaos. Back at Tokyo Jujutsu High, the atmosphere was urgent. Newly formed curses remained easy to eliminate, but public awareness sparked new problems. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers were being eyed with suspicion. Worse still, cult-like factions had formed, trading in cursed medicines, spreading fear, faith, and greed. Police restrictions temporarily calmed things, but the public waters were boiling underneath. Anyone who claimed curses were real immediately drew crowds. Suppression only intensified resistance. At long last, the Jiu-Jitsu world and authorities devised a plan, reveal part of the truth, not to shock, but to control. A national broadcast would prove curses exist, while showcasing that, we can handle them. Nationwide broadcast. See, I told you, they're real, a voice proclaimed. Yes, curses are born from human negative emotions, but that means they're real, and controllable, concluded a spokesperson. For the first time, curses entered national discourse. Public trust in the police recovered. Outrage focused on the rogue individual who leaked the footage, not the sorcerers. Dissenters remained a minority. As part of the plan, live exorcism demonstrations were proposed. Having 3 special-grade sorcerers perform public curse beatings could reassure the public and calm fear, turning dread into confidence. Hajime-san frowned at the idea. Wait, does that mean I'm going public? Gojo smirked. Not just you, Yuta and I too. Think, relief through spectacle. Hajime shook his head. I don't want it. Gojo laughed. Oh come on, Hajime-san, don't you want to be a hero? Get access to chapters in advance by becoming patrons. Chapter 85, Live Exorcism. Is this it? Principal Yaga Masamichi placed an all-shaped cursed corpse on the table. Hajime studied it closely. Yes. Yaga continued, this device is a new collaborative creation from Gojo Satoru, Mei, and myself. It doesn't fight, it captures images and broadcasts them on regular TV. Hajime hesitated. Why a live broadcast? It feels strange. Yaga quoted Gojo calmly, the public needs hope to overcome their fear of curses. We'll make it entertaining, like superheroes. Show them how easily you exorcise a curse, and perceptions change. He sighed. That won't solve everything, but it will calm the panic. Meanwhile, the mastermind hasn't moved yet, so prevention remains our strategy. Hajime couldn't refuse. He drew some comfort knowing Gojo and Yuta Okatsu would also appear. Yaga continued, it'll be a trial run. You 3, and Maki, will be featured. She'll serve as your camera woman. Maki raised an eyebrow. So I'm the camera woman. Hajime quickly added, we can't bring a supervisor on site. We need distance. Better someone with cursed energy training. Yaga nodded. Once charged with cursed energy, the device can broadcast for a long time, just carry it on your shoulder. At the assigned apartment in Kyoto. Within hours, cameras went live across Tokyo. Phones and TVs buzzed with the unexpected broadcast. Official announcers introduced the event, and businesses paused to allow employees time to watch, even bosses joined in. Young and old, people tuned in with fascination. High schools couldn't prevent students from watching. Suddenly, supernatural powers weren't myth, they were real. Adults worried. They'd heard curses were immune to bullets. Officials now offered reassurance, only Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, real-life superheroes, could handle them. Knowing this offered a fragile comfort. Murmurs about fleeing the country faded when citizens learned curses were worldwide. If anyone could combat them, maybe they weren't hopeless. The broadcast begins. This has to be it. Maki, ready. Almost. It's finicky, give me a second. The screen shimmered and a perfectly composed face filled the screen. Women gasped over his youthful charm and heroic aura, men whispered questions about his power. Students dreamed of hidden abilities. A banner read, Special Grade Jiu-Jitsu Sorcerer, Kamihara Hajime. The name sparked excitement. Could a teenager be that powerful? Hajime and Maki arrived at the evacuated building. You're up against a Grade 2 curse, Maki reminded him. Hajime nodded, recalling Yaga's instructions. Revealing their curse technique live counted as a binding vow, one potentially amplified under public eyes. He was about to test that. He stepped in front of the camera. My technique is called Time Wheel, he announced. It allows me to manipulate time. Gasps reverberated from viewers. Controlling time. Incredible. Meanwhile, Maki filmed as Hajime blinked, and suddenly appeared at the apartment door, dozens of meters away. Viewers murmured in disbelief, awed by his instantaneous movement. He glanced at Maki with a smile. He could feel the extra energy, the subtle boost the vow granted. It wasn't a breakthrough yet, but his technique felt noticeably sharper. Ascending to the 5th floor, a thunderous knock rattled the hallway. They evacuated everyone? Hajime whispered. Yes, Maki replied, passing him the owl device. No surprises, only the curse remains. Back in Tokyo, commentators urged calm. Through his earpiece, a female voice guided him, define cursed spirits and reassure viewers. He faced the camera. Cursed spirits are born from negative emotions. This one is Grade 2, low level and unskilled. They rely on cursed energy, not weapons. Most humans can't hurt them, but they're not invincible. Fear is often worse than the curse itself. At the top of the stairs, the curse revealed itself, an upright, tentacled creature with grotesque deformed features. The live audience went quiet, stunned. Hajime advanced, empty-handed. Don't be afraid. Look at it closely, it's ugly but basic. He stopped just outside its reach. Drawing back his fist, he aimed for a demonstration without full technique bank. Hajime thought, sorry, I'm not going to end this fast. Let them see. With a swift blow, he obliterated the creature's head. Its body collapsed. No flashy techniques, just a powerful punch. On screen, in real time, the audience witnessed. Cursed spirits can be defeated. Hajime offered a small bow and turned to Maki. The broadcast was live, messy, real, human. In that moment, under millions of eyes, their mission began. Chapter 86, Mass Production of Cursed Tools. The cursed spirit's grotesquely long arms lashed through the air, an unsettling sight to any ordinary viewer. But at Kamihara Hajime's speed, everything moved in slow motion. Calm and focused, he stepped forward and caught both arms mid-swing, rendering the creature's assault completely ineffective, like a child flailing helplessly. With a sharp pull, Hajime yanked the cursed spirit toward him, then delivered a crushing front kick. The spirit's body snapped in midair under the force. It was thrown backward, its form twisting as it flew, stirring a sharp gust through the corridor. The wall and window at the end exploded on impact, opening a jagged view of the sky. The sheer speed and brutality of the exchange left the audience stunned. Even through a screen, the raw power displayed offered a first glimpse into the true capabilities of a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. Without hesitation, Hajime blurred forward, his body trailing after images. Maki followed close behind, the small awl-shaped cursed corpse perched on her shoulder. Their synchronized leap from the 6th floor sent a jolt of exhilaration through the viewers watching from a first-person perspective. Hajime was already on the ground, landing with practiced ease. Maki let the owl take flight, then absorbed the landing with control and grace. She straightened and resumed the live broadcast. The cursed spirit, still dazed from the earlier attack, struggled to rise, but Hajime descended like a hammer, slamming his heel into its back and driving it into the ground. Cracks radiated from the impact. The creature's face contorted further, hideous and wild. Hajime dodged to the side, avoiding a whip-like tongue that shot from its mouth. He had been holding back, using only basic applications of cursed energy. The demonstration was for the public, not a real fight. Under normal circumstances, a cursed spirit of this level wouldn't have lasted a single exchange. Whether this was good or bad luck for it was up for debate. Reduced to a glorified punching bag, the creature endured Hajime's carefully controlled blows. He limited his strength deliberately, ensuring the fight lasted longer than 2 minutes, for the sake of the viewers. In the end, Hajime chose a clean conclusion. He drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi, slicing through the spirit in one swift, merciful motion. To the audience, the monster spirit had been helpless. For many unfamiliar with the world of Jiu-Jitsu, the sudden realization struck, perhaps these things weren't as unstoppable as they'd imagined. Once the battle ended, the support team took over the cleanup. There was no need to continue the broadcast. Hajime and the others signed off without fanfare. With only brief nods, they cut the link to the all-type cursed corpse and ended the stream. Unable to see the public's reaction, Hajime casually prepared to head home. As a streamer, Hajime was far from polished, but the viewers didn't care. Even after his image disappeared from the screen, the stream's popularity only grew. And there was no time for anyone to feel disappointed about Hajime's departure, because at that moment, Gojo Satoru appeared on screen. Hajime had planned to grab a bite on the way back, but that hope died quickly. It finally hit him how massive the impact of a nationally televised live broadcast really was. Too recognizable now, he had no choice but to return directly to Jujutsu High with Maki. On the way back, Panda and the others urged him to watch Gojo's segment. Hajime did, and it was clear, Gojo Satoru was built for the spotlight. His presence on a live stream felt completely natural. This time, Fushiguro Megumi accompanied him. Surprisingly, Megumi was at ease on camera, even going out of his way to interact with the audience. The viewers were once again electrified. Gojo's battle captivated them, especially when he unveiled curse technique, reversal, red, shaking their understanding of Jiu-Jitsu to the core. Unlike Hajime, who had to be careful indoors, Gojo operated freely in open terrain. Buildings didn't matter. Safety regulations. Optional. The Grade 1 cursed spirit Gojo faced stood no chance. He teased at first, explaining random trivia to the audience as if giving a casual lecture, then obliterated it with red. The spectacle was breathtaking. Superpowered hand-to-hand combat was the kind of fantasy that thrilled people, and Gojo's performance made it all feel real. Witty, charming, endlessly confident, Gojo stole the show. He appealed to everyone. And with a wink and stylish farewell to the camera, he ended his segment. Next in line, Yuto Katsu, the third special grade sorcerer to join the nationwide showcase. The public's perception of Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers and cursed spirits had changed drastically in a matter of hours. Discussions exploded online and offline alike. Curses and Jiu-Jitsu were the new obsession, overshadowing every other headline. Though many details remained mysterious, the sorcerers, each with their own distinct style, had quickly built passionate fan bases. Fear of curses still lingered, of course, but now there was a counterbalance, hope. People began speculating, how long would any cursed spirit last against these three? Some even tried to rank them in terms of power, most just guessing, though a few surprisingly accurate theories floated among the noise. Unbeknownst to the public, some insiders guiding those conversations had been planted deliberately to steer opinion. Hajime knew that for a fact. Back at Jujutsu High, he joined the debriefing. The first operation was deemed a success. The live broadcasts had significantly redirected the public's attention. By presenting Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers as guardians rather than shadowy figures, the public now had something else to think about when a curse appeared, not just fear, but reassurance. And that mattered. This kind of hope, these so-called heroes, were exactly what society needed in the face of supernatural threats. There was no more hiding. With cursed spirits now exposed, the existence of Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers could no longer remain a secret. After the meeting, Hajime was stopped by Maki's teasing smirk. "You looked pretty pleased when people recognized you, huh? Secretly enjoying the fame." Hajime rolled his eyes. "I wasn't enjoying it." "Sure," she said. "Gojo's having the time of his life. He probably wanted to show off purple. Next time, you take the back seat and let me be on camera. My cursed tool skills would blow them away." Maki paused, imagining the entire nation watching her fight. The idea made her uncomfortable. Thinking about the flood of online comments, she quickly shut the thought down. You all can enjoy that kind of attention, not for me. Later, Principal Yaga Masamichi brought up a new initiative, refining the national barrier system with the help of Master Tingen. Despite efforts to contain the situation, the rise in cursed spirits couldn't be stopped completely. The solution? Strengthen and expand barriers across the country, turning them into emergency shelters during curse incidents. Even if they couldn't stop high-level spirits, the extra seconds they bought might save lives. The source of power? That was still being debated, though it was hinted that belief of the people would play a role. Hajime didn't press for details, he had his own idea. After the meeting, he asked to speak with Yaga privately in his office. "What's wrong, Hajime?" Yaga asked with a grin. "You've become a star like Gojo." Feeling the pressure. "Please don't tease me, Yaga-sensei," Hajime sighed. "I had a thought." Yaga leaned forward, listening. "Cursed tools can be wielded by ordinary people," Hajime began. "They can't kill a powerful curse, but they can buy time against low-grade ones." Yaga nodded thoughtfully. "We've considered that. But mass-producing them isn't realistic. They require too much strength and cursed energy, especially high-grade tools. And not every citizen can wield one properly. Even Maki's strength is thanks to a heavenly restriction." "I'm not suggesting we arm the public with high-grade weapons," Hajime replied. "I'm talking about simple cursed tools, enhanced charms, maybe even talismans that interfere with or slow low-grade curses. Something that can delay or distract, not kill." Yaga narrowed his eyes. "So, a mass-produced defense system." "Exactly. And I might have a way." Hajime went on to explain, he had been working on a new barrier technique as part of mastering domain expansion. Though he hadn't succeeded, he'd developed a unique barrier that could rapidly accelerate certain processes inside. "In theory, I can use this to speed up the creation of basic curse tools. 100-fold. Yaga's eyes widened. If Master Tingen can provide the energy source, then this could work. Those simpler tools don't need much cursed energy. And if we can truly mass-produce them. Yaga's face grew serious. "This could change everything. Let's get Gojo in here. We need to explore this fully." Chapter 87, First Meeting with Master Tingen. Gojo Satoru was called in first. After hearing the proposal, he looked unusually serious. "It's doable. Tingen's barrier can gather cursed energy, solving the power issue for mass-producing cursed tools. Even if not everyone gets one, it can still be widely distributed." He continued thoughtfully, "The Gojo family does have some traditional curse tool methods, but ironically, the Zenin excel in this more, even their contributions to the repository are unmatched." Yaga Masamichi, clearly impatient, interrupted, "We'll discuss that later. I'll confirm with Master Tingen." Shortly, Yaga returned and called Kamihara Hajime aside. "Master Tingen says it's feasible, but he wants to discuss details with you." Hajime followed Principal Yaga into Hoshi Palace, normally hidden behind shifting barriers that ordinary people could never find. Inside, he found layered underground halls circling a massive tree. At the base was a torii gate embedded in its trunk. Stepping through it, the lights dimmed and a pathway of lanterns appeared. Where moments ago was a palace, now there was a simple tatami room, a low table, an old TV, a vase of fresh flowers, and a window showing a bright blue sky. Before him knelt a strange figure, Master Tingen. Its form was humanoid at best, its head merely a protrusion with 4 vertically aligned eyes. "Principal isn't staying?" Hajime asked. Tingen's neutral, genderless voice asked him to sit and introduce tea materializing beside him. "You strike me as extraordinary," Tingen said, fixing its many eyes on him. "As for your idea, it aligns perfectly with what needs doing." Then the master spoke of votive power, a long-forgotten form of cursed energy born from human worship, not purely negative but intertwined with faith and emotion. Though once used rarely to create curses or tools, it was mostly obsolete now. But Tingen revealed he could channel this votive power to strengthen barriers, and through those barriers, mass-produce simple cursed tools. When the public realizes they can use these tools against minor curses, panic will calm. Tingen then created a dome-shaped barrier in front of them. Hajime applied his incomplete barrier technique onto it. Tingen inspected it and nodded approval. "This is promising. We'll rely on ordinary people's energy to power these barriers. Yaga and you will manage the rollout." As their session ended, the room faded back into the palace's root space. Yaga and Gojo were waiting above. "Zenin negotiation task." Yaga, looking uneasy, asked, "Will Zenin agree to this?" Gojo leaned back casually. "We're not asking for their lives, just their manufacturing cooperation. Mjito isn't stupid, he'll go along." Hajime then learned from Gojo that he'd been chosen as a neutral mediator, but he'd have to visit Zenin personally. Yuta was tied up elsewhere. Hajime sighed and accepted. Yaga reassured him, "Even without Zenin's tools expertise, we won't lag far behind." Hajime realized he needed someone familiar with Zenin, and thought of Maki. Maki's insight. He found her training alone. "I need someone to help with Zenin," he explained. She paused, then nodded seriously. "Mjito isn't like the rest, he's reasonable. And I know how Zenin work." Maki stopped her training and gathered her gear. "I'll go with you." Well, in case you're unaware, sending power stones won't cost you a dime. So do me a favor and send some stones. Chapter 88, Negotiations with the Zenins. The Zenin compound stood far from the city, its clustered buildings a solemn sight in the distance. Like Jujutsu High, the compound was protected by a barrier that kept ordinary civilians away, though such defenses meant little to Jujutsu sorcerers who already knew its location. As Kamihara Hajime and Maki approached the outer perimeter, they were stopped by two stationed guards. Maki, and special-grade sorcerer Kamihara Hajime, one of them asked, visibly uneasy. Though neither visitor exuded hostility, the unexpected arrival of someone like Hajime clearly rattled them. Word had spread within the clan, Naoya had returned in a rage not long ago, and it apparently had something to do with this man. Maki barely acknowledged the two, she couldn't even recall their names. Hajime, however, kept his tone calm and cordial. I've come to speak with Zenin Mjito, the clan head. It's a matter of importance. Please let him know. The guards exchanged a glance. One quickly turned to deliver the message, while the other guided the guests to a reception room. Before long, Hajime and Maki found themselves alone. You can meet with the clan head by yourself, Maki said, crossing her arms. Just stick to what I told you. Talk to him directly. They won't lay a hand on you anyway. I've got other things to handle, so I'm not going with you. Hajime gave her a side glance. Her mind was clearly elsewhere, rare, for someone like Maki. If something's bothering you, just say it. Since when are you the sentimental type? Snapped from her thoughts, Maki scowled. You talk too much. I know what I'm doing. If it goes sideways, I'll call you, free labor, remember? He wagged a finger at her. Wrong. My next decent meal depends on you. She snorted, and as the banter faded, he added, you're kind of a celebrity now. Can you even go outside without starting a scene? After she left, Hajime sat quietly. One cup of tea later and still no sign of anyone, he stood up, his patience wearing thin. The guards were nowhere to be seen. On his way through the halls, Hajime stopped a maid. She looked startled, but he managed to gather directions to the clan head's location from her cautious answers. The compound's atmosphere was stifling. Servants avoided eye contact, and Zenin members only gave curt nods, more out of politeness than respect. No one tried to stop him, though. At least they understood his strength. The courtyard he finally arrived at was well guarded, though Hajime could tell the spellcasters stationed there were mostly for show. He sensed hidden sentries too, until he neared the main house, where they mysteriously vanished. As soon as Hajime dispelled his technique, he heard raised voices from inside. He walked in without knocking. Everyone fell silent. They'd assumed someone had barged in by mistake, but their scolding died the moment they saw who it was. Kamihara Hajime, snapped a young blonde man, Zenin Naoya. Hajime recognized the sharp tongue and arrogant posture. Oh. If it isn't Zenin's favorite troublemaker, he said with a light smirk. What a coincidence. I was starting to think nobody was home. You. Naoya's temper flared, but before he could explode, the man seated in the center of the room raised a hand. Please excuse the lack of proper welcome, said Zenin Mjito, the clan's head. Family matters, nothing more. Since you're here, do tell us what brings you. Mjito, with his stark white hair and muscular frame, sat with a relaxed posture, holding a gourd of red wine. What caught Hajime's eye most, however, was the man's perfectly styled mustache, sticking out like twin antennae. How much maintenance does that thing need? Hajime wondered. Mjito was more than just appearance, though. He was the father of Naoya and once known as the fastest sorcerer after Gojo Satoru, thanks to his projection sorcery. But those days were long past. I'm here on a minor request, Hajime began. You're likely aware of Master Tengen's plan. We've developed a method to mass-produce low-grade cursed tools to support our operations. To optimize this, I'd like to observe the Zenin technique for crafting cursed tools. Impossible. Naoya barked. Why should we hand over our clan's secret? Planning to steal it. Hajime ignored him and looked directly at Mjito. The world's changing. This is a mutually beneficial opportunity. Those who can't see that, well, I'm sure you're not one of them. The insult landed, judging by the glares from several elders nearby. Still, no one acted, not with Hajime present. Mjito leaned forward slightly, swirling the wine in his gourd. And what do you plan to accomplish with this method? Enough to give civilians a fighting chance, Hajime answered. At least against low-grade curses. A long-haired elder with a tied ponytail frowned. You're talking about mass production, how? There aren't enough spellcasters to make that possible. My technique manipulates time, Hajime said, casual as ever. Master Tingyan and I created a barrier system where time flows hundreds of times faster inside, supported by a constant cursed energy stream. A small team can oversee an entire cursed tool assembly line. Mjito sat up straighter. So you've modernized the process? Exactly. After a pause, Mjito asked the real question. You're aligned with the Gojo family. Why come to Zenin? You're not here just for our icing on the cake, are you? Hajime sighed. Gojo and Zenin had their major fallout when both previous heads died in that imperial duel. Since then, it's just petty disputes. And in the middle of this disaster, are you really still thinking about petty pride? Mjito narrowed his eyes, then chuckled. Perhaps I was small-minded. Very well. We'll cooperate. The other elders looked displeased, but Mjito was the one with authority. Still, the elder from before raised another concern. What about profits? This will go nationwide. What's Zenin's cut? This might disappoint you, Hajime replied flatly. The idea is to keep profits as close to zero as possible, to benefit the people. There won't be mountains of cash. Grumbles started, but Mjito silenced them with a swig of wine. That doesn't matter. Participation is enough. I'll send someone for the records. He paused, then added, but I have one more request, something personal. Hajime tilted his head. You and Megumi Fushiguro were both raised by Gojo Satoru, weren't you? Help me convince him to return to the Zenin clan. I want to name him the next head. The room went quiet. Hajime stared. Even Naoya's face twisted into disbelief. The elder beside Mjito opened his mouth to protest, but the clan head raised a hand. It's not a demand, just a message I want you to pass along. He has Zenin blood. That's all. I'll pass it on, Hajime said flatly. But I doubt he'll agree. That's fine, Mjito nodded. The elder who had spoken earlier returned shortly with a book, thin, string-bound, and clearly a photocopy. Mjito waved it toward Hajime. Our cursed tool method. Someone will escort you out. But Hajime declined politely. I came with Maki. I'll find her first. He was led through the compound until he found Maki again, clothes a little scuffed, irritation on her face. Let's go. Apparently, she'd gotten into a few rounds of fighting during her time alone. She described it as teaching some trash a lesson. Knowing Maki, it was probably worse than she let on, but Hajime didn't press. After returning to Jujutsu High and handing the technique to Principal Yaga, Hajime quickly distanced himself from the logistics. The cursed tool project was tedious. He'd rather exorcise spirits. Barrier construction had begun. The cursed tools would follow. The world, now aware of Jiu-Jitsu, needed more than sorcerers. And so, recruitment for supervisors began. Unlike sorcerers, supervisors didn't need techniques. Just the ability to handle basic cursed tasks with enough cursed energy. With mass production on the way and barriers going up, manpower was sorely needed. Out of over 100 million people, there were always a few with dormant potential. But they had to be under 30. Older people who hadn't awakened yet had almost no chance of doing so, exceptions were rare. The jiu-jitsu world was changing fast. Some even suggested building public jiu-jitsu schools. But none of that concerned Hajime. He'd just received a mission, and it wasn't your average curse. A special grade cursed spirit had emerged, straight from the depths of imagination. Sadako Yamamura. A name pulled from horror fiction and pop culture. Now a real threat. TCH, didn't expect to see her show up for real, Hajime muttered. We're currently on chapter 150 on the platform that makes us 62 chapters ahead.